Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra, and ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter.
My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different. And I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC. Esoteric. QUERULOUS. Querulous. VACILLATE. Vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing. And honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when...
What's this?
She snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay then, your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car.
I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded.
Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. Failure. Failure. DISMAY. Dismay. Okay, Maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me. Next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad, just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together.
And where have you two been?
The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving.
Moving?
Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks.
Mom, no! I have nationals next month.
Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that.
Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me.
Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom? Fine. Within a week, Mom was gone and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the B. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on. It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward.
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. Vicissitude.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong. Until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
That is correct.
I did it! The audience went wild. I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here? Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister. The girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true? Yes, it is. Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner? I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know. For your sake, and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad. Hey everyone, I'm Sophie from France. If you think you've had some misfortune in love, well, I promise my story will make you think your romantic life isn't so bad. But first, please like and subscribe. I was born in a super rich family, and our mansion by the beach looked like a fairy tale castle. I used to play hide and seek in the garden maze with our maids, and my dad bought me a stunning white pony, which I rode all over the huge grounds. Princess, your smile lights up my world, and I will never let you down. He lied big time. When I was in 4th grade, his company was accused of financial fraud. Dad managed to avoid being jailed, but we lost everything. My pony was sold, and we moved to an ordinary house in an average neighborhood. After that, my parents argued every single day, and soon they got divorced. Dad left us and never looked back. He never even sent a card on my birthday. Mom started a new life and started dating another man. I had no choice but to move on too, and I quickly made friends with kids in my new neighborhood. Although I enjoyed playing with them, I struggled to come up with ideas for games, so I preferred to follow the rest. One of the kids, Tom, was a natural leader. He often told us what to do, playing an admiral, a king, or even my future husband. Sophie, when we grow up, you will marry me. Okay. We all played outside till it was dark, and Tom often walked me back home, which was sweet. But over time, his behavior started to get strange. Like once when he had to go visit his grandma for a week, he told me not to play with anyone else while he was gone. We were also in the same class at school, and I loved making friends and joking around with everyone, but it seemed to bother Tom a lot. Sophie, stop being so friendly with everyone. It's annoying. Nobody seems annoyed except you, Tom. In middle school, a cute boy sent me a card on Valentine's Day saying, "You brighten my day," and it made me so happy. But the next day when I tried giving him a chocolate, he ran away terrified, like he'd seen a ghost. Of course, Tom was behind this. I was getting sick of him and even tried creating distance between us, but he didn't take the hint. If I didn't walk with him to school, he just followed me. He'd turn up at my house whenever he pleased, and if I didn't talk to him, he'd just sit in my room for hours watching me. I told Mom not to let him in anymore, but she always said he was the sweetest friend I had. Once in high school, I decided to sneak out to a party late at night, but I was more worried about keeping it a secret from Tom than my own mother. Thankfully, I didn't encounter him on the way, and I was ready to have fun. But every single boy I asked to dance with me turned me down. Okay, can someone please explain what's going on? I'm pretty and cool and yeah, pretty. Why don't you boys want to dance with me? Because your boyfriend isn't gonna like it. I followed his sideway glance to see freaking Tom watching me from a corner. Tom, are you stalking me? And stop telling people you're my boyfriend. It's dangerous for you to be out alone so late, so of course I followed you. And I never said I'm your boyfriend. I'm your fiancé. You accepted my proposal, remember? We were 9 years old. Listen, we are not dating or engaged, and I don't need your protection. You need to back off. I'm warning you. I should have stopped this nonsense a long time ago, but to be honest, I was a bit scared of Tom. But now, I really needed to send him a clear message that I was not his property. So the next day, I asked the strongest guy in school to date me. It started out well, but on the third day, my boyfriend disappeared. He broke up with me on the phone and didn't come to school. And soon, I heard he'd left the city. Now, I was officially untouchable. Although I was furious with Tom, I still cared about him and he obviously needed help. Listen, Tom, you're my friend, and I think you really need therapy. You seem to be obsessed with me. No, I'm not crazy. Does being in love seem like madness to you? It's not love, it's an obsession. But he didn't seem to get it, and I didn't know what to do anymore. Fortunately, Mom offered a temporary escape. Sophie, we've been invited to vacation anytime at this beautiful villa owned by the son of an old friend. How about we go away now? It could be a nice break. I was only too happy to accept. The owner of the villa, Pierre, seemed to be only 5 to 6 years older than me. He'd inherited his father's business and was already a millionaire. As soon as he saw us, he smiled brightly and his gaze was fixed on me. I felt myself blush. Pierre was a really charming gentleman. We spent the whole day together enjoying his amazing place. He revealed to me that a year ago, he'd been in a terrible accident that had caused him amnesia. I couldn't even remember my parents' names, and I felt so lost. It was a really dark time, and I zoned out as the wheels in my brain started turning. Amnesia. Yes, this could be the perfect solution for getting rid of Tom. Well, I'm glad you're fine now, but on the upside, it must have been good to forget bad things. Oh, trust me, there's nothing good about it, and it took a while to recover. Maybe faking amnesia was a bad idea, but it was the only shot I had at getting my life back. So the next day, I was busy looking for an opportunity to fall and act like I had amnesia. And it presented itself when Tom suggested that we go horse riding. I chose the wildest horse, named Terror. We went riding along the coast and watched a lovely sunset. I knew we'd be heading back soon, and I had to execute my plan now. I haven't ridden a horse in years. I remember I visited once, and you had the loveliest ivory pony. My moo-moo. Yeah, my parents had to sell it. That's a shame. You loved it so much. I was trying to force Terror to rear up, but this horse was just not listening to me. Sometimes that life just feels like it was all a dream. But you can return to this dream, Sophie, if you want. What? Just then, the horse reared up, and I let go of the reins and fell to the ground. The world spun around me. The last thing I saw was Pierre's worried face before I blacked out. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a hospital bed. How do you feel? I don't know. What happened? Where am I? Where's Moo? Yeah, so I pretended that I didn't remember life after I was 6. I didn't remember getting poor, or Dad leaving us, or any of my childhood friends, including Tom. My fall was an accident, but Pierre blamed himself for letting me ride that unruly horse. He begged us to stay at his villa so I could recover in peace, and Mom and I were pretty thrilled at the idea. Pretending to have amnesia, I acted like a child the first few days, which was quite funny. I did all sorts of silly things, like hiding in the garden and asking Pierre to find me, then jumping out and been scaring him. I even drew a mustache on his face while he was sleeping. Pierre was dedicated to helping me recover my memory and did all sorts of mental exercises with me, and he pampered me a lot. He had his cooks make my favorite meals, took me to his private cinema often, and bought me anything I wanted at the mall. And I really got to know him better. His eyes lit up when he talked about how his company was helping build schools for kids in Africa, where he went often. Pierre was the complete opposite of Tom. He was kind and gentle, and being around him, I felt safe. And I knew I was really falling for him, but the guilt of lying about my amnesia was eating away at me. I'd have to tell him the truth eventually, but would he forgive me? A few weeks later, the doctor said I seemed well, but my memory would take time to return. I'd already missed a lot of school, so Mom and I decided to go back. Pierre had to deal with some business abroad, but he promised to visit us soon. And when we got home, Tom appeared at our door in 5 minutes.
Where have you been? Why did you leave without saying a word? How could you not reply to me?
Are you sure you're at the right house? Who are you?
Huh? What is this dumb game, Sophie?
Mom told him everything about my amnesia, and Tom was shocked. Then he got angry and refused to believe Mom, but she firmly told him not to stress me out and leave our house. The next day at school, everyone found out about my amnesia and asked me stupid questions, like if I still remembered how to read or write. Tom followed me around watching me, but he didn't say a word. But that afternoon, as I headed out of school, he confronted me.
Enough of this nonsense, Sophie. I'm not buying your stupid act.
Look, I'm sorry if you were someone important to me, but I really don't remember you. I'm sorry.
How could you forget me? I've loved you since we were 9. I've been by your side every day since. How could all that just disappear? No, I refuse to accept that. I'll remind you of every memory till it comes back to you.
He grabbed me by the arms and I started to panic. Leave me alone. Just let me be. Help! Someone please help me. Some people watching the whole scene called the police, and the police ordered a restraining order against Tom. My plan had worked. I felt both relieved and guilty. I knew I'd gone too far, but it was the only way. After that, Tom kept his distance, but I could still feel his eyes on me from the shadows. My only hope was to graduate and leave this place and Tom behind soon. For good. A few weeks passed, and I was already missing Pierre a lot. I texted him several times, but he didn't answer. Maybe he was just really busy, or maybe I'd misread some signs and he didn't feel the same way about me. I was looking for something to occupy myself and decided to sign up as a volunteer with some friends at the Nice Carnival, a major music event raising funds for charity. As soon as we were done setting up the sound system on the stage, the announcer stepped up to the mic.
Before we start the performances, I'd like everyone to welcome up our generous sponsor who's made this event possible and donated $10 million to our purpose. Give him a great round of applause, Mr. Pierre with his lovely fiancée Beth.
My heart sank to my toes when I saw Pierre step on stage with a beautiful brunette on his arm. As he spoke a few words, I couldn't stop staring at them. Not even a girlfriend, a fiancé. Just then our eyes met, and it hurt to realize how deeply I was in love with Pierre. I quickly turned away and started to run. When I was far enough, I sat on some porch and just cried. I had no right to be mad at Pierre since I was a liar, and he never said he loved me, but I still felt betrayed.
Sophie, can I sit near you?
Yes, Tom.
That guy on stage, I saw how you looked at him. You're in love with him, aren't you?
Suddenly, I just broke down and told him everything. How I'd been scared of him and faked my amnesia. Tom, I never said you were crazy, but your behavior isn't okay, and you made me feel suffocated.
I know I've been a little intense, but it's only because I care about you so much, Sophie. I've loved you since the first time I met you.
But caring about someone doesn't mean not respecting their boundaries, and you can't force someone to love you back. You can't hold on to an obsession for years and expect it to turn into a healthy relationship.
I know you're right, but I don't know what to do, Soph. I can't help how I feel.
That's why I think therapy could help you, Tom. You really deserve to be happy, but it can't be at the expense of someone else's well-being. You need to learn to let go and move on. Tom promised that he'd try therapy, and I felt like someday we could be friends again. Pierre's calls and texts were endless, but I refused to answer them. But one day, a strange sound caught my attention. It was a helicopter landing in the field behind our house, and Pierre came out of it. What are you doing here, Pierre?
Fighting for the love of my life. That's you, in case it wasn't clear.
Those are strange words for a man with a fiancée.
Please, I just need a few minutes to explain.
Pierre then told me that his dad had laid a condition on him to find a girl to marry before he could take over the family business. So Pierre had proposed to a girl he wasn't in love with just to please his father. But the pressure to settle on a date for marriage had been too much for him, and he'd escaped to his family villa for a break.
That's when I met you, Sophie, and everything changed. I realized that I'd made a huge mistake. When you left, I went back and ended things with my ex-fiancé. We had committed to the nice carnival as a couple, so we decided to go through with it together. I know I should have answered your texts or told you earlier, but I was scared of losing you. I wanted to explain everything after it was over.
Pierre, I don't know what to say.
Say you'll forgive me, Sophie, and give me a chance to make it up to you.
Before that, I need to tell you something too, and you may not want to talk to me after this. I told him the plain truth about Tom and my fake amnesia. The worst part is that I knew you really suffered because of amnesia, and faking it was completely out of line. I'm so sorry, Pierre.
Is that stalker still bothering you?
No, I've dealt with it. He's going to get therapy, and
wait, why are you laughing? I can't believe you put on an act for weeks. You should look into a career as an actress.
We both burst out laughing like crazy. When we finally caught our breath, he took my hand and kissed me.
Hi there, I'm Ellie, and I've got a story that'll make you laugh, cry, maybe even question your own sanity. But hey, don't we all need that from time to time? So like and subscribe and strap in, because this roller coaster is about to take off. You see, I was born with a slight anger problem, the kind that made me want to karate chop a stuffed animal when I was just 5. Yep, I had anger issues. On a sunny day at the park, 5-year-old me just wanted to have fun on the swings and slides, but things took a different turn.
I'm gonna slide like a penguin. Move it. I'm going first.
Hey, no cutting. That's not nice.
Do I look like I care? The bully pushed past me, smirking. Feeling furious, I climbed the ladder fast with my juice box in hand.
You'll be sorry, mister.
I squeezed the box hard, squirting juice straight into the bully's eyes. Then I slapped him and pushed him down the slide, and his nose started bleeding. He started crying like a baby, and his dad came running over.
What is wrong with you? Behaving like a monster? You should be ashamed of yourself.
I picked up a pebble and threw it at him, but it missed him by an inch.
Don't tell me how to feel. You should be thanking me for teaching your awful kid a lesson.
I threw another pebble at him and then ran away. Mom and Dad yelled at me all the way back home. I cried and said sorry. Then I jumped onto my parents and smothered them with kisses till they forgave me. Yeah, I think I'm a kind person in general. I mean, as long as I'm not angry. Fast forward to 1st grade, and there I was, little Ellie, eager to make friends at school. One day during recess, I spotted a group of girls playing hopscotch, and I approached them.
Hey you, I think we should be friends. No thanks, I already have friends.
Well, that didn't go as planned, but I wasn't giving up so easily.
Oh yeah? Well, you haven't met a friend like me.
I started shouting and spinning with my arms spread out like a wild little windmill. I even threw my sandwich on the ground.
I'm fun, I'm cool, and I'll bring snacks to share. So why wouldn't you want to be my friend? Say yes, or you'll regret it. Say it.
The girl hesitated, then let out a sigh.
Okay, fine, I'll be your friend. Please, just stop yelling at me.
And just like that, I made a new friend. Her name was Lucy, and she was the best. 2 years later in 3rd grade, my family told me one day that we had to move for Dad's job. Scared of losing Lucy, I got really angry.
I won't leave Lucy. She's my best friend, and I'm not going anywhere.
I protested by staying in our backyard treehouse, and I refused to come down till my parents changed their mind. We know you're upset, but we have to think about what's good for the family. But when I didn't budge, my parents caved after a few days. I was so happy, I finally climbed down from the treehouse. And I learned that standing up for what matters can make a difference, and that my anger was the best thing I had. It gave me whatever I wanted. What I didn't realize back then, though, was that Lucy eventually figured she could take advantage of my anger issues to get her way, too. If she wanted something from someone, she'd come up with a sneaky plan to get me all riled up against that person. Yeah, it always made me the bad guy fighting and bullying people, while Lucy looked like she was the nice, calm friend of a monster. But no one got seriously harmed. As we entered middle school, though, Lucy started doing it more frequently and for bigger things, and I began getting into serious trouble. Like one day, Lucy came to me saying that Mrs. Thompson had called her into her office and said she was giving her a C- on her project.
You know what else she said? She told me that I should get myself a better friend because you're distracting me with all your fights and affecting my grades while you get good grades yourself. She even said that you hang out with me just so you can feel better than me. Can you imagine?
What? That's not true.
Of course I know that. Listen, in today's lesson, I'm gonna confront her about this psychological manipulation. And if she sneezes a lot, it means she's nervous that I've told you everything she said. You know all the teachers fear you, but Mrs. Thompson is always sneezing sneezing because of her allergies. Yes, but sneezing a lot means she's nervous and she's hiding something. She told us that once, but I guess you forgot. Lucky you have me to remind you.
When it was Mrs. Thompson's class, Lucy gifted her a red nose, and seconds later, when she confronted her about the manipulation, Mrs. Thompson started sneezing like crazy, and I felt furious.
How could you? I thought you were a nice teacher, but you're just like the rest.
And with that, I pushed her hard. She fell down and screamed in pain. While everyone's attention was focused on me, Lucy sneaked into Mrs. Thompson's laptop and changed her own grade on the project. Mrs. Thompson broke her arm, and I got suspended for 3 weeks. My parents were furious with me and insisted that I tell them exactly what happened. When I did, Mom said that Lucy was the manipulative witch here. I yelled at her and didn't talk to her for days. How could she say that about my BFF? Days later, I visited Lucy, and her mom opened the door and looked at me like I was some cockroach.
Ugh, you again. What do you want? I heard what happened with Mrs. Thompson. Why can't you be a normal human being? Poor Lucy, she almost failed her project because of you.
What?
Yeah, you're crazy and you're affecting my child. She'll end up failing all her classes because of you.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Because it's true.
Hey, listen, you silly woman.
I was about to scream at her when Lucy showed up and pulled me inside her bedroom.
Please, Ellie, you can't talk to Mom like that no matter what she says. But I'm a good friend and I forgive you. Now calm down, girl, and take the Snickers bar. I know it's your favorite candy.
Lucy had clearly been spreading lies about me, but I was too blind to see it back then. And when I returned to school, things were a bit different. A new girl, Isabella, had joined our class. She was rich, pretty, and quickly became popular. Lucy seemed annoyed by her existence, but she seems like a cool girl to me. Till one day, Lucy and I saw Isabella walking out of the bathroom, and I noticed a marker in her hand. Lucy went in to use the bathroom as I waited in the hallway, but moments later, she came out, dragging me back into the bathroom with her.
OMG, you gotta see this. You won't believe what Isabella wrote about you on the door. It's totally her handwriting.
I'm so done with this annoying psycho Ellie. She's always bullying everyone. I want a peaceful, calm school that I can brag about to my rich friends. I offer $1,000 to anyone who can get rid of her. DM me on this Instagram account if you're interested. What a stupid, ugly witch. Furious, I stormed over to Isabella. How dare you write that about me on the bathroom door? I saw you with that marker, so don't you dare lie to me. Ellie, seriously? I had a marker, but I was working on an art project. I didn't write anything about you. Oh, yeah? Well, Lucy seems to think it's in your handwriting, and Lucy said that? Okay, you should stop listening to that friend of yours. She's just using you like a puppet. Can't you see it? For some reason, Isabella's words struck a chord with me, like she just said something out loud that I kinda already knew. But I quickly brushed my thoughts away. You don't know anything. Just leave me alone. But Isabella didn't leave me alone. She'd always make an effort to talk to me and waved at me with a smile. I started warming up to her, and we got closer. But that drove Lucy crazy. One day during lunch, I was sitting with Isabella, laughing and chatting, when Lucy stomped over angrily.
Ellie, how could you ditch me for Isabella? After all we've been through together?
Just calm down, will you? I'm not ditching you, just spending time with Isabella. We can all be friends, you know.
Are you for real? How dare you replace me?
And with that, she pounced on me. I didn't want to fight her, so I just pushed her away, but she grabbed my hair again. Luckily, someone called a teacher, and Lucy got detention for 2 weeks. And I swear, those were the best 2 weeks of my life. Things were calm and peaceful, and I didn't have a single fight with anyone. Isabella even convinced me to start getting therapy for my anger issues, and I felt really good about it. Then one day, Isabella told me something. Hey, Ellie, yesterday when I got back from school, I was shocked to find Lucy in my house. I asked her what she was doing there, but before she could reply, her mom showed up. She's our maid. I swear I had no idea. She said she'd brought Lucy over to help her clean the kitchen before Christmas. Oh, yeah, I know that her mom works as a maid for you, but we never talk about it, because I don't want to embarrass her or anything. But I don't have a good feeling about her suddenly being in your house. She might be up to something fishy. So we decided to keep an eye on Lucy that afternoon, and we watched from a safe distance as Lucy's mom gave her instructions to clean. But just a few moments later, after her mom left, we heard a loud crash, followed by Lucy's scream. We rushed to find Lucy lying on the floor with a broken shelf and scattered kitchenware around her. We tried to help her up, but she screamed in pain and couldn't move. Just then, Lucy's mom and Isabella's parents came running too.
Oh my God, what happened?
Oh, Mom, I was just reaching for something on the shelf, but it was unstable. It just all came crashing down on me.
Lucy's mom turned to Isabella's parents furiously.
This is all your fault. You knew this shelf was broken and you never bothered to fix it. I told you so many times. Now my daughter is injured because of your negligence. I'm gonna sue you for this. You'll pay for the harm you've caused my daughter.
Isabella's parents tried apologizing repeatedly, but Lucy's mom didn't listen to a word and called an ambulance to take Lucy away. I couldn't help feeling sorry for Lucy, although I was almost sure she'd hurt herself on purpose to cause trouble for Isabella and her parents. She probably hadn't expected it to be this bad. And sure enough, the injury was very bad, and Lucy couldn't walk for a few months. A few days later, the teacher planned a visit to Lucy's house for the class to cheer her up. But the moment we entered Lucy's room, she went ballistic, calling me a horrible friend who'd betrayed her, and calling Isabella bad names too. I was feeling angrier by the second, but I tried staying calm. Just then, Lucy's mom walked in, and she started calling me a bad friend too.
Are you here to hurt my Lucy even more, Ellie? You've made it obvious whose friend you really are. But be aware, Isabella, I'm certain she only chose you because you're rich. Ellie has always been a bad, rotten egg. Suddenly, I just snapped. I jumped at Lucy's mom and she fell back and hit her head on the floor. Everyone looked shocked, and I knew I'd messed up big time. I ran out crying. When Mom found out about it, she was so mad. Ellie, I can't believe you attacked Lucy's mom. She called me, threatening to contact Child Services and telling them that you need to be put in some rehab center because you're a danger for other people. I honestly felt terrified hearing that, and my first instinct was to lash out and scream in my defense. But instead, I took a deep breath and thought of my friendship with Isabella, and it helped calm me down. Mom, I know it was wrong, and I'm really sorry. I'm working on controlling my anger. I'll be better, I promise. Mom looked really surprised and then nodded, but she still took my phone away and grounded me for a month, and I didn't protest. I knew I deserved that. Back at school, Isabella told me Lucy's mom was going ahead with the lawsuit, and I really wished there was something I could do to help. Lucy or her mom wouldn't listen to a word I'd say. But then one day, I was in the school's bathroom when someone knocked on the stall door. It was Lucy's mom. Ellie, I need to talk to you. I've been reading Lucy's diary, and I've discovered the truth about her actions. She's been using your anger issues to her advantage. I sometimes had a feeling that something was off with Lucy's behavior, but I never knew for sure.
Are you still gonna sue Isabella's parents or report me to Child Services?
No, I just wanted to apologize to you, and I won't be causing you or Isabella's parents any more trouble. I'll also get Lucy the help she needs. We might even move to another town and live with my sister if it means Lucy can get better therapy. I'm so sorry for everything, Ellie, and I want to thank you for being a good friend to Lucy, despite everything.
With that, she gave me a quick hug and left. I felt tears pricking my eyes. I was kind of sad I wouldn't get to see Lucy again, but I also felt lighter and free. Moments later, Isabella walked in. Ellie, everything's gonna be okay. Isabella hugged me tight, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like everything would be okay. Hi, I'm Annalise from Maine. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Everyone who knew me thought I was the luckiest girl ever. I was born to millionaire parents. I had tons of friends, and with my long, lovely hair, I looked like a princess out of a freaking Disney movie. But I was also living with a dark secret. I had a condition called Werner's syndrome. That meant I would start aging really fast when I got to high school. I'd be a teenager with gray hair and wrinkles. The doctors predicted it would happen around the time I turned 16. Each birthday was just another reminder of the ticking clock.
Come on, Annalise. Have a slice of cake. Or at least put on the costume I bought you. It's Halloween too, remember?
Is it an old witch costume with a white-haired wig and an old lady mask? No, thank you. One day when I was 14, I was getting ready for school when my live-in servant and BFF, Marie, came running into the room. Oh my God, did you hear the news? Raven, the famous model, is going to be a new student at our school. And I hear he just broke up with his girlfriend, so he's single. You know models aren't my type. I'm more into nerdy, bookish guys. Whatever, he's mine then. But maybe you should take these next couple of years to date a jock or model. I mean, your boyfriend choices will be kind of limited afterwards. Most guys don't want to date girls who look like 80-year-olds. Let's not talk about that right now. I still have some time, and I plan on living my life to the fullest until then. I lent Maria some of my nicest clothes before we went off to school. She made me promise never to tell anyone she was a servant, and in return, she promised not to tell anyone about my condition. Our little pact worked perfectly for me. Later that day, I was studying in the library when suddenly I felt someone watching me. I turned to see some guy dressed in fancy clothes and earrings snapping pictures of me. Don't mind me. I'm designing some jewelry and I'm just photographing your bracelet. Dude, you can't just go around photographing people without their consent. Excuse me, do you know who I am? I'm a popular model. Well, I quit modeling a year ago, but now I own a successful jewelry business. I can do what I want. Holy crud, it was Raven, the guy Marie had been talking about. I don't care who you are. The rules of basic respect still apply to you. With that, I pushed Raven's phone away from me and it ended up shattering on the floor. Are you kidding me? I had all of my photos in there. Why would you do that? We both got kicked out of the library after that. Raven gave me dirty looks whenever I walked by him. So what? A hot guy was taking your picture. I'd kill for that kind of attention. No, you wouldn't. That guy was nothing but a creepy jerk. And I don't feel bad at all for breaking his phone. Later that week, I was in ceramics class feeling totally relaxed when Raven snuck up behind me and told me I was doing everything wrong. Hey, you're not the teacher. Well, I've been doing this for years, so you could learn something from me. First things first, you're supposed to cup your hands like this. Raven's hand started guiding mine, and for some reason, I felt my heart race. Then suddenly, some girl burst into the classroom glaring at Raven. I've been trying to track you down for days. Breaking up with me was a huge mistake. You are so gonna regret it. To my horror, the girl ran over to Raven and jumped on him. Get off of me right now, or I'm gonna call the cops. But the girl had Raven's wrists pinned to the floor. So I stepped in and lifted her off him with all my strength. Luckily, our teacher called security before Raven's ex could attack me. Wow, you saved me from getting murdered by my psycho ex. I owe you one. Not really. I already smashed your phone and didn't pay you for it. I'm sorry about that. Nah, I should have asked your permission before photographing your bracelet. We got off on the wrong foot. How about we start over? I could go for that. And I guess I could use your help with the bowl I'm making. Raven laughed and I felt my heart race again. What was that about? I decided not to dwell on it, and from that day, we became good friends. I learned Raven had to quit modeling to focus on his studies and his jewelry making business. Modeling was just something his parents made him do. He was the most creative person I have ever met, and over time, I developed feelings for him, but I never said anything. I knew he didn't feel the same way about me. One evening, I came home late after exercising, and when I walked into the living room, I almost fell over in shock. Raven and Marie were kissing on the couch. What's going on? Can you believe it? Raven and I are dating now. I've had a crush on him for ages, and I finally got the courage to ask him out. And he said yes. I guess it's just confusing because you guys haven't really talked much or hung out before. Well, it all kind of happened really fast. Maybe it was fate or something. But don't worry, Annalise. Just because Marie is my girlfriend now doesn't mean we can't hang out.
Don't worry about her, babe. She's obviously happy for us. Marie started kissing Raven again.
I just wanted to tell her to get away from him, the guy that I loved. But I didn't want Raven finding out how I felt about him. I cried myself to sleep for weeks and tried to hide how heartbroken I was from Raven and Marie. Then one morning, I was in the courtyard when I saw a mob of girls squealing by the parking lot. I walked over to see what was going on, and that's when Raven came running up to me. Please, kill me right now. My idiot brother Grant is on vacation from modeling school and is coming to visit. I can't believe my parents favor that idiot over me now, all because I quit modeling. Raven looked really upset, and I was about to comfort him when suddenly his brother came right up to me, and wow, he was gorgeous. My, oh my, Raven. Is this the new lady in your life you were telling me about? No, this is Annalise, my best friend. My girlfriend should be here any minute. So, you're telling me this girl is single? How would you like to go to Italy for a day in my private jet? No way. She's not about to let a stranger take her to a foreign country. How about you let her decide? I kind of liked how protective Raven was over me, even if it was just because he hated his brother. But as soon as Marie arrived, Raven had to go, and Grant continued to treat me like a queen. And by the end of the day, he asked me on a date, and I said yes. He was lovely. What was the harm in it? Plus, I wanted to move on from Raven. But when Raven found out I was going out with his brother, he was enraged. How could you do this? Going out with Grant is the worst betrayal ever. Why? You're already dating my best friend. Me dating your brother isn't that different. Except my brother is my enemy that steals all of my parents' love. And you're my best friend. It's just too much. Okay. If it's that important to you, I won't date Grant. But the damage had already been done. Raven blocked me on all social media, and whenever we were in school, he totally avoided me. There was nothing I could do to win him back. So I started going out with his brother and tried to forget about him. Except after a few weeks, I discovered that even though Grant was handsome and sweet, we had nothing in common. One afternoon, I was sitting at this boring lunch he'd taken me to, and I made up a lame excuse to leave. I decided to take a walk on the beach when suddenly I spotted someone there. It was Raven. What are you doing here? Please don't yell at me. I just wanted to say hi. I wasn't going to yell at you. The truth is, I miss you. And I totally support you dating my brother if it makes you happy. Just like you supported me dating Marie. Also, I'm collecting seashells to make a necklace out of. Want to help me?
I'd love to. Raven and I spent hours collecting shells, and as the sun started to set, Raven asked a stranger to take pictures of us with our bag of shells. You two make such a sweet couple.
Actually, I have a girlfriend and she has a boyfriend, but she's still one of the most important people in the world to me.
Raven put his arm around me as the lady took our picture, and I just wished he could just hold me like that forever. I was still thinking about him when I got home, but just as I walked through the front door, I saw a shadow come towards me and I jumped. Where were you, Annalise? I'm just curious. I was with Raven. He decided he wanted to be friends again. Well, it's just that I was on Instagram and I saw Raven posted a picture of you two collecting seashells together, and his arm is around you. How very romantic. Marie, it wasn't like that. I ran into him by accident. I know it may be hard to believe that any guy would like me better than you, but guess what? Raven prefers this dirty servant over your royal highness. And in case you weren't keeping track, your 16th birthday is in 10 days. I guess then the princess's hair will finally turn gray and her face will turn wrinkled and ugly. Just because I'll look different doesn't mean my life has to be over. I can still be happy. Marie just smirked at me and walked off, but her words really got to me. I woke up every morning filled with dread and counted down the days till my birthday. Raven could tell something was wrong and he kept asking me about it at lunch. She's just distracted studying for exams. Plus, why do you care about what's going on with her?
Because she's my friend? What kind of question is that, Marie? Annalise, I know something's been up with you. Why can't you just tell me?
I wanted to tell Raven about my condition so badly, but I was worried I'd freak him out, so I kept my mouth shut. On the night of the birthday, Marie told me she had a surprise for me in the living room. I've been kind of hard on you these past few weeks. I just got jealous when Raven posted that photo, but we're still besties, and I made you a present. Perfect for Halloween. Wow, that's really sweet. But when Marie showed me my present, my stomach did a somersault. She'd made a doll that looked exactly like me, wearing my exact clothes. She also had pins in her. I had to leave the sewing pins in place to hold her together. I thought we could have a ceremony to say goodbye to the young Annalise. All little girls grow up eventually and get older, right? Before I could answer, Marie tossed the doll into the fireplace. Oh my God! Okay, you're freaking me out. I think you want my condition to ruin my life. Because, I don't know, you're jealous of me or something? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. All I know is it's my time to be the pretty and popular one now, not just your little servant girl. I couldn't be around her for another minute, so I went upstairs to watch MSA videos and collect my thoughts. After that night, I avoided Marie and Raven and told Grant I couldn't date him anymore. I even refused to go to school. Too much was happening too fast. And a few months later, I started aging and my hair slowly started turning white. So everywhere I went, I wore a scarf around my hair and face. Then one day, someone knocked at the door and my heart jumped to see that it was Raven.
Annalise, is that you? Why are you dressed like that?
Just leave me alone, please. You won't understand.
You know what? No. You've ghosted me for months, and I came here to check to see if you were okay.
Suddenly, I started to cry and told Raven everything. Then I took off my layers to reveal what I looked like. Well, what do you think?
How could you keep a secret like this from me? Annalise, I have to go. This is just too much.
With that, Raven walked out the door and I felt totally shaken up. He had left because he thought I was hideous. And I was. Someone knocked on my door and it was Mom.
Annalise, Marie won't be working for us anymore. I discovered that she's mentally ill and wanted to hurt you. Marie made over 1,000 dolls of you with pins in them. I guess she was trying to do some evil spell, and I found them in her closet. She's in an asylum now. I was lost for words. I knew Marie was jealous of me and had been acting weird lately, but I had no idea it had gone so far. At least her new boyfriend is visiting her. His name is Grant, so I guess she's his problem now. Wait, Marie was dating Grant? Did that mean Raven and Marie had broken up? I wanted to call him and ask him, but after the way he'd left me last night, I didn't want to speak to him. But later that night, I heard a knock on my window, and it was Raven. What are you doing here? I thought I'm too ugly for you to look at.
What are you talking about? I never said you were ugly. I was just shocked that you'd kept your condition a secret. I am so sorry I made you feel that way. Can you come outside with me, please?
Raven sounded really sincere, so I agreed to sit with him in our front yard. I'm sorry I kept this a secret from you. I was just worried I'd scared you away.
You could never scare me away.
Suddenly, Raven took my hand and looked into my eyes.
You know, I broke up with Marie a couple of months ago. I've been wanting to end things with her for ages. And since you broke up with Grant, I guess those two got together.
What do you mean you've been wanting to break up with Marie?
I never loved her. The truth is, I loved you, but I thought you didn't feel the same way. So when Marie asked me out, I just said yes. She was pretty, and she was your best friend, so I'd still be close to you.
Raven, I've been in love with you ever since we became friends. I just never had the courage to tell you. And I knew this would happen, so I didn't think you'd want me anyway.
But I do still want you. And Annalise, your hair looks like starlight.
Hi, I'm Gwen from Louisiana. Please like and subscribe. I was born to one of the wealthiest families in New Orleans. My dad was a successful businessman, and my mother was a pastry chef. But she stopped working when I was born to raise me. My parents threw fancy parties every weekend, and Mom wore the most beautiful dresses. Whenever they went out, people would stop to tell them what a gorgeous couple they were. I, on the other hand, was nothing like my parents. My hair was a mess, and I always had mud and grass stains on my clothes from chasing squirrels and playing in the dirt. On more than a few occasions, people mistook me for a boy, and the kids in school thought I was strange. You want to meet my friend? His name is Charlie. Ew, yuck. You're such a creep. Once in 8th grade, I was watching Mom get dressed for a party, and I couldn't help asking, Mom, how come I'm not pretty like you?
What? Of course you're pretty.
No one has ever called me pretty except you and Dad. And you're my parent, so it doesn't even count. Are you sure I'm your daughter?
Gwen, why would you say that?
None of the kids at school like me very much, and I just don't see how I'm related to you two. Was I switched at birth? Am I adopted? You can tell me. I won't be upset. Mom pulled a beautiful gold locket from her jewelry box and put it around my neck. Inside that locket is a powerful secret. Beauty, success, happiness. Whatever your heart desires, you'll find your answer in there. No way! It's true. I want you to have it. But you have to promise to wear it all the time to keep it safe. I nodded and opened the locket. There was a mirror inside. I don't understand.
What do you see?
My face, obviously.
Well, that's the secret.
Mom, that's really lame.
One day, I hope you'll see what I see when you look in that mirror.
When I was in 10th grade, things took an awful turn. Mom got really sick and went into a coma, and Dad and I were devastated. Over time, Dad started making bad business decisions and lost most of our money. We moved into a tiny apartment, but Dad was still struggling to make ends meet. Most days, he was too sad to even get out of bed. One day, Dad forgot to make dinner, and as I looked around for some snacks, I found Mom's old recipe book in a drawer. I picked a recipe and made the most delicious meal ever.
What's that smell? It's wonderful.
Dad and I ate together, and he smiled for the first time in months. After that, I started cooking dinner regularly, and it made me feel closer to Mom. A few weeks later, someone pounded on our door one evening. It was our landlord demanding rent.
Please, I just need more time. This is the last extension. If you fail to pay next month, I'll throw you out.
I really wished I could do something to help. Suddenly, I remembered Mom's words and opened my locket.
Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires, you'll find the answer in there. I thought of all the recipes I'd been making recently from Mom's book and had an idea. I printed out a menu and went door to door in our apartment building with copies and tasting samples. And to my surprise, orders started pouring in the next day. Soon, I had to make so many lunch and dinner boxes to deliver that Dad started helping me. We were able to make our rent, and over a few months, we were supplying food to other apartment buildings too. We needed more space for our operations, so we soon moved into a small house. At the start of summer vacation, I was busy packing meals one day when I saw a moving truck pull up to the house next door, and a pretty girl my age stepped out of it. I thought I'd welcome her, so the next day I went over with a pie. But just as I was about to ring the doorbell, I heard people yelling inside and then a loud smash. I quickly turned to leave, and a few steps later, I tripped over someone's leg and fell over with my face in the pie. That was hilarious, and I really thought I wouldn't be able to laugh today. Why did you trip me up? Why were you snooping around my house? I just came to say hi, like a nice neighbor. I even baked you a pecan pie. Pecan? That's my favorite. Is there some part of the pie that didn't touch your face? Maybe this corner? That looks okay. I sat down beside the girl as she ate. Her name was Emily, and she told me the people screaming inside were her parents. I can't stand when they fight, which is all the time. They're so busy hating each other, they don't even notice me anymore. What are your parents like? Do they get along? Suddenly, I felt a lump in my throat, and I just couldn't bring myself to talk about Mom. Yeah, my parents are like best friends. They're perfect together. But it's just me and my dad right now. Mom's out of town for a few months. Emily and I quickly became friends, and we spent the whole summer together, watching movies, riding our bikes, and baking cookies in the kitchen. When high school started, I was glad that I had a friend for a change. But the very first day, I saw some cheerleaders talking to Emily by the lockers, and then she came skipping to me. Guess what? The cheerleading captain said I've got a great look, and she wants me to try out. Well, that Candace is a jerk. She's always calling me a weirdo just because I don't paint my face like a clown or act like a bimbo. I don't know. She was really nice to me. It was obvious Emily wanted to join cheerleading, and I didn't want to sound petty, so I didn't say any more. And soon enough, I felt she started changing. Sure, she still hung out with me, but she'd run off the second Candace called her. She even started changing the way she dressed, and I could swear she was trying to imitate Candace's nasal voice when she spoke. One day at lunch, Candace and her gang walked over to us and invited Emily to a party. I'd like to bring Gwen too, please. Hey, why are you begging for me? I'm not dying to go.
Sorry, Em. The party's kind of exclusive, but I've heard some rave reviews about your food, Gwen. Think you could cater for like 100 people this Sunday? I don't mind if you come as a waitress.
I'd be happy to take your order, but I won't be waiting on you.
You could have made yourself loads of tips, but suit yourself.
As much as I disliked her, I didn't want to turn away a big order. I worked hard all weekend, and Dad dropped it off at her place. But the next morning, I was shocked to find the food inspection authorities at our door. It turned out that Candace had made a complaint because she got an allergic reaction from something she ate at the party. She told me she had nut allergies, and I was very careful.
Well, clearly some contamination happened, and we'll be investigating further. For now, we're suspending your business license for the next 6 months.
I was so mad. And the next day when I saw her in school looking just fine, I felt even angrier. Candace, you have to withdraw your complaint. I'll give you your money back.
It's not about the money. You endangered my life. My parents take me very seriously, and they're not gonna back off. Sorry, there's nothing I can do.
You're such a witch. Emily, how can you be friends with someone like her?
Yes, Emily. Why don't you make a decision already? Who will it be? Me or her?
Emily stared at me blankly, then looked away. Candace smirked, and I stormed off. But later that afternoon, I found Emily waiting for me outside my house. Look, about what happened in school, let me explain. It's pretty clear to me, and I have no idea why you're here. I like being your friend, but I also like being a cheerleader. Why can't I have both? I can have those friends there, and we can always be friends outside school. If you can't be my friend at school, I don't want to be your friend at all. What's the matter with you? I just like being popular. I like being noticed and feeling seen. You don't know what it's like growing up in my house. Don't use that as an excuse. Everyone's going through something.
It's not a good enough reason to be a jerk friend. You're one to talk with your picture-perfect parents. You wouldn't understand. Well, thanks to your friend, I might lose my business for good, so I have other things to worry about. Just go away, Emily. Fine, have it your way. And the next day, Emily was even worse. She actually joined Candace and her minions in making fun of me. That afternoon, I went down to a coffee shop that I knew was hiring. The owner was a kind man who was also impressed by my baking knowledge, and he immediately offered me the job. One evening, as I was at the cash counter, a cute boy with sunglasses walked in. He ordered some coffee and then dropped a $20 bill in the tip jar.
I've never seen you here before. What's your name?
Gwen.
Nice to meet you, Gwen. I can give you my autograph if you'd like.
Why would I want your autograph?
You don't know who I am?
Hey, buddy, I've got other customers, so if you don't mind getting out of the way, please.
No one has ever talked to me like that.
Well, maybe if someone had, you wouldn't act like the world revolves around you. Please, step aside now. Just then the boy pulled off his sunglasses, and everyone in the coffee shop lost their minds. OMG, Damien, I love you. I'm your biggest fan. Suddenly, a crowd of people rushed towards the boy. Then 2 huge bodyguards appeared out of nowhere and ushered him out the door. That night, I looked Damien up online and discovered that he was a pretty big movie star. I felt like an idiot. The next day, my boss called me in for a special shift at the coffee shop, and I found out that Damien had booked the place for a networking event and was inviting some big celebrities. I want you to make your mom's signature pastries that you had me try one day. I was only too happy to, and the guests couldn't stop raving about them. My boss introduced me as the baker, and I caught Damien smiling at me warmly. It kind of made my toes tingle. After the party was over, Damien asked me if he could drop me home.
I think we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Damien. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Damien and I talked and laughed the whole way home.
This was really fun. I feel like you really see me.
Of course I see you. I'm looking at you right now. Wait, I hope you're not telling me you're a ghost.
You're funny. I mean, most people just see my fame and stardom. They don't really bother to get to know the real me.
Who do you see when you look in here?
Not some famous star, just plain old Damien.
Well, I think plain old Damien is pretty cool. Damien came to see me at the coffee shop every time he was in town, and I had a growing crush on him. One night, Emily and her friends were at the coffee shop when Damien walked in. Is that? No way! Damien came up to me, ordered his usual, and then took a seat to wait for me to get off work. And suddenly, Emily and Candace were waving me over like lunatics. How can I help you? Introduce us to Damien. Come on, give him my number. You can do that for an old friend, right? I'm afraid I can't. I know Damien won't be interested in you. And why's that? Because you're as lame and fake as your jumbo eyelashes. How dare you talk to me like that? I'll complain to management. Go ahead. I only spoke the truth. Now, if you'll excuse me. I turned away, but just then Emily flung her chocolate shake at me. I missed it by an inch, and the shake made a huge mess on the floor. Then Emily charged towards me and slipped on it. She landed smack on her butt, and it was all over her clothes and hair. Everyone laughed as Emily struggled to get to her feet, and the loudest was Candace. One of her minions was even filming the whole thing. And by the next morning, the video was making its rounds at school, and Emily was a joke. She stopped talking to Candace and her gang, and after that, I'd always see her alone. I tried to reach out to her, but she was so mad that she refused to talk to me. And I found out one morning that she and her family had moved. She never even said goodbye. Damien and I started dating shortly after, and he even got help from his lawyer to have our license returned. The coffee shop owner wanted to invest in my business, and before I'd even graduated high school, we'd opened more branches and were supplying meals all over the city. Dad was managing it full-time, and we were doing well. But the best day of my life was when I got a phone call from Dad saying Mom was awake after 3 long years. We hugged and cried for hours, and I was beyond happy to have her back. Her recovery was so miraculous that it was even all over the local news. Late one night, I was locking up one of our kitchen locations when I turned around to see Emily. Gwen, why didn't you ever tell me about your mom? I wanted to, Emily, and I thought I would eventually, but then we stopped being friends. And it was just painful to talk about. Like, saying it out loud made it too real. I'm so sorry. I never knew what you were going through.
and I'm sorry for how I treated you. I just wanted to be popular so bad, but I was never good enough, and you were my only real friend. I hope you can forgive me. Emily, you were always good enough. I'm sorry you didn't see that. What's your secret, Gwen? You seem to have an amazing life now. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires. Inside this locket, you'll find the secret on how to achieve it. You want to know what it is? Yeah, absolutely. The secret is you. You just need to believe in yourself. Hi, I'm Lucy. Get some popcorn and settle down because my story is bonkers. Don't forget to like and subscribe to MSA. My childhood was crazy. Mom was super strict and was always breathing down my neck to make sure I followed all her dumb house rules. Lucy, this placemat is 0.5 inches to the left. I'm so disappointed in you. Seriously? I got no dessert because of freaking placemats. And Dad was a complete weirdo. He stayed in his study all day long and only left at night with a suspicious-looking briefcase. But whenever I asked him what was in it, he would always tell me to mind my own business. So rude. One day, I was playing football by myself in the park when two mean-looking men grabbed my ball and squished all the air out of it. Hey, are you stupid? You're supposed to kick the ball, not squish it. She's a little firecracker. Where's your dad, little girl? He owes us an apology.
Why? Who are you? And what did my dad do to you?
You ask too many questions. Let's just say your father isn't a very nice man. Selfie!
And they took pictures with me and left. What was going on? I ran home and confronted Dad. He looked panicked but told me it was no big deal. But I wasn't going to let it go. That night, I sneaked out of my room like a ninja and tried to get into Dad's study. But suddenly, a loud alarm went off and red lights flashed all over the house. I nearly jumped out of my skin in fright. Dad was so furious, he made me write 200 times, "I will mind my own business." But the next day, he was gone. I looked for him everywhere and called him, but his phone was off. And I felt guilty. Had he left because of me? But Mom refused to talk about him. Aren't you even a little bit worried about Dad? He's missing.
He's a grown man. I'm sure he can take care of himself.
People said he's a bad man. What did he do?
What have I told you about listening to idle gossip? And straighten your back.
Ugh, she was the worst. Rather than go to the police and file a report, she moved us to a new city. I was so mad at her that I stopped showering for a week. Then I accidentally smelled my own armpits and nearly fainted, so I finally took a bath. But I stopped doing chores according to her ridiculous rules.
Lucy, I told you to dry the laundry, not dye it.
Oops. But I was only getting started. I always put the forks and knives in different drawers around the house after washing them and screwed up the TV remote so it wouldn't work properly. I dyed my hair orange and got fake piercings and tattoos, but told her they were real. She was so upset, she got me enrolled in an insanely strict school.
They have uniforms and rules. I'm sure they'll knock some sense into you.
Not if I knock them over first. St. Mary's was a mansion with super rich kids. The lawns were perfectly kept, and the halls were so clean they shone like diamonds. But I got in trouble on the very first day. I was putting my books in my locker when suddenly someone threw a hoodie in my face. Wear this. Your ugly face is gonna make me vomit. Then look somewhere else, creep. This is a respectable school. We don't want people like you, so you better clean up. She knocked the milkshake out of my hand and pushed me down in the mess. I saw red. I was about to get up and slap this crazy witch when suddenly a boy came running down the hall and stood between us.
Picking on the new kid on the first day? You're really desperate for attention, aren't you, Crystal?
Mind your own business, Anthony. This is my school, not your dad's office. What I say goes.
Maybe I should give him a call and we'll see who really runs this school.
Crystal looked furious. She flipped her hair and left with her minions, and Anthony helped me up.
Hey, I'm sorry about Crystal. Just because she's the principal's daughter, she thinks she can boss everyone around.
Thanks for coming in like a knight in shining armor.
I always wanted to save a damsel in distress.
Oh, you didn't save me. You saved her from me. But the teachers at the school were like Mom Pro Max. They gave detention for everything. Need to sharpen your pencil twice a day? Detention. Spend more than 5 minutes in the bathroom? Detention.
The last straw for me was when one of the teachers took away my bag of candies and threw them in the trash. Just keep your candy at home. Mom is a bigger candy police than the teachers. One time I had more than one M&M and she took me to the dentist for a cleaning. That's intense. Come over to my place and we can play video games and eat all the candy you want. Anthony's house was bigger than the White House. There were guards all over the place and a whole room dedicated to gaming consoles, snacks, and a freaking cotton candy machine. Fart in my face to wake me up because I must be dreaming.
You are so weird.
We played till our eyes hurt, and it was the best time I'd ever had in my life. Over a dinner of greasy burgers, I told him all about my parents, how we'd moved so suddenly, and how I'd never had a normal childhood, and how Dad left. I think Dad was a criminal or something. That's the only logical explanation.
Is that why he disappeared?
Maybe. This is the best burger I've ever had. Mom would freak out if she saw me eating this.
That just shows your mom really cares about you. My dad builds bridges and has a whole list of rules that he needs to follow strictly or people's lives could be in danger. Your mom is just trying to build a strong bridge.
I'd never really thought about it like that. Maybe Mom wasn't so bad. But Anthony was so wrong, because when I got home, Mom was waiting for me in the living room, boiling with anger.
How dare you go to a friend's house without permission? Do I even know these people?
You'd know about my friends if you cared about anything other than your stupid rules.
You're grounded.
I hated my life at home, and Crystal was making me miserable at school. She was the student body president and was always after me for breaking some rule, which she made up herself. Ugh. I know you can't fix your ugly face, but at least have the decency not to smile. Your crooked teeth really make everyone cringe. Detention.
For smiling? That isn't against the rules.
No, but it should be for you. Well, if I'm gonna do the time, I might as well do the crime. I was getting detention so often that kids in school had started calling it getting a Lucy. It was ridiculous. So I decided to get even in the most Lucy way possible. I came in super early one day, did a little dance for the security camera, and drew poop emojis all over Crystal's locker. But why stop there? The whole school was a blank canvas. So I drew the little brown swirls on every whiteboard and bathroom stall. The school went nuts. One of the teachers fainted. The principal called me into her office, and soon after, Mom showed up with Dad's briefcase. She told me angrily to go outside for a few minutes. You're definitely going to get expelled, Lucy. That's what happens when you don't follow the rules. But just then, the principal came out looking pale and sweaty.
Well, Lucy, I've decided not to expel you. I can see you don't do well with rules, so maybe we can relax a few and make learning easy for you.
What? I was shocked, but Crystal had a full-blown meltdown. This loser drew poop all over my locker. She can't get away with this. I want her out, Mommy. Kick her out. The principal had to drag Crystal into her office because she was kicking and screaming like a 5-year-old. And Mom grabbed my hand and took me home for the day. What just happened? What did you say to the principal? Did you threaten her? What's in that briefcase?
That's none of your business. Just keep your head down at school. I saved your butt this time, but it won't always work.
No. Maybe you're a criminal, just like Dad. I don't trust you at all. I won't do anything you ask until I know the truth. I ran out the door and went to stay with Anthony. It was the only place I felt safe. Mom kept calling, but I ignored her calls. The next day, people in school were looking at me like I was some kind of hero. One of Crystal's minions actually dusted my locker and opened it for me, while another girl brought me coffee and offered to carry my books. What's going on here? Why are you guys doing this? Because someone finally put Crystal in her place. She's no longer the student body president thanks to you. We were all so tired of her being mean to us. Aw, shucks. But I didn't really do anything. Thanks for the coffee, but you don't have to do this anymore, okay? Life was pretty sweet after that. The teachers left me alone, and Crystal's day of ruling the school halls was over. She was always glaring at me like she was planning something evil in that petty brain of hers. And a few weeks later, I found out what. Someone had spray-painted poop emojis on every teacher's car and left a giant cat turd on the principal's windshield. Don't look at me. I didn't do it. Then who did? You're such a witch, Lucy.
Everyone tried their best to make you straighten your ways, but you're a lost cause. Once a criminal, always a criminal.
You take that back.
You're a criminal.
I slapped Crystal so hard that her contacts fell out. I was expelled on the spot, and the teachers reported me to the police for destroying their cars. My case was being investigated, and I was probably going to end up in juvie. But I wasn't a criminal like Dad, and I had to prove my innocence. So that night, I sneaked into the school's security room and got all the camera footage on a USB, and then ran to Anthony's place. Lucy, what happened? Why did you do that to all the teachers' cars? I didn't. Someone's framing me, and I'm going to find out who. We used his laptop to look through the videos, but there were hours and hours of it, and I was getting sleepy. I went to the bathroom to change into my pajamas when I saw something that made the hair on the back of my head stand up. Hey, Lucy, I think I found the footage, but it's no good. The person's wearing a hoodie and a mask. I don't think you'll be able to prove it wasn't you. And that's exactly what you wanted, didn't you? I threw the hoodie and mask in his face. They had the same spray paint stains as the one used to make the emojis. He looked shocked at first, but then an evil grin spread on his face. No one is going to believe a nobody like you. They shouldn't have believed your dad either. What are you talking about? What does my dad have to do with any of this? He has everything to do with this. When you joined the school and I read your name, I knew you had to be that nosy journalist's daughter. Journalist? Stupid, naive Lucy. Doesn't even know anything about her own parents. Yes, he found some stupid evidence against my dad for fraud and ruined his reputation. He sent him to prison. And now I'm going to send his precious daughter to jail. Just then the door slammed open and the police rushed into the room. Anthony, you're under arrest for property damage. What? It was her. You have no proof it was me. Actually, you slipped up. I have a dashboard camera in my car, and that caught your face when you were ruining it. Lucy, are you okay? Suddenly, Mom came into the room, and I was so glad to see her. I gave her a bear hug. I was so scared, Mom. Anthony told me some weird stuff about Dad. He's a journalist? Yes, sweetie. He is a very brave man who exposes criminals and bad men in the government. People are always trying to harm him, so he had to leave the country. And that's why we moved, to keep you safe. But how did you know I was here? I know I'm gonna sound like a psycho stalker, but I got your phone tracked. You weren't picking up and I was worried about you. The minute I saw Anthony's last name, I realized who he was and I knew you were in danger. I am so glad you stalked me. I didn't realize you were living with so much stress. And tell me now, Mom, what's up with the briefcase and how'd you scare the principal? It has your father's research and proof that he's used to expose people. I told your principal I had dirt on her. Do you? Nah, but it scared her enough to let you stay on in school. But you don't have to go back there. We can find you a better school. That's okay. The kids aren't half bad there. But when can we see Dad? I was thinking we could visit him in the summer. Would you like that? I would love it, Mom.
Hi, I'm Haley, better known as Haley, or Princess Haley, the poetess turned supermodel.
I don't think they know.
Of course they do. Everyone knows me. We'll get to that later. First, like and subscribe to MSA because I have a crazy story to tell you. My great-great-great-great-grandfather's sister was married to the Duke of Scotland, so that made us partially royal. Dad got a big chunk of land in inheritance, but he sold that and moved to New York to work as a designer where he met my mom. They got married and had me, but when I was 10, Mom decided to turn into a spiritual yogi.
Truth is a myth. Happiness is a myth. Life is a myth. The only thing true is today, and today will be tomorrow, and tomorrow the day after.
What is she saying, Dad?
I wish I knew. Mom went bonkers, left for the Himalayas, and never came back.
Dad was sad for a while, but then he threw himself into his work and started his own fashion line. And as for me, I fell in love with poetry. Roses are red, violets are blue. A face like yours belongs in a zoo.
Hold up. Violets are not blue. Violets are just, violets? I don't know. Who made this dumb poem?
It's poetry, okay? It doesn't always have to make sense.
Yeah, so I loved poetry and spent hours in my room reading and writing stuff from scratch. I dreamt of publishing my own set of poems when I grew up. But then I turned 18 and everything changed. I was at a shoot for Dad's new fashion venture when a photographer saw me and was totally floored. "She's a diva. I've never seen so much beauty in my life before. She should be the face of your brand." Turns out the photographer was right, and I was a natural. The ad went live after a week, and everyone loved me. I had fan accounts on social media, and my life became a series of parties and fancy dinners. At one such dinner, Dad introduced me to his investor's son, Marcus. He was the only heir to his dad's multi-million-dollar business, and he was dumb as a button.
Dad got me a private jet last week for my birthday. Pick a country, and I'll take you for dinner there.
Really? I've always wanted to visit the United States of never in this lifetime.
That sounds like a cool place. Where exactly is it?
Oh, it's close to I Can't Believe You're So Stupid.
I've never heard of it, but I'm sure we could make something work.
This guy was unbelievable, and no matter how much I tried stalling him, Marcus just never gave up.
Poor guy.
You want to date him? I'm pretty sure he's single, and I can put in a good word for you.
No thank you.
Anyway, a few months passed, and my life as a model only got busier. I hardly got time to breathe and was constantly tired. I tried telling Dad about it, but he always had one thing to say.
It's just a phase. Just get a good night's sleep, and you'll be fine.
No, Dad, I need a break.
Breaks are for losers, Haley. You're on top, and if you want to stay there, you'll have to push your limits.
I tried, but things kept getting messier. And then one day during a party, I just decided I'd had enough. So when Dad was busy talking to some stupid investors, I slipped away, rushed across the street, and slid into a taxi. Let's go.
I need a location, ma'am.
Just take me to the first place that comes to your mind. Anywhere.
As you say.
The driver hit the accelerator and rushed through traffic, landing us straight in front of a public bathroom. You couldn't think of anything better?
I was under pressure, and I haven't peed in almost 12 hours. This is the only place I could think of. Now wait here, and I'll be back in 10.
You'll take 10 minutes to pee?
Yes, I have a big bladder, okay? Runs in the family, actually. Why am I telling you this?
No idea. The driver shot me a glance and darted to the bathroom. When he walked back, I noticed he was kind of cute.
You're drooling.
Am not.
Want me to zoom in?
No, that won't be necessary, and I thought you were zipping it up.
Whatever.
Anyway, the guy introduced himself as Tyler and offered to take me to a diner close by, and I happily agreed. As the order came, I stuffed my face in food, while Tyler gave me a soft smirk.
So, what's your story?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid to trust a taxi driver in the middle of the night.
I was hungry, and you looked harmless. Also, I always carry pepper spray in my bag, so in case you act funny, I'm well equipped. Tyler shot me a funny look before bursting into a laugh. I joined him, and the two of us ended up having a great time. I was kind of disappointed when he dropped me back home. I didn't think I'd ever meet Tyler again, but the next morning, while I was leaving for my shoot, I saw him outside my house. So, you've been thinking about me, I see?
You left this minion keychain in my car last night.
Oh, this! Haha, of course! It's my lucky keychain! You know it's important to be lucky or you'll get unlucky. And you can't get unlucky because then you're just sad. And I don't want to be sad, so thanks for making me lucky. Sorry, bring my luck back. I should go.
Actually, I was thinking, do you want to grab some ice cream? Or not, you're probably busy.
Darn right she is. I turned around and saw Marcus walking in our direction.
Why are you talking to this loser, Haley? Is he bothering you?
The only thing bothering me is you, Marcus. Tyler here is a friend.
Really? I didn't know you were friends with sewer rats. What did you just call me?
Tyler stepped up with his fists balled up, but I got in the way. He's not worth it. And Marcus, stop butting in my conversations and find someone else to waste time with. Marcus looked furious, but I just held Tyler's arm and left. He was still mad when we got to the ice cream parlor, but I calmed him down and we ended up having a great time. Tyler was cute, easy to talk to, and he had the best taste in music. We got talking, and I told Tyler everything about my life and how I actually wanted to be a poet, but Dad was against it. Tyler tucked a strand of hair behind my ears and came closer, and my heartbeat was in chaos.
Excuse me. I think I need to get myself checked for diabetes.
You're spoiling my moment.
Fine.
So, yeah.
After that day, Tyler and I just got closer. He would drop by at my shoots with my favorite coffee and we'd go for drives. I was the happiest I'd been in months with Tyler around. But of course, Marcus hated it.
What are these rumors about you going around with that gutter-faced taxi driver?
Firstly, that's none of your business. And secondly, they aren't rumors. I genuinely like Tyler.
So you'd choose that poor rat over me? Are you blind or just dumb?
Tyler is twice the man you'll ever be, Marcus. At least he works hard to pay his bills than just feed off his father's money like a parasite. Now get out of my way. I accidentally pushed Marcus a bit too hard, and he landed in a bunch of chairs. I'm sorry.
You'll pay for this, Haley. Mark my words.
Saying that, Marcus just got up and left, and when I got home, Dad was waiting for me, looking like a ball of fire.
What were you thinking, Haley? Marcus's dad is our biggest investors, and you hurt his son.
He was being annoying, Dad, and it was barely a scratch.
That's not the point. You need to treat Marcus better. He's not just anybody. He's a
moron, and he's rude and flashy. I'm already doing everything you're asking me to do and literally left all my dreams behind.
Like what? Become a poet and roam around asking people to read your stupid poems? Let's face it, Haley, you're doing so much better here with me. Now remember, next time you see Marcus, be nice and don't do anything stupid.
I wanted to argue more, but Dad got a phone call and he left. I was so bummed when I met Tyler the next day and told him what happened.
You did the right thing by standing up for yourself.
I don't know. Dad's not happy at all.
He'll be fine. Now come on, I want to show you something.
We were sitting on a bench overlooking the ranch when Tyler turned to me. He held my hand in his and I felt my cheeks turn red.
Haley, I know it's probably a long shot and you look like a dream in this moonlight, but I can't keep this to myself anymore. I think...
Before Tyler could finish, someone pushed him hard and he landed on his face. I turned around and saw Marcus standing behind us. What the heck are you doing here?
Your dad has been calling you for hours, but you weren't answering. He thought someone kidnapped you and came to me for help, so I used my contacts to track you. And now, I'm gonna tell everyone how this guy abducted you, unless, of course, you agree to come with me.
I'd rather eat a bag of worms than go anywhere with you.
Don't make me force you. I'd punch your teeth in before you touch Haley. Let's see what you got.
Marcus punched Tyler, but Tyler ducked away just in time. He kicked Marcus in the shin before punching his face.
Not my face, you moron!
Just then, the police walked in along with Dad. Marcus must have alerted them once he knew where I was.
Take him. He kidnapped my girlfriend and then hit me. See? He bruised my perfect jawline. I think I'm feeling dizzy.
Saying that, Marcus dropped to the ground like a fly and passed out.
Okay, I take my words back. Marcus is a moron.
Finally, we agree on something. Marcus was carried off in an ambulance. Tyler got arrested, and I tried to stop the police, but Dad shoved me in the back of his car and took me home. Why would you do that? Tyler is innocent and Marcus is lying. I need to talk to the police.
You can't.
Why not?
Because I'll lose everything.
That's when Dad told me that a few months back, he ran into money troubles and started gambling. He even got involved with some illegal businesses and would have been in jail if Marcus's dad hadn't used his connections to help Dad out.
The only condition was that you and Marcus get married.
You've got to be kidding me!
I'm not. Marcus fell for you the day he saw your first dad. He's the one who told his dad to invest money in my business.
I thought you guys were old friends. Dad, I'm not marrying that jerk.
You don't have to marry him. You just need to date Marcus. I will stall the wedding by a few months and figure out a way to get out of this debt. Please, help me.
I wanted to say no, but Dad was practically begging me. I'd never seen him so helpless in my life before, and it crushed my heart. That night, I called Marcus and told him that I was ready to give him a chance if he took back his complaint against Tyler. Marcus agreed, and the next morning, Tyler was out. I went to the station to see Tyler, but before I could say anything, he spoke.
I don't think I want to see you anymore. You and I come from very different worlds. Reputation is everything for me, and I can't keep going to jail because of you. So it was nice knowing you, but goodbye.
Really? Is that how you feel about me?
Yes, just please, stay away from me.
Before I could say another word, Tyler walked away. I rushed after him, but Marcus got in my way.
You heard him, Hales. He doesn't want to see you. Now, be a good girlfriend and forget about that leech. I have planned something exciting for you.
The next few weeks were a blur. I missed Tyler terribly and tried reaching out to him, but he never responded. I wanted to go to his place and talk to him, but Marcus was stuck to me like chewing gum, and now he was even more controlling than ever.
You look hideous in that dress. Change it.
It's my dad's design.
Well, it sucks. And keep your hair down. It hides your ears better. In fact, you should get plastic surgery to fix those ugly ears. The nose needs a little work too.
I'm fine, just the way I am.
You could be better.
Marcus was horrible, and Dad was nowhere close to getting the money. I didn't know what else to do except wait, but we were running out of time, and soon my engagement was announced. On the engagement day, I felt heavy and heartbroken. I was in the room, weeping my eyes out, when I heard some voices. I rushed outside to see Marcus holding my dad by the collar.
What do you mean you can't pay for a champagne fountain? I already told all my friends I don't have that kind of money, Marcus. You know that. Then beg, borrow, rob a bank. I don't care. It's customary in our culture for the girl's father to pay for everything.
Marcus kept screaming at Dad, and I felt my blood boil. I walked up to Marcus, punched him in his gut, and he winced like a little boy.
What do you think you're doing?
It's customary in my culture to punch the guy if he acts like a jerk. And for the record, this engagement is off.
You can't do that. I'll ruin you and your family.
Try me. I took Dad's hand and the two of us walked out of the venue. As expected, Marcus's dad pulled out his investment and tipped off the police about Dad's involvement in the illegal business deals, and he got arrested. Dad lost the company, and his case went to trial, but fortunately, we had enough savings to hire a good lawyer, and Dad's sentence was reduced to 6 months.
I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess, Haley. I wish I was a better father.
You can be one now, Dad. It's never too late. Are you crying?
No, I'm not! Don't look at me! I'm hideous!
I don't disagree. Anyway, I picked up modeling again and moved to a smaller apartment. Marcus tried getting in touch a few times, but I got a restraining order against him, and a few weeks later, I saw on the news that his dad was arrested for smuggling. Karma paid him a visit after all. Everything was falling in place, except I still missed Tyler a lot. I had gone to visit him at his family ranch, but his neighbors told me he'd moved. A few months passed, Dad got out of jail, and I finally quit modeling. I wanted to give poetry an honest shot and was writing in a cafe when I heard a familiar voice behind me.
Glad to see you're still writing.
Tyler? Oh my God, how have you been?
Good. I quit working as a taxi driver and got into college. We even sold the place on the ranch to move closer to college.
I know, I visited. Listen, Tyler, I know you don't want to see me, but...
Let me stop you right there. Whatever I said at the police station that day was because Marcus threatened me and my family, Haley. As much as I loved you, I couldn't let him hurt my mom and grandma the way he hurt me. So I decided to let you go, and it was the most difficult thing I'd ever done.
You should have just told me the truth, Ty. And hold up, did you say you loved me?
Yeah, dummy. I loved you. Actually, I think I still do. So, if you'd like, maybe we could catch up over coffee?
I'd like that. And in case it wasn't clear, I love you too.
I think that's pretty obvious now.
Yeah, whatever. Now, can you look away so we can kiss? Hi, I'm Clara, and I'm a story hunter. I see a story in everything, and I won't stop until I find it. But before we get into it, please like and subscribe to MSA. My parents thought they'd never have kids, but 10 years after their marriage, they had me. While Mom was over the moon, Dad always seemed annoyed when I tried getting his attention.
Daddy, look! I found a ladybug in the park. Isn't she cute? I rescued her from a parade of ants.
Could you please take this girl away? I'm on a phone call.
Of course, honey. Come on, Clara. Let's read some Nancy Drew.
Yay! My favorite!
Dad was weird, but at least I had Mom. She was a journalist before she married Dad and had the craziest stories to tell me. And growing up, I wanted to be just like her. When I turned 10, Mom got me my first recording set, and I went crazy interviewing people on the streets.
Since how long have you been homeless? That's a cute dog. Did you steal it or buy it?
People would pass me weird stares, but I just didn't care. I was following my passion. One evening, I was in a far end of my neighborhood when I missed a turn. The street was empty and it was getting really dark, so I started to walk quickly when a shady black car pulled up next to me.
Hey, kid, are you lost? It's freezing out there. Hop in. I'll drop you off. Don't be scared. I won't harm you.
See, before he could finish, I punched him hard and ran. I thought I was successful, but seconds later the car stopped again and the guy got out, and I was shocked to see he was the frickin' mayor.
He wasn't hurt, but this was so embarrassing. I apologized and he dropped me back home. But someone on the street had made a video of me punching the mayor and it went viral. I was the joke of the town. And Dad was furious. "You've crossed all limits. You hit the mayor."
It was a reflex, Dad. I was scared. And I've read so much about these kidnappers in a black car.
All this investigation and these stupid stories are ruining you. What if he wants to take action and drag us to court? I'm a really private person. I don't want this.
Jeez, relax, Dad. He won't. He knows it was just a mistake. Why are you getting so worked up?
That's it. You're grounded. And no more story hunting.
But why? Mom, say something.
But as always, Mom said nothing, and I was done for. Growing up, Dad and I drifted further apart. He stayed cooped up in his office while I got busy with school and perfecting my investigation skills. On my 15th birthday, I begged Mom to get me a professional recording set with a mic, but she simply refused. We just don't have the money for it. I decided to try my luck with Dad and ask him for some money. I wouldn't tell him what it was for exactly, but he wasn't in his office. As I was leaving, suddenly my foot got caught in the carpet and I landed on some boxes full of money. Oh my God, Clara, what are you doing in here? Mom, you said we don't have any money. What is all this? It belongs to your dad and it's not your concern. But it's a lot of money, Mom. It has to come from somewhere. Is Dad a mafia guy? Oh my God, he robbed a bank, didn't he? Stop it. Please, Clara, you don't understand. You need to leave, now. And don't say a word about this to anyone, least of all your dad. Promise me. Something was definitely fishy, but I'd never seen Mom so serious. So I did what she said. I wanted to know more, but I just didn't get the chance to go into Dad's study again. Soon, I got busy with school and forgot all about it. One time in 11th grade, Lena, the head cheerleader and the most popular girl, walked up to me. "I heard you can uncover any truth in the world. Is that true?" "That depends on what kind of truth you want." "Well, don't tell anyone, but I think Nick's cheating on me." "Who's Nick?"
Do you live under a rock? Nick's my boyfriend. He's the captain of the football team.
Got it. What about him?
I just told you. He's cheating on me, and I want you to find out the truth.
Oh, yeah. Leave this to me.
Be careful. He's a very good liar.
No liar can ever hide the truth from the world's greatest investigator. Go and chill, kid. I got this. I started following Nick around everywhere, but I couldn't find any dirt on him. Until one day, I saw him sneak into the coach's office and saw him making out with another girl. I waited till he left without noticing me, and then, right in the middle of the cafeteria, I made him pay. I dropped an entire carton of milk all over his head. What the heck? What do you want, weirdo? Listen up, everyone. This jerk right here cheated on his girlfriend. No, I didn't. I knew you'd say that. Here's the proof. Nick looked at me in shock as I showed him the video of his makeout session. Lena broke up with him instantly, and he was getting a lot of backlash for cheating on the most popular girl around. Soon after, he left and got transferred to North High, our rival school. After that, Lena and I started hanging out and became besties. As much as I liked having her around, her band of cheerleaders annoyed me. Especially this girl, Wendy. Lena even had a YouTube channel with her where they ran gossip sessions and fashion advice. You know, I was thinking, why don't we add Clara to the channel? Why? So we lose all our followers and our popularity? I don't think having 5 followers makes you popular. But then again, what do I know? Stop it, you two. Clara is a professional. You saw what she did with Nick, and with her brains and cool stories and my beauty tips and styling, we'll be so much more popular. We'll be like Daphne and Velma. Who? Scooby-Doo? Forget it. We should totally do it. I joined the YouTube channel soon after, and we started with collecting scoops on everyone in school. Within a few months, we hit 1 million subscribers. I was happy, but Lena was on cloud 9. Her popularity was through the roof, and she loved the attention. We got invited to every party in town, and she would drag me with her even when I didn't feel like going. One day I was at her house getting ready for a party when Wendy made a snarky comment. "Do you always have to dress up like a homeless person? And why's your hair such a mess?" There's nothing wrong with my hair or clothes. I don't want to look all dolled up. Detectives are meant to look rugged, right, Lena? Yeah, but it won't hurt you to put on a little makeup now and then. It'll only make you look prettier. No, it'll make me look like a bimbo. So you think I'm a bimbo? I didn't mean it like that. But Lena was already walking in the other direction. Good job, Sherlock. I wanted to apologize to Lena, but she kept ignoring me at the party and at school the next day. I got that she was mad at me, but it wasn't like she supported me in front of Wendy either. I decided to give her some time and continue doing my bit for the channel. The next day after lunch, I was passing by when I saw Wendy terrorizing the school topper and making him do her assignments. But as I took my camera out, Lena walked up to me and knocked it out of my hand. What are you doing? She's our friend. Nope, she's your friend. She doesn't even like me. Why can't you guys just try to get along? For me? I know you think we're bimbos, but that's the least you can do as my best friend. Oh, you're so dramatic. Okay, fine. I'll let this go. Just this once. And I don't think you're a bimbo. I'm sorry. Stop talking and meet me for boba tea later. Deal? Deal. And just like that, we were back to being besties. And I tried to tolerate Wendy better, even though she still got on my nerves. Soon after, the entire school was buzzing over the senior day prank wars with North High, and Lena was determined to crush the rival school, mainly because Nick was their new student body president. We need to ace this. They should never see us coming. How about we break into the school? You can't be serious, Wendy. You guys will get caught. Not with these masks, we won't. And why are you so negative? I'm being practical. It's the dumbest plan on earth. Back me up, Lena. Actually, I like it. No one will ever know. Now, are you in or out? Out. You know my dad. He would ground me for life if I got caught. You know what, Clara? I've been there for all your dumb investigations. I even got you in on the channel. And now, if you can't support me, then you're not a good friend. Hey, that's not fair. It's my channel too. I made it popular. Really? Wow. Tell me why she's here again. Oh my God, I can't deal with you guys right now. I'm going. Lena turned to leave. I didn't want her to be mad again, so I reluctantly tagged along. But just as we reached there, all the cheerleaders took out spray cans and started trashing lockers and vandalizing the walls. I tried to stop them when Lena banged into me and I went flying into a statue, crashing it to pieces. Those statues are like thousands of dollars. I told you this was a dumb idea. Oh my God, what are we supposed to do? We don't have time. Run! As I made my way home, my heart couldn't stop racing. I'd just made the most terrible mistake of my life, and I prayed no one would find out about it. But the next day at school, I felt numb when the principal called me into his office, with both Dad and Nick waiting for me there, along with a few other people from North High.
Clara, where were you last night?
I was
vandalizing property, right? Are you really that dumb not to know that every school has security cameras? The school authorities checked last night's footage, and guess what they found?
Nick flashed the phone in my face with footage of me crashing into the statue and breaking it. Everyone else had a mask on, but me. How could I be so stupid? But it was a mistake.
Was it? And who are these other girls with you? Do you have a name?
I wanted to punch Nick in the face. He knew I wouldn't rat Lena out, even though I was mad at her for putting me into this mess.
Now, either you pay for the damages, or you get expelled for a month, or you give me the names of all the other girls involved, and I'll think about reducing your punishment.
I can't. I'm sorry, Dad.
Expel her. There's no way I'm paying that money.
With that, Dad simply got up and left, leaving me in tears. How could he do this to me? I knew it was my fault, but he was my father. Wasn't he supposed to look after me or something? That evening at home, I had the worst argument with Dad, while Mom just stood in a corner like a stone.
Were you at that school for some dumb story? You're such a nuisance. I can't believe you're my kid.
I can't believe you're my dad either. What father gets his own child expelled over a few bucks? You never supported me, and you always acted like my existence bothers you. And it's not like you're so perfect yourself. What do you even do, Dad? How do you really make money?
How dare you talk to me like that in my own house? I don't have to take this.
Mom, are you just going to stand there and say nothing? The suspension will go down on my record. How can you be such a coward?
What is she gonna say? Listen to me, kid. You better stop throwing tantrums and do as I say, or you'll be out of here.
I wanted to scream in Dad's face, and I felt angrier at Mom for being quiet. That night, I felt the most alone I'd ever been. The worst part about this was I couldn't talk to Lena either, even though she'd tried calling me 1,000 times. That night, I slept with the worst headache of my life. And the next morning, I woke up to loud noises and Lena shaking me like a mad person. Wake up, dummy. Wake up. Fine, I'm up. What is that noise? Get dressed and come out. Your mom needs you. It's your dad. He's been arrested. Arrested? For what? Just come down. I rushed downstairs, and I was shocked to see our entire yard was surrounded by police cars and reporters shoving cameras in my face, asking a million questions all at once.
How does it feel to be the daughter of a lying thief?
Did you know about your father's crimes this entire time? Oh my God, what was happening? Just then, I spotted Mom talking to one of the reporters. Mom, what's happening? And why is Lena saying that Dad's been arrested? What Mom told me next shook my entire world. Your father is a criminal, Clara. He was laundering money from his company to fake accounts abroad. I just knew it. That's what all the money was for, right? Yes. I didn't say anything because I wanted to protect your dad. But what's the point of saving his sorry butt when he couldn't even stand up and protect his daughter? So I told the police everything. I even gave them evidence. I don't want to live like a coward. Mom, I'm so proud of you. And I'm sorry for calling you that. It's okay. I know it was a lot for you. Now, let's start afresh. Talking about a fresh start, can we be friends again? I miss you, and I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. Looks like you did me a favor there. If not for you, I wouldn't have been expelled, and Mom would have never taken the step forward. So, thank you. So that means we're cool? Well, will you treat me to boba tea later? And keep that Wendy away from me? You got it.
Hey friends, I'm January from Seoul, and I'm a huge K-pop fan. I mean, who isn't? But I'm a super fan. Now, before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My parents were super cool lawyers, but they weren't the coolest parents. They were so overprotective about me, just because I was born premature. Like, I was fine now. Get over it. But no.
No bicycle. It's the most dangerous ride.
No dancing in the rain. You'll catch a cold.
No, stay away from that puppy. It's full of germs and dirt.
Sleepover? No, never. What if you get kidnapped or something? Ugh. I nicknamed them Mr. No and Mrs. Never. Growing up, K-pop was my only escape. I was crazy about K-pop bands. 2NE1, Girls' Generation, Big Bang. And then Dream was launched. As soon as I heard their first song, I was obsessed. And it was because of Dream I found my best friend. It all happened when I ended up wearing the same t-shirt as a guy on my first day in 8th grade. Whoa, I guess great minds really do think alike. Hello, Dreamer. Greetings, my twin. Ashton and I instantly bonded. We even built a fan page for Dream, which exploded faster than a popcorn kernel in a microwave, pulling in thousands of fans. One time in our senior year, some bullies started making fun of the K-pop posters on our lockers.
Are you two still in middle school, obsessing over K-pop groups? You both are so lame,
says the guy who cried in gym last week because his girlfriend was ignoring him.
You little, I told you to keep your mouth shut. Now look what you made me do.
With that, the bully ripped down the posters, and I lost it. I tackled him to the ground and pulled his hair hard. Right then, the gym teacher saw us and took us to the principal, and I got suspended. My parents were furious and blamed my obsession with Dream for it.
You're not allowed to listen to that band's songs anymore. The lead singer, Tanya, she's a bad role model for kids. Just last week, I saw on the news how she slapped one of her bandmates during a concert.
What does that have to do with me being suspended? You get so crazy over these K-pop bands. We've decided that after your behavior, we can't allow you to go to the Dream concert happening this weekend. We weren't too keen to send you in such a crazy crowd anyway. You're grounded. And then Mom tore up my concert tickets. No. Oh my God, what did you do? I hate you both. I stormed off to my room, my blood boiling. I called Ashton and told him everything, and he promised to find a way for us to attend. On the night of the concert, just when I'd lost all hope, Ashton came to my room through the window with tickets in his hand. OMG! How did you manage to get them last minute? They must have cost a lot. Don't tell me you took the money from that piggy bank, the one you started back in kindergarten?
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Plus, it's totally worth it. I got us special meet and greet tickets too. I'm so excited.
Me too! My heart raced as we sneaked out and ran to the venue. But at the concert, the band's performance seemed really off. They weren't harmonizing and even kept bumping into each other. And then suddenly, Tanya smashed her guitar on stage, and her bandmates looked really frustrated. She can be such a drama queen.
Hey, you know I adore Tanya, but that's the truth.
After the concert, Ashton and I went for the meet and greet, but it turned out the band had canceled it. And suddenly, the fans got angry and went wild. They started running backstage, demanding to see the band members they had paid to meet. Chaos erupted, and fans, including Ashton, were grabbed by the guards. I ran and sneaked into a nearby van and hid under the seat. If they caught me and made me call my parents, it would be catastrophic. Moments later, the van door swung open, revealing a fuming Tanya. This show was a mess. The bands turned against me. They were so rude. As Tanya was climbing into the back of the van, I began to creep out from under the seat to escape, but Tanya saw me. Aha! Caught you. I'm calling security. No, please. Look, I was part of the fans lined up for the meet and greet before things got crazy. I didn't want to cancel that. The band messed up. It's okay. I gotta go. No, nothing is okay. You know how tiring my life is? I'm exhausted with all these contracts, producers, and shows. I have no friends, my bandmates hate me, and now probably my fans too. I just need a break, but I can't even have that because the paparazzi are always on my butt. Hey, you're Tanya, a superstar. Ignore the haters and take that break. Run away for a while. Like it's that easy. But maybe I could run away. Hey, how about with you? Oh, no, that's not what I meant. That's a terrible idea. You stay right here. Bye. I rushed home before my parents noticed I was gone. I sent Ashton a text to let him know, crawled into my room through the window, and jumped into bed. But moments later, Tanya came in through the window too. You followed me? Why? I have nowhere else to go. Let me stay, please. Just then, Mom knocked on my door. I pushed Tanya into my messy closet and opened the door. January, I heard something. Achoo! You probably just heard me sneezing. Now, good night. Why are your clothes lying on the floor outside your cupboard? And how many times should I tell you to separate your underwear and keep them in the drawer? And why are you sleeping in the shirt I got you on your birthday? Gosh, your room smells like stinky socks. Mom, please, can you get off my back for once? I know you're upset because we didn't let you go to the concert, but that's no way to talk to— Good. I really don't want to talk right now. Good night. Once Mom left, Tanya jumped out of the wardrobe. OMG. Seriously? Your mom is so annoying. She reminds me of my nag manager. That's kinda rude. No, what's rude is that no one lets us have any freedom. We should have our fun without anyone breathing down our necks. Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's talk tomorrow. I need my beauty sleep. Saying that, she took the bed and made me sleep on the couch. The next morning, news of Tanya's disappearance was making headlines everywhere, and the police were on the lookout for her all over the city. Did you see this? Yeah. I love it. Fans and bandmates are worried sick. Tell everyone you're all right. Nah, people don't appreciate what they have till they lose it. Let everyone miss me a bit longer. Now, let's go out and have some fun. Of course, you'll have to arrange a disguise for me. But I have school. Skip it. Well, I did have a K-pop star asking me to spend a day with her, so yeah. I skipped school, made sure Tanya was unrecognizable, and then we went to the mall. While we were window shopping, we passed by a kid who was about to eat his ice cream, and Tanya stopped short. I want that. Okay, I can buy you some. No. I want that. His ice cream. It's the perfect ratio of chocolate to vanilla with my favorite toppings and sprinkles. Now here, boy, gimme it. I'm Tanya, the superstar. The boy refused to part with his ice cream and started yelling. Then Tanya knocked it out of his hand to the ground, grabbed me, and told me to run. What the heck was that? And are you trying to get attention by telling people who you are? Who would believe some stupid kid? Come on, let's check out some makeup. At Sephora, a sales girl was a bit rude to me, so Tanya messed up the arrangement of all the products on the shelves while the sales girl wasn't looking, then casually walked out. We both snickered as we saw her from outside, looking angry and confused at the mess. As we walked past the shoe store, I spotted these shoes I'd been eyeing for ages. You like those? Yeah, Mom won't get them for me because they're too expensive. Let's try them on. I tried on the shoes and they fit perfectly. They look amazing on you. You're taking them. Come on, the salesmen are busy. Just walk out casually and confidently. But no buts. Even though I felt super scared, Tanya convinced me to walk out of the store with them. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath till we were on the other end of the mall. This is so wrong. Tanya, you're crazy. But I'm fun, right? I can't believe I'm saying this, but yeah, you're really fun too. This was quite a thrill. The next day, Tanya made me skip school again, and this time I had a genius idea. I blindfolded Ashton and brought him to my room, and he nearly fell back in shock when he saw Tanya. Ashton, Say something!
I'm just trying to work out why Tanya is here with you. Someone pinch me or punch me. I must be hallucinating.
Is he your boyfriend? He's such a weirdo. For the next few days, Ashton was like a love-struck puppy with Tanya. She seemed annoyed by him at first, but soon she seemed to be enjoying his endless compliments and warmed up to him. And together, the three of us had the best week. But then, my parents got a letter from school about my week-long absence.
What is this? Where have you been going, January?
Are you in some kind of trouble? Mixing with the wrong kind of crowd? Are you on drugs? You guys are always expecting the worst from me. I feel like I'm trapped with you both. Just let me live my life. I ran to my room and closed the door, and Tanya and Ashton were already there through the window. As I cried, Ashton hugged me tight.
I know they can be harsh, but they're probably just worried.
Worried? Are you kidding me? They're just control freaks. Some people just love to boss around others.
No, they care about her.
She's right. It seems like their only goal is to control my life. And if you want to defend them, Ashton, I don't want to hear it. You're supposed to be 100% on my side.
Of course I am, but
just go, please. After Ashton left, Tanya listened sympathetically as I let out all my frustrations. Then we both decided to forget all about being good girls. I was almost 18. It was time to act my age. The next day, my folks dropped me off at school, clueless about my plan. I ditched classes and hit the local tattoo parlor with Tanya. But once we got there, I felt scared. It looks painful. Oh, come on. Nothing screams, I don't care, more than a tattoo. I'm not sure about this. Scaredy cat. Fine. How about a piercing then? I thought I was getting my ears pierced, but Tanya dared me to get a belly button piercing. I didn't want her to brand me a coward again, so I agreed. To my surprise, I kinda loved it. That's my girl, taking control of your life. Hell yeah! Tanya kept extending her stay, and I was happy about it. We were having a blast together, and I really wished Ashton was still hanging out with us, but he never replied to any of my texts and even blocked me on social media. One day, as Tanya and I were out at the mall, she went to the bathroom. I was sitting alone when I heard a familiar voice.
Can I sit here?
What do you want?
I've really missed you these past few days.
Have you? You didn't try to call me or message me, and even blocked me on social media. So petty.
What? I got messages from you to stay away.
I was so shocked when Ashton showed me those texts, but I'd never sent them. And guess what? It turned out Ashton's number on social media was blocked from my side, but I was 100% sure I never did that either. How is this possible?
Isn't it obvious? It's Tanya. She's playing some sick games. I could never stop being your friend. And Tanya keeps saying your parents are controlling, but she's been manipulating you herself all along.
Just then, Tanya appeared, looking furious. Don't listen to him, January. He's lying. Why would he lie? Oh, please. He's crazy. Can't you see how he looks at you? He's like some psycho lover, completely obsessed with you. He even admitted it to me, and I had to tell him that you're not interested, which totally pissed him off. I saved you from that jerk. Trust me. You don't need him keeping you down and suffocating you with his possessiveness. I turned to Ashton, totally horrified. Ashton, you really have feelings for me?
That's the truth. My heart belongs to you, January, and I can't stand anyone getting close to you. You're like a drug to me.
Okay, I can't do this. This is ridiculous. Huh? What's so ridiculous? Look, Tanya, I'm a big fan, but Ashton being obsessed with me is stupid. I know my BFF inside out, and you tried to come between us. You are no longer welcome in my house, so please leave today. And I hope your band members do kick you out, because really, you are not a very nice person. Tanya stared at us, screamed in frustration, and stormed off. Ashton and I just high-fived and hugged. We walked back home. But there, we were in for a surprise. There were cops everywhere.
January, Ashton, you're under arrest for kidnapping Tanya.
What the what? My parents weren't home, and Ashton had no choice but to let ourselves be taken away in the police car. Oh gosh, they were gonna kill me when they found out everything. I was ready for the shouting of a lifetime when Mom and Dad reached the station, but they turned angrily to the police instead.
How dare you arrest our daughter and her friend? Seriously? You have them behind bars without evidence?
My parents were pretty good at being lawyers, and in no time, we were out of there. I told my parents everything, and they both hugged me. Mom, Dad, I should have come to you and told you Tanya was hiding out in my room.
No, I think this is our fault. We've always been so strict with you, you probably didn't feel comfortable coming to us and talking about it.
But we promise you, from now on, we won't be so strict. We will let you learn from your own experiences. It's how you become a better judge of character, too. And no matter what, we'll always have your back. The next day, there was a media frenzy outside my house. Turns out, Tanya had given an interview to TMZ about how she was kidnapped by psycho fans, and now the public wanted a piece of us. I knew I just had to confront that two-faced diva once. A couple of days later, Ashton and I found out from Tanya's Instagram stories that she was at a salon getting a manicure, so we rushed there and surrounded her. I treated you like a friend, gave you a place to stay, and this is how you repay me? By telling everyone I kidnapped you?
Why would you lie, Tanya?
Why do you think so? I needed to be the center of attention. Sweetie, no publicity is bad publicity. I'm all over the news these days. I have public sympathy because I was the victim of a fan kidnapping. Plus, it was awesome manipulating you. It took my mind off of other things, like you were literally a puppet in my hand. Anyway, now my stupid bandmates wouldn't dare kick me out either since I've already gone through so much. Go away now and let me enjoy my manicure in peace. I'll make you pay, Tanya. Yeah, like people will believe you over me. Don't embarrass yourself, January. Just leave. Or I'll spin some other lie and get you both arrested for good. Right then, Ashton and I started giggling, and he showed her his phone.
Oh yeah, say hi to your fans, Tanya.
We've been live for quite some time on your fan page. Just like that, everything was over for Tanya. Once the media found out the truth, she got kicked out of the band, and her fans turned against her. Next, she was canceled on Twitter. Then, my parents sued her for defamation and won the case too. The brat deserved it. Dream found an amazing new lead singer, and Ashton and I are still diehard fans. Don't let anyone manipulate you. Be your own boss. Hi, I'm Amanda. Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. I was 5 when I realized my parents were famous. For all the wrong reasons. They were rich lawyers who were known for defending the bad guys. People in the neighborhood hated us and would leave horrible notes, throw stink bombs, or trash in our driveway almost every day. Ew, someone put cat poop on the doorstep.
Just wipe it off, Amanda, and don't disturb us. We're in the middle of something important.
You're playing with toys, Mom. Ugh, I feel sick.
These are not toys. That's a limited edition Batmobile.
Yeah, that's another thing. Mom and Dad were obsessed with collecting action figures and were oddly secretive about it. They even had a secret room where they kept their toy collection, and no one was allowed to enter it. And I was not allowed to tell anyone about their crazy hobby, which I couldn't even if I wanted to because no one at school talked to me. Every time my parents would win a case, kids would drive me crazy with sly comments.
Who knew people could stoop so low for money?
My dad always said they were creepy. Oh yeah? Did he also tell you that your breath smells like poop? No? Well, then he isn't as honest as you think. Because you stink! I hated it, but I wasn't gonna let them tear me down. So I put all my focus into perfecting my art. By 11th grade, I could draw portraits in under 2 minutes. When I won the junior art competition, I begged Mom to take me to a fancy dessert place. But 5 minutes into it, she started getting jittery.
Oh my God, I gave birth to a sloth. Could you please hurry up?
Jeez, Mom, what's the rush? I'll get brain freeze.
There's an auction online for a rare Iron Man figure that I can't miss, so eat faster.
I tried, but Mom kept glancing at the phone, and it made me anxious. After a while, she told me to take the bus and just left. At least I could eat in peace now. Just as I was leaving, I saw a girl my age staring at the food displayed in the shop. Hey there, do you want something? Leave me alone. I don't need your charity. The girl pushed me and I fell flat on my butt. Worst celebration ever. The next day in class, the teacher walked in with someone. It was the girl from the dessert shop. Her name was Sophie and she was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. She sat next to me, but didn't say a word. She smelled like a blown-out match. But later in the cafeteria, she walked up to me with a stern face. Why are you staring at me? And what's that you're making? Oh my God, is that me? Yeah. I just like the background and the light, so no one has ever sketched me before. You're really good. Can I keep it? Of course. Sophie and I got talking, and it turns out she was actually really sweet. She told me her dad worked abroad and she lived with her aunt here. I miss him, but it's not all bad. Well, I live with my parents, and trust me, you're not missing out on anything. We started hanging out, and I was glad to have finally made a friend. One time in class, I'd just gone out to grab something when I saw Sophie going through my art journal. Hey, no one's allowed to see that. You have a whole comic book planned out? You'll get this published, right? No, it's just random scribbling. Well, your call. But I think the world needs to know how talented you are.
Sophie's words encouraged me, and I took a week to make some edits before finally submitting it to a big comic publisher. I waited a month, but I got no response. It was a long shot anyway. But then one day, when I got to school, everyone crowded around me like I was a celebrity. Amanda, you did it! Your comic became a hit overnight! They published it! You've got to be kidding me! Apparently, the publishers loved my comic and they wanted to sign a contract with me for $2 million. When I told my parents, they thought I was joking, till they actually saw the contract.
I didn't know you could draw like that, Amanda.
You would notice if you weren't so busy playing with your toys. After that, my parents started giving me a lot more attention. They got me a new sketching set and would spend hours discussing ideas, which were mostly useless.
You should make your own superhero who can make frogs rain from the sky. Imagine having an action figure like that. How cool would that be?
Yeah, no thanks. I'll figure out something. But in reality, I was struggling to come up with ideas. With the publishers on my back asking for a new manuscript, the pressure was building. One day, I invited Sophie over to help me out. We brainstormed for hours, but my mind was just blank. I'm tired and starving. Stay here. I'll bring some snacks. I rushed downstairs, but when I came back, Sophie wasn't around. I kept searching for her till I saw her in Mom and Dad's secret room. Whoa, I didn't know you liked superheroes this much. Yeah, it's for inspiration. Come on, let's watch some MSA. Maybe that'll help with ideas. But just as we turned, Sophie's arm hit one of the figures and it crashed loudly. Within seconds, I could hear Mom screaming as she came running.
What did you do? Do you know what that's worth?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't do it
You're sorry? Who's going to pay for this? Your dad?
Sophie turned red before bursting into tears, and then she left.
You can't scream like that at my friend, Mom! Your friend just ruined something precious. That's it. No more bringing friends over.
She's literally the only person who talks to me. God, all this over a dumb toy? You guys are the worst! I stormed off to my room and called Sophie to apologize, but she didn't answer. And when she didn't turn up for school the next day, I pulled a few strings and got her home address. And I was stunned to see that she lived in a mansion. Why did she act poor then? Amanda, what are you doing here? I just wanted to check up on you. I didn't know you were so rich. I'm not. My aunt is. Listen, I'm so sorry about Mom. My parents get crazy about those action figures. Seriously, they love them more than they love me. Don't ask me why. Wait, those aren't yours? Your parents collect those toys like kids? Are they crazy? Sophie suddenly burst out laughing, and I felt a bit angry. I know it's weird, but they're not crazy. I just came here to apologize. I'll leave. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. But look at the bright side. This is the perfect comic book material. I'm sure it wasn't easy growing up with them, so why don't you write about that? I have to agree. My life is kind of like a roller coaster. So use it. Also, do you think we can move past this whole thing? In a heartbeat. I started working on the new comic based on my childhood. I changed the names and made a few things different just so no one would know it was a true story. And when I gave it to the publishers after a month, they loved it and wanted to release it immediately. I was super happy. But then a week later, I came home to find my parents with my manuscript. How did you get that?
We have connections. What were you thinking? Dragging your parents through the dirt like this? You can't write anything without running it by us. Surely we told you that.
1, no you didn't. And 2, that's ridiculous. Please give that back to me.
Nuh-uh. You're talking all about your childhood with your weird parents obsessed with their toys? You can't publish this. Do you understand?
No, I don't. And also, I don't understand why you'd neglect your own child for dumb toys. And why you won't stop fighting for criminals.
Because they pay the big bucks, okay? And we can feed you, afford your expensive school, and art supplies.
I don't care about your money. I can make my own. Now please, give me back my drawings. But they simply turned around and left with the manuscript. I spent days searching for it everywhere, except the secret room. After Sophie broke one of their pieces, they'd changed the locks. I was still thinking about how to get in there when the next day at school, Sophie came running, panicked. OMG, Amanda, you've got to see this. She showed me the news about a gang the police were after who smuggled illegal substances worth millions in action figures.
I was speechless. Do you think your parents could be involved? I don't know. I know they're weird, but I don't think they're criminals. But they're always so jumpy and secretive about the action figures. Of course they're hiding something. We have to tell the police. Just slow down, will you? I need to think about this. I couldn't just call the cops on my parents. I decided to talk to them about it. But later, when I walked into their room, I saw Mom shredding a bunch of papers that looked like my drawings. Oh my God, what have you done? It took me months to make that.
Amanda, listen.
No, Mom, you listen to me. I'm done, okay? You will pay for this. I was so mad that I decided to do exactly what Sophie said. Punish my parents. I went to the police station to tell them about the action figures, but chickened out the last minute. But an hour later, the police showed up at our doorstep with Sophie. Sophie, what are you doing? Your parents are liars and crooks, and people need to know that. Isn't that what you wanted too?
Amanda, how could you think we're criminals? Let us be the judge of that. Let's start with this one. Please, don't destroy our babies. These are not illegal. You can see the receipts.
Mom and Dad kept pleading, but the officers cracked open all the action figures, and they didn't find anything.
Are you happy now? All our figures are destroyed because our own daughter doesn't trust us.
How can I? You're always so weird about a bunch of toys. So much that you forgot you had a real daughter who needed you.
That's not true. And for the last time, these are not just toys. They were the rarest, limited edition collectibles worth a fortune. We didn't want someone to rob us or even ruin them out of spite. There are plenty of people who hate us. That's why we always told you to keep it a secret.
Shut up! How is this possible? You're guilty! I just know it! I won't let you guys get away with it this time!
What do you mean this time?
Your evil parents put my innocent dad in jail and got the real culprit off. And I have to live with my awful aunt who makes me do house chores all day long so I can study in a good school. Wait, is that why you became my friend? Because you wanted to get back at my parents somehow? Well, yes. But then I saw how different you were from your family, and that doesn't matter. You still lied to me. And Mom, Dad, is it true? Did you really put her dad in jail?
We don't know who her dad is. We fight so many cases, and putting people in jail is what we do.
You guys are heartless. Maybe you're not criminals, but you have committed some pretty big blunders. You've ignored me all my life and never cared about how your jobs or hobbies affected me. You've even destroyed my comic that I worked so hard on.
Your comic is in my office. What you saw that day was some useless drawings I found in my drawer. I tried to tell you, but you were so melodramatic, like always. I'll give you that dumb thing back.
That doesn't make anything right. And you know what? I'm done with you. All of you. Amanda, don't bother explaining. After that day, I ignored Sophie and stopped talking to my parents. Maybe they started feeling a bit bad because they tried making amends by helping get Sophie's dad out of jail. I was happy for her, but I wasn't ready to forgive my parents yet. Sophie left town soon after, and I didn't hear from her again. I got my manuscript published in a month, and it was even better received than the first one. The money I earned was enough to put me through a good art school, and I left home for good. Soon I got busy with studies and writing a new comic, and a whole year went by. One day, I was at a comic book store when someone tapped on my shoulder. Sophie, it really is you. I'm so happy to see you, Amanda. Sophie, you look so different. What are you doing here? I work here now. We moved to this town after Dad got out, and we're doing well for ourselves. Listen, Amanda, I wanted to call you a long time ago, but I didn't know if you'd talk to me. What I did was wrong. I was angry and foolish, and you didn't deserve that.
Dang right I didn't. But who could blame you, honestly? My parents destroyed your family, so I get why you were so angry.
Does that mean you're not mad at me? Maybe a little, but not as much. Let's talk more over coffee? Sounds good to me.
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone, and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coaxed bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the Maiden of Spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby?
Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold.
Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart, that I am made of the same cosmos as they, even yearn for the light sometimes?
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone, she is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Would she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me, and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her now.
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter.
You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please, You must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall, if she chooses to stay with Hades. So be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it. I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal. And once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion. For even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love.
Hi, I'm Violet from Vermont. If you like my story, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up with a single mom who made sure to provide everything for me. Mom was awesome, but whenever I'd see my friends at school with their dads, I'd ask Mom about my dad, and she'd just make light of it. I asked him to get bread one time. Looks like he's still searching the aisles. Even though she laughed, I knew the question bothered her. So I stopped asking. My mom loved me to bits, and that was all that mattered. One time when I was 13, everything changed. I was just minding my own business when a fight broke out in school. I tried to get out of the way, but a kid shoved me. When I got up, I saw a huge, puffy rash appear on my skin, and I screamed. What was that? I was taken to the doctor, who told me I had dermatographia, a major skin allergy to anything I touched. My skin was sensitive to everything, even just scratching an itch. The doctor told me it was normal for it to start at my age. She reassured me the rashes passed quickly, but the condition would not. Mom, these look so ugly. Oh no, darling, you're just overthinking it. You'll be fine. We'll get you new clothes. If you're uncomfortable telling it to others, you don't have to. Of course I didn't want to. After that day, I started wearing long sleeves and jeans and even wore gloves. But soon, kids started to have a problem with me being covered from head to toe. I would always tell them that I had a condition, but they'd ask me to show it to them, and I didn't want to. My illness wasn't some freak show. Are you some kind of werewolf? Do you have tons of body hair that you have to keep yourself covered? Or maybe she has scales. Who knows? It's so weird. Who knew people could be so annoying? One time, as I was putting my books in the locker, a girl came over to me. It was Charlotte. We were both in the same class. How come you always wear long sleeves? Another one. I was so done with these questions now. It's never too late to shut up and mind your own business. Wow, so rude. I was just asking, 'cause you know kids say so many things about you. But I know the reality. I think. Well, I know you have a tattoo. That's why you keep yourself so covered, right? Bingo! Whoa, really? How did you get it? My dad would never let me. I guess if my mom was still living with us, then she would have allowed it. Oh, she didn't have her mom with her. That made me feel sad, and I decided to cut her some slack. I asked her to sit with me in class, and it turned out she was a pretty nice girl. I liked her. Soon we started watching MSA videos and hanging out after school. My mom welcomed her into our home with open arms, and her dad was really nice to me. Nice to meet you, Violet. Dad, you're embarrassing. Thank goodness Violet understands how it is. What really solidified our friendship was when we went ice skating. I was so afraid of falling because my rash would appear, and when it did, I was so embarrassed. But Charlotte, she was so understanding. It's nothing. Come on, let's skate more. Over time, we became best friends, and we were super close. One time when I was in 9th grade, I saw Mom talking to someone in a hushed voice on the phone just as she saw me enter the house. Well, that was weird. I tried to leave it alone, but it became a routine. She'd be on the phone, and the moment I'd appear, she'd act on edge. One night, I heard her go out, and when I looked out the window, I saw Mom with Charlotte's dad. What the heck? I even told Charlotte about it, but she wasn't too concerned about it. But I was, 'cause it started to happen almost every other night. When I confronted Mom, she straight out lied. No, honey, I just went out to get some milk. Nothing else. But when one night I heard Mom leaving the house, I decided to follow her. Suddenly, a car pulled up in front of me. Just then, I heard a familiar voice. "You look like you need a ride." It was Ben. He was the new guy in school and a couple of years older than me. And since he was so active in the students' council, everyone knew him. He was someone I could trust. So I got into his car and followed Mom.
"So, who's in that car?"
"My mom. I want to catch her red-handed today. She's been sneaking out a lot lately."
That's a first.
All of a sudden, Ben hit the brake seeing a cat, and before I could jolt, he grabbed my wrist.
"Are you all right? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you."
"It's nothing. I just don't like being touched, okay?" We found my mom at a small diner sitting across from Charlotte's dad. After Ben dropped me off, I barged into the diner. "I knew it! You lied!" "Violet, it's not what it looks like. Please, sit. Honey, please." I didn't want to, but seeing Mom plead, I sat down. "I should have told you earlier, but I wanted to wait for the right time. Violet, Charlotte's dad is also your dad." "What?"
"It's true. Darling, I am sorry. Leaving your mom was the biggest mistake of my life. But now, I want to make up for lost time."
Apparently, Dad and Mom had dated but broke up after I was born, and Dad moved on to marry Charlotte's mom. And now, Mom and him wanted to get back together. My head was spinning. They both lied to me. Why now? Why wait all this time? Does Charlotte know?
"She doesn't know about this, and I'm afraid I can't tell her right now. The divorce from her mom has been tough on her, and I wanted to wait until the right time to break the news to her. Can you keep this a secret, please?"
"No, none of this makes sense, and I hate you." I ran out of the diner with tears in my eyes, but Mom chased after me and drove me home. She begged me to give him a chance. Don't you at least think Charlotte should hear it from her own dad? She had a point, so I agreed. For now. The next day at school, I was feeling so nervous to face Charlotte. "Hey girl, I tried to call last night. How about we catch a movie tonight at my place?" At her place? No way! Right then, I saw Ben walking down the hallway. Before I could think of what to say, he came up to me.
"Violet."
"Ben, Charlotte, this is my date tonight."
Date?
Yeah, we're going out. Right, Ben?
Yeah. I'll pick you up at 7. See ya.
Vi, this is your very first date. I felt bad lying, but hey, it was a good save. But at home, Mom told me Dad wanted to talk to me, alone, and I had to see him. But in the evening, I found Ben waiting for me at my door with flowers. Oh, I am so sorry. I totally forgot about our date. I have to meet my, someone. As I started walking, Ben offered to drop me off, and I accepted. I met Dad at a park, and he had nothing new to say except tell me how sorry he was about leaving Mom and me. Please, don't you have anything new to add to your story?
Listen, honey, I know...
Don't you dare. You don't get to call me that. You can't just come waltzing back into our lives and act like everything's fine. Saying that, I ran out of the park and saw that Ben was still there. When I asked him why he waited for me, he told me how he just wanted to make sure I was all right. I found that quite sweet. On our way back home, Ben got me some ice cream and we talked. He sure was a sweet guy and I was liking him a lot. All of a sudden, Ben came near me and touched my nose.
Got it. You were looking cute with some ice cream on your nose, though.
Oh, I thought...
I was gonna kiss you. That wouldn't be so bad, would it?
It sure wouldn't. But the rash? Gosh, I couldn't tell him about it. What if he was grossed out by it? I told him I wanted to take things slow, and he nodded. After that day, Ben and I started to go out often, and I guess that's why avoiding Charlotte became much easier. Whenever she'd ask me to come over to her place, I just told her I was with Ben. So, does he know? I almost jumped, thinking she meant about Dad, but she was just talking about my skin. No, and you can't tell him. I just can't deal with that right now. Okay, how about I ask my dad to come pick us up and we can go to the mall? I feel like I'm not spending enough time with you. Maybe later. A couple of days later, I was having lunch when Charlotte joined me. But just when Ben came and sat next to me, her face twisted. She got up and walked away. I followed her, and when I asked what happened, she went bonkers on me. Ben! He's always around you. Do you know that you have a best friend too, who is missing you? I thought we were like sisters, but now you're ditching me like I'm some third cousin. You don't even come over to my place anymore. Well, that was 'cause I didn't like seeing her dad, our dad, but I couldn't tell her that. But I realized it wasn't her fault. After all, Charlotte was my best friend. So I decided to go to the movies with her after school, and she was ecstatic. We had loads of fun at the movies. But just when we got into the cinema's elevator, the door suddenly closed before others could get in, and the lights went off. Oh God, this wasn't good. Getting stuck in an elevator was my worst nightmare. Vi, you okay in there? I'm calling for help. Hang on in there. Charlotte, fast. I can't stay in here. Every second passed inside that elevator felt like a lifetime. Finally, when the elevator door opened, I saw Dad. He instantly swept me in his arms.
Oh my God, my baby. I was so worried. When Charlotte called, your mom and I rushed here. I just couldn't imagine losing my daughter again.
What did you call her? What's going on? Dad had no choice but to tell her the truth. And when he did, Charlotte went completely ballistic. Out of nowhere, she transformed into a loud, angry monster. How dare you lie to me? You're ditching me, just like Mom did. Charlotte, please, at least listen to him. Dad had a reason. And you knew about this? How could you do this to me? You and your mom? Stay away from us. Saying that, Charlotte ran off and her father followed her. I was so shocked, I didn't know what to do. I was sure that Charlotte would understand eventually. After all, she loved me and always considered me a sister. I was really expecting Charlotte to apologize at school, but she just stared at me. The last thing I want to do is see your face, you liar. Charlotte, you always wanted us to be sisters, right? Can't this be a good thing? I don't anymore. Why did you have to lie to me? Right then, I saw Ben walking towards us, and seeing him, I saw a vicious look on Charlotte's face. Maybe it's because you're a natural-born liar. You lied to me. You even lied to Ben. Did you tell him your secret?
What is she talking about, Violet?
Charlotte, stop right now. Oh no, I'll tell you, Ben. Better yet, I'll show you. Suddenly, she pinched me hard on my arm. By the time she was gone, a huge allergy spot had appeared where she pinched me. Everyone stared at my arm, including Ben. He didn't say one word, but the look in his eyes made me realize nothing between us was going to be the same anymore. Because of the stunt Charlotte pulled, she got detention while I called Mom and she picked me up. I just couldn't be at school. I refused to talk to Mom and didn't even go to school for over a week and just locked myself in my room. I even turned off my phone. I just wanted to be away from everything and everyone. Thank God winter vacation started and I had some time to deal with the whole drama. One day, Mom entered my room and hugged me. I felt like I hadn't hugged her in a million years. Mom, can we move away? I don't want to go to school. See Charlotte, her dad, Ben, anyone.
Honey, that's not the right thing to do.
I know what Charlotte did was very wrong, but put yourself in her shoes. I never told you, but when Charlotte's mom left, the poor girl was completely traumatized and depressed for months. She totally lost it. Oh my God. Turned out, Charlotte had had a huge breakdown when her mom left. She needed years of therapy and only stopped going recently, which is why Mom and Dad thought she could finally be ready. But perhaps they were wrong. That would explain her reaction. She went through so much. You should have told me, Mom. I should have known about her condition. Honey, we thought to tell her when the time was right, but the way things unfolded left her shocked. The entire night, I kept thinking about Charlotte. Her mom had already left her. No wonder she was freaking out about me stealing her dad from her. I needed to make things right. First thing in the morning, Mom drove me to Dad's. He had Charlotte standing up front, who was so angry, she was shaking. Why are you here? To tell you that I love you and that won't change.
I love you both too. Even before you knew about Violet, I loved you both, sweetheart.
You don't love me, Vi. You abandoned me for Ben, and now I won't forgive what you did. I can't be abandoned again. I can't. No one is leaving, Char. I understand you were hurt. I just wish you would have told me. I stepped closer to her and grabbed her hands. But you hate being touched. I don't care. You are more to me than any skin rash. And it's about time you knew it. We're family. I should have never tried to hurt you or keep you away from our father. I was selfish. I'm so sorry. We all went into the house together for our first family breakfast. Charlotte and I got closer than ever. And our dad was pretty cool too. But no one was better than Mom. A week later, Charlotte made a plan for us to visit a ski resort in our town, considering what a disaster our last outing was. It was so much fun. We both went for the ski lift, and just as I sat, I saw Ben next to me instead of Charlotte. Talk, you two! Well, it was awkward, considering how hard I was avoiding Ben lately. I'm sorry. I then showed Ben my skin condition, and he just smiled, saying how it only made me cool.
Charlotte, your arms are beautiful. I can't believe you'd hide something so cool from me.
You know, I think so too.
May I?
Ben drew, "I love you, Violet," with his finger, and it appeared quickly in big, puffy letters. But it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. He kissed me on my lips, and I didn't have an allergic reaction. After that, I learned to listen, trust, and be proud of who I was. Hi, I'm Sasha from Los Angeles, and my mom is my best friend in the world. But we weren't always so close. In fact, we'd have the most epic fights every day. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Mom grew up in Louisiana near the bayou, and she was always a little weird. Her best friends were animals, and she had a thick southern accent, and she'd say the strangest things. It's hotter than a goat's butt in a pepper patch. But everyone was nice to her because she came from the wealthiest family in town. She met my dad in high school. They fell in love, got married, and had me. But when I turned 5, Dad begged Mom to move to California. A couple of weeks after we moved into our new house, I started to notice Mom acting strange. Late at night, she'd march up and down the sidewalk, glare up at the windows, and sneak into Dad's study. One day, I asked Mom all about it. "Oh, honey, that didn't happen. It was just your imagination." "Nuh-uh, you did it every night this week." Then Mom gave me the strangest look. And that night, I heard Mom and Dad arguing, and a couple of days later, Dad moved out. After Dad left, Mom tried to make me happy, but she only made things worse. On my 10th birthday, she threw me a huge party in our backyard with dozens of kids from school and their parents. But when my mom opened her mouth, it was a disaster.
"Well, butter my backside and call me a biscuit."
Excuse me, what?
"I'm as happy as a tick on a dog."
All the kids laughed at my mom. Even their parents thought she was a joke. I got so mad, I sprayed them all with the water hose. They ran away screaming. But to my surprise, instead of thanking me, Mom grounded me for a week. As the years passed, I started to notice that Mom was way too nice. When I was in middle school, Mom inherited millions of dollars. She donated a ton of it to several hospitals, and Mom's name was in all the newspapers. Next day, strangers started coming to our house to ask her for money for their fake charities and stupid businesses.
"We have to save the toothpicks. Teeth are suffering all around the world." "Imagine a plate that could talk to you, then walk into the kitchen and clean itself. Dinner would never be the same."
Mom just couldn't tell them no, but the moment they left, they'd call Mom an idiot and spend the money on expensive clothes and fancy cars. Of course, I didn't let them get away with it. I snuck into Mom's office and found all their addresses. Then, I'd toilet paper their house, leave poop on their doorstep, slash their tires, and leave notes demanding that they give Mom her money back or else. It was exhausting protecting Mom all the time, and I swear she never learned. We'd argue for hours about her ridiculous habits, but she refused to change. Dad was worried about Mom too, so he started to come around more. It felt really good having him back in my life. He was the best dad in the world. He took me to the movies, shopping sprees at the mall, and he even let me plan a special vacation to Las Vegas for the two of us when Mom was out of town. I was so excited. I used Mom's credit card to book a fancy room at a luxury casino with the finest restaurants on the planet.
Nothing but the best for my daughter.
We'd just stepped into the airport when Mom showed up and ruined everything. She canceled the trip and dragged me back home. A week later, I called Dad to apologize for Mom's behavior.
"Your mom's crazy. I can't stand her anymore."
"Can we hang out this weekend?"
"Sorry, I'm busy. Maybe another time."
I kept calling, trying to make plans with Dad, but he always made up some excuse, and when he didn't call me for my 15th birthday, I was devastated. Mom caught me crying in my room. The next day, she told me someone special was here to see me. I raced down the stairs. I just knew it was Dad, but instead, it was a huge pig named Sam, and she said he'd be my new best friend. Sam followed me around the house. He ate my homework and pooped everywhere, but after a while, I learned to love him. We took long walks in the neighborhood every day. As you can imagine, everyone in town thought I was a crazy psycho, except for my neighbor Josh.
"Wow, cool. Is that a pig?"
"No, Sherlock. He's a unicorn."
Can I pet him?"
"No." For weeks, every time Josh saw me walking Sam, he'd run up and try to talk to me. One time, he even bought me an ice cream cone. It's hot. I was thinking that you'd want one. I wasn't sure if you wanted a cone or a cup. Oh no, it's melting. Oh, now your fingers are all sticky. I'm fine. It's no big deal. I'm so sorry. That wasn't smart. I can do better, I promise. Hold on, I'll run and get you a cup. Another time, Josh bought me a hat, a popsicle, a sandwich, a whole pizza, and a t-shirt with our faces on it. Even though he was annoying and talked about the most random things, I started to enjoy his company and developed the tiniest crush. I even let him pet Sam. Can I really? Sure, but be careful. He's kinda shy. Josh rubbed Sam's head. Sam got mad and chased him into the bushes. Josh scraped his knee and started crying like a baby. Mom saw the whole thing and invited Josh inside. And as usual, she embarrassed me. Now aren't you as cute as a button? No wonder Sasha's been happy as a clam at high tide. Josh was totally confused. Mom, I'm just being honest, honey. You two go together like peas and carrots. Stop acting like a bump on a log. Ain't no secret that you got the hots for that boy. I was mortified. I wanted to fold myself into an envelope and mail myself to Siberia. Luckily, Mom finally left the room. Then Josh started smiling like a demented clown. Why are you looking at me like that? I've got a crush on you too. Soon, Josh and I started dating, but when his parents found out, they weren't very happy. It didn't help that my mom caught Josh's mom making fun of her at the grocery store. That woman has no class. Her clothes are a disaster, and that daughter of hers is a menace. Mom marched up to Josh's mom and started screaming like a maniac. Hold your horses, honey. If you keep talking about my daughter like that, I'm gonna slap you silly. Oh, what's that you say? I can't understand you. Maybe you should learn some proper English. Josh's mom shoved past Mom and started laughing with her friends. Mom grabbed a pie and smashed it in Josh's mom's face. Josh's mom grabbed a cantaloupe and threw it at Mom's head. Then the two of them started fighting like wrestlers in a cage match. Josh tried to break it up, but accidentally got hit in the eye by someone's elbow. Then a couple of security guards showed up and dragged them out the door. The police showed up and gave them both a warning. That night, Josh sent me the worst text ever. It said, "Hi, I can't be your boyfriend anymore. Sorry." I called Josh a dozen times, but he didn't answer. I went to his house, and his mother sent me away. I was heartbroken. Mom tried to comfort me, but it didn't help. The truth was that my mom was ruining my life, and I started to really resent her. I wanted her to change, but I knew she never would. But things started looking up in the fall. I was accepted to a fancy private school across town, and since no one knew me, it was the perfect time to reinvent myself. I changed my hair, bought new clothes, and practiced being cool in the mirror. When school started, the most amazing thing happened. The popular girls loved me. I landed a spot on the cheerleading team, and the cutest boy in school asked me out. To my surprise, I saw Josh in the hallway. He was a new student like me. He tried to say hello, but I totally ignored him. I was way out of his league. Life was perfect until Mom messed up everything. I was hanging out with Lacey and the rest of the cheerleaders when Mom showed up at school to pick me up. Look at that lady. Is that a lizard on her shoulder? Oh, no way. Is she walking a pig? They started laughing at Mom, and I wanted to fit in, so I started laughing too. I know, right? She's so disgusting. I felt bad about it at first, but I couldn't go back to being a freak. I tried to steer my friends away, but Mom saw me and rushed over. Aren't y'all precious? Fine as a frog's hair split 4 ways. It's so nice to finally meet your friend, Sasha. Then the worst thing happened. Sam squealed and then pooped on Lacey's shoes. The entire ride home, I was raging mad. I didn't talk to Mom for the rest of the night. The next morning at school was the worst. Lacey and the other kids couldn't stop talking about Mom. Who was that crazy woman and how did she know your name? I lied and told her that Mom was my maid and she was too poor and crazy to live by herself, so she lived at my house. And my real parents owned a successful multinational business and they traveled to a new country every week on their private jet. Too bad for you. That really stinks. I'd have fired her a long time ago. Yeah, I know. It's hard, but I've learned to live with it. Josh overheard me talking to Lacey and ambushed me at my locker 10 minutes later. What's wrong with you, Sasha? Why would you say those mean things about your mom? Why do you care? You broke up with me because of her. It wasn't like that. It's complicated. Just like your stupid face.
My parents gave me an ultimatum. They said that if I kept dating you, then they wouldn't pay my school tuition or give me an allowance or buy me a car. Breaking up with you was the worst decision I ever made. I regret it every day, but I didn't think I had a choice. But now I know I was wrong. I think we can make this work, but even if we can't get back together, maybe we could at least be friends?
I've got plenty of friends.
I'm really worried about you. You shouldn't have to pretend to be someone you're not just to fit in with those jerks.
At least those jerks didn't drop me when things got inconvenient. I stormed off. I couldn't believe that Josh had the nerve to judge me. As the days passed, I ignored Mom and spent all my free time with my new friends. Then I got a phone call from my dad. He asked me to meet him after school.
Promise me you won't tell your mom. You must realize by now that she's crazy. I've been trying to contact you for years, but she refused to let me see you.
I met Dad at a cafe, and we talked for hours. He told me about his fabulous new life as an artist and how he traveled the world and made tons of money, but I never remembered seeing any of his paintings. He even invited me to travel with him for the summer. Then this strange man came in, and Dad got really nervous.
I love you, honey. I have to go, but I promise I'll make things up to you.
Dad gave me a big hug, and he left with the man. All of a sudden, I felt like I was 5 again, watching Dad leave. A typhoon of tears rolled down my cheeks. I was so angry that I'd missed out on having a dad for so many years because of Mom. By the time I got home, it was really late, and Mom was upset with me.
Honey, we need to talk. You don't walk Sam anymore. You hardly spend any time with me. And every time I try to talk to you, you're madder than a wet hen and tougher than a $2 steak.
What does that even mean?
You've been difficult, and you used to be sweet as cherry pie. What's going on?
It's you! You're weird and strange, and everyone thinks you're a freak. You're embarrassing, and you've been ruining my life since I was 5. Even Dad says you're crazy, and I know you've been keeping him away from me.
Mom looked at me like she'd seen a ghost. What are you talking about?
Dad told me everything. He even invited me to travel with him for the summer. He's an artist now, and he's awesome.
Your father is lying like a dog on a rug. I should have told you earlier, but your dad has some problems. He's a thief and a con artist, and he owes a lot of money to some really bad men.
I didn't believe her. I couldn't. My dad was a good guy. She was the crazy one. I was so angry, I screamed. I couldn't stand being in the same room with her for another second. I turned and ran out the front door. Then, the craziest thing happened. This van rolled up, and the scary man from the cafe jumped out. He grabbed me and tried to pull me into his car. Mom and Sam appeared out of nowhere.
Let my daughter go, you low-down, dirty snake.
Mom yanked me out of the man's arms and pushed me to safety. Mom and the man fought in the street. Mom slipped, hit her head on the curb, and fell unconscious. Sam bit the man on his butt, and the man ran away, screaming. A couple of neighbors called the ambulance. When we got to the hospital, they rushed Mom into emergency surgery. The police told me that they'd caught the man trying to leave town. He and my dad hatched a plan to kidnap me and hold me for ransom. My dad even had an anonymous note on his computer that he was going to send to Mom demanding $2 million for my return. The police arrested them both and threw them in jail. I felt horrible. I couldn't stop crying. Then I turned to see Josh, and he gave me the biggest hug. This is all my fault. Mom tried to tell me the truth about Dad, but I didn't believe her.
You can't blame yourself, Sasha. We all make mistakes. I'm sure your mother knows that you love her. What matters is you're here for her now.
Then the most unexpected thing happened. Apparently, news of my mom's accident had spread, and dozens of people showed up in the waiting room. They told me stories about how Mom mentored them and changed their lives.
Your mother is the smartest woman I know.
She invested in my business when no one else would.
She taught us to be ourselves. Now, we've got the most popular album in the country.
I was amazed at how much of an impact Mom had on so many people.
I told you your mom was special.
Then the doctor came out and gave us the best news. The surgery was a success. Mom was released from the hospital a week later. When she came home, I was so happy. I hugged her as tight as I could.
Heavens to Betsy, what's gotten into you?
I'm just happy you're okay. I'm sorry about everything I said. I love you so much. I'm not ashamed of you, and I'm proud that you're my mother. I know you love me in your own way.
Well, that just stills my pickle.
I'm as happy as a clam at high tide.
What does that mean?
He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. The porch light's on, but no one's home.
Huh?
We're just kidding. You're the smartest kid I know. I pulled Josh close, and just as I was about to kiss him, Sam jumped between us and licked my face. You see this mess? It's all my fault. Even though this may look like an action movie, this is actually a love story.
When I was 15, me and my mom went on vacation. I basically didn't say a word the whole time. I had just gotten braces and I felt so ugly. Come on, honey. Just try to enjoy your vacation. How can I? I look like I just ate a fence. But you need your braces. I know I do. That's why I told you I didn't want to leave the house all summer. Yeah, I was a bit of a brat. But can you blame me? I was a moody 15-year-old girl and my smile looked like a meat grinder. I stayed in the vacation house all day and would only go out at night to take walks by the beach. One night, I was walking and I saw someone in front of me. It was a boy. I couldn't really tell what he looked like because we were both in the shadows. The moon was the only light we could see.
Can't sleep either?
Something like that.
Actually, that's not why I'm out here. I don't want people to see me during the day because I have braces and I look horrible.
You have braces too?
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, I look like I ate a can of tuna fish.
Well, your shadow's pretty.
We hung out for a while and talked about how we both loved musicals and theater. He was funny and I made him laugh a lot too. He told me his name was Kyle. The next night, I went out and I saw him again. We kept meeting up in the darkness every night. And then, on our last night there, the sun's coming up soon. We should go.
What if we stayed and waited for the light? I don't care if you have braces. I already think you're beautiful.
So we sat there and waited for the sun. And when it rose, I finally saw him and he saw me. He was the cutest boy I ever saw, especially because of the braces. He leaned in to kiss me, but his mom called him. And then my mom called me. It was time to go.
Promise me something. Never hide yourself in the dark again, okay?
Okay. I watched him go. His words stuck with me. And from then on, I started auditioning for shows and didn't mind my braces. Pretty soon, I was the most famous dancer in my whole town. Kyle and I talked online for a while, but I got busy doing plays and eventually we lost touch. I never thought I would see him again. And then, a few years later, on the opening night of the play at my community theater, everything changed. I had a slow dance solo in a sad scene, but I was really nervous because at all of our rehearsals, the boy who was working the spotlight could never keep up with my dancing. I danced, and to my surprise, I didn't slip out of the light at all, not even for a second. It was like I was dancing in starlight. Everyone stood up and cheered when I was done. It was exactly what I'd been dreaming of all my life. After the play, I ran upstairs to thank the boy for doing such a great job. Steve, that was amazing.
Thanks. Steve got sick, so I filled in.
Oh, hi. I'm Abigail.
Everybody knows who you are. I guess you don't recognize me without the braces.
Wait, Kyle? What are you doing here?
We moved a few months ago. I didn't know you were here either.
Steve couldn't keep up with me on the spotlight. How did you know where I was going at every step?
I didn't, but I figured you've been in the dark long enough.
Oh, good thing we both got our teeth fixed.
I'm just glad you couldn't see me. I've never cried at a play before.
You cried? I don't believe you.
Look for yourself.
Liar.
I guess they tried. Let me make it up to you. How about a celebration dinner?
My family's here, but tomorrow's good. The next 24 hours were the longest of my life. All day, I tried on different outfits and experiments with makeup. The truth was, even though we lost touch, I never forgot him and never felt that way with anyone else. I rushed outside when he called. What I wasn't expecting was that he had a motorcycle.
Wow, you didn't even bother to dress up?
Excuse me, do you know how long—
I'm kidding. You look beautiful.
Yeah, I do. And don't you forget it. And you better have something good planned. I'm expecting a real effort and will accept nothing less.
I was planning on going to the Taco Bell drive-thru. Is that good?
You better be kidding.
0 points for the joke, but you have to admit, I have good taste. Ow! Don't worry, I have something planned. Not Taco Bell, promise.
We rode his bike and I felt just like I did when I was dancing, totally free. It was like no time had passed at all, like we had known each other forever. He actually took me to this amazing new restaurant, paid before the check even got there, and took me to the beach after where we got ice cream and went for a long walk. I didn't want to show it, but I was already falling for him. With Kyle, it was just comfortable. We almost kissed when he was dropping me off, but I could tell he didn't want to pressure me and I didn't want to move too fast. So we shook hands. A little awkward, but kind of funny too.
Needless to say, that night, he was all I could think of. If I knew how messy things were gonna get, I might have ended things right then. I'm freaking out. This job would make me totally independent. I could finally save enough to get my own place and not have to live with my stepdad anymore. That's great. Why are you so scared? My last job interview, I froze. I'm terrible at interviews. I get so anxious.
So, why do you want to work at our store?
Are you serious right now?
Sorry, we don't accept that kind of attitude here at our big fancy clothing store. You're fired.
After a while, he finally took it seriously, and we actually did a little mock interview. It went well, but he was still totally freaked out. You're doing great. Relax, just be yourself.
I really appreciate the help. I feel much better already, but the interview's not the only reason I'm nervous. There's something I have to tell you. I don't just want this job, I need it. It's part of my probation.
Probation? Like, you got arrested?
Yeah. If I can't keep a job, I could go to jail. They arrested me for reckless driving, but it wasn't my fault. My sister called me and she was having an asthma attack, so I had to drive her inhaler to her. The police were behind me, but I didn't stop. The judge gave me a break because I helped my sister, but he said if I get into any more trouble, I could go to jail.
I'm so sorry, but I'm sure you'll get the job, especially since you have all these interviewing skills now. And you know, I have asthma too, so I thank you for your service. We need people like you. Just then, my phone rang. It was my theater director. She said if he saw me dancing at our next show, I'd have a real chance of being hired on Broadway. It was my dream. And the next day, Kyle told me the interview went great and he got the job. Everything was perfect. All I had to do now was nail the performance and dance my heart out. But then, on the day of our next show, I was stretching at home, trying to stay calm, when Kyle called me in a panic.
Abby, I need your help. Yesterday, my boss sent me to deposit the store's money in the bank 5 minutes before they closed. I didn't make it on time, so I kept it under my bed to do it today, but now he's asking me to stay late and the bank closes early. Can't you just tell him that? They won't suspect you if you still have the money. My boss is already suspicious of me. He knows about the probation. If he knows I took it home, he'll think I wanted to take it. Please, Abby.
I would have to run, but I still had time before my show, and I knew how much trouble he could get into if they suspected him of a crime, so I said yes. I never ran so fast in my life. When I got to Kyle's house, no one was home and the doors and windows were locked. Time was ticking. I knew the banks closed at 3. That only gave me 20 minutes. Then I saw the attic window was open. So I started climbing. Oh no. Come on, Abigail. Use those strong dancing legs of yours. Finally, I got in. I went to his room, grabbed the envelope from under the bed, and dashed back out. Everything went blank for a moment. Then the world came back into focus, and I saw that I had run into a boy who was staring at the envelope. It got ripped, and he could see the money inside. I grabbed it before he had a chance to do anything and kept running. I saw the bank. Finally, it was right there. I had made it with 2 minutes to spare.
Miss Abigail.
Oh my, it's really you. I couldn't believe it. I had only seen him on TV before. I was totally starstruck for a second.
I'm coming to your show tonight. I can't wait to see you. We have an opening for our next show. We need someone just your age. As long as you can dance, of course.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I can't talk right now. I have to run. I'll explain later. I'm sorry. I was in too much of a rush to think about the fact that I had just very rudely turned my back on the guy who could give me my dream life. Oh no, what was I going to do? When in doubt, just tell the truth. I could just say it was my fault. What a jerk! I ran after him, but he was too fast on the scooter. By the time I turned the corner, he was gone. Oh no, now Kyle was really in trouble. I couldn't move. I didn't know what to do. How could I explain this? No one would believe me. At the store, I told Kyle everything. When he saw his boss, he told me to hide behind the rack of clothes. But I can explain.
He won't believe you, and you'll be involved.
He pulled the rack in front of me as his boss rushed up to him.
The bank says they didn't get the money, Kyle. Where is it? I'm sorry. It was my responsibility. The money was stolen. Thief! I knew this would happen. They told me you were on parole, but I wanted to give you a chance. Now, I'm calling the police. I'm sorry, Abigail. I'll have to miss your show.
He rushed to the motorcycle. I couldn't believe it. She was gonna run?
I know it seems crazy, but without the money or any evidence, they'll think I took it. There's no option for me now.
But I was totally lost, confused, and so upset with myself. There had to be a way to fix it, but I couldn't even think about that now because it was time for the biggest performance of my life. The producer was right there in the front row, watching, and he didn't look too happy. I had been so rude to him.
All I could do now was rely on my dancing skills to get me through. Except Steve was on the spotlight, and I was still out of breath from running and so upset that Kyle was in trouble with the police. When my solo came, I was so upset I fell on stage and cried in front of everyone. I ran off, and the show was canceled for the night. As I was walking home, totally crushed, I decided to only focus on what I could control. The show was over, but I could still help Kyle. I would tell his boss it was me who had stolen the money. Of course, I would get in trouble, but not as much as Kyle. This is where we began. The big mess I had made. He looked at me as he passed. I wanted to stop the police, but they were too fast. But I knew the park next to me would take me right to where they were going. If I could run across, I could catch them and stop the police to tell them it was me. Once again, I was running. Only this time, I didn't have my inhaler. I forgot I had left it in my dressing room when I ran out crying. As I cut through the park, I couldn't breathe. I saw Kyle's bike on the other side. He saw me too, but before I knew it, I was fainted on the muddy ground. When I woke up, I was in his arms. He had stopped to help and the police cars were rushing towards us. I was in the hospital for a day. My mom told me that Kyle was arrested, but I knew he would have to see the judge before they really made any decision. I asked her when it was, and she said today. I made her drive me to court as soon as the doctor said it was okay. I rushed inside. Stop! It was me. I lost the money. Kyle didn't do anything wrong, I promise. Even though the judge believed me, he still said we were to blame. And Kyle ran from the police, so if he was going to be released, we needed to pay back the money to the store. I started working at the theater, and Kyle also had to go back to his job. We both made no money because we had to give it all away and were too exhausted to even hang out. It was the perfect punishment for me since I could barely see him and had to watch other people perform while I cleaned and took people's tickets. Of course, anytime I did have a free moment, I danced.
Hey, hero, you have a second?
He had come to surprise me at work. He took me to the auditorium where everything had been decorated for what looked like a big party. What's going on?
Well, I figured you have to pay the money back, but that doesn't mean it's got to be a punishment. Why not have some fun? I talked to your boss, and we're throwing a fundraiser for us to get the rest of the money. And the best part, you're the star of the show.
This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Sorry I ruined your chances of going to Broadway.
It doesn't matter if I only dance here and not on a big stage. As long as I have you, I can dance anywhere. He held me in his light again. This time, I knew I wouldn't get lost in the dark. Hi, I'm Catherine from Arizona. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, my parents were very young. Dad was an inventor and Mom was an aspiring model. Mom spent most of her time at auditions and fancy parties, while Dad and I stayed home in his lab. The two of us would go from business to business trying to sell Dad's inventions, but no one ever bought anything. I love that Dad let me help with his experiments, even though I was clumsy. Like once when I was 7, I tripped over my shoelace and ended up spilling some beakers, and the whole lab stank of rotten eggs. Nobody could pass by our house for a week without gagging. Another time, I left a burner on the lab and went to the park, and by the time I returned, I found a fire brigade outside the house. Mom was furious when she came home, but Dad always had my back. He was the sweetest, but Mom fought with him over everything, especially the fact that he didn't make enough money. And then one day, Mom just left with her new friend. Dad said she was going on a business trip and would be back soon. Well, Mom never came back, and Dad did his best to keep me happy. Once when I was 9, we were at the supermarket and Dad picked up the last bag of marshmallows when suddenly a lady started yelling at him.
Hey, I was about to take that. Give that to me.
Ma'am, I picked them up first.
So what? I saw them first. Don't you have any manners? It's ladies first.
Dad gave the bag to her, but I was furious. He was just too nice, and I had to protect him. Plus, there were marshmallows on the line. I acted nice and offered the lady some gum. And seconds later, the witch started to scream. It was a spicy gum that made your mouth feel like it's on fire for 10 hours. One of my favorite inventions. Dad and I kept working together, and by the time I was 12, we had developed something spectacular. He sold our invention to a huge corporation, and overnight, we became millionaires. We moved into a huge house, and Dad started his own company. But I couldn't help noticing that sometimes he was really sad. What's wrong, Dad?
Nothing, honey. I'm totally fine.
Then one day, a magazine named him the city's most eligible bachelor, and suddenly, he was going on dates every weekend. I was jealous. For so long, it had been just the two of us, but Dad seemed happier. Dad had always homeschooled me, but now he was too busy. So I started school for the first time in 9th grade. We had a test in science class soon, and I turned in my exam in 5 minutes and got all the answers right. My teacher, Mr. Johnson, swore I cheated. I didn't cheat. I studied the chapter last night. I stood up and recited everything from the chapter word for word. Mr. Johnson was stunned and immediately apologized. After that, he was much nicer to me and even asked me to assist in class. Soon, I was even tutoring kids after school, and people called me a genius. Everyone loved me, except for a kid named Gabe. Gabe and I had competed against each other on the school's debate team. Every time I came in first, and he came in second. Later that year, Gabe and I competed in the science fair. The teachers were really impressed with Gabe's project. That is, until they saw mine. I won first place, and Gabe came in second.
You think you're so awesome, don't you? Well, you're not. Things are just easy for spoiled brats like you.
Excuse me?
You heard me. You're a billionaire's daughter. You have everything handed to you. People only love you because of your money. Your dad probably buys you the first prize every time.
I didn't want to admit it, but his words did hurt. I knew Dad gave a lot of donations to my school. Did everyone just like me because of my father? A few nights later, Dad brought home a pretty blonde woman.
Catherine, this is Layla. She's my new friend.
The next thing I knew, Layla had moved into our house. Dad was head over heels for her. He showered her with gifts and followed her around like a lovesick puppy. Ew, can you two get a room? Layla was the worst. First, she threw out all my favorite foods, she painted my room bright pink, and on one occasion, she dragged me out of the lab to take me to her stylist.
You're such a pretty girl. Don't hide your face with all that hair and baggy clothes. Wow, honey, you look
like a clown. Layla is the worst.
Don't be rude. She's just trying to help.
She's ruining everything. After a while, I hardly recognized our house anymore, and Dad spent all his free time taking Layla shopping and on romantic getaways. I didn't trust her one bit. She was probably just after his money. But it didn't matter what I thought, because soon, Dad and Layla were married. A few months later, while Dad was away on a business trip, I woke up at night to get water when I found Layla talking outside with a man in a hoodie. The two argued for a while, then she hugged and kissed him. I saw her coming back in and ran upstairs. What? The next morning, Dad was back and I found him with Layla in the kitchen.
Good morning.
I made your favorite pancakes.
What's the matter, honey? Is something wrong?
Yes, it is. I saw Layla with a strange man last night. She kissed him.
What? Kat, are you sure you're okay? I was out like a light last night. It was probably just a dream, silly.
I felt like an idiot. Layla just lied to Dad's face, and he was too love-struck to believe me. A few weeks later, Dad went on another business trip, and at 2 a.m. in the morning, I heard a strange man whispering with Layla in her bedroom. I was pissed. I grabbed my cell phone. This time, I'd get evidence. I crept towards their room. The door was closed, but I could hear the man's voice through the walls. I pressed record and sent the audio to Dad. The next morning when Dad returned, he and Layla confronted me.
Are you spying on Layla?
Dad, she's cheating on you. I sent you the evidence. I left the television on, Kat.
That's what you heard. I love your dad. I'd never cheat on him.
That wasn't the television. It was another man. I swear. She's a liar.
I am so disappointed in you, Catherine. She's done nothing but be nice to you, and you've treated her horribly. You need to accept that Layla and I are together, and your lies won't change that.
Dad grounded me for a week. After that, I didn't say a word about Layla's late-night excursions. If Dad wanted to be with a cheater, so be it. I focused on school and preparing for the next big debate competition, but I noticed that Gabe wasn't there. He wasn't my favorite person, but I started to worry when a few weeks passed and none of the teachers or students knew why he was absent. Then I remembered that Gabe worked at a local deli after school. One afternoon, I decided to stop by the deli. I saw Gabe at the counter looking like he hadn't slept in days. Gabe, are you okay?
What are you doing here?
I was just worried about you. I brought you the homework you missed from class.
Why are you being nice to me? No one's ever nice to me.
You might be my nemesis, but I still care. Suddenly, Gabe burst into tears. He told me about how his mom was sick and he was working day and night to pay for a special surgery she needed.
I'm scared I won't be able to raise enough money in time.
I can give you the money.
I don't want your charity.
It's not charity. Consider it an investment. Competing with you keeps me on my toes. Gabe accepted the money, and a week later, he ran up to me and gave me the biggest hug. Whoa, I can hardly breathe, buddy.
Mom's surgery was a success, and it's all thanks to you. Also, I'm sorry, Catherine. It's not true that you win everything because you're rich. You're just better than me, and I know that.
Soon, Gabe and I started spending all our time together. We studied together every day, texted late into the night, and sent each other our favorite MSA videos. I was happy being at his place anyway because I wanted to avoid Dad and Layla as much as I could. One day as we were walking home, he was unusually quiet. What's wrong? You look like you swallowed a lemon.
I don't know how to say this, but I was thinking, just contemplating if maybe you would consider or like to,
Just spit it out, man.
Do you want to go with me to the winter dance?
Oh, I don't know. That might not be such a good idea.
It's okay, I get it. You'd rather go with some rich, cool guy, not a poor nerd like me.
No, I don't care how much money you have, and we're both nerds, duh. It's just that I'm a horrible dancer. I'd probably embarrass you.
You'd never embarrass me, Catherine. You're perfect.
Then Gabe kissed me, and it was so romantic. That weekend, Gabe came to pick me up in his mom's car for the dance. Gabe walked up to Dad to meet him, but Dad ignored him and pulled me to the side.
Are you sure you want to go out with this boy? He drives that piece of junk, and it looks like he pulled out his suit from the trash.
Dad, what is wrong with you? I like him. He's a sweet guy. And since when do you care about how much money someone has? You were never this way before. Not until you met Layla.
Don't drag Layla into this. You're my daughter, and you deserve better than a poor loser.
You're being impossible. Let's go, Gabe. Gabe and I had a blast at the winter dance, and we officially started dating. I started inviting Gabe over to my house, and thankfully, Dad didn't create a fuss again. He even tried to be pleasant to Gabe, and I was sure he felt sorry for his behavior. One day, Gabe and I were studying a math test in the kitchen when Gabe excused himself to go to the restroom. He came back a few minutes later, and then Dad stormed into the room.
You thief! What?
What's going on?
Honey, calm down. I saw him roaming through the house near my study, and now my wallet's gone. I know he took it. No, I didn't. I swear.
Dad grabbed Gabe's backpack and tossed its contents onto the floor. Then he made Gabe turn out his pockets, which were empty.
I know you stole my wallet. Where is it?
Stop it! Leave him alone! Gabe ran out of the house terrified. I didn't speak to Dad or Layla for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried apologizing to Gabe.
We need to break up. Your father hates me.
No, Gabe, we can make this work.
No, we can't. You're a millionaire and I'm poor. Your dad'll never accept me. I love you, Catherine, but I can't do this. I have my pride too.
After that, Gabe didn't speak to me again. He blocked my calls, and when I went to his house, his mom said he didn't want to see me. Days passed and I focused on my studies, but I still missed Gabe and felt so angry.
Catherine, your father is upset that you've been ignoring him completely.
He didn't mean what he said about Gabe. The things aren't always what they seem. He's been under a lot of pressure at work, and I don't care about your excuses, Layla. All I know is that my dad was amazing and we were happy till you came along, and now he's changed and everything's awful. A few weeks later, Dad and Layla had their anniversary, and Dad made dinner reservations for us at a fancy restaurant. I said I didn't want to go, but Dad looked upset, so I reluctantly agreed. I was getting ready and decided to wear my favorite diamond necklace, which was in Dad's safe. I went into Dad's office and opened his safe, and inside there were suitcases full of money, stacks of gold bars, and duffel bags full of diamond jewelry. But then my eyes wandered to the table, to Dad's lost wallet, and next to it were some newspaper clippings that made my blood run cold. They were all from unsolved bank robberies with pictures of the masked robber. I examined the photos, and one of them had a close-up of the robber's neck and the birthmark on it. It was just like my dad's. Dad?
What's wrong, honey?
I showed Dad the newspaper clippings. This is you? How could you do this?
What? No, I don't understand. This can't be. I didn't.
Then Dad fainted and hit his head. Layla called the ambulance and Dad was rushed to the hospital. I sat in the waiting room while Layla spoke to the doctors. Then she asked me to come into Dad's room.
Layla and I have been keeping a secret from you. I have dissociative identity disorder, also known as a split personality. I struggled with it when I was younger, and I had it under control for years. I was his psychiatrist and fell in love with him. He was good for a while, but then his condition got worse. That was your dad in the hoodie outside the house that night, and he was the one you heard in the bedroom. He was supposed to be out of town getting treatment, but both times, he came home acting strange and saying things that didn't make sense. He didn't ever let me tell you because he didn't want you to worry. I have no memories of the robberies, Kat, I swear. I didn't know things had gotten that bad. I'm so sorry, honey.
I hugged my dad and Layla. I felt so bad for Dad and for how I'd treated Layla. Dad was released from the hospital. The judge decided not to press charges for his crimes, but ordered him into therapy, and we returned all the stolen goods. Layla and I supported Dad through his treatment, and a few months later, the doctors released him from the psychiatric facility. And over this time, Layla and I grew closer. One day, when I got home from school, I opened the door to see Gabe and my father standing inside.
Layla told me I chased your friend away, and I've apologized for how I treated him. I'm sorry for the pain I've caused you both. I would never stand in the way of your happiness, Kat.
Thank you, Dad. Gabe rushed over to me and kissed me, and from then on, he never let me go. Hi, I'm Emma from Chile. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Show your love for MSA with their awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. My childhood was tough. My parents were always fighting. But when I grew up, I met Clara, and my life started to become better. We met on the first day of high school, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Hi, is this seat taken? No? Great. I saw you sitting alone and thought you needed some company. Is that a choco chip muffin? I love them. You get the best muffins at this coffee house nearby, but if you eat too many, you might get gas or a sugar rush. Sorry, I'm blabbering a lot, right? Kind of. You'll get used to it. I'm Emma, by the way. Do you want to be my friend? Trust me, we both need friends if we want to survive high school. Oh, okay. I'd like that. I'm Clara. Since that day, we were like gum. Clara was a pretty and shy girl, and me, well, I was the weird girl with a tiny obsession for Sherlock Holmes. You better not be asking who Sherlock Holmes is. Wow, that's an interesting outfit. It's my Sherlock Holmes uniform, Clara. I already told you like 1 trillion times. Yes, of course. How can I forget? The world's greatest detective, right? The best, the biggest, the most... Wait, are you teasing me? Wow, you figured it out. Guess you are good at detecting things. It's elementary, dear Watson. What? Oh, never mind. But despite my weirdy personality, Clara always stuck by my side until one day, everything started to break. I was coming back from school and saw Mom going crazy in rage. She was screaming at Dad, throwing his stuff outside, while Dad just looked like a deer in the headlights trying to stop her.
Let go of my hand. That's it. I can't live with someone who scams others. We're done. Get out of my house.
Please, not in front of Emma.
Why? She should know what kind of father she has. Tell her how you scammed people into investing money in your little Ponzi schemes. Tell her that you're a liar and a crook. Go on. A mouse got your tongue?
Mom kept screaming at Dad, and I just couldn't take it. So I ran away to my room and locked my door. Mom followed me and was still screaming, but I just lay on my bed, trying not to cry. And later that night, she came into my room.
I know you feel horrible, darling, but it's for the best. Your father was a good guy, but now he prefers money over his own family.
But what happened?
I don't know, dear, but I do know that you and I are going to be just fine. We're a team. Remember that, okay?
The next day, I went to school feeling worse than ever, but I saw Clara and I got a little happy. Hey, I had the most awful day yesterday. Can we skip classes and talk? I really need to vent. And why do you think I have the time to listen to you whine? Excuse me? Clara started to walk away from me, but I stopped her. No, wait, I don't understand. Did I do anything wrong? We can talk about it. Oh, God, if I have to listen to you talk one more time, I will kill myself. I don't even know how your parents tolerate you. You're so childish and annoying. I can't be around you anymore. But we're best friends. And now we're not. So please don't talk to me again. Clara left, and I felt completely broken. Did she always think of me like that? I tried to talk to Clara between breaks, but she ignored me, and she did so for the rest of the week. I had no other friends, so I just spent my time in the school library reading some Sherlock Holmes. At least the books were loyal. But one day, I was walking to my next class and saw a notebook by the lockers. I opened it out of curiosity, and what I saw blew my mind. The notebook was full of pictures of Clara. Clara going to class, Clara in the the gym, Clara walking to her house? What kind of creep would do something like this? I was flipping through the pages when I noticed someone familiar in one of the photographs. It was this guy from our class, Gerardo, and he was holding a camera in a mirror reflection in the photograph. I'd seen Gerardo following Clara around in school, and I always felt that there was something off about him, but Clara would never let me chase him away. And now he was taking her pictures? This guy was a freak, and I had to do something before Clara was in some serious trouble. So I went to the principal and explained everything to her.
I can't accuse any student without real proof, Emma. I mean, Gerardo is the official photographer for our yearbook. He could be taking pictures of anything else. But if you feel so strongly about this, I'll tell the teachers to be on the alert, okay?
But nothing ever happened. Since telling the principal blew up in my face, I fell back on the one thing that I knew would work, my awesome detective skills. I spent the entire night stalking Gerardo on social media, but it was a dead end. The only possible solution was to confront him. But the next morning when I entered school, I saw Clara walk in with Gerardo looking completely different. Her face was painted with makeup, and her hair was all red. Oh my God, Clara, what happened? Did a radioactive spider bite you or something? What happened to your hair? And what's with the makeup?
Can you stop touching her, you freak, and get out of the way?
I wasn't talking to you, creepy stalker. Clara, what are you doing with him? Did he torture you? Do you need my help?
She doesn't need anything from you, so get lost if you have nothing to say.
Clara didn't look at me, so I walked closer to her, ignoring Gerardo's protests, and pulled out the notebook. Clara, this guy is a stalker. He's been taking your pictures since God knows when. Look, he's even in one of these pictures. Can you see that tiny little reflection in the background? Clara ripped the notebook out of my hands and finally looked at me, angry. What part of I don't want to be your friend didn't you understand? I don't care about your little detective games, okay? It's not a game. This guy is creepy and weird and my boyfriend? He's my boyfriend, okay? Now stop insulting him with your dumb games and get out of my face. Clara stormed off before I could ask any questions, but Gerardo stayed, smiling at me.
Thank you for finding my notebook. I was worried about losing my favorite photos of my girlfriend.
Listen, I don't know how you brainwashed her, but she's not like that.
I didn't do anything to her. I just offered her a quick way to earn money.
What did you make her do?
Why don't you ask her?
He left with a victorious grin on his face. I started to feel really worried about Clara. The next day, after the end of the school day, I was determined to save Clara any way I could, so I decided to follow Gerardo like a shadow. After a while, I saw him slipping through the school back gate and entering a scary dark alley. I hid behind a pillar and saw him wait there, and moments later, a bunch of guys came in on their motorcycles, each scarier than the next.
How you feeling about tomorrow, boss? Pretty good. You have the motorcycle I asked for? Yeah, it's in Clara's house. Perfect. I taught Clara everything she needs to know about riding motorcycles, and I've told her to meet us right here tomorrow. I'm telling you, Clara's so ready for this race. She's gonna nail it. And what if she doesn't? Then we train her more till she can. But don't worry, I can feel that money is ours already.
Everyone started cheering in celebration, so I got out of there before they saw me. I ran until I found a bench and sat down. Clara was participating in a motorcycle race? Why? I had so many questions, but right now, the only thing on my mind was to save Clara from this dumb race. The plan was simple. I was gonna go to the dark alley after school and wait for Clara to show up, and then I would just grab her arm and run till we were safe. So the next day, I went to the alley extra early and waited for everyone to show up. Everyone, including Gerardo, was around, but Clara was nowhere in sight. Half an hour went by, and when she didn't show up, I decided to leave. But my jacket got caught in one of the boxes, and I fell, and all eyes turned to me. Whoopsie! I was just making sure there was no rats here. I think it's safe to say that this place is officially rat-free. Okay, bye! I turned around to run for my life when suddenly Clara popped in front of me, looking like a raging bull. I thought I asked you to stay away. I just want to help you, Clara. This is too much. I don't know what's happening with you, but I can help. How? You didn't even know your father's a scamster till your mom told you. I know you think you're some great detective and you can help everyone, but no, Emma, you can't. You have to stay away from this. Get that in your thick skull and leave me alone. I know you're saying this to hurt me, and I am hurt, I won't lie. But Clara, this is too dangerous and—
Okay, enough. My head's hurting listening to your annoying voice. Lock her up.
Wait! Clara tried to protest, but someone dragged me into a room nearby, took off my backpack, threw me in, and shut the door. I could hear Clara almost crying, so I pressed my ear to the door, trying to hear outside. I know she's in trouble, but you can't leave her here.
You need to focus right now. We'll come back for her later. I promise. Now get on the motorcycle. You've got a race to win.
I tried to scream for help, but I gave up after a while and just sat down on the floor. Ugh, how did I let this happen? I spent hours walking in circles and knocking on the door, but then I suddenly came up with an idea. I'd read in the Sherlock Holmes books how to pick locks with a hairpin, so I took the one I had in my hair and started to try it. Something clicked, and all of a sudden, the door opened. Bullseye! I knew I had it in me. Okay, now focus. I left the alley and started to run without direction, but then I heard sounds of motorcycles. I went down a stone stairway and found a giant tunnel full of motorcycles and people. And Clara! But before I get Clara out of there, I need to do something else. Hello? 911? Come to Keller Street, down the stone stairway, and hurry up. There's an illegal motorcycle street race happening. Can you provide me with your name? There's no time. Hurry up! I hung up and ran down the stairs. All the motorcycles were already lined up, and Clara was on one of them. I could see Gerardo talking to some guy, so I ran to Clara without him seeing me. Come with me. It's impossible to escape from you, right? You can roll your eyes later. Just get off this thing and come. Emma, you don't understand. I found out a week ago that my parents declared bankruptcy, and we might have to move to a homeless shelter. He's a liar. Look at that nose on his face. It's so plastic and fake. You can't trust him. His nose was really crooked. You should have seen. Wow, great story. Let's save it for another time. Now come. Just as Clara stepped down from the motorcycle, we heard police sirens outside. I pulled Clara away before Gerardo or anyone else could frame her. How? Shh, you're a suspect. If anyone asks why you're hiding behind this bush, pretend that you're from a really exotic island, you know? Maybe you're collecting a... Emma, I'm such an idiot. I've ruined everything. My grades, my life, my future, our relationship. Gerardo told me not to talk to you anymore because he wanted me all to himself. Emma, I am so sorry about everything. I just really need my friend right now. Hey, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. You and your family can stay with us until you guys get back on your feet. Let's just go home and get you cleaned up. I missed you. I missed you too, Emma. Thank you. My best friend Amy and I were staring at my laptop in shock. If you don't do something, your channel will die faster than the plant I got yesterday. I've already tried everything. Last week, I reviewed those awful diet cookies that tasted like feet, and the week before, you made me endorse that dumb purple lipstick that everyone hated. Don't blame the lipstick. It's not my fault that your followers have no fashion sense. That's not the point. I'm gonna be kicked out of the squad house if I don't think of something soon. Hi, I'm Lola, a 17-year-old YouTube star. And at this point in my life, I was hoping to keep my spot in the squad house, a place where world-famous influencers come together to make videos for money. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Staying in the squad house was a big deal for me because, unlike most influencers here, I didn't come from a rich family. My dad was a farmer, and even though he worked hard, we were barely scraping by. Things got worse when Dad fell sick and couldn't work for months. Mom tried helping, but she was just bad at everything. So I decided to work as a part-time waitress. Then one day at work, a colleague of mine introduced me to vlogging, and I was hooked. I spent hours watching people on YouTube live their best lives. And when I found out the kind of money they made, I had to give it a shot. So I saved up, bought a secondhand camera, and started recording. Hola, I'm Lola. And I'm going to take you through a typical day at the farm. So I start by feeding the pigs, and then I feed the chickens, collect the eggs, and try not to break them. Follow me for more such content. I posted a bunch of videos, but I didn't get a lot of followers. Until one day, I was recording a live video of the farm when I accidentally slipped and fell into a pig pen. I got out, but then tripped and fell into a haystack, making a complete fool of myself. Everything was streamed online, and I was super embarrassed. But to my surprise, people loved it. I didn't think much of it until a few days later when I was shooting a video, this chicken flew into my face, and I fell into a tray of eggs. And that clip went viral too. People loved watching me do stupid things around the farm. So that's what I gave them. I made videos on being chased around by goats, almost getting kicked by a cow while milking her, cleaning horse poop, and then slipping right into it. And I got really famous. Soon I was doing advertisements and brand endorsements, making enough money to support my family. 6 months later, I moved into the squad house, where I met my best friend Amy. We were roommates, and even though her dad was rich, she was pretty grounded. She also gave me advice on how I could make my vlogs better. It's time you move on from being the goofy pigpen girl and focus on something bigger, like fashion and lifestyle. You're in the big leagues now. You gotta step up your game.
Amy was a very famous vlogger, so I took her advice. I bought designer clothes, started doing a bunch of makeup tutorials, and completely transformed my channel. Life was great until a few weeks later when I joined my new school, and everything changed. It was my first day when I was rushing to class like a headless chicken and crashed right into this tall guy. And boy, was he cute.
Is it fate or just your good luck that you ran into me today?
I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking.
Don't be sorry. It's not every day that you fall into Brett's arms. Hey, you're the girl who made videos about chickens and pigs, right? I love your stuff.
Huh?
But I think it's missing something.
Like what?
Me, of course. You and I should hang out. I'm sure your followers would love to see a handsome new stranger on your channel. Think about it.
Brett gave me his number, winked, and left. And I couldn't stop smiling. Later, I found out that he was a year senior and one of the most popular guys in school. That evening, when I got home, I called him and he invited me to a party. I was just getting ready when Amy walked in. Where are you off to, looking like that? To a party with Brett. Brett? Like Brett from school? Why him? Because he asked me and because he's cute. Is he cute, or was he just flexing his muscles? Is he cute, or did he tell you that you have really pretty eyes? Is he cute, or is he just the guy whose arms you happen to fall into? All of the above? What's your point? Brett's a total jerk. Just last week, he was dating the head cheerleader, and the week before that, he was dating a chick from my drama class. He's a player, Lola. Relax, it's just a party. It's not like anything will happen. Obviously, things didn't go as planned, and a week later, Brett and I were dating. His dad was really rich, so he was always getting invited to award shows and exclusive events, and I was his plus one. For the next few weeks, my life was a dream. My followers loved watching my life with Brett, and when we did our first commercial together, people were calling us couple goals. But soon after, Brett started showing his true colors.
Are you seriously gonna eat that burger? Shouldn't you order a salad or something?
But I'm hungry. I've been shooting all day.
I'm saying it for your own good, babe. No one would want to see you if you get chubbier. And trust me, you're well on your way.
He even started taking over my vlogs. No one was interested in my life anymore. All everyone wanted to know was what Brett ate, how he did his hair, how he clipped his nails. So, my mom used to make this mud mask for me back home. I'm going to take 1 scoop of this and apply it in an anti-clockwise direction.
Yeah. Everyone knows how to apply face cream. Why don't we just show them something they actually want? More Brett. Here's a shot of my perfect abs. And look at my forearms. You like it, don't you? Let's try another angle. What about this?
And he just kept getting more obnoxious. He started a fitness channel of his own, got really popular, and moved to the squad house too. At first, I thought it was great because now Brett and I could shoot more videos. But then he stopped showing up for shoots. I confronted him, and he had the most bizarre thing to say.
I need a bigger cut or I can't film with you.
But I'm the one getting us the deals. We should get paid equally.
In that case, count me out.
I've already taken an advance, Brett. You can't leave me hanging like that.
Then just pay me more. I'm the bigger celebrity now. I will get views. While all you do is paint your face with makeup.
Ugh! I'm the one who made you famous, Brett. Without me, no one would even know you exist. You know what? You and your channel can both eat bugs. We're done.
What do you mean?
I don't want to see your stupid face anymore.
You can't leave. I'm Brett. No one leaves Brett.
Watch me. And with that, I turned around and left. Brett kept calling me all night, but I simply blocked him and went to bed. And the next morning, I woke up to Amy screaming in my face. Apparently, Brett had announced our breakup publicly, making him sound like some heartbroken martyr. And my followers were going down. And even worse, I was getting calls from my sponsors saying they were pulling out their campaigns if Brett was no longer filming with me. I tried calling Brett, but he had left for a month for some fitness boot camp, and I couldn't reach him. I always knew that boy's trouble, but you were so happy with him, I didn't say anything. You literally called him buttface and threw bread at his head at dinner yesterday. I didn't throw it at him. His big head got in the way. I don't care, Amy. Those deals were my content for the next 2 months. What am I supposed to do now? Maybe I should apologize to Brett. You don't need Brett. Remember how much your followers loved you when you first started dating Brett? All you need to do is find a new guy. Are you serious? Yes, and the timing is perfect. Colin Angel, the top YouTuber in the world, is coming to the squad house next week. Just work your Lola charm, and I'm sure he'll melt like ice cream on a hot day. You think it'll work? We have to try. Trust me, Brett will be old news soon once you're dating a hot new guy.
Maybe Amy was right, and it was worth a shot, but Colin was a celebrity, and I had to make a good first impression. So I stalked his social media, learned everything about him, and when he came to the squat house, I felt prepared. Colin, hey! What's up, yo?
Do I know you?
You tell me. Do I know me? I mean, you do know you. I have a weird sense of humor. Sorry. I'm Lola, by the way, short for Lorraine. But don't call me Lorraine. It makes me sound like a 90-year-old granny. It's such a stupid name. What I'm trying to say is...
I'll call you Lola. Cool?
That's perfection. I mean, yeah, whatever. Do you want some fruit punch?
Sorry, I'm allergic to all fruits.
And with that, he left. Okay, that hadn't worked. So next, I went through his post to find his favorite bakery and ordered the most expensive cupcakes for him. He was sitting alone at breakfast when I pulled a chair up next to him. Is the seat taken?
Do you see anyone sitting there?
Oh my God, you're so funny. Anyway, I got these cupcakes from your favorite bakery as my way of welcoming you to Squad House. Colin stared at the cupcakes and turned green.
Take those away from me. I hate this bakery, Lola. It gave me the most horrible food poisoning of my life.
But the internet says...
Don't you know not to believe everything the internet says? Oh God, I'm having flashbacks.
And Colin covered his mouth and ran. For the next few days, I tried everything to get Colin's attention. I left cute notes for him in his room, sent him flowers, chocolates, but nothing worked. I'd almost given up when one evening I was walking past the common room and I heard someone singing. It was Colin. He spotted me in the doorway and stopped. Sorry, did I break your flow?
It's cool, I was leaving anyway.
Wait, I was thinking maybe we could...
Look, Lola, I'm not dumb. I know you've been flirting with me and you're very cute, so I'm flattered. But I've been avoiding it because I know you've just broken up with your boyfriend, and I can't be someone's rebound.
But you're not a rebound. I really want to get to know you. And honestly, Brett was a big mistake. I was losing myself in that relationship, and I'm so much happier now.
I know how that feels. And I'm glad you're out of it then.
Now will you sing for me? Pretty please? Colin smiled and sang some of his favorite songs for me. We laughed and chatted till it was past midnight, and he asked me out for a dinner date the next day. I thought Colin would take me to a fancy place, but instead, he took me to this broken taco truck that belonged to his dad.
This food truck was all we had, until I shot to fame and changed my family's lives.
Wow, I support my family too. It's tough for kids like us out there.
It is. Now sit back. You're about to see something very special.
Colin pulled out a chef's hat and cooked me the most amazing meal. As I sat there eating my heart out, I could feel Colin watching me. Suddenly, he leaned in to wipe sauce off my face, and I felt butterflies. And after that day, we only got closer. Colin was talented, grounded, and very easy to talk to. When I asked him if he'd film a few vlogs with me, he happily agreed. Finally, my channel started picking up again, and with each video, my numbers only got better. But I couldn't stop feeling guilty. Colin had been so nice to me, and even though I liked him now, my intentions hadn't been exactly transparent with him. I wanted to tell him the truth, but Amy advised against it. You can't! Not until we have more content for your channel. Your numbers are up, but it's not enough. But I can't keep lying to Colin. He's so sweet, and I really like him. I really liked Brett too. Look how that went. And let's say you tell Colin the truth that you used him to gather views for your channel. How do you know he won't go online and broadcast everything? Think about your family before doing anything stupid. I thought about it a lot, but I concluded that I just couldn't lie to Colin anymore. So the next morning, I sat down and wrote a note to Colin confessing everything. I was on my way to slip the note in his room when suddenly Brett got in the way.
Hey babe, I'm back.
What do you want?
I want us to do a collaboration video.
Why? I thought you're too famous for me.
I am, but I guess my followers just want to see your pretty face on my channel. So what do you say? Get back together?
I'd rather get punched in the face.
Fine, suit yourself. But first see this.
Brett shoved his phone in my face, and I was shocked. It was a recording of me and Amy talking about Colin and how I'd used him to save my channel. I was just taking it all in when suddenly Colin spoke behind me.
Is this true? You used me to boost your channel?
Colin, please, hear me out. It started off like that, but I swear, I liked you almost immediately. I didn't fake that.
I do believe you, Lola, and I really like you too. Excuse me, that's my girlfriend you're talking to.
Ex-girlfriend. Amy, where did you come from? Dude, focus.
Yes, Lola, focus on me. If we get back together, I'll give you the bigger cut on every project. Deal? No, don't. I'm more famous than he ever will be. I'll make sure your channel becomes super popular. You know I can do that.
Colin's got a point, and it doesn't hurt that he's a total dreamboat. Better than this moron Brett.
Shut up!
You shut up.
You shut up first! I'm not listening. You lose.
Oh my God, quiet! All of you! I think I'm done with all of you. Lola, listen to me. No, Amy, you listen to me. You know what I just realized? I was good. Great, in fact, till I started listening to your advice. Wear this, date him, don't date him. It's crazy. I know it's coming from a good place, but it's not me. I didn't want my channel to be about makeup and boys. People liked me when I was authentic and made them laugh. That was my thing, and I want to go back to it. And Brett, get your head out of your butt. The world doesn't revolve around you, and I am never working with you again.
Fine. Then I'll post this video of you admitting you used Colin, and I'll tell everyone you used me too, and you're just an opportunistic witch.
Your voice is so irritating, man. Just shut up. Suddenly, Amy snatched the phone from his hand and threw it away, breaking it into pieces. Brett charged at Amy, but Colin pushed him away. Brett got up again and started throwing things around like a crazy person. Some of the other influencers had come running at all the noise, and they live-streamed Brett's meltdown. Brett was immediately thrown out of Squad House. After security took him away, Colin walked over to me.
So I guess you and I...
Colin, you're a wonderful guy, but right now, I need to focus on just me. I feel like I've lost myself all over again. I'm gonna go home.
I really like you, Lola. But yeah, I totally respect your decision to be on your own right now.
Who says she's on her own? I'm coming with you. You will? Sure. I can do some makeup vlogs at the farm. Also, I owe you an apology. I think you redeemed yourself with that little stunt you pulled on Brett. Yeah, I really cracked that nut. At least I was right about him. Can't argue with that. Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy. Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me? Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer. No, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no. I mean, yes, I like you a lot. But I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him. How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks! Leave him alone! I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day,
Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it.
Mom needs that surgery soon.
So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was going to get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No, Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't going to stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off, fuming. But then Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick and the treatment is super expensive.
It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you. Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so...
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents going to be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night.
So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich? That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not going to end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're going to be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me. You. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, 'cause this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
Hey there! My story is a little different from the stories you might have seen on MSA. Want to know why? 'Cause it has a ghost in it. I'm Beatrix, and unlike other kids who are born crying, I was born smiling. Yep, and that sort of freaked out my mom and the doctors. Come on, little angel, it's time to cry. But instead, I cooed and laughed. Mom had so much fun playing with me and making me beatbox. That's the reason she named me Beatrix. Needless to say, growing up, I had a great life, and my parents absolutely adored me. They made me feel like I was the center of their universe, especially Dad. We were like two birds of a feather. He was an amazing singer and owned a studio. He often took me there, and I was always in awe of the place.
Daddy, can I be a singer too when I grow up?
You already are, kiddo. In fact, you're so good, you even make crying sound like a melody. I always thought that nothing would ever break us apart, and our family would stay together forever. I was so wrong. One day, Dad told Mom he had taken on some debt and was unable to pay it back. From that day on, they started fighting over the smallest of things and soon ended up getting divorced. Dad left the city and never looked back. I was heartbroken and hoped he'd come back for me, but He didn't come, even on my birthday. I felt shattered.
Mommy, why didn't Daddy come? He promised he'd come for my birthday. Please call him.
I did, sweetheart. He must be busy. You have me. Come on, let's cut the cake.
No, I want Daddy, or else I don't want this cake at all.
After that day, I was asking Mom for Dad all the time, but he changed his number. And then to make things even worse, she married again. I was nervous at first when I met my stepdad, but it turned out he was an absolute gem. Not only did he paint my room in the exact color I wanted, but he also treated me to ice cream every day and spoiled me with all the things I asked for. Every night when Mom used to tuck me in bed and sing me a lullaby, he'd come too. Life was finally good again. And then my half-sister Jennifer was born. Mom and my stepdad only had eyes for her, and it seemed like it was all Jennifer all the time. I started to get jealous of her, but one time when she was crying and Mom and my stepdad weren't around, she gave me the most beautiful smile ever, and I melted.
Aw, aren't you the cutest thing in the world?
I tried to lift her, but Jennifer ended up crying again, and right then my stepdad stomped into the room. He looked really pissed. I just put her to sleep. Did you wake her up? Did you make her cry?
What? No, I was just...
Don't yell at her. She's just a kid. Then they started fighting over me all the time. When my stepdad said I was always causing trouble and should be sent away to live with my real dad, I felt like someone punched me in the gut. That's when I felt like I wasn't a part of my own family. But I kept quiet and didn't complain. And since no one even knew where my real dad was, I wasn't sent away. But then I noticed something strange was happening. I couldn't go outside anymore. Mom even had to homeschool me for a month. Thankfully, I grew out of it eventually with Mom's help. And as Jennifer grew up, she loved being around me. We were pretty close, even though she was competitive and wanted Mom's attention all the time. Like, when I'd come home from school and run to hug Mom, she'd jump in and hug her first, then talk to her and keep her busy until I gave up and would go to my room. I didn't mind, because she was still very small. But one day, she broke Dad's phone by accident when we were playing with it.
Beatrix, please don't let them know it was me. It was an accident. Please, please, please. I don't want them to be mad at me.
I couldn't see my baby sister that way, so when Mom entered the room and saw Jennifer crying, she assumed I had done something. Mom, we were playing, and I accidentally broke Dad's phone. Why can't you be more careful, Beatrix? Why are you two in his office anyway? Don't you know how angry? At that exact moment, Dad rushed in and turned as red as a fire truck. He began yelling at me and Mom. Look at what your daughter did. I told you she's only trouble. Your daughter? Oh, wow, that hurt. After that fight, I began distancing and avoiding my stepdad every time I saw him. Since at home I had so many problems, school was a relief. There I was part of the music club, and singing always felt like a joy. One time when I was in 12th grade, I was performing in a school play, and the lead had to sing a lullaby but forgot the words. I didn't know them either, but I jumped up and sang the same lullaby Mom used to sing me when I was little. When I was done, there was silence. Oh, shoot, I must have sounded bad. But then, all of a sudden, there was a thunder of applause, and I was stunned. Oh my God, Beatrix, you sounded so amazing! Oh, stop, you're just being nice. Wait, who are you? I'm an ad producer, and I'd like to work with you. But before I could even finish my sentence, the man handed me his card. I called him a couple of days later, and then I found out he wanted me to sing a jingle for a Christmas ad. It was so much fun. When I got paid, I went to Mom and told her I wanted to take her out for dinner, but she seemed so occupied. That's very nice, honey, but I have to go out with your sister tonight. She got 15th position in her class in the exams. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I'll come too. Well, you know how she is. She said it's a mom-daughter thing only. We'll go out some other time. I hope that's all right. Sure. It was pretty clear that Jennifer was more important to her than me. Mom never made the time to go out with me, even as I finished high school and moved out to my own apartment. After a few years, I started to get lots of attention for my singing, and people were totally loving it. I worked hard, and eventually I got a huge show in New York. I was so psyched about it and invited Mom and Jennifer, but minutes before I was supposed to start, Mom said they couldn't come. When I got on stage and saw the crowd and the 2 empty seats in the front row, I suddenly got really nervous and forgot the lyrics. My brain went blank, and since I was on the stage for so long and still hadn't performed, the audience started booing me. I felt my heart sinking, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. That was supposed to be my big break. Everything is ruined now. It's not, Beatrix. You just need to take it slow. Trust me, you'll be on the stage again soon. Everything will be okay. I wanted to believe her, but right when I was about to step out of my hospital room, I froze at the door and couldn't move. Honey, what's the matter? I don't know. I'm too scared to leave. I hurried back to the bed and refused to move. After talking to the doctor, I was diagnosed with a condition called agoraphobia. It was just like when my dad left. The stage incident triggered the condition I already had but forgot about. It meant I had trouble being in crowds and open spaces. It had been months since I left my home, and Mom was worried sick for me. She suggested I move into the house next to hers. It had been empty for years because the owners had left town. I was fine with it, as long as it was kept locked and I could stay inside. Mom and Jennifer were the only ones allowed in. My stepdad never visited. Jennifer was incredibly understanding, and we grew even closer. Mom came over every day, always spending time and taking care of me. One day, after she left and I was alone, I heard the sound of a door creaking open. I got up to check all the doors in the house and found the back door completely open. That was weird. I remember locking it. Soon after that, weird things started happening. Like, once I noticed the stove was on, even after I was sure I had turned it off. And then my shoes went missing. What was happening? Was I going crazy on top of everything else? I told Jennifer, and she thought the unthinkable. Maybe my house was haunted. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't explain it. One day, Jennifer brought over a Ouija board. Why did you bring this?
Well, if there is some ghost here, we need to communicate with it and ask what it wants so we can go away.
I wasn't too sold on the idea, but I thought I might as well try. Yeah, just like those stupid kids in horror movies. In just a few minutes, it turned out to be a very bad idea. I thought Jennifer was moving the pointer, but she swore it wasn't her. And it definitely wasn't me. It spelled out, "Get out." Huh. Awesome! I was even more scared now, and I couldn't move or even leave the house. I was stuck. Things died down for a little while, but one day while I was watching TV, the volume got super loud and the channel changed by itself. I was terrified and ran out of the house without thinking and immediately ran into the most beautiful delivery guy I ever saw. "Are you okay, miss? I thought maybe someone was in your house. I can check if you want." I just nodded and followed him into the house, and after 10 minutes, he assured me that no one was around and nothing was wrong. "I work around here a lot. If you have any problem, let me know and I'll help you, okay? I'm Easton." From then on, Easton came to visit me every once in a while. We would sit near my door and talk. I told him about my agoraphobia, and he would bring me things that I couldn't get for myself. He was so thoughtful and sweet. One day, when Easton and I were talking, Jennifer came to visit me. The three of us had a good time. Once he left, I could not stop talking about him. He's so kind and sweet. You know, we like the same pizza, and we both love the Marvel movies and
Be an Easton sitting in a tree. Kissing.
No, what are you talking about?
You have a crush on him. It's so obvious.
Oh no, it's true. The day Mom was supposed to meet him, I invited her and Jennifer, but he called and said he had to work late. Mom seemed disappointed. I went to get them some snacks, and when I got back, I overheard Mom and Jennifer talking, and Mom was crying. I don't know how I can help her. I've never seen her this happy.
But Mom, you should know about it. That Easton does not exist. She's maybe hallucinating, going crazy.
What in the chocolate fudge? Beatrix, honey, what do you mean he doesn't exist? Jen, you saw him.
Bea, I'm sorry, but I didn't. I was pretending for your sake. There was no one there that day.
If Easton wasn't real, then who was I texting a while back?
That was me. I put in my number when you weren't looking.
Could it be true? After everything, I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I really was losing my mind. Mom consoled me for hours until I finally calmed down. Then we made an appointment to meet the doctor the next day to see if I really was going cuckoo. Just a week later, I was trying to get ready when a diary fell out of my cupboard. I went pale when I saw what was written. Easton used to live here all those years ago? This freaked me out so much that when the doorbell rang, I screamed. I was shaking as I opened the door. But the minute I did, I went pale with fear. It was Easton, standing right in front of me. Beatrix, I'm sorry for not showing up last week. Stay away from me. Why are you haunting me? What do you mean? What's going on? You're not real. You're my imagination. Or a ghost. That explains all the weird things that's been happening. The stove, the TV, the weird... What? Of course I'm real. I don't know what you mean. I began screaming and yelling for Mom. And pretty soon she rushed to me with Jennifer and stepdad following behind her. The minute they saw my frantic state, they went pale, especially Jennifer. Mom, I can see Easton, and I'm scared. I think he's a ghost. Honey, I can see him too. Of course you can. I'm a real human. What's going on here? I don't understand. Jennifer, we met too. What's going on? We all turned towards Jennifer, and as if on cue, she began crying and wailing. It was all about Beatrix. She's my mom, too. Ever since she got that condition, she's been with you, not me. I've done things to try to make her angry at you and happy with me, but it never works. Jennifer, how could you do this to your sister? You made her think her house was haunted? It ain't my fault she's so dumb. Believing there was some ghost. Stupid Beatrix. How dare you do all of this? All I've been is nice to you. And you're so ungrateful. But Mom, Dad, I did this all because I love you and want you to myself. Enough. I can't believe you could stoop down to this level, Jennifer. You're the one who has a problem. And this is all my fault. I'm sorry, Beatrix. If I had never behaved that way towards you as a child, Jennifer wouldn't have grown up hating you this way. Easton just stood there, shocked at the entire situation. After talking to him later, we continued to stay friends. Mom and Dad helped me get through my agoraphobia and get better. Jennifer was sent away for therapy and treatment. With my parents' support, I was able to turn my focus back to music. It took a lot of hard work and dedication, but eventually I was able to start performing again. Mom, stepdad, and Easton were all there in the front row when I went on stage again. And when the show was over, Jennifer surprised me with flowers. She was finally better. I'm sorry for everything. You were always a great sister. I was selfish. No more ghost stuff? Never. Good. Let's go to my not haunted house and celebrate.
Hey friends, I'm Sabrina from Miami. Please like and subscribe. I was born to two high school sweethearts who loved me to bits. My parents were like each other's best friend, and people called them couple goals. But in reality, they were complete opposites. While Mom was a hardworking, no-nonsense lawyer at a big firm, my dad, well, he was a stay-at-home dad. Polar opposites. Yeah, I know, but still, they were so much in love. As a kid, I wanted to be just like them. I was the best student in class, and I guess that came from my mom considering what a book nerd she was, and a total goofball. That part I am 100% sure came from my dad. As a kid, I always dreamt of becoming a scientist after a field trip with my school to a science lab. I was mesmerized by the many colorful test tubes. I would read science magazines like they were fairy tales and was able to remember everything. Why is it so hard for you to wake up in the morning? Come on, we're going to be late. That's because of Newton's first law. A body at rest wants to stay at rest. 5 more minutes. Pretty please.
Not happening. And don't throw your science facts at me. Ah, you little rabbit. Okay, fine. I could take a 5-minute nap too.
Growing up, I was always close to Dad because he was the parent mostly around. One time, Dad took me to the water park and I was having so much fun. When I went for the water slide, I spotted a girl crying and instantly recognized her. It was Gemma from my school. Even though we were in different sections, I had often seen her. Hey, what happened? Are you hurt? No, my mom. She wants me to go down the slide. But look at it. It's so scary. It's dark. I'm scared. This one? It's for babies. Come on, I'll be right behind you. The trick is to close your eyes and enjoy. Ready? Okay, ready. Saying that, I pushed her and then followed her. When we came out on the other side, the look on the girl's face had changed. OMG! It was perfect! Let's do it again! Yay! We had a blast, but our fun was cut short when we heard some people scream and run out of the pool. I turned around and what I saw made me want to hide my face from the world forever. Dad was in the middle of the pool while the water around him was turning blue and all the kids were running out of it. No. That's your dad, right? I'm not with him. Yeah, I'd say the same thing if my dad did that. You see, my dad was adorable, but he could be pretty annoying at times. I guess that was the reason why Mom was always saying that she had to raise 2 kids instead of 1. Well, Gemma and I became pretty good friends, and the fact that she kept the whole pool thing a secret made me like her even more. While I was happy to finally have an awesome friend, things at home were going south. I started to notice that Mom and Dad were always at odds. One moment they would be smiling at each other, and the next they'd be arguing like kids. They'd bicker over the smallest things, like who would take the trash out, who squeezed the toothpaste from the middle, who left the dishes dirty, and whatnot. One time, they started a huge fight over air conditioning. Yeah, it's frickin' freezing. Where's the remote control? Do you have any idea how much last month's bill was?
So, now you're gonna throw the I'm the one who brings the money in thing at me.
Mom? Dad? I have homework. Can you help me?
How about later, honey? Daddy has to go out with his friends.
Friends? Yeah. Run away like a little boy. Ugh, you're always acting like a kid. I always hated their fights, but on my 10th birthday, they crossed all limits and started arguing on my birthday in front of so many guests. I had enough. Oh, please. For once, I really wish you guys would either stop fighting or just leave each other. Because of Mom and Dad, I officially hated love. As if my wish came true. The next day, Mom left for New York, and when Dad found out, he was heartbroken.
I can't believe it. How could she do this? I know we had our differences, but this? How come she didn't ever think about you?
The realization stung. Mom didn't just leave Dad, but me too. For many days, my mind was in chaos. Seeing me so quiet at school, Gemma asked me what the matter was, and I told her everything. I am never falling in love. It's stupid. Totally. Friendship is the best ship. With Gemma by my side, I felt like things would be all right. But boy, was I wrong. With Mom gone, Dad was out of control. It was like his life's mission to embarrass me. One time when I had participated in a debate competition, Mom was a no-show and I knew the reason. As for Dad, he was in the audience all excited for me, dressed up like a cheerleader, carrying a huge sign. Oh my God, I might die because of embarrassment. Come on, your dad is so supportive and cute too. After my speech was done, I heard noises from the audience.
This idiot has been screaming in my ear for an hour now. It's time he gets taught a lesson. What? If cheering for my daughter is a crime, then I'm a Ah!
Before Dad could even finish his sentence, the other guy gave him a black eye. I so hated that my dad got his butt kicked the same day I got an award for the best debate, but he was always acting like a kid on a sugar rush. Once we got home, I was so angry at Dad that I locked myself in my room, even though Dad apologized many times. When I finally came out, Dad was relieved.
Honey, I am so sorry. I just wanted to make you laugh. Happy. I thought if I acted like a friend, we'd be...
Wait, but why a friend? I want you to be my dad. I can have many friends, but only one dad. I guess my words struck a chord because after that day, I saw how slowly Dad was becoming more responsible. He was managing the house and even started a small business from home, which was going well. He even started to help me with homework, and when I had a science fair at school, he worked with me and we made the best project. On the day of the fair, I stood proud with my project and Gemma was with me. Everything was going fine until I spotted Phoenix, the school's outcast. In grade 1, poor Phoenix had vomited all over a girl, and since then, everyone called him Puke Boy behind his back. For some reason, Phoenix was always smiling at me, and Gemma would often tease me by saying the guy had a crush on me.
Looks perfect, just like you.
You're in the way. Phoenix, can you maybe move aside with your snacks? Right when Phoenix turned, someone shoved him hard. The jerks from the basketball team were here, and Phoenix happened to be their favorite target. Puke Boy fell on his food. Again!
Aw, are those tears in your eyes?
Hey, want a hand? Nah. Instead of helping Phoenix up, they shoved him back and started laughing. I couldn't just stand there and watch the poor guy suffer, so I gave him a napkin. What are you doing? Are you all right?
Whoa, we got something going on here. Sabrina and Phoenix sitting on a tree. Kissin.
Before he could finish, I gave the jerk a much-deserved slap, and that really angered him. But before he could come at me, the principal came and took the whole group away. Good riddance.
Oh my God, I want to be you when I grow up. Thank you so much, Sabrina.
You're welcome. That was something, Sabrina. Gemma and I spent the day with Phoenix, and it turned out he was a gem. Not only was he good at school, he had a heart of gold. After that day, we started to hang out with Phoenix a lot. As time passed, our friendship grew stronger, and in the final year of high school, all 3 of us decided to go to the same university. I was doing so well, but then I had a 2-week break before my final exams, and I had to go and visit Mom. I was dreading it because I knew she'd be pissed as I didn't attend her wedding a couple of years ago, but when I reached her place, I was pretty shocked. Wow! Mom had surely married a rich guy, and now she even had 2 kids. Meet your brothers. Aren't they adorable? Yeah. So, we're going out. How about you look after the boys? Before I could say anything, Mom and her husband rushed out, and I was left to babysit. The entire week went by in a haze, and I realized one thing. Mom had moved on. I knew I should be happy for her, but I felt betrayed. At least I had Dad. But once I was back, I got a surprise at home. Dad was dating again. First, Mom has a new family. Now you're both moving on? Where do I fit in?
You are our child. Nothing in the world can ever come between the love we have for you.
Yeah, some love. Ugh, but why was I blaming Mom and Dad? I was the one who had wished for them to be apart. The guilt was keeping me awake at night, and to take my mind off it, I poured my heart and soul into my studies and got a scholarship to my favorite university in New York. The best thing was that Gemma and Phoenix were going to be with me, but in different facilities. It was totally worth it considering how we got to meet every single day. Things were going great, and in the 3rd year, I was one of 2 students selected to be part of a research team. That was huge! Finally, my dreams of becoming a scientist seemed so near. While working for a research assistant, I met Jacob. The guy was sure amazing, and every time I'd meet Gemma and Phoenix, I'd be telling them about him. Looks like someone has a crush. A crush? Yuck. Jacob and I, we're just good friends.
Yeah, everyone says the same thing when they have a crush.
Did I really have a thing for Jacob? No. I needed to focus on my studies and research. So I started avoiding Jacob, even though I felt bad about it. One time, I was late in the lab with my professor when I had a total eureka moment. I created a new material that looks like plastic, but 100 times safer than plastic. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Professor, you have to come and see what I found.
What? Impossible.
Look, I tested it again and again. The results are the same.
Yeah, she's right. Congratulations, Sabrina. This is fantastic.
This will revolutionize science. Well done, Sabrina. I always expected the best from you.
I was so happy, but when the research paper was published, I got the shock of a lifetime. It was named after my professor and didn't say anything about my contribution. But I discovered it.
And who will believe a science student over a double PhD scientist?
I'll tell everyone. You won't get away with this.
Oh, really? Well, then be prepared to lose your scholarship and fail epically.
What a monster! I had been such a fool trusting him with my research. I needed to tell Gemma and Phoenix about this and ask them what to do next. I ran to Gemma's dorm room, and right when I opened the door, I felt the air knock out of my lungs. Gemma and Phoenix were kissing. What the heck? Sabrina, wow,
Finally. I was telling Gemma for so long that we should tell Sabrina about our relationship, but look how well everything fell into place.
Fell into place? Are you crazy? This can't be happening. No way! You betrayed me! It was like the walls were closing in on me. I felt like my mind was spinning. It actually was, and when Gemma came to hold me, I slapped her. Accidentally. Gemma, I am so...
What has gotten into you, Sabrina? You hit her.
I didn't mean to. Saying that, I ran out of there. I had been walking in the rain for what felt like forever. All my dreams were crushed. My family, my friends, and my career, everything. I didn't know why, but that night I ended up knocking on Mom's door.
Oh my God. What happened, sweetheart?
Mom? It was the first time I opened up to Mom, and in the end, I came clean. I told her how my wish had caused her and Dad to leave each other and how the guilt ate me because of them, how I hated love. It was never, ever your fault. You're a grown-up now. Listen, everything breaks if you don't take care of it. Your dad and I, we didn't take care of the love we had. Things fell apart. Don't be afraid of love. Don't run away from it. Otherwise, you'll never know the real joy of life. Remember, whatever life throws at you, you've got to be steadfast and strong, and everything will fall into place. Even though we're no longer together, look what we have. A smart, strong daughter. You, sweetie. Strong? Smart? Me? Ugh. And then I told Mom what my professor did and what a fool I was for trusting him. Well, Mom, boy, was she pissed. She then brought in the big guns. She sued my professor. Perks of having a lawyer mom. On the day of the hearing, it was the first time I saw Mom in action, and boy was she fierce. Jacob was also there to support me, and in the end, the judge ruled in my favor. I was so happy, but the victory didn't feel complete without my friends, and I knew what I had to do. Today is my wedding day. Gemma, my bridesmaid, and Phoenix, the best man, look absolutely amazing. I am so happy that they're part of my big day. It was all because I had finally accepted my fears and came clean to them all those years ago. I had told them how I was afraid that our trio would break up because of them dating, but it was Gemma who assured me that taking a chance at love was totally worth it. And I finally gained the courage to tell Jacob how much I liked him, and he felt the same way. As I'm about to say I do, I realize how I didn't have to run away from love, but run towards it, because it's the best joy of life.
The music was pumping, everyone was dancing, and then suddenly, chaos. People were pushing and shoving, trying to make their way towards the exits.
We have to head out immediately.
Milo, wait,
There's no time. We need to go, now.
That was my prom night. It was a disaster, and it was all my fault. Hey everyone, it's Jenna. If you want to hear about my crazy story, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. I grew up in a small town in the Midwest, where life was slow and predictable, but I've always been the kind of person who likes to push boundaries and have a little fun. My parents were pretty strict when it came to homework and other boring stuff, while all I wanted to do was explore the world and play outdoors with the boys. And it paid off when I got a cute teddy bear as a gift from Milo, my crush. I love that bear more than anything in the world. But eventually, Milo and I grew apart. He wanted to play video games with the boys, while I still wanted to swim in rivers and explore nearby caves. But I had Teddy, my partner in crime. Even my parents had to get special permission for me to bring my Teddy to class, or else I'd throw a major tantrum. Life was amazing, but things changed when Layla, stepped into my second grade class.
Look at her. She's still carrying a teddy bear like a baby. Did you forget your pacifier?
I kept my cool, but once she even went as far as cleaning the whiteboard with my teddy. After that, I decided to put it away. I never told my parents what happened with Layla. In fact, they were happy I wasn't obsessed with my teddy anymore. All they cared about was how good my grades were. You failed yet another exam. But Mom, I was studying really hard. I guess the teacher doesn't like me. Maybe I should have gotten her a birthday present.
Come on, be responsible, Jenna.
I wanted to prove to Mom and Dad that I could be responsible, so I decided to please them with a bunch of chores while they were away at work. I started with attempting dishes, then vacuuming the living room, but I was left with broken plates and tangled curtains. Talk about a productive day. It's okay, Jenna. You still have a chance to prove yourself. Let's open the books now. Time to prove yourself. Oh no! Panicked, I scrambled to clean up before my parents got home. But just then, I heard the screeching of car tires outside. My heart dropped as I realized they had come home early and would see the mess I'd made. As they walked in, I quickly pretended to be studying. How many bones does the human body have? 0. Is the earth flat? Duh, if it was round, people living on the other side would fall off. I turned around to see my parents staring at me in disbelief. I tried to pretend like I hadn't noticed them coming in. Hey, Mom, Dad, you're home early.
What happened here?
I was trying to but today's been a really bad day. But like you said, it's all part of life.
Unbelievable. Jenna!
I just wanted to have fun. And my teenage years were wild with my inseparable twin troublemakers, Sarah and Samantha. They were the ones who introduced me to the world of sneaking out and partying. Looking back, I realized how silly it all was. Like when we decided to skip school and try having a DIY spa day, they wanted to do it at my house, but I knew the wrath of my parents and how strict they were. Trust me, my parents can sniff out trouble from a mile away. We'll be safer at your house. We tried a homemade oatmeal and honey face mask, but it turned out to be a sticky disaster. We looked like we were attacked by a swarm of bees and spent hours cleaning up. It was not the relaxing spa day we had hoped for. Little did we know, that lesson would come in handy sooner than expected. And the next day, we decided to have a bonfire party in their backyard, but the flames quickly got out of control. After trying water and dirt, we had an unexpected solution. A bag of oatmeal. It was strange, but it worked. As we stood there, covered in ash and oatmeal, we couldn't help but laugh. But the twins' parents didn't laugh at all, especially given that their rose garden caught on fire. I was devastated when their parents called mine, and even more so when they forbade me from ever seeing my friends again. The fact that their father was a lawyer and threatened to sue my parents because I damaged their property only added to the seriousness of the situation. It was as if my world had been turned upside down.
You were supposed to be in school.
Is this the first time you're sneaking out like this?
Unbelievable. We are so disappointed, Jenna.
Can I go back to my room? You are grounded until further notice. What about prom?
We'll see about that.
Only if you behave well. Prom was only a few weeks away, and I had been dreaming about it for years. From now on, I had to be on my best behavior. In the days that followed, I tried to make amends by texting Sarah and Samantha, but I never received a response. I couldn't help but wonder if they had blocked me. I knew that they had moved to another country shortly after the incident, and I wondered if they held me responsible. I was heartbroken. I missed the twins terribly, but when I saw Milo, my childhood crush, in the school's hallway, I went to talk to him, hoping we could hang out like we used to, but he was busy with the boys. Meanwhile, my nemesis Layla was getting asked to prom by 5 different guys, each trying to outdo each other. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at how cheesy they were being. Layla seemed to be enjoying all the attention, but I couldn't help but feel bad for the guys. It was like they were all competing for her affection, and it was obvious that she had no interest in them. That's not nice.
Oh, look who it is. The girl who never gets asked to prom.
Of course, Layla was still the same brat she was when we were kids. But she was right. I was still dateless and feeling pretty hopeless. One day, in combined class, I was scribbling notes in my notebook when my phone popped up with Milo's name. My heart skipped a beat. Was he asking me to prom? I tried to act cool, but my hands were shaking. I couldn't believe it. Milo, my forever crush, was asking me to prom. But as I opened the message, it wasn't the love declaration I was hoping for. Instead, it read, "Can you pass me a pencil?" Silly me. And to make matters worse, I accidentally passed him a pen instead of a pencil. Smooth move, Jenna. Real smooth. But my embarrassment didn't end there. Just as I was daydreaming about my prom night with Milo, him looking fabulous in a bold red suit and tie, him making me dance like in a fairy tale, hold me close and never let me go, Milo.
You do realize you're drooling, right?
It's sad that you can only have him in your dreams.
Oh, I was just practicing my drooling for when I see you in that dress you've been talking about. You know, the one that's always out of stock because everyone wants to look like a glittery potato sack. Layla scowled at me and didn't say anything for the rest of class. I thought that would be the end of it, but the next day, the principal called me into his office. Apparently, Layla had told him that I had started a rumor about her and spread it all around school. And my parents were called.
That's it. No prom for you.
What? That's not fair.
We warned you, Jenna. Only if you behaved well, and you did it. Once again.
I was devastated. The next day at school, I heard someone calling my name. I turned around to see Milo running toward me, a big smile on his face.
Hey, Jenna, wait up. Thanks for the pen.
What pen? Oh, yeah, sure. No problem.
So, I heard you got into a fight with Layla because of me?
Of course she told him. I should have known she'd blabber about it to everyone.
Hey, do you want to go to prom with me?
Was this really happening? I tried to play it cool, but I couldn't help myself. Yes! 1,000,000 times yes! I'm so excited! But suddenly, I felt something warm.
You okay?
Hey, can you quickly take off your shirt?
My shirt? Why?
Wearing your boyfriend's shirt is the latest fashion trend, and I just want to be trendy, you know? To my relief, Milo smiled at me without asking further questions. Yes, I had just peed a little in excitement in front of my crush. I definitely felt embarrassed, but I didn't care. I was going to prom with Milo, and nothing could bring me down. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, trying to come up with a plan. Since I wasn't allowed to go to prom, I couldn't ask Mom to take me shopping for my dress. So I snuck into my mom's closet and searched through her old dresses until I found one. It was a multicolored dress from the 80s. I loved it. I hurried out of the house through my bedroom window so my parents wouldn't see me. It was supposed to be the night of my dreams. But as they say, life doesn't always go according to plan. And boy, was that an understatement for what happened on my prom night. It all started when Milo showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt, cargo shorts, and flip-flops. And he wasn't driving a limo. He was picking me up with his bike. I couldn't believe it. I tried to hide my disappointment, but I knew it was written all over my face.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. As soon as we arrived at the ballroom, my dress got caught in the bike wheel and ripped apart. Oh no, Mom's gonna kill me. Milo quickly ran to a classroom to find a stapler and stapled my dress back together, but he made it look like a patchwork quilt. We walked into the ballroom, and everyone was looking at my dress. I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I went to grab my lipstick, ready to dance the night away, when I felt something soft and furry inside my bag, something I hadn't felt in years and definitely hadn't brought with me. I looked down to see my childhood teddy. OMG, I carried the wrong bag. I quickly tried to hide him, but it was too late. Everyone had already noticed and were laughing hysterically. I wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. It was just like being 7 all over again. Just then, Layla passed by me with her group of friends. Aw, little Jenna never grew up. What a baby!
You kept Teddy all these years?
It almost looked like he was about to cry when ring! My phone started ringing. Oh no, she's gonna kill me.
Jenna, where are you? Your dad just went to kiss you goodnight and found your bed empty.
As my mom continued her lecture over the phone, I felt suffocated, and just as she was about to launch into another tirade, something outside the window caught my eye. A man, dressed in all black and carrying a flashlight, was sneaking into one of the nearby houses. Oh my god, someone's being burgled!
Is this another one of your—
I immediately sprang into action. There was an emergency exit-only door nearby, and without thinking twice, I ran through it. Little did I know that the loud alarm would go off, causing the entire school to panic.
We have to head out immediately.
Milo, wait,
There's no time. We need to go, now.
He was right. There was no time. As Milo gathered around with all the students outside, I chased after the burglar, shouting for help. Soon enough, other people joined in the chase, and together we were able to get him and call the police. As we were waiting for the police to arrive, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. I was relieved that no one had been hurt and that the burglar had been caught, but I knew my actions had just caused prom to be canceled.
So, you kept Teddy all these years?
I did. You forgot me, but I never forgot you.
My bad. I missed you, Jenna. And I'm feeling blessed now. I wish we could slow dance. I can't believe prom is canceled.
And I can't believe you saved my family from a burglar. What? That was your house? Yes. I owe you one, Jenna. Thank you so much. You are a gem of a person. Does this mean we're not enemies anymore? I guess so. When Milo dropped me off at home, I felt nervous about facing my parents. I knew they were going to be mad at me for sneaking out to prom. Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry for everything. You were right.
Is this my dress?
So funny story. Just as my mom was boiling up like a tea kettle, Milo intervened. He told my parents how I'd saved Layla's house. They might not have believed him, but then my principal called my parents and told them everything. My parents were shocked, but for the first time, I also saw how proud they were of me. It wasn't easy, but they eventually forgave me for my mistakes. I promise, I'm gonna be more responsible and more careful from now on. But just as I was about to bask in my newfound maturity, I'm sorry, Mom, but don't worry, I'll fix it.
Oh, please, let it be. I can handle it. Just bubble wrap yourself and sit in the corner.
Hi, I'm Shayla from Texas, and I'm a child genius. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was only 6 when I discovered I was what people called gifted. I was at my friend's birthday party, and we were having a contest on who could solve a Rubik's Cube first. Well, I solved it in 19 seconds.
Mommy, she cheated! That's crazy! How could I cheat? You were watching me the whole time!
Stop lying, Shayla. There's no way you could solve the Rubik's Cube that fast. Now go sit in the corner.
But that's so unfair!
I didn't want to play more party games after that because all the kids kept calling me a cheat. When I got home, I told my parents what happened, and a few days later, they had me tested. And it turned out I had an insanely high IQ, just like my mom, who was a respected neurologist. Cool, right? Well, not exactly. I got moved up 2 grades, which meant I was the youngest in the class. And no one wanted to be friends with a little 6-year-old who was every teacher's favorite. By the time I got to high school, I felt like a total outcast. One night in 9th grade, I was home alone even though it was Valentine's Day, and tons of kids at school were out on dates. Knock, knock. I have a Valentine's Day present for you, sweetie. Thanks. At least I have one Valentine tonight, even if it is just my mom. Here, open this box. I pulled out a bracelet with an infinity symbol on it. What's this? Shayla, people like you and I, we're not like everyone else. We're smarter and 10 times more special. This is an infinity bracelet. And remember that nobody can hold you back from your potential. Do you understand? I think so. After that night with Mom, I decided it was time to change my attitude and stop feeling sorry for myself. So for the first time during lunch, I decided to eat in the cafeteria with everyone else instead of alone in the janitor's closet. Then suddenly, as I was walking, a flyer hit me smack in the face. Greetings, miss. May I interest you in joining the most amazing club in all of Texas? The Humble Mathletes. What are the Mathletes? Ugh, ignore him. His name is Nolan and he's the new kid. He's trying to recruit fellow dorks to compete in math tournaments across Texas. Well, I think math is fun. Sign me up. Cool. I don't usually allow younger kids on my team, but I'll make an exception. Ugh. I ended up joining Nolan's math team and the two of us became friends. Nolan wasn't gifted the way I was, but he was still smart and a really sweet guy. Finally, the day of our state tournament arrived and my mom called to tell me that she was coming. I can't believe it. My mom never takes a day off from work. Nolan, we have to win today. I really want to make her proud. Calm down, girl. We're gonna crush this tournament. Nolan pulled me into a hug, and for some reason, it made my stomach do cartwheels. The competition went well, but in the final round, Nolan got 2 answers wrong, and that cost us the first place trophy. Oh well, second place it is then. How about we celebrate with milkshakes and an MSA marathon? I was about to agree when I saw Mom standing behind me with a very disappointed face. I excused myself to talk to her. Why were you so happy back there? You're not embarrassed that you got second place? Hey, second place is still really good. Shayla, why are you friends with someone like Nolan? He's obviously not very bright. It's his fault you didn't win. Mom, don't talk that way. Nolan is really smart and we've become good friends. Suddenly, Mom took my wrist and started to unclasp the infinity bracelet. What are you doing? I shouldn't have given this to you, Shayla. You don't seem to care much about unlocking your potential. I'll just have to live with the disappointment. No, stop! I do care. I'm gonna make things right. Just give me a chance. I ended up riding home with Dad without saying goodbye to Nolan. And the next day at school, I tried avoiding him until he showed up at my locker. Hey, sunshine. I thought we were gonna celebrate, but you left. Are you okay? Nolan, we can't be friends anymore. What?
Why?
You want me to be honest?
Of course.
You're not smart the way I am. You're average at best. And if we continue hanging out, you're just gonna hold me back. I'm so sorry. I ran away before Nolan could answer, feeling horrible. Nolan didn't speak to me again after that, and I didn't blame him. Then 2 months later, my life took a turn. Mom was offered a research position in China. So, does that mean we're moving to China?
No, only I'm moving, and I'm divorcing your father. I just can't have anyone in my way right now. But don't worry, you and I will keep in touch.
Mom kissed my cheek, and tears filled my eyes. After Mom left, I tried to keep busy and comfort Dad, who wasn't taking the divorce too well. One afternoon, I was sitting on the porch when I saw a van pull into our driveway. A lady came out, and to my surprise, it was my first grade teacher.
Mrs. Johnson? Is that you? Shayla? I haven't seen you since they pulled you out of my class to move you up 2 grades.
Miss Johnson invited me to dinner that night, but while we were eating, she kept asking me if something was wrong, and I just couldn't hold it in. I told Miss Johnson all about Mom leaving and how hard school was and how much I missed Nolan. It doesn't matter though. I just need to focus on myself and my goals. I remember I was just like you, Shayla. My grades and my dreams meant everything to me, but I realized over time that part of success is also about being happy.
No offense, but that sounds like a cheesy quote you'd read on Instagram.
Maybe, but it's true. Try doing at least one thing that makes you happy this week, sweetheart. I was exhausted from finals, so that week, I decided to take Miss Johnson's advice. I went to the community pool to sunbathe when I tripped over a crack in the sidewalk.
Whoa, easy.
Thanks. At that moment, I realized the lifeguard was Daryl, the most popular guy in school.
I usually save people from water, not concrete. You look familiar. I feel like I know you from somewhere. What's your name?
I was about to tell him, but then I paused. Boys like Daryl usually never talk to me, and I wanted to start off on the right foot. I'm Cher, like the singer.
And you're pretty like her, too. I'm having a party tonight. How about you be my date?
Whoa, did he just ask me out? Of course, I said yes. And that night, I got super dolled up for the party and even bought a new dress. The party was so much fun, and I danced with Daryl for hours. And when I saw the other kids at school there, I told them I'd changed my name because, well, I had a chance to be a new me. At one point, I had to go to the bathroom, but I opened the wrong door, which apparently was a bedroom.
Oh my God, what are you doing in my room?
Nolan? This is Daryl's house.
Yeah, and my mom and I moved in here 2 weeks ago. Daryl's my cousin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Of course you didn't. Daryl doesn't want to be associated with nerds. How did you get invited here anyway?
Actually, I'm not a nerd anymore. I've decided to change. Also, my name isn't Shayla anymore. It's Cher.
Cher?
Yeah. So, if you could call me that from now on.
No, I don't have the time or energy for this. Go back to the party, will you? And don't walk by my room again.
Nolan slammed the door in my face, and I felt bad. But I really didn't want to deal with the drama at the moment. I just wanted to have fun. A week later, Daryl and I started dating. I asked everyone to start calling me Cher instead of Shayla, and just like that, I became popular. I started dressing differently, and I didn't wear my infinity bracelet anymore. One day at school, the teacher handed back last week's physics exam, and even though I hadn't studied as much, I got 100. I was grinning to myself during recess when Daryl took the paper out of my hand.
What you got there, babe? Whoa, you got 100 on a physics test? What are you, some kind of computer bot?
No, my brain just works a little differently than other people.
Like a little Miss Smarty Pants? Wait, are you one of those nerds who thinks she's better than the rest of us just because she can memorize a few extra facts? I thought you were cool.
I am cool. You know what? It was just dumb luck that I got full marks.
Whew, I thought we might have to break up.
Daryl and his friends made it clear they hated nerds. So for the next few weeks, I purposely failed all of my tests and didn't do any homework, which they all high-fived me for. The end of the semester school party came around, and the theme was game night. Daryl and his friends just wanted to play foosball and table tennis, but I couldn't help being distracted by a bunch of kids playing trivia. What is a 5-pointed star called in geometry? Time's ticking away, guys. This is a crucial round. Anyone in the room who knows what the answer is?
Why would anyone know that, loser face? Can you stop ruining the party and have your geekathon somewhere else?
I knew the answer, but of course, I stayed quiet. But I wasn't having any fun with my friends either. Daryl was busy with the boys, and the girls kept commenting how my dress wasn't flattering and how my pink lipstick wasn't a good color on me. Can you stop criticizing me already? At least I don't, have her outfit. That's really hideous. The girl I'd pointed at turned around, and suddenly, I felt really guilty. Why had I said that? Just then, Nolan came and took the girl's hand.
Leave my date alone. She looks beautiful tonight.
Oh, she's your date?
Yup. She joined the mathletes right after you left.
Nolan put his arm around the girl, and I tried to push the feeling I had away. Was it jealousy? The party sucked, and I decided to go home early. But when I arrived, Dad called me into the living room and said Mom was on a video call and wanted to talk to me urgently.
Shayla, is that really you? I've never seen you wear so much makeup.
It's not that much makeup. I was just at a party.
Oh, I see. Partying on a school night? Well, that would explain the email I got from your principal today, calling me in for a meeting to discuss your grades. You've been failing your classes?
Yeah. I didn't do so well in a few tests, but I can make up for it.
Really? Because your principal said that if you fail even one more exam, they'll put you on academic probation. Can you imagine how I felt reading that? Wait, where's your bracelet?
Well, it doesn't match with the new clothes I wear now.
What? I gave you that bracelet because I wanted to inspire you to live up to your limitless potential. But instead, you've turned out to be a complete disappointment.
You know what, Mom? I'm not a little girl anymore. I don't need a stupid bracelet to remind me what I'm capable of. Just like I don't need your validation to feel good about myself. This is the first time you've called me in weeks. I'm your daughter. There's more to me than good grades. You don't value me the way I value you. I'm done trying to make our relationship work. As I ran outside my front yard, I suddenly heard a familiar voice.
Haven't seen you around in a while.
Oh, hi, Miss Johnson.
You look lovely tonight. Did you meet a nice boy? Oh, is that why you haven't been stopping by?
I don't know what happened then, but suddenly I ran to Miss Johnson and burst into tears. She hugged me as I told her everything. About Mom, the bracelet, how Nolan replaced me, and how I'd turned into a superficial bimbo.
Oh, Shayla, don't talk about yourself that way. I think I know what the problem is.
You do?
Yes. First, you tried being who your mom wanted you to be. Then, you tried being who the kids at school thought you should be. You've tried to be everything except yourself.
Miss Johnson's words struck a chord in me. I thought about them all weekend, and on Monday, I pulled out the infinity bracelet. But this time, it meant something different to me. I wasn't letting anyone hold me back, and I had to start by making things right with Nolan. Hey, I know it's been a minute, but I'd love to be a mathlete again, if you'll have me.
Let me think. No.
Nolan, please. I've changed. I don't want to be a stuck-up jerk anymore. I'll apologize to your girlfriend for mocking her outfit too.
Firstly, she's not my girlfriend. She was just my date that night. And secondly, you're a fake, and I just can't take that person seriously. Share.
Just then, Daryl walked over to us.
Hey, babe. Want to go with me to a concert tonight? Ugh, why are you talking to him?
Because Nolan's my friend.
I'm really not.
You were at one point. We were on the mathletes together.
The mathletes? That's a club for losers. You're better than that. Come on, let's go.
Daryl started to pull me away, but something inside me snapped. No, I'm staying here with Nolan, and he's not a loser. He's your cousin, and maybe it's time you start treating him with the respect he deserves. I should have treated him better too.
Aw, that's a cute speech. But if you want to be my girlfriend, you can't hang out with my dork cousin or join the mathletes, Cher.
Isn't it obvious that I don't want to be your girlfriend anymore? I feel pathetic that I dumbed myself down to fit in. I'm a nerd, and proud to be one. And just for the record, I know what a 5-point star is called in geometry. It's a decagon, and I'm going back to being Shayla. I marched off like a boss, pulling Nolan behind me.
You know, maybe you can rejoin the mathletes. We are one team member short, and there's a tournament coming up.
Oh my God, you mean I can be on your team again? And you forgive me? Oh, Nolan, thank you.
Hey, I didn't say I forgive you. but I do need your brain for the competition. I'm not exactly smart the way you are.
Nolan, I'm sorry for saying that. The pressure to succeed turned me into a toxic person. The truth is, I think you're smarter than me. I don't have a quarter of your emotional intelligence.
That's nice of you to say. Thanks.
Nolan hugged me and I felt my stomach doing cartwheels again. Maybe one day, he could be more than a friend.
They'll tell you I'm a thief, an outlaw, a rebel. All of it's true. But what they miss is the best part. The part when I met her, Maid Marian. Because before her, I was fighting for a cause, sure, taking from the rich, giving to the poor, but it was just a fight. Marian didn't just join my cause, she transformed it to a crusade. Our greatest enemy was the Sheriff of Nottingham, a man whose unfairly high taxes made life unaffordable for all. I was just a boy when he came for us. My father, a proud and honest farmer, couldn't pay the rent after a season of failed crops. His men banged on the door, then dragged us into the street like animals. I was terrified, but my father stood tall.
We've paid our dues every season. A man's worth shouldn't be measured by the gold in his hand, but by his work and his honor.
Honor doesn't pay the sheriff his rent.
My mother begged and pleaded, but they tossed us out and set fire to the fields. I watched everything my family had worked for turn to ash. I swore that night I'd never let anyone feel that powerless again. In my world, the rich lived in their own bubble of luxury and ignored the poor. I never felt guilty robbing them. The noble women were no different, lost in gossip and gowns and unaware of the struggles beyond their lavish walls. That's just how it was. Until I met Marian. Disguised as a beggar in the bustling marketplace, I kept my head down. The sheriff's men had plastered wanted posters of me everywhere. Amid the usual chaos, a desperate cry caught my attention. A frail old man who had been caught stealing bread was pinned to the ground by one of the sheriff's brutes, ready for the usual harsh public punishment. Just as I prepared to intervene, a confident voice interrupted.
Stop that!
The crowd parted, and she stepped forward. At first glance, she seemed like any other noblewoman.
A public beating of an old man for stealing bread? Have you no mercy?
Kindly go about your business, milady.
I am Lady Marian of Beaumont, and I will not let this man go.
Lord Beaumont was a powerful man, the sheriff's top tax collector and the reason the poor starved. But besides being beautiful, his daughter also had a spark and kindness I'd never seen in a noblewoman before. My heart beat faster than a fiddler's strings. The guard, unsure of what to do, let the beggar go. As she turned to leave, I saw her look at one of my wanted posters.
Be warned, he's one of the most dangerous criminals in all of Nottingham. He says he steals from the rich, but the poor pay the price. More guards roam the streets because of him, which means higher taxes and more punishments. He thinks he's helping, but he makes it worse.
I watched her go, assuming I would never see her again. It wasn't my place to think of her, for I was betrothed to a woman I didn't love. It was a match arranged for peace between families that my heart had no part in, nor hers. But still, I couldn't help telling my loyal merry men of my encounter with the compelling Lady Marian.
You're smitten by someone from the Beaumont family? She might have a sweet face, but her heart and loyalty will always be with her family coin.
He's right, my friend. Temptation comes in many forms. She'll lead you to heaven first, and then straight to your doom.
Trust me, Robin. I've seen it before. Her world and ours, a distant shore.
Despite my friend's warnings, I couldn't shake her from my thoughts. That very night, as fate would have it, I would see her again, and everything would change. It was an ideal night for stealing. The sheriff's grand party would keep the nobles busy, the perfect place to show off their riches. I sneaked through the back of a grand estate into the kitchen and quietly took what I could. But upstairs, as I reached for an ornate necklace, I sensed someone else was in the room.
You're Robin Hood, aren't you? The dangerous criminal?
I turned slowly and knew exactly who it was. And there she stood, Lady Marian, bow drawn, an arrow pointed at my chest, the same fire in her eyes that I'd seen in the marketplace. I put my hands up. I mean you no harm, and I am no criminal. I steal back what they've already taken from us.
I knew you'd come. I was waiting for you or one of your merry men. I knew the banquet would be the perfect distraction.
Clever. Well, I hope the reward is worth it.
You think that stealing trinkets and silverware is helping your cause? Maybe in the short term, but you need a better, longer plan if you are to win.
I don't remember asking for your advice, my lady. Go back to your silks and oysters where you belong. This is not your fight.
It's only a matter of time before the sheriff catches you. And then what will the poor do? Ever thought of that?
I couldn't believe her cheek. But deep down, I knew she was right. Well, it looks like I've been caught. So you tell me.
I don't want to turn you in, Robin. I have a plan. You're stealing from the wrong places. The real wealth isn't in these houses. It's in the vault beneath the castle. The taxes collected from the poor.
Now I see it. You're insane. How am I supposed to get into a steel vault?
Why, Robin, it's simple. I'll get the key.
I was shocked. Her plan was bold, yes, and brilliant, but I was hesitant. And why should I trust you?
Because it's my fight, too. I've watched my family grow fat while others starve. I've seen food wasted on dogs while people beg for scraps. I've seen the sheriff's men drag families from their homes, beat them for a few missed coins. And I've had enough.
But if you get caught, you'd be an outlaw, and your betrayal will never be forgiven.
I don't want forgiveness. I want change.
Her words struck me hard, as if she had shot me in the heart with her arrow. I saw my own past flash before my eyes, the night my family was thrown out by the sheriff's men. The fields burned, our home reduced to ash. Marion wasn't just a noblewoman playing rebel. She meant every word. Then so be it. Finally, she lowered her bow, and for the first time, we smiled at each other. I was captivated by her, and knew it wasn't just her plan I was falling for. It was her. Together, we could ignite a change far greater than anything I could ever achieve alone. We arranged to meet the next night that night, and I ran straight to the merry men, eager to explain my plan. But they were less trusting.
She's not here for the people, Robin. This is just her rebelling against her father.
Her heart's burning with anger, not justice. The fire can consume us all if we're not careful.
It's a clever plan, I'll grant you, but don't easily place your trust. When it's her or your head, she'll leave you for dust.
It took me a while to convince them, and even then, I knew they were placing their faith in me, not Marion. And my heart believed in her, but my mind couldn't silence the doubts. What if it was all a setup? But I decided to brush all negative thoughts away and focus on the task ahead. Marion planned to steal the vault keys from her father and leave them in the sheriff's castle library. We'd sneak in at dusk, steal the treasure, and vanish without a trace. But before I set out that night, I wanted to see my betrothed. It didn't feel right committing to her when I couldn't shake Marion from my mind. I'm sorry, but we can no longer wed. I will ensure your family is provided for. You'll never want for anything, I swear it. But she was outraged. This wasn't about love. It was about pride, the humiliation of being cast aside. I thought I'd done the right thing, but I had no idea what her wrath would lead to. Later, the merry men and I arrived at the estate. We crept through the garden toward the library. My heart pounded in my chest, not just from the risk of the mission, but because I was placing all my trust in Marion. But when we reached the library and looked where she told me to, my heart sank. The keys weren't there. Had something gone wrong? Suddenly, we heard footsteps, voices. We ducked behind a heavy curtain just as the door swung open. It was Marion and her father.
I must say, Marion, this is a pleasant surprise. You've never shown much interest in my line of work before.
Yes, Father. I thought it was time to understand more about our holdings. See things through your eyes.
Was this all part of her plan? Did she need more time? But then, the unmistakable sound of clanking armor echoed down the hall. The door burst open. This time, guards flooded the room.
Start the search! We've received word that Robin Hood is in the castle.
My heart dropped. I was desperate to believe Marion hadn't betrayed us. But it wasn't long before they ripped back the curtain and found us. I was dragged out in front of Marion and her father. As the guards bound my wrists, I caught her eyes. I begged her silently. Say something. Do something. But she just stood there.
Marion, you're witnessing history. The most notorious outlaw in all of Nottingham, finally caught. You'll never have to worry about this scum again once you take over from me. Isn't it magnificent?
I held my breath, waiting for Marion to intervene. But she just looked away.
Yes, Father. Justice must be served to criminals. And may I have your coat, please? I'm cold.
Her words hit me like a dagger to the chest, and as they dragged me away, I felt the sting of betrayal burn deeper than any wound I had ever known. They soon threw me and the merry men into a cell.
Well, I warned you. Nobles only look out for themselves. We're gonna be hanged for this. But we'll be together till the end, brother.
We are all tested with betrayal, but it is through forgiveness that we find salvation. Pray for strength and for Marion.
Our mission will live on, no matter our fate. The people will rise one day. They will not hesitate.
I felt like a crushed man in that cold, damp cell. When I heard the sound of footsteps getting closer, I braced myself for the next cruel twist. But there before us stood Marion. Before I could speak, she threw a set of guard uniforms at us and started to let us out.
Put these on, now!
We all dressed, and the merry men soon fled, disappearing free into the night. My heart was pounding as I followed her down a corridor to follow them out the castle. I thought you handed us over.
No, you were followed to the castle. I saw it happening but couldn't warn you. Then I realized you getting caught was the only way to distract them. They'd celebrate your capture and leave the vault unguarded. It's the perfect opportunity.
No, Marion. We need to leave now. You'll be free from all this.
We came here to take back what belongs to the people, and I have the keys.
She lifted the keys she'd taken from her father's coat, the very same she'd asked for warmth in the library.
This is our chance, Robin. We can't let them win.
But if they catch us...
The poor have no one else.
Her words pierced my doubt, and I followed her, deeper into the belly of the castle. We reached the underground chamber, which was unguarded just as Marion had said, and she unlocked the door. We walked over to the vault door at the back, and she unlocked that too. I turned its handle, but it wouldn't budge and kept slipping from my grasp. As I struggled, Marion stepped forward and placed her hands over mine.
Your hands are trembling. Here, let me help you.
Our eyes locked briefly as we pushed down on the handle together, and the door clicked open. We soon filled sacks with coins and gold, our hearts racing. But just as we were about to leave, laughter and voices carried down the hall. And it was none other than Lord Beaumont and the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Let us take what we can before the celebrations end.
The king won't miss what he doesn't know exists. Only you and I know the amount of cash and gold we really have here.
We quickly shoved the bags behind a pillar, but we had nowhere to run. Just then they entered, and Lord Beaumont hastily hid a sack behind his back.
Guards, what are you doing inside? Wait! The vault! It's open!
Lord Beaumont drew out his sword.
Show yourself!
I was thinking about how to tackle him and the sheriff when suddenly, Marion stepped forward calmly. I had no idea what she was doing. Then she lifted her visor, and the color drained from her father's face.
Marion? What in the world is this madness? What are you doing here?
It's obvious, is it not? How dare you steal from the king?
Isn't that what you were both about to do? But Father, you have it all wrong. I was stopping the robbery.
My heart plummeted. Would she really do this to me? But when she pushed me down to my knees and handcuffed me, I knew my fate was sealed.
Is that so? But why are you in armor? Looks like a disguise to me.
Father, look at how he doubts my loyalty. I knew all the guards would be drunk and busy in celebration, so I came here in armor to do my duty. And I found this thief here in armor too, which he stole from a guard he attacked earlier. You should be thankful I caught him, because it's none other than Robin Hood.
Marion pulled off my helmet to reveal my face. The sheriff and Lord Beaumont looked shocked, then started laughing.
Marion, I always knew you had the mettle of a true Beaumont. Well done. Excellent work, my girl. You see, Robin Hood, no matter your cunning, you cannot outwit true loyalty.
I desperately tried to make eye contact with her, but she didn't meet my gaze.
Guards! Guards!
Suddenly, Marion kicked my back, and I fell face forward.
No need for them, Father. Look at how pathetic he is. He's in handcuffs and can do no harm. Why don't you check the vault first and reassure yourselves that everything is in there? I hope I've made you proud.
The sheriff and Lord Beaumont walked towards the vault as she quietly unlocked my handcuffs. And the second they were inside, we both rushed to the vault door and pushed all our weight against it, slamming it shut. As we heard the muffled shouts and cries of the two men inside, Marion quickly locked the vault door, and we walked out of there with the bags of riches and big smiles. That was close. You really had me thinking this might fail.
It was never meant to fail. Not for me.
What do you mean?
The vault was empty days ago. What we loaded into these bags? Fake painted rocks. Tonight wasn't about gold. It was a final farewell to my father and my soon-to-be fiancé.
The sheriff? So this was...
A trap. I knew the sheriff couldn't resist a quiet raid. I hoped my father would follow. He never trusts anyone with the money. Lucky me. Caught red-handed in an empty vault, with no one to blame but each other. The royals will handle the rest.
You played them.
I played everyone, but I chose you.
She wasn't just escaping her world. She tore it down, piece by piece.
Oh, and tell Friar Tuck he was wrong. I didn't fall from grace. I burned the palace down first.
Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a check and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me, and everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it. Stop!
Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise! And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last.
Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me.
Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card.
Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches, and I pretended to choke. Poison! But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house. And even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive.
You can always talk to me about anything, you know.
I'm fine.
You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two.
Well, cheers for that.
You can rely on me, too. I'll always have your best interests at heart.
Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent. No doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me. Look at me. I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF. Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat. Oh no, you better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess. What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose. This mess? What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy. I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there. But suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my God, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie. I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you've seen my lost, mop. Thought it might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad? I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then, big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie. Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing. Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me. I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that? I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in.
No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends. Hello, my name is Jill. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll see a double rainbow outside your window right now. I was born to A-list celebrities. Dad was a famous singer and music producer, while my mom was a top actress and model. My parents loved staying in the spotlight, but I hated it. When I was 5, they took me to an amusement park for my birthday. We were always surrounded by bodyguards, but that day, I requested them to wear some hats and spend some time alone with me. And they did exactly that. But sadly, their disguise didn't work.
Barbara, John, one picture with your daughter. Look here, please, one shot.
Mom! Dad!
In order to avoid the crazy cameras, I bolted in the other direction and got separated from my parents. It took them hours to find me. After that day, I avoided going out in the public eye, and soon my parents decided to send me to a quiet town called Cyprus, where no one would recognize me. I stayed there with my aunt, who was an angel, and life went back to normal. Well, it was almost normal, except for my weird neighbor Daniel. He was a total bully and would find the weirdest ways to pick on me.
Stop, Daniel! Give me back my books!
Nope, not gonna happen. You're gonna have to jump higher than that. Short pants. I threw a shoe at him and it went flying past him, hitting May, my best friend and partner in crime. She was the only one who knew about my family, and together, we would always overpower Daniel. He hated that.
Daniel, cut it out, or I'm telling your mom if you keep doing that.
May and I were tight as a wolf pack. She was my biggest cheerleader, and growing up with her, I made some of my best school memories. Even when I became the student body president, she remained my #1 person. As for Daniel, he just got more annoying over the years. On the first day of senior year, I was happily welcomed by May at my locker. Hey, bestie. How was your summer trip to Paris? Shh, don't say it too loud. I don't want other people to hear and get suspicious. Right, sorry. I wouldn't want people finding out you're a prodigy daughter of top celebrities. Absolutely not. That would be the worst thing that could happen to me. I would have to move again, and I like this place, so I don't want to leave. Oh, no. I don't want you to leave either. It would make me so sad. May and I laughed about it while walking down the hallway, when the book in my hand suddenly got snatched. Daniel! I was beginning to wonder if Satan called you back.
Wow, sarcasm. Did you learn that from this book? Oh, no, wait. It's a love story? Ugh, are you going to try and put a spell on me to make me fall in love with you?
You wish. Now give that back.
Okay, I'll give it back on one condition.
Not again, Daniel. That's my aunt's book. I really don't want you playing around with it.
I won't, if you promise to meet me after school in the library.
Fine, whatever. Please don't make this lamer than it already is. The day finally passed, and May and I headed to the library. But as we entered, all the lights were switched off, and I just knew it was just another dumb prank Daniel was playing on me. Furiously, I turned to May, who looked equally annoyed. May, will you just head home first? I need to end this once and for all with him. What do you plan on doing? Oh, don't worry. He's gonna get everything he's given me, tenfold. Okay, call me if you need me. I'll finish him off for you. May went home, but just as I reached the school hallway, I saw Daniel standing with my book in his hand. As he turned around slowly, I noticed that he wasn't so bad to look at. Almost too handsome. It made me gag in my head when it crossed my mind, and I snapped back to reality. But Daniel had already noticed me drooling.
That look on your face says you fell for me.
If I had to choose between kissing you or kissing a worm, I would pick the worm.
Who said anything about kissing? Or was that something you were thinking about?
Whatever. Let's just get to the point. Just give me my book so I can leave.
What's the rush? You haven't heard my condition yet.
What do you want from me? I don't want to keep going in circles with you. Just then, Daniel pulled a picture out of his pocket that made my jaw drop. It was a picture of me with my parents, smiling away into the camera. Where did you get this?
That's the wrong question. You should ask, what do I think about this picture? And what am I going to do with it?
What is it that you want? Money? An autograph? Fame?
Whoa. Nothing of the sort. I just simply wanted to know if it was true. Are you really the daughter of these A-list celebrities?
Yes, I am. These are my parents.
Wow. This is so crazy. I've pretty much known a celebrity my whole life. Now, how will it sound if I date one?
What do you mean?
So here's the deal. I'll keep my mouth shut if you agree to date me.
What? Have you gone completely crazy?
Not crazy, but smart. I just think it'll be great for my reputation to date a hot, popular girl like you. High school will be over in a year and we'll all go our own way. But I want to be remembered as the guy who dated the most popular girl in school. Also, you can't tell anyone about this deal, especially May. She's a blabbermouth, and I want people to believe you're dating me for real, or the whole thing's off.
I just stared at Daniel as he went on and on about his ridiculous idea. Dating him would be like social suicide since he was the most hated guy in school, thanks to his crazy pranks. But what choice did I have? Fine, but it's only for 3 months. I can't date you the whole school year because...
Because you're afraid you'll end up falling in love with me?
Oh, shut up. For the next 3 months, Daniel became my fake boyfriend. We went on dates together to the movies and to the park for picnics, and I even met his family. He would pick me up from home and we'd go to school together, and he would drop me off at home after. The weirdest part was that while we hung out and we were talking to each other more, I started to notice that he was a lot nicer and sweeter than I thought.
Why do you hide your identity?
I just want to live a normal life. I hate being the center of attention. Thankfully, my parents agree. Dating Daniel wasn't bad at all. But the one sad thing was that May hated our relationship. I wanted to tell her about the deal, but I remembered Daniel's warning about not telling anyone, especially her, and I couldn't risk it. Jill, this is crazy. How could you date him? He's a total bully. Have you forgotten how he made our lives hell? I know, but I've come to realize that he's a nice guy, and he likes me too. So this way, he's off our backs now and not teasing us anymore. That's a good thing, right? Stop justifying your dumb actions by making up nonsense. I can't watch this. May didn't speak to me for days after that, and every time I tried calling her, she would say she was busy or not answer my call at all. In all these years of our friendship, this was the first time we'd gone this long without talking to each other. Meanwhile, Daniel and I got closer, and soon our 3 months were over. On the last day of our deal, Daniel invited me to my favorite restaurant and planned a whole surprise for me. And when I saw him in that black tux, my heart started beating faster than a bullet train. He looked amazing.
Wow.
Cheesy much?
I've got to live up to my reputation, right? Always taking you by surprise.
Well, yeah, makes sense.
I just wanted to say that these have been the most amazing 3 months of my life. And I'm glad I found that picture.
Yeah, about that. How did you get that picture?
Does it matter?
Before I could say anything, Daniel pulled me in for a magical dance, and I forgot all about it. And when he dropped me back home, I could feel myself falling for him hard. I didn't want this to be over. I fell asleep with thoughts of Daniel in my head. And the next morning, I woke up to a million phone calls from Mom and Dad. I wanted to call them back, but I was going to be late for school. And just as I entered, the entire hallway was full of students cheering my name and shoving pens and papers in my face, asking for my autograph. Suddenly, someone pushed me and I fell to the ground, and people went crazy taking my pictures. Just then, Daniel rushed to my rescue and took me to the library where May was already waiting for me.
I am so sorry, Jill. I don't know how this happened.
What's happening? I'm kind of freaking out. Don't freak out, but everyone knows your identity now. The school is surrounded by the media. What? How did this happen? Daniel, you did this? No, it was me. I've always liked Daniel, but he always paid you more attention. And I got insecure and I told him everything about your family. I gave him that picture.
I thought he would expose you and you'd hate him forever, but instead, he turned around and asked you to be his girlfriend. It hurt me watching you both happy, so I lost it and posted the picture to the school forum. I didn't know things would actually get this crazy. Her words made me sick to my stomach. I can't believe this. I trusted you, May. You were my best friend. How could you?
Listen, Jill, I know you're mad and you have every right to be, but we'll handle this whole situation together.
We? There's no we. You never told me my best friend betrayed my trust and gave you that picture. And our 3 months are over, remember? You got to date the most popular girl in school as you wanted. Now do you want to keep dating me because of all the extra attention on me?
Of course not. It's not like that. I really do care.
I don't want to hear it. Just stay away from me. Both of you. And the very next day, I went back to my parents' place. Where am I supposed to go now? This is a disaster.
How about not going anywhere now? You can't hide and run forever, honey. And you've lived away from us all your life. We miss you. Maybe it's time to accept that your life will always be a little different from other people, and it's okay.
Mom was right. I had to get over my fear of the paparazzi. So the next day, I asked my parents to call a press conference. It was our first public appearance together in ages. I've been running away from media attention my entire life, and I can't do that anymore. But I'm not a celebrity like my parents. I just want to be a normal teenager. Everyone deserves some privacy and space, and I hope that people can respect that. The press conference video was received very well online, with many celebrities supporting my statement and calling out the paparazzi for making famous people miserable with their constant hounding. It felt good to take this step and not run away again. I could handle things better now. A few days later, Mom told me I had a visitor, and I went downstairs to find May in the lounge. What are you doing here? Jill, can we talk? No. Please just leave. I know I'm the last person you want to talk to, but please don't punish Daniel for what I did. He genuinely loves you. And why should I believe you? Haven't you fooled me enough? Okay, don't believe me, but you owe him a conversation. I don't owe him anything. And why don't you date him if he's so amazing? You two suit each other, a couple of liars. But he doesn't love me, you idiot. He loves you. And I was a fool for trying to ruin that. He's been miserable the past few weeks. Just one conversation, please? Before I could say anything, Daniel had already appeared from behind with a bunch of lilies. This is an ambush, and I could sue you. You know what? I will sue you.
Fine by me. Listen, Jill, I'm sorry for the whole stupid deal, but you have to believe me. I've always loved you. I always annoyed you to get your attention. The deal was just a way to get you to date me. I couldn't care less about being popular. I know it's twisted, but it's true.
Why couldn't you just tell me all this and ask me out like a normal person?
I know. I didn't say I'm not stupid, but I'm really crazy about you.
His words melted me as he inched closer. I could feel my heart beating faster.
Could we maybe start from the beginning? And I ask you out like a normal person?
No conditions?
Well, only one. Can I kiss you already?
He did, and it was perfect. And me? You still have a long way to go before I forgive you. But let's just start by grabbing some coffee. Hi, I'm Brittany from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single German mom who moved to the U.S. before she had me, and she wasn't a very conventional mom. For starters, I was allowed to call her by her name, Julia, and other people just didn't get that.
Carol, excuse me, can I please go to the bathroom?
It's Miss Carol, honey. You don't call adults by their first names, like you say Mom. You don't use her name.
Yeah, I do. I call her Julia all the time. What's wrong with that, Carol?
She thought I was being cheeky and got mad, and I really didn't understand why. But after that, I started using Miss, Mr., or Mrs. with names of everything in her class, just to be on the safe side. Mr. Apple, Miss Banana, Mrs. Pencil, and for some reason, that annoyed her too. Mom always treated me more like her BFF than her daughter, and we could have candid conversations about anything.
How many boyfriends have you had, Julia?
5.
Can I have a boyfriend? boyfriend?
Sure, but I warn you, boys are annoying.
Was my dad annoying?
He was the worst. Lazy, stupid jerk. He always stole my chocolates.
I'm glad he's not around. Okay, is Santa Claus real?
Ugh, of course not. I buy your amazing presents, not some fat old men.
I thought so, Julia.
Life was pretty good till a woman moved next to us in the 3rd grade. She had a son who seemed to be my age, and Mom and I were excited to welcome them to the neighborhood, but the lady didn't seem too happy to see us.
What is it? You woke me up from my nap. Oh, we just brought you a butter pecan pie. A what now?
A butter pecan pie. That's just her German accent.
Sounds really weird. I'll return the dish once we've eaten it. Okay, danke. What did you say? I said okay, danke. Who are you calling a donkey, you weirdo?
And then she smashed the pie in Mom's face. Mom lost it and attacked her, and several neighbors had to stop them from ripping each other's hair out. I tried telling the lady and her son that danke means thank you in German, but they just wouldn't listen. And that was the day an endless war started between the two houses. Alan's mom worked the night shift and slept during the day, so Mom made sure she did everything noisy during that time, like mowing the lawn, hammering nails in the wall for hanging pictures, and playing the drums. Yeah, she bought a drum set just for that purpose. And in turn, we'd often find our washed laundry in the mud, dog poop on our doorstep, our newspaper crosswords always done, and trash outside our gate.
Hey, you pick this up before I come and kick your bottom. You should go back inside. There's already enough garbage on the street.
Our moms also kept calling the cops on each other.
They were playing their music too loud. We were not. They're keeping an illegal animal in that house. We just own a cat, you moron. But you've been keeping lice in your hair and spreading it in the neighborhood. Officer, arrest her.
We shared a wall, and one time, Mom was playing music and Alan's mom started banging on the wall. Mom got pissed and banged even harder. Then Alan's mom punched a hole through the living room wall with a broom.
You stupid cow. You've ruined my wall. It's not your wall, it's mine.
Alan and his mom tossed a bunch of trash through the hole, and of course, we returned the favor. And for me and Alan, our feud didn't even stay at home. We made each other miserable in school with stupid pranks. One day, I discovered slime in my locker, and just then, I heard Alan talking trash about me to his friends in the hallway. I'd had enough, so I threw toilet water on him.
Wow, you smell terrible.
I'll get you for that, Brittany.
Ooh, I'm scared.
You gonna get your mom to punish me, you mama's boy? I can take care of myself, you ugly monkey. There was never a moment of peace between us. And then in 9th grade, our moms both came to school for the school play and started fighting over a seat.
Hey, that's mine. It doesn't have your name on it. If it did, how would you know? It's not like you can read English.
They started shoving and scratching each other. A couple of teachers had to drag them out of the auditorium as Alan and I looked on in horror. Seemed like everyone was talking about us. I don't think I've ever felt so embarrassed in my entire life.
Seriously? I wish the ground would swallow me whole.
Wow, look at us. We actually agree on something. And honestly, I was getting a little sick of it all. We had done about as many nasty things as we could to each other, and I was beginning to wonder what the point of it was. Julia, why don't we just move and put all this behind us?
No. That's exactly what that woman wants, and I won't let her have it.
But there were more and more days where I saw Alan, and it wasn't my first instinct to glare at him or call him stupid or throw my drink in his face. And I started noticing a similar change in Alan. I think the two of us had reached the same conclusion. We had outgrown this feud. We weren't friends, like not at all, but we weren't really enemies anymore either, which somehow led us to being partnered for a class project. Oh, great. Stuck with you. Are you gonna set my notebook on fire or stab me with a pencil?
Look who's talking. You threw rotten eggs through my bedroom window and put a dead fish in my mailbox. I'm not exactly thrilled about this either.
Whatever. Let's just get it over with. We knew there would be a huge fight if either of us told our mothers we were working together, so we kept it a secret and met up in parks and cafes. I didn't expect to enjoy myself, but weirdly, I did. One day, I caught him staring at me. What are you looking at?
I always thought your face looked like a rotten tomato, but when you smile, you're kinda cute.
Oh yeah? Your face looks like a raisin.
Raisins are sweet, and they're good for you.
The next day, Alan gave me a basket of golden raisins with a silly note that made me smile. Alan was actually really funny. He made me laugh more than anyone else, and I could almost forget all the things he'd done to make me angry over the years.
Brittany, I know our moms hate each other, but I was thinking.
You mean you finally got that brain of yours to work?
Haha, very funny. Truth is, I don't hate you. I'm not sure if I ever really did.
Yeah, I know exactly
exactly what you mean. Even after the project was done, we kept sneaking around and hanging out as much as we could, watching movies and taking long walks, and the more time I spent around him, the more I started realizing that I liked him. Alan, I think
You've fallen head over heels for me. You've been struck by Cupid's arrow. You can't get enough of me. And you think about me all the time.
I wouldn't say all that.
Okay, fine. If you were gonna say that you liked me, then you should know that I like you too.
So, what should we do about it?
I have some ideas.
Then Alan pulled me close and kissed me. Our moms were still getting into fights, but that didn't mean we had to be a part of it. When we were in school, we could totally pretend none of that drama was real. And afterwards, we would hang out in places where our moms weren't likely to find us. Sometimes we'd even use the whole connecting our houses to talk after our moms had gone to sleep. Things seemed to finally be going well, mostly. When should we tell our moms?
Don't you think it's too soon?
Considering that they hate each other, it seems like any time would be bad. Besides, aren't you sick of sneaking around behind their backs? I'm not really used to keeping secrets from my mom.
I guess you're right. Why don't you come over for this big family dinner Mom's hosting tomorrow, and I can introduce you as my girlfriend then. She won't make a scene in front of so many people, trust me.
That night, I showed up at the party all decked out, and Alan greeted me at the door.
Wow, you look amazing.
You look good too, aside from the sweat on your forehead.
I'm just a little nervous. I'll be fine.
The house was filled with guests, and they were really nice to me. A few minutes later, we all went to the dining room, and that's when Alan's mom walked in with the roast chicken and saw me.
What is that awful girl doing here, Alan?
Alan was about to speak, but then suddenly he pushed me away instead.
I have no idea, Mom. She must have snuck in. She has a crush on me, and she's just obsessed, like a psycho stalker.
I was so shocked and hurt. I couldn't even move or speak.
You horrible child. Get off my property at once or I'll call the police.
Alan's mom picked up a bowl full of spaghetti and hurled it at me. I ducked just in time and went running out the door in tears. And when my mom found me sobbing on my bed later, I told her what had happened. She was beyond furious.
I'm not going to let them both get away with this.
Julia, can't we please just move away? I'm so sick of all this fighting.
No, we are staying right here, and we are planning revenge.
She came up with all these crazy ideas for how I could embarrass him at school or out in public, and some of them involved his mom. I was getting so frustrated that my brain was about to explode. Just stop!
What do you mean, stop? You haven't even heard the rest of the plan.
I'm sick of this. I don't want to be part of your stupid plan.
There's no need to be rude to your mother. If you have a better plan, share it.
OMG, you are not hearing me. I'm tired of this stupid feud, and I don't care about getting revenge on anyone. And I wish you would act like a mother for once. I ran outside and bumped right into Alan. What are you doing here?
Brittany, look, I don't have much time. My mom's out, and I wanted to say,
I don't care about what you have to say. We decided to tell your mom about us, and you chickened out and lied about everything.
Wait, please. I know, I was a jerk and a coward, and I shouldn't have acted like that. I just froze up.
Congratulations on your self-awareness. Now get out of my way.
You don't understand. My mom's terrifying. She gets that crazy look in her eyes. I can't make her mad. She's really hard on me. But I know that's not a good excuse, and I really am sorry. I love you so much. I want to shout it from the rooftops. I hate hiding things and living like this.
What if we didn't have to hide it?
Our moms will never see eye to eye.
We need to find a way, if you really care enough.
Of course I do.
Both our moms were on alert because of what had happened, so we had to be extra careful sneaking around and meeting up, which led to some pretty close calls. One night, I even had to climb a tree and leap over Alan's backyard fence when his mom got home from work early. And then a day came when we were hanging out at the park, and suddenly my mom popped out of a bush.
Aha! I knew something was going on. How could you, Brittany?
Mom, Alan. Suddenly, Alan's mom appeared from behind another bush.
Why would you associate yourself with that awful girl?
Because we love each other.
Your evil daughter has brainwashed my son. More like, your demon son has brainwashed my daughter.
Our moms fell into an all-out fight, pulling hair and screaming and trying to gouge each other's eyes out. It was insane. But Alan and I looked at each other and just ran away from there. We were done. And for the next 3 days, we hid at my friend's house and made her swear not to tell our mothers. After a while, our moms reported us missing, and flyers of our faces were posted all over the city.
You know we can't do this forever, Brittany.
I know, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go back yet.
I'm not either, but we have to eventually.
The next morning when we went home, both our moms came running out, pulling us into hugs and sobbing.
Brittany, where have you been?
I was very sick.
Alan, how could you do this to your poor mother?
Alan took my hand as we faced them together. Alan and I are together. That's not going to change just because
because you can't get along with his mom. We've always been so close, Julia, but you're ruining our relationship and making me miserable. I need you to stop being so selfish. Don't make us choose between you two and our relationship. You both need to respect our decision. You don't have to like each other, but you need to respect and tolerate each other if you want us in your lives. You got it? Our moms looked at us and then at each other, and for the first time that I could remember, they didn't start fighting. Instead, they shook hands. All right, this doesn't mean we are friends though, but can we call a truce? Gross. Why would I think we're friends? But yeah, truce.
Hi, I'm Serena, and I know what you're thinking. She looks nothing like her family. That's because I was adopted when I was a baby. I was born in Romania, and I might have taken that small piece of trivia a little too seriously. Oh, I can't water the plants. Romanians are allergic to the sun. Does this broccoli have garlic on it? Romanians don't eat garlic, Mommy. But I have to sleep inside this cardboard box. It's a Romanian thing. You won't get it. That's a vampire thing, doofus. Now sleep in a bed like a proper human child. God, you're so dumb. I wasn't dumb. I was quirky and cute. But Fred was right. I just never seemed to make the smartest choices. Fred wasn't only my brother. He was also my best bud growing up. He was super smart and solved math equations in his sleep, but he was really awkward and hated outdoor activities. Come out, Fred! Look at all these butterflies coming out of their raccoons! It's cocoons and no thank you. You know they start off as icky caterpillars, right? Quit being such a party pooper and come play with me! But Fred just stayed inside. I chased the butterflies and didn't realize when I ended up rather far from home. I was about to find my way back when suddenly this weird woman came out of nowhere and started showering me with kisses. Ew, get your germy lips off of me! I'm warning you, I know Kung Fu. Serena, I'm your aunt. I know your real mother. She wants to meet you at the ice cream shop. My what now? I didn't really care about finding my real family. I was happy with the one I had. But since ice cream was involved, I was suddenly curious. I was about to get into her van when suddenly a couple of police cars came screeching to a stop before us, and the officers arrested my aunt. They took me to the station with them, and moments later, Mom and Dad came running in and hugged me super tight. Oh, Serena, thank God you're safe. You can't go so far from home. That woman is a kidnapper the police have been trying to catch. She works at the adoption agency and picks up adopted kids for ransom money. Luckily, they caught her in time. Whoa. The psycho woman was jailed for 25 years. But from that day on, my parents were attached to me like my shadow and treated me like a porcelain doll. They wrapped me up in bubble wrap when I wanted to jump on the trampoline. They put me on a baby leash when we went out in public. They even missed Fred's science fairs and chess matches because they couldn't trust anyone to babysit me. You only have yourself to blame. Who's dumb enough to just walk off with a random stranger? Me, of course. I was nothing special. I had no brains and no passion. Most of the time, I felt a little lost. But one day, I saw this 16-year-old Russian swimmer, Mariana, win a gold medal on TV, and my whole life changed. I had posters of her all over my room and even bought all of her merchandise. I was obsessed. I want to be just like Mariana. She's a year older than me, and she's achieved so much. But swimming is dangerous, sweetie. You could slip and hit your head. I could do that in the kitchen, too. We should baby-proof the kitchen. What? No, I'm not a baby. Please, will you just let me try something for once? I'm sick of staying at home. I begged and whined and threw a couple of tantrums, and finally they agreed to take me to a kiddie pool. Whatever. I was determined to make the best of it. And when I entered the water, it felt like I was finally in my element. I aced all the lessons and turned out to be a natural. Within a year, I joined the high school swim team and even won a local competition. And Mom and Dad finally stopped freaking out like headless chickens. Then I started 10th grade, and things just went bonkers. On the very first day, I was rushing to the shower when I slipped and went crashing into a girl. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. What? You're Mariana. Am I dreaming? Ouch. This is definitely real. I am such a huge fan. Oh, really? Is that why you tried to injure me? What? It was an accident. Ha, I doubt it. I eat jealous little wannabes like you for breakfast. Now, stay out of my way or I'll crush you. What a diva! I found out from the head coach that Mariana was recovering from an injury at the local state-of-the-art medical center and would be attending our high school while she was here. Just my luck. The universe sent my idol to my school, and she already hates me. I tried to do damage control and got her some welcome flowers and cheesecake, but she started sneezing and gagging and threw everything in the trash.
Are you trying to sabotage me? I'm lactose intolerant and allergic to roses.
How was I supposed to know that?
You said you were my fan and you don't know this? Some fan you are.
I was just trying to be nice.
Nice gets you nowhere. Work on your swimming instead, loser.
Okay, that's enough. I know you're an international champion, but you can't treat me like this. I really admired you, but now I can see you're just a brat with a swollen head. Get over yourself.
Ha! You wish you could be me. I have more talent in my injured little toe than you have in your whole entire body.
You can put your entire foot in your mouth because at the next swim meet, I'm gonna beat you.
I accept the challenge, although it's hardly a challenge.
I was pumped. I trained extra hard and spent so much time in the pool, I started looking like a wrinkly old grandma. But on the day of the swim meet, Mariana spilled an entire bottle of conditioner on me right before the start.
Oops, I'm so sorry. Your skin looked like it needed it.
I was fuming. I took another quick shower, but I was super late. And when the whistle blew, I was so out of it that I flopped into the water like a dying fish. I lost badly, and Mariana sailed through the water gracefully like a swan. But what she did next shocked the bubbly farts right out of me. Mariana stepped off the stage after taking her prize and kissed Fred.
Hey, what the heck are you doing to my brother? Stand behind me, Fred. I'll protect you from this soul-sucking mermaid.
Serena,
Fred has told me so much about you. We met in the library the other day, and I said I was craving some Russian pastries. He got me some the very next day. Fred is a real gentleman.
And you're a real lady.
What was happening? Fred looked genuinely happy, but Mariana was bad news. The way she'd swam earlier, it didn't look like she was injured at all. But before I could confront her, they left. What a bunch of love-struck jerks! I was so depressed, I spent a couple of hours at my favorite ice cream shop eating my feelings. But once the banana splits were gone, I headed home and, to my surprise, I saw Mariana across the street. She was dressed like some weird spy and went inside a dirty-looking alley. I followed her and saw that she was buying a weird packet from some homeless dude.
Hey, what you got there, bestie? Did you hit your head on that dive? I am not your bestie.
Is it Russian candy? Is it a wig? Or is it a whole new personality you use only when Fred's around?
It's your brother's heart, and it's all mine.
She was a piece of work and super suspicious. I wanted to follow her, but I was already late. Mom and Dad would probably send a SWAT team after me. So that night, I borrowed Fred's laptop and did some research. I found a few articles about Mariana's injury, but then I found a creepy Reddit thread about athletes using performance-enhancing pills. I was shocked. Is that how Mariana had swum so well in the competition with an injury? I had to find out. But the next day, I walked into school and everyone was talking about Mariana and Fred like they were a celebrity couple. Fred, of all people, was popular. He suddenly had this confidence I'd never seen before. It was kinda awesome. But Mariana was ruining swimming for me.
We've decided. I'll take your place on the swim team for regionals.
What? You can't do that. You're not even a permanent student. Aren't you supposed to be injured and resting? Coach!
I'm sorry, Serena. We have a chance to compete with an international gold medalist on our team. And she seems strong enough now.
I was so mad I tore up all of her posters from my room and trashed all the merchandise. All I'd wanted to be was noticed by my idol, but she just turned out to be a massive jerk. I was gonna bring her down if it was the last thing I did.
Hey, Mariana told me what happened. It was really sweet of you to give her your place. She really needed this.
I didn't give up anything. Your evil girlfriend pushed me out. Swimming is the only thing I'm good at, but she couldn't even let me have it.
Look, I know you're hurt, but she's a good person.
It's all an act. She's only pretending to be your girlfriend to get under my skin.
Yes, Serena. I'm sure my relationship is all about you. Everything is always about you.
The only reason a girl could want to be with me is to get back at you. Not because I have anything worth liking, right?
Wow, I didn't know you were so desperate to be liked, you'll defend the devil herself. Some brother you turned out to be. I hated the look of hurt in Fred's eyes, but I was just so mad. The next day, I sneaked into the gym and went through Mariana's locker, and I found the package she'd taken from the man in the alley, and it had pills inside. I ran to the head coach and showed him everything. Mariana went ballistic.
They aren't what you think. I'm not a cheat.
Then explain how your injury healed so quickly. You're lying, Mariana, and I have proof.
Stop this, Serena. You don't know what you're talking about.
No. For once, I'm the smart one, and you're being dumb. She played you with her big eyes and pretty face. She's just a cheating witch.
Stop calling me that.
And then she pushed me into the water. The head coach insisted on getting her tested, and she went bananas. She started ripping up pool noodles with her teeth and threw swimming flippers at the students like a mad person. 2 coaches had to drag her away, and she was suspended during the investigation. But I wasn't even happy about it. My teammates were mad at me for being a sneak. Fred wasn't talking to me, and Mariana, all the blood work came out clear. Turns out, the pills were special Russian vitamins. But she was so messed up with all the media attention and headlines, she completely failed at the regionals. I felt like a total jerk. It was time for me to apologize. Hey, I'm sorry about the whole mix-up.
As if your plan worked. I lost the competition and my reputation. Now you can have your perfect life back.
Perfect? My life is not perfect. My adoptive family is the bomb, but I've always felt a bit lost since I was a kid. Swimming makes me feel like I belong, and you took that away from me.
Yes, I did. Because I'm better at it, and it's good for the team. But Fred was right. You're a selfish, spoiled brat who only thinks about herself.
I was so mad, I slapped her hard across the cheek. We were rolling around on the floor fighting like cats when suddenly Fred came in between.
What the heck is wrong with you two?
She started it.
She's always hated me.
That's enough. I love you both, but this needs to stop.
You love me?
Are you okay? Do you have brain fever?
Stop it, Serena. After all these years, I've taken a back seat while Mom and Dad obsessed over you. I thought you'd be okay with me being the center of attention for once.
It was true. Mom and Dad always went out of their way to make me happy and keep me safe. They hardly ever talked about Fred. I was selfish and felt terrible for not realizing it before.
And Mariana? You can't blame Serena for jumping to conclusions when she doesn't know the truth.
What truth? Suddenly, Mariana looked so sad, it broke my heart.
My family had to flee Russia. Some really bad men were after my father, and I had to fake an injury so they would give us quick visas to come to America for my medical treatment. Now, I can never go back, and I can never swim for another country if I want to keep my family safe. That's why I wanted to be part of the swim team so badly.
But that doesn't explain why you're so mean and horrible.
It's all I knew. In Russia, you don't become a champion by being nice and sweet. You have to be really tough and fight for your place. It will be a hard habit to break, but I see you all as competition, especially you. You're good.
She said it reluctantly, but she said it, and I was on cloud 9. Aw, that's all I ever wanted to hear from you.
Get away from me, or I'll take the words back.
You can't take it back now. You think I'm good, and we'll be on the same team together. It's gonna be epic.
Is your sister crazy? What is wrong with her? Why is she so huggy?
She's just really happy. And so am I.
Hey, I'm Claire, and my life's a mix of checkmates and chaos. Mash that like and subscribe button to keep up with my adventures. My mom had me and my older sister Joy while she was quite young. Whenever we went out with her, people often mistook her for our elder sister. She raised us as a single mom since my dad left her for someone else. Mom has always been overprotective of us, and she was extra paranoid when it came to boys. She would always sit Joy and me down and make us chant some words.
I am a precious girl. I'm not allowed to date any boy until I'm
30. Mom did everything to ensure we had everything we needed. She often worked 2 or 3 jobs just to afford rent. Joy, only 2 years older than me, was often left in charge of me because we couldn't afford a sitter. One day when I was 7, Mom left me with Joy and I was doing crafts when I accidentally spilled paint all over Joy's dress, her only nice one.
I'm ruined. Now I have to go back to wearing my torn hand-me-downs from our cousins. Here, you can wear this pretty one.
I cut out a paper dress from a magazine and handed it to Joy, but she was too upset to appreciate it. She would often stare out of the window, watching her friends play, while she was stuck at home watching me. The only fun thing I did with her was a game we played together, and they are sponsoring this video.
Joy, I found the perfect thing that mixes strategy with style. Dragon City. It's a game where we can create our own dragon empires. And guess what? We can even have dragons that match our personalities. Okay, you have my attention, but can I make my dragons the most glamorous creatures ever? Absolutely! You can collect over 1,000 unique dragons, including some that look like they've walked right out of a makeup tutorial. And you're going to love customizing their habitats. It's like designing the perfect home, but for your dragons. And not only that, there are dragons of your favorite YouTubers. Oh, and there's a vibrant community of players who trade dragons and collaborate in alliances to unlock exclusive rewards. I meant, but if my dragons end up being more fabulous than yours, you owe me a makeup tutorial session. Deal. And to get us started, there's a special bundle for new players. If you download it by clicking the link in our video description or scanning the QR code, you get 15,000 food, 30,000 gold, and the Black Metal Dragon.
One day, Mom had promised Joy that she could go to a sleepover at her friend's house. However, I fell sick.
You can't leave your sister here alone. She's unwell, and I can't take her to work with me. You'll have another chance to go.
Joy was beyond angry. So, I guess my life is all about raising you now. She tried to stay home and take care of me, but I guess she'd had enough that day. She yelled, "I can't do this anymore," and stormed out to go to her friend's house, leaving me alone. I tried to follow her down the stairs, but I tripped and fell, hurting my leg badly. When Mom came home and saw me crying and hurt, she was furious. Mom grounded Joy, saying she couldn't go out with her friends for a very long time. Joy just got angrier every day. She stopped talking to me and would just glare at me like it was all my fault. I felt really bad and wished I hadn't gotten sick that day. When I was 14, Mom decided to take us along to help her with work. She was working as a cleaner for a rich family. Joy and I were always arguing. So to keep us occupied when we weren't assisting her, Mom bought us a chess set. You two had better learn to play this. Joy had no interest in chess. She was always preoccupied with makeup and talking about Dan, a boy she had a crush on at one of Mom's jobs. I had never met Dan, but from Joy's descriptions, he sounded handsome. One day, while Mom was cleaning a client's house, I sneaked into his office. He had an amazing chess set. I set it up and started playing alone when he walked in. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to try it out.
I've been watching you play by yourself for the last hour. I'm impressed. Would you like to play against someone?
I've never played against anyone, but I can try. He sat down to play with me. Feeling nervous, I imagined that I was alone, and to my surprise, I won in less than 5 minutes. We played over 10 games, and I won each time. Checkmate.
Whoa, I didn't see that coming. Maybe I've lost touch with the game.
After many tries, he finally admitted defeat. He showed me his trophies from various chess tournaments, revealing that he was once a world champion. I was astonished that I'd won against him.
Maybe you need a younger challenger.
He then introduced me to his son Dan, who was incredibly handsome.
This is my boy Dan. I'm training him to be a champion too. Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're pretty.
Bring it on. Playing against Dan was a real challenge, but I was beating him. Everything was going well until I noticed him swap a piece on the board. Hey, you've cheated. I saw what you did.
Don't blame me for being quick.
Just as I was about to win, Mom walked in and was furious.
What do you think you're doing, playing with a boy?
Hey, I was just about to win. But Mom dragged me out of there and banned me from going to work with her again. Despite my attempts to explain my victory over the world champion, she wouldn't listen.
What have I always taught you?
That I'm a precious girl and I'm not allowed to date boys until I'm 30. It's Joy who's always daydreaming about Dan. I haven't done anything wrong. When we got home, Joy was cold towards me and even threw my chess pieces out the window. What is the matter with you? Why did you have to tell Mom I like Dan? I just panicked. I shouldn't have told her. She was just being hard on me. As I went outside to get my chess pieces, I saw a posh car parking outside our house. It was Dan's dad. He entered our house and handed Mom some papers, then left. When Mom came in, I practically jumped on her. What was that about, Mom?
That nice man has decided to sponsor you for a chess tournament in Europe.
I was thrilled by the opportunity, but I knew Mom would be hesitant to let me go.
go. Please, Mom, can I go? I promise I'll be on my best behavior.
I can't have you away from me, and I can't leave my work or we'll be homeless.
I was about to protest furiously when Joy stepped in and offered to accompany me. I can take her, Mom. I'll watch over her. Everything will be all right. Please, Mom. Joy can take care of me like she always does.
I'll think about it.
After researching the tournament and discovering the $100,000 prize, Mom agreed to let us go.
You can go, but you must follow everything Joy tells you.
We flew to Europe in Dan's dad's private jet, with Dan joining us. Once airborne, Joy imposed a rule. I was forbidden from speaking to Dan. She made it clear she was on the trip to get closer to him. Remember what Mom said. You have to follow everything I say. I was fine with the rule. To me, Dan was a cheater who nearly robbed me of victory. Deal. It won't even bother me. I avoided Dan throughout the trip, but Joy was constantly around him, laughing at his joke. When we landed, Dan approached me with stories about places he wanted to visit. Listen, I'm here for the tournament. I need to focus.
Ooh, scary. I was just trying to distract you from the competition.
When Joy saw us talking, she dragged me away. You're already breaking the rules. That's 1 strike. 2 more and you're out. He approached me. And you're breaking Mom's rules too. We're not supposed to talk to boys. Mom's not here, and I'm older, so I make the rules. At the tournament, I quickly became a favorite, advancing to the semifinals, while Dan was eliminated early.
So, you're really good, huh?
Looks like it. I don't even need to cheat. Soon after, my popularity soared. During an interview after qualifying for the semifinals, Dan suddenly joined me and told the reporters he hadn't seen someone as good as me in years. And then he hugged me. Of course, Joy saw that and she was mad. We're going home. I saw you hugging Dan. That's against Mom's rules. He hugged me. It wasn't my fault. Joy didn't listen and started calling Mom to tell her. I couldn't leave before the semifinals. In a moment of desperation, I tackled her, and her phone fell into a drain. I'll follow your rule, but I won't let you ruin this moment for me. You're just stealing my crush. You've always known I like Dan. I was about to defend myself, but things escalated quickly. Our argument turned into a huge fight, and we were both shouting and not listening to each other. In the heat of the moment, I pushed Joy away, but she lost her balance, tripped, and fell badly. I was horrified. Joy, are you okay? But Joy was in a lot of pain. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she had broken her hip and needed rest for several weeks. I felt terrible. I'm so sorry, Joy. This is all my fault. Let's just leave now and make sure you get better. Are you insane? Go win that $100,000. Don't worry about me. I was only pretending to call Mom because I was angry. I wasn't actually going to let you miss the semifinals. I was taken aback by her words. After everything that had happened, she was still thinking about my chance in the tournament. Aren't you worried about me flirting with your crush, Dan? Oh no, I don't like him. Not really. What? So why were you stopping me from getting close to him? I've always taken care of you. I never had friends or anything special going for me. And when I felt a little crush on a boy, he liked you. I wanted to stop it, but then I realized I really didn't even like that boy. I just didn't back off because I didn't like you having everything. I understand, Joy. You've always been there for me, and I've taken that for granted. You deserve to shine and have your dreams too. Let's promise to support each other from now on. No hugs, please. Your sweat stinks. Now go win that prize. I need some rest. Thank you, sis. I hugged her and left. The evening after Joy's accident, I was sitting outside the tournament hall before the match started, and I was startled when Dan quietly sat beside me, handing me some flowers.
These are for Joy. I thought you could take them with you to the hospital.
The flowers were Joy's favorite, daisies. It showed he really cared about what was happening in my life, not just the chess tournament.
I've arranged for a video call set up in your room so you can talk to her before and after your matches. I thought it might help both of you.
Thank you so much, Dan. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't think we can start a relationship right now. Winning this prize is my top priority, and I really need to stay focused. I can't afford any distractions.
I just wanted to make things a little easier for you. You've got a lot on your plate. You have a tell when you're anxious. Your ears get red. Maybe cover them.
You've noticed that? That was kinda sweet. Nobody but Mom and him had ever noticed that. The next day, I played well in the semifinals and won. I was excited, and Dan rushed to congratulate me. He hugged me, and then he kissed me. About the kiss, I'm not allowed.
I know. Joy told me about your mom's rule, but I really like you and want to be your boyfriend.
I was shocked. Dan wanted to be my boyfriend, but I had to be really sure this was okay with Joy. I needed her blessing first. But later, when I went with Dan to the hospital, Joy's things were gone. We ran to the hotel, and she wasn't there either. That's when Dan's dad found us.
Joy had to go home last night. Your mom fell and is in the hospital.
Oh my God, I'm going to the airport right now. I need to see Mom. Dan grabbed my arm gently, stopping me.
Wait, Claire. We can video chat with her. You can't give up on your dream now. Your mom only hurt her leg while cleaning the kitchen shelves. She'll be okay. You have to win this for her.
But they both need me now. Joy isn't in great health herself.
I understand you're worried. My dad has already taken care of Joy's hospital bills, and he'll cover your mom's too.
No, this is too much.
Don't worry. You can pay us back when you win.
I felt super focused after talking to Dan. The last game of the chess tournament was really tough, but I played my best. Then I made a big move, and I won. Everyone around me started cheering. I was so happy and excited. I saw Dan in the crowd. I ran up to him and gave him a big kiss. Cameras were there, and they showed our kiss on TV. When I got back home, Mom and Joy were waiting. Joy was smiling, but Mom looked serious. She was proud of me for winning, but she said,
"You're still grounded for having a boyfriend."
I guess some things never change. And remember, you can download Dragon City by clicking the link in the description or scan the QR code and get a special bundle with 15,000 food plus 30,000 gold plus the Black Metal Dragon to get you started. I barged into the living room, my butt sweating in anger. I marched up to my twin brother Sammy on the sofa, snatched his can of juice, and dumped it on his head. He made a run for it, and I was chasing him with a baseball bat when Mom walked in.
Alexis, what are you doing to my poor baby?
Your poor baby locked me in a haunted house down the street. I nearly pooped my pants. Didn't you guys notice that I've been gone for hours?
How could we? Sammy hurt his little toe and he was in so much pain.
Oh, yeah? Well, he's about to be in a lot more pain than that.
Enough, Alexis. Quit bullying your brother.
Hey guys, it's Alexis, and I'm about to tell you why having a twin brother is an absolute nightmare. But before that, please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I was born, my twin brother Sammy acted like he was better than me just because he was born 10 minutes earlier. Even my parents acted like he was God's gift to mankind and pampered him all the time. It's not like they hated me, just that Sammy was the apple of their eye and he could do no wrong. Like on our 10th birthday, my parents threw us a beach party, and I spent an hour building the most amazing sandcastle. But just as I turned my back to grab a shovel, Sammy and his best friend Nathan came running and smashed it to pieces. Why did you do that? Because it was ugly and it was ruining my perfect view. He threw sand in my face and ran away. Are you okay? I will be now. I threw the beach bucket at Sammy and it hit him in the head. He cried and Mom grounded me for bad behavior. Unbelievable. As we grew older, Sammy just got more annoying. He and Nathan were the brattiest kids in school and would constantly embarrass me with their stupid jokes and dumb pranks. Like this one time in 10th grade, we were in the science lab doing experiments and Nathan was my partner.
Tell me, what's gravity? Oh, that's easy. It's when Alexis tries to get up from the bed but can't because she's a big fat cow. Enough, Sammy.
Funny how you're talking and all I can smell is garbage.
Maybe that's because you haven't showered in days.
I felt so mad I flung a book at Sammy. He ducked and started attacking me with pens. The two of us got into a fight. I knew there was no point in arguing, so I just avoided everyone and focused on my studies. I became the smartest kid in class, and I joined the poetry club, yearbook committee, and debate team. In 10th grade, I got a chance to represent my school in the national debate competition, and that's where I met Tony. He was the captain of the debate team, the star tennis player, and the hottest boy in school. Together, the two of us nailed the competition, and when we got back home, Tony invited me to one of his practice tennis matches. After the practice, we were having a conversation when he suddenly pulled me close. Whoa, was he about to kiss me already? I pouted my lips and was about to close my eyes when I noticed his hand stretched out, holding a tennis ball.
That was coming straight at you. We don't want that pretty head of yours to get hurt.
My head's pretty? You like the shape? Well, thanks a lot. I mean, for saving my pretty head. Not for saying that I have a pretty head, but thanks for that too. Can I get you an energy drink or something to thank you for saving me?
How about a date instead?
Yeah, it was fast, but sometimes you just know when it feels right. Soon, Tony officially asked me to be his girlfriend, and I was riding high. Dating someone popular meant that people knew me as more than just Sammy's sister. I was getting noticed, and I was loving the attention. But it drove Sammy crazy. One night, Tony and I were going to a party with a bunch of friends when Sammy walked in.
Don't you think you're a little too young to be wearing that dress?
Don't you think you're a little out of line to be asking me that question? Also, we're twins, genius, so if you're old enough to do anything
you want, so am I. Fine, do what you want. Just don't become a bigger loser than you already are. At least not for that clown Tony. You know he's a player, right? He's always got his arm around a new girl.
He's just a really friendly guy. Nothing wrong with that. And he says hugs are good for mental health.
I literally saw him feeding French fries to that cheerleader just yesterday.
She has carpal tunnel syndrome, Sammy. Her wrists are in pain. He was just being nice.
Why is it so hard for you to believe that a hot, popular guy could be into me? Just stop being a jerk and leave me alone. But after that day, it became Sammy's life mission to annoy Tony every time he saw him. Like this one time in the cafeteria, Tony and I were chatting when Sammy dumped a bowl of spaghetti on him. Oops. My hand slipped.
And another time in class, just as Tony was about to take a seat, Sammy pulled his chair away and he landed on his butt.
Your seat looks more comfortable. Mind if I borrow it?
Tony almost punched Sammy, but Nathan intervened and saved him. Sammy backed off for a while, until a few weeks later, Tony and I were having dinner at this really fancy place, and suddenly, he jumped out of his seat screaming. What? What happened? Please don't tell me there's a rat. I will freak out.
The only rat here is you, Alexis. What's this?
Tony shoved the phone in my face, and I saw a bunch of pictures with Nathan kissing a girl who looked exactly like me. I was so confused until he played a video where I was confessing my love for Nathan, and I immediately recognized the voice. It was Sammy's. Oh, that's not me. I mean, it looks like me, but
what? You've been cheating on me with Nathan? No wonder your brother was annoying me these past few weeks. He wanted me out of the picture so you could be with his best friend.
Hear me out. That girl in the photos is Sammy with a wig. We're twins, so we look alike. That's all. Please, you have to trust me.
Stop making up stories. You're a liar and your brother is crazy. Both of you can go eat dust for all I care, but stay away from me.
Tony was out the door before I could stop him. I rushed back home furiously and confronted Sammy, who started laughing like a crazy person.
I can't believe he fell for that trick. He's as dense as pudding, Alexis. I did you a favor.
You're a jerk, Sammy. You ruined the best thing that happened to me, and you hurt Tony.
He'll get over it. Trust me. Also, now that you're here, pass me some soda.
But I just dumped the can on his head and walked away. I hated him. The next day in school, Tony refused to talk to me. In fact, he went around the school telling everyone how I was a cheater and a liar. My popularity went down the drain in minutes, and I was back to being invisible. But Sammy acted like nothing was wrong and went on living his life. And after that day, I decided to get even with Sammy. I spent the entire week planning the perfect revenge. I knew the only person Sammy cared about was his best friend Nathan, so that's where I started. I found my opportunity when the teachers announced the test results, and Nathan got an F. He was sulking when I found him in the hallway. Aw, this is what happens when you're best friends with a moron.
Gee, thanks. Look, I'm a little bummed right now, so maybe rub things in my face later.
Okay. I'm actually here to offer you a really sweet deal. I need you to date me.
What?
Sorry, pretend to date me. You're Sammy's best friend, so if you start hanging out with me all the time instead of him, he'll hate it. He'll finally have a taste of his own medicine. I'm not asking you to do it for free, of course. I'll help you study and ace your scores.
No thanks. I know Sammy can be a jerk sometimes, but I'm not doing that to my best friend.
Fine, fail high school then. I heard you telling Sammy your parents were angry that you had a C in science. This score is worse, so good luck dealing with that.
Wait, fine. I guess we could make it work.
Of course we will, my cute boyfriend. Now buckle up. We've got plans. The next day, it was time for phase 1. I walked into Sammy's room and called a truce on my fight over Tony. Just as we were talking, Nathan walked in, pulled me by the waist, and kissed me. Sammy's mouth fell open like a broken door, and my heart fell to my stomach.
What the heck are you doing? Get off my sister. Didn't you tell him, babe? Sammy, Alexis and I are dating.
You're what? Dating. Are you stupid and deaf now? Come, Nate. We'll be late for the movies.
Nate? He has a nickname now?
Of course. That's what people in love do. Sammy was totally spinning out over our dates. But to make things worse, I crashed all of Nathan and Sammy's plans too. Video game night, baseball game, bowling alley. I was stuck to them like gum to a shoe. Sammy tried everything to keep Nathan away from me, but we just laughed it off.
You know Alexis farts in her sleep? Aw, I'm sure it smells like roses. Alexis eats her boogers and then spits them out so they stick to the wall. She makes graffiti out of them. My baby's an artist.
Watching Sammy's frustration was hilarious. But what I liked more was how Nathan was always taking my side. He'd been a brat to me growing up, but now he was caring and sweet. And even though I knew we were playing pretend, I found myself falling for Nathan. One day, I was helping Nathan with his homework in the library when he looked a little sad. When I asked him why, he told me that his mom was moving out.
She's always busy and hardly ever around, but I still can't help feeling bad that I might not see my mom that often.
I get it. My parents were hardly ever there for me too. I mean, they were around, but they always loved Sammy more. Suddenly, Nathan held my hand and my heart raced with excitement. He came closer, but just then the janitor showed up and we were asked to leave. The next day at school, I couldn't wait to see Nathan again when I felt someone grab my shoulder. Tony!
Hey babe, miss me? Listen, I've been thinking about us a lot. I know you cheated on me, but I'm ready to forgive you. You don't know this, but I kinda cheated on you too when we were together. Twice. Okay, thrice. Okay, fine. You want me to start being honest? It was 6 times, but I like you the most, 'cause we're the same, meant to be, blah, blah, blah. Don't you think?
You cheated on me?
Yeah, but you get that, right? We're even now, babe. It's all good.
Before I could say more, Tony pulled me into a kiss. As I pushed him off, I suddenly saw Nathan walking away with a bouquet of flowers, which he dumped in a trash can on his way out.
So, what do you say?
I say, you're a stupid, cheating, lying piece of poop, and we are nothing alike. And I'm glad my brother pulled a dumb prank on you, because it got you to admit what a sleazeball you are. Now stay away from me unless you want me to knock your perfect teeth in. Get that? I shoved Tony out of my way and rushed behind Nathan. I finally caught up with him in the parking lot. Nathan, wait! Tony was just...
Save it, Alexis. I just saw your passionate kiss with Tony. I guess that was all part of the plan. Dating me would make Tony jealous and bring him back to you. Anyway, I'm glad your mission accomplished. And thanks for all your help with my grades. But I'd rather not be used like a toy anymore.
With that, Nathan turned around and left. He didn't even give me a chance to tell him my feelings. I curled up in a ball in my room and cried so much harder than I ever did over Tony. I was still sulking when suddenly Sammy knocked at my door.
Alexis, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay, and it's always your fault. I wanted to get revenge on you, and it messed up everything.
What do you mean?
I was desperate to make you pay for sabotaging my relationship with Tony, so I asked Nathan to pretend to date me so I could piss you off, but I ended up falling for him, and now I've lost him too.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I tease you, but I also love you. You're my sister. I wanted to protect you. Tony was a jerk, and he didn't deserve you. As for Nathan, I read your diary.
You did what?
Focus, Alexis. I know you like him, and now, just like a big brother, I'll fix it.
You're 10 minutes older.
Do you want Nathan or not?
Yes!
Then come with me.
Sammy took my hand and drove me to the beach where I saw Nathan sitting. We walked up to him, and Sammy backed me up about not having any feelings for Tony, but I could see that Nathan still had doubts.
In case you won't take my word for it, Nathan, take Alexis's.
Just then, Sammy took my diary out of his backpack and started reading.
Dear diary, I know it was just supposed to be a trick, but Nathan is the best thing to have ever happened to me. He's so cute. His eyes remind me of the deep ocean. All I want is to lie in his arms and tell him how much I like him. Also, I got severe diarrhea the other day.
Give me that, you moron! I quickly pulled the diary from Sammy's hand and smacked his head with it. Just then, Nathan walked over to me and held my hand.
Do you mean it? That's how you feel?
It's how I feel. I really like you, Nathan. And Tony was just a glitch in the universe. You're the one I want.
And I want you, Alexis. I might throw up.
Shut up, Sammy!
Fine.
Nathan pulled me in for a hug, and over his shoulder I saw Sammy smirking. My brother finally used his annoying brother powers for good and pulled off his best trick yet, because even though that's how I feel, I definitely didn't write that stupid stuff in my diary. Hi everyone, I'm Alba from Hollywood. I knew some girls who had fame, kind and supportive parents, or cute boyfriends. But I was the only girl I knew who had all 3. My boyfriend was the best. We met on the set of my first big role. I was an actress, and I was nervous to act in front of these amazing people who were also talented and experienced. The first person I met that day wasn't nice at all. This super pretty girl walked up to me and immediately started yelling at me. I recognized her from TV and magazine covers. She was an actress named Jamie Hart. Where are the rest of the vegan options? I've told you guys I don't know how many times I'm not eating this stuff. Sorry, I'm not the caterer. I'm an actress, like you. Oh, sweetie, there's no one like me. I'm one of a kind. Good luck, though. I didn't know what to say. When she left, I felt even more scared. Was this what it was going to be like working on a big show? Rude people treating me like I'm their servant? But then right after that, this random guy approached me. He must have noticed how anxious I was because he pretended to trip into the craft service table to cheer me up. Everyone else looked over like he was crazy, but I couldn't stop laughing.
First day?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
I was too when I first started.
How did you get over it?
Oh, I didn't. I'm terrified right now.
He grinned at me, and I could tell he was joking. I was having a hard time imagining him ever being scared. He was so comfortable and at ease with himself. I wondered what his job was on set.
Just remember, you're here for a reason. You wouldn't have gotten this job if you didn't nail the audition. You'll be great. I'm Malik, by the way.
And then right after that, I found out he was an actor too, and my co-star on the show. We became close really quickly. And then things turned romantic, and he asked if I wanted to make it official. He got along with my parents, and even my dog was obsessed with him. So my first day got off to a bit of a bumpy start, but things were great now. I felt so much more comfortable on set. It took me some time, but I realized that Malik was right. I was there for a reason. The only person still rude to me was Jamie. But whatever, I didn't care. She was clearly just insecure and felt threatened by my success. Even though I didn't get nervous about my job anymore, there was still one thing that really scared me. My family's curse. Okay, curses aren't real, but I couldn't help worrying anyway. When my mom and grandma were my age, they both ran into some really bad luck. My grandma got into a car accident, and my mom almost got trapped in a house fire. Besides, I'd been lucky for so long. No one could have a perfect life forever. Malik and I got dinner at my favorite restaurant for my birthday. Malik gave me this gorgeous diamond necklace, and the food was amazing. But I couldn't fully enjoy my meal because I was thinking about this stupid curse.
Babe, you know there's nothing to worry about, right? What happened to your mom and grandma was a coincidence. Besides, they're both still here. They got through it.
I know, you're right. I just get anxious sometimes, even when my brain tells me it makes no sense.
You know what I do when I'm feeling anxious?
Before I could ask, there was a loud bang as Malik slammed his knee against the table, pretending to hurt himself. Our plates and silverware jumped, and half the restaurant turned to stare at us. I started laughing. I loved that Malik was willing to make a fool of himself just to make me smile. The table started to shake again. Okay, Malik, you should probably stop before they kick us out.
That isn't me.
All of a sudden, the walls started to shake too. I heard glass shattering, and people were getting up from their tables. Everyone was scared.
Don't panic. It's an earthquake. Come on.
We ran for the exit. Just before we got to the door, I remembered I forgot my necklace. I started to turn back for it, but before I could move, a big chandelier ripped from the ceiling and fell right on top of me. Then everything went dark. There was a strange beeping sound. What was that? When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed. My parents were looking down at me with worried faces, and there was someone else there too. A boy who I didn't recognize.
Alba, we are so glad you're awake. You scared us.
What happened?
There was an earthquake. You had an accident at the restaurant where you and Malik were having dinner.
I guess the boy's name was Malik. But why was I having dinner with him? Oh, my head was pounding. I must have hit it pretty hard.
What's the last thing you remember?
I just got the call back letting me know I got the role, and I was on my way to the studio to start my first day. Oh no, I hoped I hadn't missed my first day. I'd worked so hard to get this role.
Honey, you really don't remember anything after that? About the show? About me?
Do we know each other? Malik looked so sad in that moment, but I didn't know what to do. Everything was so foggy, and my head was killing me. After I got home from the hospital, my mom sat me down and explained everything. I had amnesia, and I was missing almost a full year of memories because of my concussion. She said my show was really successful and I was a popular actress, and that boy from the hospital was my boyfriend.
After you fell, he ran back into the restaurant to carry you out while the whole building was shaking. We're very fortunate that he was there to help.
Wow, sounds like that boy Malik might have saved my life. On set the next day, everyone was so sweet and understanding. Even though I didn't remember all the acting I had been doing, the super famous actress named Jamie Hart went through the scripts with me and helped me catch up. I saw Malik too. He smiled and waved. I think he could tell I still didn't remember him though. because he turned sad and didn't come over to talk. The strangest thing happened. When the director called action, I didn't feel nervous at all. I had been so scared to start my first day, and I barely slept at all the night before, but here I was, nailing it. Then I remembered, this wasn't my first day. It just felt like it was because of my injury. It was all so strange. After a while, though, I got back into my routine. Things were going really well with the show. Jamie and I became great friends. We'd go on shopping sprees and have spa days and everything. I was surprised one day at the studio when Malik approached me. I felt like he had been avoiding me. He was always sweet when we spoke, but it was usually just small talk, and that sad look never left his eyes.
Hey, I wanted to ask you something. I know everything's messed up and weird since the accident, but you're someone really special to me. And I know you don't remember, but I was someone special to you too. Maybe we could start over.
What did you have in mind?
Something casual, no pressure. There was a smoothie place you really liked. Maybe we could hang out there.
That I hadn't forgotten. Strawberry banana was my favorite. That would be nice. Malik and I got smoothies later and strolled around the park. The way the sun shimmered on the pond was so pretty. And Malik was so nice and funny. I could see why I must have liked him. I felt bad though because he seemed to know so much about me, but everything he told me about himself was brand new information. I tried really hard to remember, but I just couldn't. Ugh, stupid earthquake. On set the next day, Jamie came up to me after she saw Malik and I talking. Look, I don't know if I should say this because I don't want it to seem like gossip. What is it? You can tell me. Jamie glanced around and lowered her voice. It's about Malik. I'd be careful around him. He's one of those people who only talks to successful people because he's trying to boost his own career. It's pretty gross. I was shocked. That wasn't the vibe I got from Malik at all. But Jamie knew him much better than I did, and she'd been such a good friend to me since my accident. We were best friends before that too. At least, that's what she told me. Malik and I were supposed to hang out again that day after we finished filming, but I told him I wasn't feeling very well. I could tell he was disappointed. It made me doubt myself for a second. Was this really the right decision? We had fun getting smoothies, and my mom said he saved my life. But then I remembered what Jamie told me. Hollywood was full of fake people. You had to be on guard to protect yourself. What if he had lied to my mom about saving me? Jamie came over one night so we could practice lines. I had a huge monologue the next day, and I wanted it to be perfect. Jamie was so generous with all the time she put into helping me. Suddenly, my dog Rocco started to growl at her. Rocco! I couldn't believe it. Rocco was such a sweet and lazy dog. He loved everyone. What's his problem? Sorry, he must have smelled one of your pets. He's not usually like this. I don't have any pets. The next day, Malik approached me while we were getting ready to film.
Hey, is everything okay? I tried calling and texting, but you never answered.
Yeah, I've just been really busy.
Okay, Alba. Have fun with your new best friend, I guess.
What's that supposed to mean?
You blew me off last week, and now you're giving me the cold shoulder. And you spend all your time with Jamie, who you don't even like.
Of course I like her. And Jamie has really been there for me since my accident. You barely even talked to me until a few days ago.
I was trying to give you space. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to handle you forgetting me. It was like we were strangers again, except I still had all these great memories of us together.
I didn't ask to get a concussion. You're acting like I did it on purpose.
That's not what I meant. I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone from now on.
I thought my day couldn't get any worse, but just then, the director came up to me and told me that my monologue had been given to Jamie. I was devastated. I found Jamie getting her hair and makeup done for the big scene. Hey, what happened? They just told me that you're doing my monologue instead. Oh, I told them that you were still feeling really tired from your accident and weren't up for such a big, dramatic scene. I thought you'd be happy. Thought I'd be happy? You knew how important this was to me. Why would you do that? I thought you were my friend. That's how things work here, sweetie. It's really not a big deal. And if you don't mind, I need to get ready for my monologue. I spent the rest of the day trying not to cry. I felt like Jamie had taken a mask off and I'd finally seen the real her. A selfish monster who'd been using me this whole time. At the end of the day, I snuck onto an empty set and finally cried and let it all out. Everything was so messed up. My accident had ruined my life. It was that stupid curse. I knew it. My mom might not believe in it, but how could she say it wasn't real now? I stared at the set. It was this huge, dark sky filled with galaxies and stars and comets. The door opened. Malik saw me and started to head over, a little bit hesitant. Suddenly, he tripped over an electrical cord and almost fell. I burst out laughing. He was such a goofball. He smiled and sat down beside me.
Hey, so I know I said I'd leave you alone, and I still will if that's what you want, but I wanted to give you this first. I went back for it after the accident.
Then he took out this beautiful necklace. It looked oddly familiar. When he handed it to me, our fingers touched, and suddenly, everything came rushing back to me like a flood. Malik and I were playing with my dog Rocco, the two of us cuddling while we watched a movie, on the red carpet together getting our photos taken. I remembered it all. Malik. I took his hands. He looked at me with a puzzled expression, and then he saw it in my eyes. That I remembered him. That I remembered us. He leaned in and kissed me in front of the galaxies and stars. A moment later, a security guard came in.
Hey, you guys can't be in here.
Malik and I laughed and then raced off the set holding hands. The next day, I found out that Jamie had been fired. It turned out that she was only acting like my best friend because she had heard a rumor that her character was being written off the show. I would have tried to help her if she'd just been honest with me, but now it was too late. Anyway, things went back to normal. Eventually, I stopped thinking about the curse. It wasn't real anyway. The only real thing was life's ups and downs, and I couldn't control that. All I could do was be here in the moment. In this moment, I was enjoying a strawberry banana smoothie with my boyfriend, and it was perfect. Malik grinned at me.
You know what would make this moment even more perfect? If more people liked and subscribed to MSA,
he said with a knowing wink. I couldn't help but laugh at his suggestion. Hi, my name is Ashley, and I live next to the worst family on earth. They're the biggest snobs ever. They drive around in the fanciest cars and clothes and look down on everyone else. And they have a son named Jack, who's an absolute troll. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you might see a shooting star tonight. When I was 6, I was playing with my favorite doll, and Jack ran up to me, snatched it out of my hands, and threw it into the street. A car ran over it and smashed it into pieces. Another day at school, Jack stole a bunch of cookies out of the cookie jar and blamed it on me. Ashley took the cookies. No, I didn't. She hid them in her desk. The teacher opened my desk and found a cookie inside. I got in huge trouble, and after school, I saw Jack on the playground stuffing his face with the stolen cookies. When Jack wasn't terrorizing me, his parents were trying to get my family kicked out of the neighborhood. Our house was the smallest on the block, and even I had to admit, it was a really ugly green. And my parents were a little weird sometimes. My dad loved to sunbathe on the front lawn, and every morning, my mom made this strange sound to call all the stray cats in the neighborhood to feed them. She'd also sing to the birds and make birdhouses all day. Our house looked like a zoo, and the neighbors hated it.
Their yard is unacceptable. It looks like an overgrown swamp.
Their house gives me a migraine every time I look at it. Mommy, my eyes hurt.
You have to do something, officer. And can someone please tell that man to put a shirt on?
Jack's parents threw fancy parties every week, but me and my family were never invited. We only lived in the neighborhood because we inherited the house from my grandfather, who used to be a famous investigative reporter. I wanted to grow up and be just like my grandfather. When I was 12, I joined the school newspaper, and when my teacher's cat, Mr. Whiskers, went missing, it took me less than 2 days to find him on the roof of the school auditorium. Though I suspected Jack had something to do with it. In high school, Jack was the richest and most popular kid. I, on the other hand, only had one friend, my cousin Bethany. Bethany moved into town a week before we started 10th grade. But Bethany was obsessed with being popular and would do anything to get Jack and his rich friends to like her. Jack's friend Sadie was the ringleader of the rich kids, and she made Jack look like a saint. Bethany adored Sadie. She'd carry Sadie and her minions' books, do their homework, and follow them around. She'd even let them copy her answers during tests. They'd smile in Bethany's face and laugh at her behind her back. Why do you let them treat you like that? They're just joking around. Those girls aren't your friends, Bethany. They're jerks. Bethany never listened. She wanted to be popular so bad she couldn't see the truth. One day, my mother dragged me out of bed at 5 a.m. on a Saturday morning to volunteer at a soup kitchen. It's important to give back to those less fortunate. But do we have to do it so early? As I was serving food, I looked up to see a familiar face. Jack?
Ashley? What are you doing here?
Jack's face turned white, and he just ran out of the soup kitchen. The next day, I saw Jack at school in science class. The teacher partnered us up for a big project, and we met in the library after school. Why were you getting soup at the soup kitchen?
Did you fall on your head or something? Why would I ever go to a place like that?
You don't have to lie to me.
I'm not lying.
I'm just trying to help.
No one asked you for help.
The next day, Bethany and I were walking to class, and we ran into Jack in the hallway, and Jack gave me the meanest, coldest stare ever. What's up with you and Jack? I saw you two whispering in the library. Are you guys dating? Is it a secret romance? Oh, Jack's so cute and so rich. I'm so mad you didn't tell me. Jack and I aren't dating. Then what's going on?
Can you keep a secret?
Of course. I told Bethany about how I saw Jack at the soup kitchen and his weird behavior afterwards. But all Bethany cared about was that I had the attention of such a rich, popular boy. But I had an itch to investigate. So later that afternoon, I stopped by Jack's house to check things out. But I heard Jack's parents yelling inside. I heard someone coming, so I hid in the bushes. Then the door swung open and Jack rushed out. He darted down the street before I could say a word. Jack missed our study session the next day. Then he started missing all his classes. I started to worry, so I called and texted him, but he didn't answer. A few weeks later, I went by his house again, but when I knocked on the door, a strange woman answered. There was another family living in Jack's house. The wheels in my head started spinning. I started asking around to see if anyone knew what happened to Jack. Sadie said Jack and his family were vacationing in the south of France? Or was it the Hamptons or Tahiti? It was probably all three. Jack is so lucky. I wish I was rich. There was even talk about why he'd moved. Jack's dad bought a new mansion that's twice the size of the old one.
Twice the size? He's richer than I thought.
The explanation seemed reasonable, so I let it go. During summer break, I was heading home one day after running some errands when I saw a boy in an oversized hoodie playing guitar on the sidewalk. He played a sad song that was so beautiful, it made my heart sink. When the song ended, some people dropped money in the can beside him. I walked over to put in some money too, when a suspicious-looking guy crept up and snatched the boy's can. Then the thief ran toward me. Without thinking, I stuck my foot out and tripped him. Give that back, or I'll turn your face into scrambled eggs. I took a martial arts stance that I saw in a movie once. It worked, because the thief dropped the money and ran. I picked it up and turned to the boy whose hood had come off. It was Jack. Jack? Are you okay? Jack shook his head and broke down into tears. He told me that his parents broke up, then his dad sold their house, stole his mom's money, and fled the country. Now Jack and his mom were broke and living in a shelter. I felt so bad for Jack. No one deserved that, not even a rich jerk like him. So I invited Jack and his mother to my parents' house.
Ashley, why is this woman in our house?
They're in trouble, Mom. They need our help. Jack's mom apologized for the way she treated my parents. My parents forgave her and invited them to stay in our guest room for as long as they needed. Luckily, Bethany was away all summer with her family, so I could keep the secret. Jack and his mom were so grateful that they helped out as much as they could around the house. Jack even tried to help my dad fix a leaky faucet. That didn't turn out well, but the gesture was sweet. I tutored Jack to help him catch up on the work he'd missed at school. It was odd having Jack in my house at first, especially when I saw him walk out of the shower with a towel around his waist. A few weeks later, Jack's mom got a job and they moved out. I hated to admit it, but I missed having him around. On the last day of summer, Jack sent me a text asking me to meet him. What's all this?
I wanted to thank you. It's not much, but it's the best I could do.
Jack opened the basket and pulled out my favorite foods, chili dogs and Brussels sprouts.
You and your family are the strangest people I've ever met.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's a good thing. No one's ever been so kind to me, and I love how you and your parents live your lives without caring what others think. It's inspiring. How do you do it?
I don't know. It's just how I was raised.
I wish I was as strong as you.
I looked at the biceps bulging out of his shirt. I think you might have me beat.
School's gonna be so tough. I'm supposed to be the rich kid with the fancy car and the millionaire parents and...
You're not that guy anymore. And to be honest, you were a real jerk before. I like the new you way better.
Since we're being honest, I have to admit something.
What?
I think I have a crush on you.
Really?
And I'm pretty sure you have a crush on me too.
Then Jack pulled me close and kissed me. We talked for hours that night, and he even played me some songs. I saw Bethany at school the next morning after summer break. Jack passed us in the hall and he winked at me, and I couldn't stop smiling. What was that? I don't know. Jack's always been weird. Then why are you blushing? I didn't tell Bethany about me and Jack. We were taking things slow. One day, Jack and I were walking home from school when Sadie and her rich friends pulled up in a fancy car. Hey, Jack, where's your ride?
I don't...
You're trading it in for a new one, huh? Always trying to one-up me, Jack. We all get it. You're the richest, but I'm a close second.
Yeah, my new car is gonna be great. It's twice as expensive as the last one.
Jack, what are you doing? Ditch that loser and hang out with us. Plus, we have to decide what color we're gonna wear to the winter dance.
I'm not going to the winter dance with you.
Then who are you going with? Tell me you're not gonna take that freak instead of me.
If you're referring to this amazing girl standing beside me, then yeah, I am.
Sadie was pissed and drove off. I appreciate the compliment, but you can't keep lying.
About what?
Your father's not buying you a new car.
I know that.
Then why lie about it?
Why not? It's not hurting anyone.
The truth always comes out, no matter how hard you try to hide it.
Let's talk about something else. What time should I pick you up for the dance?
I think I'll pass. I'm allergic to liars. Jack and I didn't talk after that. I'd see him at school bragging to his friends about the money he didn't have, lying about the huge fancy house he just moved into, and making fun of the poor kids. He was a rich, self-centered jerk again. I couldn't believe I fell for this guy. Jack called and texted me after school, but I ignored him and binge-watched MSA videos.
What's with the frown? It'll give you wrinkles.
I don't get why Jack has to lie about being rich.
Some people will do anything to keep up appearances. Lie, cheat, sometimes even steal.
But it's not right.
Of course it's not right. Doing the right thing isn't always easy.
I decided to go to the dance alone. Bethany and I were supposed to go together, but she wasn't returning my calls. When I arrived at the dance, I saw Bethany hanging out with Sadie and her crew, following them around, holding their drinks. Hey, Bethany, I've been trying to reach you. Sorry, I gotta go. Bethany was acting strange. She could barely look me in the eye. Then Jack walked up to me, and before he could say a word, everyone's cell phone started going off. I looked at my phone and saw a video of Jack's mom working as a maid. You're not rich, Jack. You're a poor loser. Then all of Jack's rich friends laughed at him. And don't try to deny it. Bethany told us everything. She even made this video. It's true. Ashley told me that she saw Jack begging for food at the soup kitchen. Shut up, Bethany. No one asked you to speak. Be a good little puppy and stand over there. I felt furious at Bethany. I'm so sorry, Jack. I never meant...
It's okay. It's not your fault. I should have stopped pretending a long time ago. Sadie, you're right. I'm poor, but I don't care what you or anyone else thinks of me. You've never been my real friends anyway. All you've ever cared about is my money. Well, now it's gone and it sucks. But I found something way more valuable.
Then Jack took my hand. Oh, geez. If you say you've fallen in love with that freak, I'm gonna throw up. I'd had enough. I walked over to her and accidentally spilled my drink all over her dress. Oh, sorry about that. But you know, the punch does bring out your eyes.
You want to get out of here?
Yes, please. As Jack and I walked out the door, Bethany ran up to us. Ashley, it wasn't personal. We're still friends, right? Maybe I can fix things with you and Sadie. If you did her homework for a week, then you're pathetic, Bethany. And you deserve someone like Sadie. Jack and I left the party and went to the beach. We ate chili dogs and Brussels sprouts and danced the night away.
This is nice.
You know what the best part is?
What?
It doesn't cost a thing. Then Jack gave me the most romantic kiss ever.
Hi, I'm Elodie. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I was born on the outskirts of Paris, and my early life was pretty uneventful until I turned 7, and my parents decided we were going on our first real vacation. That involved flying to the Maldives on the other side of the earth. I was super excited, but as soon as the plane took off, I started feeling very uneasy. The height made me feel dizzy. Then, halfway in our flight, we started having really bad turbulence, and that made me panic.
Are we gonna crash?
Don't be silly. The chances are really low.
So you're saying there is a slight chance we might die?
I cried hysterically for the remaining flight, and when we finally landed, I was shaking. Not even a week of fun at sea could make me forget, and when it was time to go back home, I refused to get on the plane again. I caused such a scene at the airport that my parents had no choice but to take a ship for the return trip, and it drained their credit cards.
This is the last time we're going on vacation ever.
Mom and Dad argued about money all the way home, and soon after, they separated. I was convinced it was my fault.
No, honey. We were having problems for a while. And don't worry, we'll be okay. But seeing them divorce was heartbreaking. Dad remarried, had new children, and completely forgot about me. Mom tried many things to cheer me up, but it seemed like nothing was working. Until one day, she took me ice skating at the local rink, and that changed everything. When I was on the ice, it felt like I was flying, and all my problems disappeared. Mom saw the potential I had and signed me up for private lessons. By the time I was 10, I was already winning junior local competitions. My training was expensive, but Mom worked double shifts to cover for it. If this is your dream, I will do anything in my power to help you.
You're the best, Mom. I'll make you proud.
At school, I did well enough. My peers admired me, but unfortunately, I didn't have many close friends. Also, as time went by, I started noticing I wasn't like other girls my age. Like one time when I was 15, I was at a friend's house for a sleepover and we were watching the movie Titanic. During the final scene, all the other girls were crying, but I just couldn't get it. I snatched the remote and paused the movie.
This is so stupid. Look, there's enough room on that door for Jack to climb too. Elodie, you're ruining the moment. This moment is already ruined. Who even likes such dumb movies?
Needless to say, I was never invited for a movie night again. So maybe I wasn't that much of a romantic. Or at all. Big deal. As I grew older, most of my peers started dating, breaking up, and crying over ice cream, while I was still waiting for my first crush to happen. I felt like I was being weird, and the only person in the world who got me was my best friend Louis. We got closer months ago. Mom is happy I'm not getting distracted by dating, but her sister and friends always ask why I don't have a boyfriend, as if there's something wrong with me.
It's not something you can force, the same way I can't like girls. And even if you never fall in love with someone, who cares? You're amazing just the way you are.
I know, but sometimes I wish I wasn't so different, and that guys would stop asking me out.
I wish that was my problem.
It would be if you came out.
No thank you, I'd rather swim with alligators.
Louis was terrified of his father finding out he was gay. In a way, we were both fishes out of water, and maybe that's why we got along so well. I knew I could talk to him about everything without being judged. When I turned 18, I was added to the national competition that would send the winner to the Olympics. That would give me the opportunity to have a real sponsor, relieving Mom of the huge financial burden. By that point, I was training daily, and my coach had given me a very complex program.
You have a real chance of winning, Elodie, but you really need to land that triple axel.
That jump would keep me up at night. It was so difficult. Less than 20 women landed it in competition ever. And as if that wasn't enough, one day, the restaurant where Mom worked caught fire, and she ended up in the hospital with a broken ankle and some burns. Her condition wasn't too serious, but she needed time to recover.
I won't be able to work for a while. I'm sorry, Elodie, but I can't pay your coach anymore.
I was devastated. It felt like my only chance at a career had just been taken away.
But I didn't want to show that to Mom. She was already feeling bad, and I didn't want to make her feel worse.
I picked up a job in a small cafe to earn some extra cash, but between studying and working, I was exhausted. I was crying on the phone with Louis one night when he came up with a crazy solution.
You won't like it, but hear me out. My dad is having this big party in a couple of days with all his business partners, and he insisted that I invite my girlfriend.
What girlfriend?
I may have lied about that. Dad kept asking me why I was still single at my age, so I panicked and told him I was dating someone. I know it's wrong, but I never expected him to meet her. Anyway, you could pretend to be my girlfriend, and I'll ask him to sponsor you. He likes donating to all sorts of causes, and for a potential daughter-in-law, I'm sure he'll accept.
I don't know. Lies like that always end badly. Can't you just tell him the truth?
You don't know him. Ever since I was little, he wouldn't stop talking about my future wife and how he hopes I'll have like 25 grandkids. Trust me, this is the only way.
I was uncomfortable with the fake dating plan, but Lewis was right. It would benefit both of us, at least until I managed to win the championship and get another sponsor. So when the day of the party rolled out, I put on my prettiest dress and ended up charming all of the guests. Lewis was cold sweating when it was time to introduce me to his father, and I could see why. His dad was a very stern-looking man with a permanent frown on his face. But when we started talking, he seemed kind in his way. Lewis took the opportunity to tell him about Mom's incident and how I needed help with my career.
I understand, but unfortunately, this isn't a good time for my company. Maybe next year.
I felt like the earth stopped spinning. Lewis looked as shocked as me and promised to talk to his dad again, but it was of no use. Some days later, I was at the cafe working, but I really couldn't focus and started crying again. Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder.
Why is a pretty girl like you crying? You're ruining your makeup.
I looked up and saw Henry, a famous skater who had won the championship the previous season, staring at me. He sat me down, and I ended up telling him all my worries. So now, my career is basically over.
It doesn't have to be. I can pay for your training.
Really? You can? But why? You hardly know me.
I know that everyone needs to see real talent. My family is one of the wealthiest in the country. My car insurance is more expensive than your lessons. It's nothing.
I couldn't believe my luck. From that day on, I started practicing with Henry, and he seemed quite impressed with my skills. Some days we would go have coffee after training. He was a lot more experienced than I was, and I loved hearing about his travels and all the talented people he met during competitions. One afternoon after practice, Henry was dropping me at home when he leaned in and tried to kiss me. I quickly pushed him away, and he seemed very confused.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
I think I might have given you the wrong idea, Henry. I like you, but only as a friend. I'm just not interested in dating anyone.
I see. What can I say? It's breaking my heart that you're doing this to me, and I get it, but I don't think any other guy would. You have to be careful about giving a guy wrong signals, especially when you get so close in such a short period. Guys always expect something in return. Anyway, I guess I'll leave now.
Henry gave me a quick hug and left. I decided to keep my distance from Henry after that. I didn't want to hurt him anymore. Soon it was time for the competition, but the day before the competition, I was so stressed out I could barely stay still. So Lewis asked me to go to the local fair with him to calm my nerves down. We went to all the booths trying our luck. I spent an embarrassing amount of money at the duck pond game, and Lewis won at the miniature rifle range. The lady gave him a huge heart-shaped plushie, which he gave to me.
A lucky charm for tomorrow.
Sure. It has nothing to do with how bulky this is. We were having a good time, going on roller coasters and eating fries. But just then, I heard someone calling my name from the crowd. I turned around and saw Henry walking in our direction.
So he's the reason you broke up with me?
Henry? No, you're misunderstanding. Lewis is just a friend.
Just like I was a friend to you? You know, if you liked someone else, you could have just said that. And what's even about this guy that made you reject me? Is it money? Careful, dude. You got yourself a gold digger. Don't you dare talk to her like that. Or what, you'll hit me?
Henry took a step forward, his fist balled up. But I got in the way and pushed Henry aside. It's not worth it, Lewis. He's just a crazy, possessive guy. Forget about him.
Oh, wow. Crazy and possessive? This is how you say thank you for being a good friend and helping you? Something this idiot would never do?
I wanted to argue more, but I decided against it and left with Lewis. I couldn't believe Henry would turn on me like that. I thought he was my friend, but I couldn't waste too much sleep because of him. I had a competition to win. I set the alarm on my phone and went to sleep early so I got some rest. But the next morning, I woke up to Lewis screaming in my face.
Get up, Elodie, you're late.
What? Oh my God, how did I not wake up? I checked my phone and the screen was glitching. It looks like my phone's broken.
We don't have time for that. Hurry up or you'll miss the competition.
I quickly got dressed and left with Lewis, but the road was jam-packed with traffic. It was the weekend and the main carnival day. As if that wasn't enough, the main bridge was closed because of a small accident. This is the only way to cross the river. We're never gonna make it. What am I gonna do?
I might have an idea.
Lewis Louis got out of the car, and we made our way back to the fair from the previous night.
Okay, anytime now.
Who? What?
That.
I looked where Louis was pointing, and my heart dropped. Right over the fair, a couple of hot air balloons were already taking off, and others were waiting for customers on the ground. Oh, no. You gotta be kidding.
I know you're afraid of heights, but this is your only chance. Listen to me, Elodie. You can't let your fear win. Not now, when you're so close to making your dream come true.
Louis was right. My stupid fear was getting in the way of my dreams, but I was stronger than that. We paid the man piloting the balloon and hopped on. As we took off, I closed my eyes and wrapped myself around Louis like an octopus.
You can look now. Trust me.
I slowly opened my eyes, and it was so different from what I remembered from that airplane all those years back. Sure, I was still afraid, but from up there, the world looked so peaceful and beautiful. The flight didn't last long, and soon we were landing in front of the arena. We ran inside, and I got my skates on just in time. The place was packed, but I felt confident and performed my best routine. And then came the final moment, the dreaded triple axel. I took a deep breath and spun 3 times, landing beautifully. The crowd went crazy. The results were announced soon after, and I was over the moon to bag the first prize. Right after I got my trophy, I was getting back to Louis when Henry got in my way. What now?
I just came to tell you that I'm sorry. I was wrong and totally out of line. Also, I really thought that hackers would hack your phone and keep you away from the competition, but I guess talent always finds a way.
You hacked my phone? That's why the alarm didn't go off and nobody could reach me? That's horrible, Henry. Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to show you your place. But like I said, I was wrong, and I'd like to start a new friendship with you from scratch.
Yeah, I don't think so. I can't trust you, and friendship is based on trust. Now, if you'll excuse me, my friend is waiting for me. I went backstage to Louis and was kind of surprised to see his dad waiting for me.
Congratulations, young lady. I'm proud my son has such a talented girlfriend.
Actually, Dad...
Louis gathered himself for a moment and then told his dad the truth.
I'm sorry for all the lies, but all this time I was afraid of disappointing you.
You're right, I am disappointed, but with myself. I kept projecting my ideal life without even considering you'd want something different. Son, all I really care about is for you to be happy. And you, young lady, this was a big step in your life, and I have a surprise for you.
Louis and his dad took me home with them, where his dad had organized a party to welcome Mom after her discharge from the hospital. She couldn't be at the competition, so the party was our chance to celebrate together. Mom introduced herself and thanked him, and then they kept chatting, and it gave me a weird feeling. What's going on with our parents? They're so red. Are they sick?
Worse, they like each other.
And yes, you guessed it. That's how I ended up with a stepfather and brother. I learned that you have to face your fear, or you'll be afraid for the rest of your life.
Hi, I'm Joyce, and I'm from China. People think my life is perfect. A pretty face, wealthy parents, and an elite school. But what good is any of that if my family doesn't love me and favors my genius brother? All I ever wanted was for my dad to be proud of me. But I made my brother disappear, and that ruined my life. Let me start from the beginning. I look like Mom, thankfully. Dad's beauty is mostly internal. Mom is the prettiest woman I've ever seen, and she looked more like my big sister than my mom.
She looks like you, but I hope she doesn't have your brain, or she'll turn out useless like you.
Well, I had learning difficulties and barely spoke more than a few words until I was 5. Dad hated me. He spoiled my brother Dustin rotten. I wanted to impress him too, but Dustin, 3 years younger than me, was already a genius. Dustin loved me, no matter how much Dad compared us. He never let it get between us. Like this one time on my 8th birthday, Dad decided to celebrate Dustin instead of me. He invited all his employees and business partners. Dustin was on stage reciting this long old English poem called Beowulf, and people were already yawning and checking their watches. Mom and I were late because we were at the salon, and when we finally walked in halfway through the poem, every single head turned our way. People looked at us like we were movie stars. Dad came rushing over, looking pissed.
What are you all staring at, huh? It's just 2 girls who care more about their looks than their brains. Joyce, you're just a disappointment. Go upstairs. Actually, do us all a favor and stay there.
I went to my room, and a few people, including Dustin, gave me the thumbs up and told me how pretty I looked in my dress. So I gave them my best princess bow, threw a couple of kisses like a celebrity, and kept walking. Once Dustin started first grade, my parents adored him even more. Dad gave him the entire second floor, 3 private drivers, and 1 jet. Maybe you're wondering why a 6-year-old needs a private jet. Yeah, me too. But when you're that rich and that obsessed with your genius kid, I guess a bicycle just doesn't cut it. Anyway, once, Dustin took me on his jet to France for breakfast. And when Dad found out, he freaked out and grounded me for weeks. I knew I would never make Dad love me, so I thought maybe being close to Dustin would help. Whenever he did something wrong, like breaking a glass or messing up the floor, I'd take the blame, thinking maybe that would make Dad look at me differently.
Joyce, stop! You don't have to cover for me. Dad's not gonna love you more because you're suffering, and it kills me when he talks about you like you're nothing.
No, you're just too young to get it. Once, when I was in 7th grade, Dustin had a science project and wanted to test gravity and weight. He used a bowling ball from our private bowling alley and dropped it on different items. One of those items was an old watch he thought nobody wanted, but it turned out it belonged to our maid, a gift her mom had given her when she was a child my age. When she found it broken, she lost it and said she would tell our parents. I panicked. I couldn't let them think their perfect kid could be this careless. So I did something I'm not proud of. I knew our maid had a sick mother, so I called her. This is Joyce. I'm sure you know who I am. Your daughter is threatening me and my brother, and I don't like that. I know you're sick and you need monthly medications, and your husband is useless and your son steals from you. And your only provider is our maid. So I advise you to talk to your daughter and tell her to back off, or I'll talk Daddy into firing her. Do it before it's too late. Then I hung up with a tight feeling in my chest. The maid didn't say anything after that. She just kept working quietly for days, and I felt terrible. I kept giving her money from my pocket anonymously for years. Then 9th grade arrived, and something completely unexpected happened. One afternoon, I was humming in the school bathroom when the music teacher happened to be hiding in one of the stalls trying to catch girls who were vaping. She heard me, asked me to sing, and ended up loving my voice. She even said I could be the lead singer for the Christmas choir. I was over the moon. And no, of course Dad didn't come to the choir. Only Mom came. And she didn't even stay until the end because Dad called her to come home for whatever reason. But everyone else was so impressed by my voice that a few people came up to talk to me afterward, including this kind-looking man who honestly resembled Keanu Reeves. If Keanu had a paunch.
I'm Peter Anderson. I'm a music producer. You've probably heard the rumors that I'm a fraud, but this town loves gossip more than the truth. Anyway, I see real talent in you, and if you're interested, I'd love to help you become a singer. Here's my card. Maybe we can talk more in my office.
I was so happy that someone finally noticed something in me and wanted to help me shine, even if it was this half-fraud kind of a mess person. Of course I kept his card with me, and I didn't tell anyone except Dustin.
So I guess you're the child who'll make our family proud after all.
What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, Joy, people think the perfect, favored child is the lucky one, but it's actually the ugly, stupid, neglected one. Like, how would you discover your voice if you lived in a cage chasing someone else's dream?
Okay, wow, this is getting deep.
Don't worry, I won't go that deep. I know your IQ. Anyway, I need a favor. I know you're going to that Halloween party this weekend, and Dad would never let me go. So maybe you could sneak me out with you? I really, really want to go. They're bringing Chicago-style pizza. And if Dad finds out I snuck out, at least he'll know I was with you.
Which will make things even worse.
Come on! I'll do your assignments for the whole next semester.
For the next 2 years.
Fine. Shake on it.
Wait, did you like this video and subscribe to MSA?
Obviously. Why do you think I turned out so emotionally intelligent? Guys, interact with our video so this story blows up. What are you waiting for? Comment now!
That weekend, I snuck Dustin out and we headed to this huge party 5 blocks away. Dustin was wearing a white ghost costume. Way too simple for a genius, but whatever. I dressed like Amy Winehouse, and honestly, I looked really cool. The party was wild. Everyone was having fun, and a bunch of kids were wearing the same ghost costume as Dustin. I kept an eye on him until this cute guy came up to me and started talking. I liked him, and when I saw Stephanie staring at us with jealousy, I realized she probably liked him too. She was a girl from my school who was always jealous of me, so I decided to annoy her even more. She walked over and started talking to him, and he didn't mind.
So, Alan, did you know I have a really good voice? I can sing Can't Help Falling in Love by Elvis Presley, if you want. They have karaoke here.
It's Derek.
The singer?
No, my name.
Anyway, I'll show you how it's done.
Then she rushed to the karaoke machine and sang in front of everyone. Her voice wasn't bad, and I saw Derek nodding along. When she finished, everyone cheered, and she looked like she owned the world with that smug smile. I don't know what came over me, but I ran up, grabbed the mic, and started singing too. Everyone went silent, listening. I even saw kids showing each other their goosebumps. When I finished, Derek came over to hype me up.
That's my girl.
I felt amazing, especially when I saw Stephanie's annoyed face. My eyes followed her as she stormed out of the party, and I saw a few boys in ghost costumes leaving too. That's when I remembered Dustin. I tried to run after him, but kids kept stopping me for high fives and congratulations. By the time I made it outside, I sprinted to the group of ghost boys. Dustin? Dustin! Knock it off! This isn't funny! No one answered. I started pulling off their masks one by one, but none of them were Dustin.
Back off, you weirdo!
Panic shot through me. I ran like crazy through the streets. Dustin! 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 2 hours passed. I couldn't find him. I was so worried sick about my brother, and I knew there was no running from calling Dad. I was finished. Dad and Mom arrived with a few police officers, and Dad looked like he was about to finish me off. He lunged toward me, but Mom stepped between us. He glared at her with furious eyes.
So now you're protecting your kid? Oh, that's funny because I didn't see you stopping them from sneaking out in the middle of the night.
The officers tried to calm him down while everyone started searching for Dustin. But another day passed, and still no sign of him. The whole town volunteered. People searched through the nights, but nothing. Every second felt heavier than the last. I isolated myself. I text Dustin every day. Stupid messages like, "Where are you?" and "Please come home," as if he'd somehow see them and reply. At night, I'd sneak into his room and sleep in his bed, burying my face in his pillow until his smell faded away. Some nights, I'd just sit on his floor holding his favorite hoodie, feeling like I'd lost the only person who ever really saw me. Dad barely talked to me anymore. Mom didn't yell at me or blame me, but sometimes I'd catch her crying alone, and she'd wipe her tears the second she saw me. "I'm sorry, Mom." She didn't answer. "Can we talk about this? I want to hear your voice. I know what happened is my fault, but I just want you to pat my shoulder, let me cry in your lap, tell me it'll be all right. Just say something, anything." But she didn't. She just gave me a sad little smile, nodded, and walked away. And then I completely shut down. A year of guilt and silence later, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed something, anything to distract myself, even if just for a little while. I remembered the card the producer gave me, and I figured, why not call him? It's not like I had much to do being alone all the time.
Wise decision. I'm gonna make you a star, way up in the sky, so bright, your dad's gonna regret not loving you enough.
Well, that's definitely a dream to live up to. He started helping me get small singing gigs at local cafes, and I loved it. The attention, the clapping, the feeling that I mattered to someone. One day, someone recorded me singing and posted it on TikTok, and it went viral. People loved my voice and kept commenting that they wanted more. So, Peter created a small YouTube channel for me and uploaded my videos there. He was so proud. It felt nice having a father figure in my life who actually cared. But when my dad found out, he completely lost it.
Oh, look at you! Enjoying your little fame with that fraud producer.
He's not a fraud. He helps me a lot. He even made me a YouTube channel, and it's growing.
Aw, and who gets paid from YouTube? Did he even give you a single cent? Or does he just toss you a few pennies you get from those miserable cafes?
I'm not doing this for money. I do it because I love singing.
Just like you loved your brother, right?
For the first time, I felt real anger toward him. Why couldn't he see any goodness in me? But before I could say anything, he pushed his chair back and walked out. Later that night, he started having chest pains. Mom and I rushed him to the hospital. The doctor said it was stress and that he needed rest. I didn't visit him much while he was there. Not after what Peter told me.
Summer vacation's coming up. I was thinking we could go on a little tour around the country. Grow your audience. See where this takes us. I believe in you, kid.
I went on that tour in a heartbeat, and I had the best time of my life. For once, I felt like a child again. No guilt, no pressure, just music and freedom. But even then, I worried about Mom. I always felt like she needed rescuing from Dad. That became my motive. Work harder, grow bigger, make more money, and buy us a house far away from him. My fame grew fast. By the time I finished high school, I was well known enough to earn a good income. One night, before leaving the house the next day for good and renting an apartment in the city, I was having my last dinner with my parents.
You know, Joy, now that you're getting into business and success, you should know it comes with stress. You might even end up in the hospital since you're so fragile. So I was thinking, I don't trust that knucklehead producer of yours. I should be your manager. I have a pretty good feeling I'll finally be proud of you, especially once we start making real money off your little talent.
I paused. The moment I thought would never come had finally arrived. Sure, my dad wasn't nice to me, but maybe this was my chance to make him proud. Maybe I could make up for everything that happened years ago. I looked at Mom for a reaction. She gave the slightest shake of her head, but I convinced myself she didn't mean anything by it. I'll think about it. That night, I told my producer I was choosing my father as my manager.
Kid, I can't force you or tell you what to do. You're grown up. If you think your dad's the right man for the job, then go ahead. And just remember, I'm still here for you.
I canceled my move to the city, and Dad became responsible for all my finances, all my schedules, and everything. Everything was fine for the first few months, but then I started noticing that my finances didn't make sense. I was earning more back when Peter managed me, and I was working twice as hard now. Still, I gave my dad the benefit of the doubt until one day I checked my bank account and it was at zero, completely empty. I freaked out and went to confront him in his office, but he wasn't there. That's when Mom walked in, pale and shaking. She turned on the TV.
William Clark, the billionaire owner of Clark Investment Companies, has been exposed as the center of a massive Ponzi scheme. Authorities estimate he conned thousands of people out of nearly $300 million. Records show the fraud began in the early 2000s, and officials confirm he fled the country this morning. The FBI is now searching for him. Back to you, James.
I stared at the screen, frozen. My dad, the man who made me feel small, unworthy, and desperate to impress him, built his entire empire by scamming people. It was my biggest regret, choosing the wrong man to trust. I ran to my mom and hugged her. He stole from me, Mom. He hurt me, and he always made me feel incomplete. All I ever wanted was for him to be proud of me. Where did I go wrong? Mom wrapped her arms around me. You were focused on the wrong parent, honey. Every time I tried to hold you, I could feel myself breaking. And I didn't want you to see that. I didn't want you to carry my pain on top of your own. Words were never my thing, but I always loved having you around. After Dustin, everything fell apart. You shut yourself away, and I didn't know how to reach you. But your father's gone now. Good riddance. It's just us. I've saved some money. Let's start over. I hugged her tighter. Her words came late, and in the hardest moment of my life, but somehow I felt happy. I never knew you could feel so happy and so sad at the same time. After that, everything happened in a blur. The FBI seized our mansion, our cars, and everything inside. Mom and I moved into a tiny apartment and hardly left it. Then one day, someone knocked on the door. It was Peter.
Didn't I tell you? I'll always be here when you need me.
But who's going to listen to my music after what my dad did?
Joyce, what defines Joyce is what Joyce does, not her father. It's time to rock again.
remember your YouTube channel? I've been saving everything we earned from it for something big, and today's the day.
No, I can't. I just want a quiet life with Mom. I'm sorry. Actually, I gave an interview this morning. I told everyone what your father did, including how he stole from you. People are sympathetic. I've read the comments. They love you, Joyce. They want you back. Wait, you did an actual interview? For me? Wow. Peter helped me restart my career, and people were happy to have me back. And soon enough, I was a huge success and making good money too. One day, before one of my biggest concerts, Mom told me that Dad had been arrested and was facing decades in prison. She said he wasn't feeling well and wanted to see me. I decided to see him one last time before closing his chapter for good.
I know you probably think I was stupid, Joyce.
No, you committed every sin in the book, but stupidity wasn't one of them. You know what? I actually feel sorry for you. You spent your whole life putting down an innocent little girl without a shred of guilt.
Well, you weren't like Dustin. For Christ's sake, he was the only one who made me proud, and you had to take that away from me.
I guess it was for his own good. Otherwise, he would have grown up to be a miserable little fraud like his father. I finally get it. You were never capable of being proud of me. Not because of who I am, but because of who you are. A fraud, in business and as a father. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a crowd of 200,000 proud people waiting for me. And with that, I spit on him and left. The moment I stepped on stage, the entire arena erupted. I looked out at all those excited faces, at Mom's proud smile, at Peter beaming at me like his daughter had made it. And then I closed my eyes, and I saw him, Dustin, with that same cute, confident little smile he always had when he believed in me more than anyone else.
I keep running, like I'm trying to outrun time. I can't stop, I can't slow down with these ghosts still in my mind. And it hits me when it's quiet, nowhere left for me to hide. So I keep on moving, just to feel alive.
But as I sang, the crowd grew louder, louder than I'd ever heard. I opened my eyes. There was a guy being lifted by the crowd, riding toward the stage, and for a second, I stepped back in fear. But then, my heart stopped. Dustin? I signaled for my security to let him through. He climbed onto the stage, and I swear the world went silent around us. I looked at him like I had just seen a ghost. The hostess rushed forward, tears in her eyes. After your mother's interview about your missing brother, the internet made it their mission to find him. He's been missing for 10 years. We interviewed him and confirmed with your mom. He is your long-lost brother. My knees almost buckled. I couldn't breathe. But Dustin spoke first.
I was taken by some shady people. They asked Dad for ransom, but he ignored them. They took me to Mexico. We got into a car accident. I lost my memory. A kind Mexican couple adopted me. I didn't know who I was, but I always felt like someone out there loved me. I just didn't know it was you.
My heart shattered and healed all at once. I dreamt about this moment every day, always imagining myself as the stupid, reckless sister who failed you. I never pictured meeting you like this, as a woman with a life and strength and dreams of her own. Welcome home, brother. I threw my arms around him, and he broke too. And when I looked up, the whole arena was crying with us. I turned back to the microphone, wiping my tears. Thank you, everyone. I learned something I wish someone told me sooner. You can't buy love. You can't chase approval. Not even from the people you want it from the most. The greatest person you can learn to love is yourself. And once you do that, everything else falls into place. Thank you again. And now, if you'll excuse me, my brother and I have a lot to catch up on. And with that, we walked off the stage together. For the first time in years, and the first time all over again. Because sometimes the people who make you feel the smallest are just trying to make themselves feel big.
Hi, I'm Maria from Monterrey, Mexico. Please like and subscribe. I don't mean to brag, but I'm the front woman for the coolest band in town. Okay, I meant to brag a little bit. We rocked. There were 3 of us, me on guitar and lead vocals, Pablo on bass, and Noemi on drums. Crowds loved us. Or at least the crowds at our local high school and music clubs did. We hadn't been on a big tour or anything like that yet, but I really wanted to show the world what we could do. I imagined us playing in front of sold-out crowds in Tokyo, LA, Buenos Aires, Paris. We just needed someone who believed in us enough to pay for it. Pablo didn't care about fame or record deals like I did. He was in it for the love of music. I was too, but I wanted to share our music with everyone everywhere. Pablo just wanted to rock out for our local fans. After school, we were rehearsing in my garage for our show that night. We had this year's Battle of the Bands coming up too. We came in second last year, and Pablo's still mad about it. The band who beat us, the Pink Ponies, were really good though. Plus, the girls were nice, so I didn't mind. But this year, we were gonna win. Did you guys hear? There are supposed to be some VIPs at the concert tonight. Like who? Who cares? We don't play music for those guys. We play for our fans. Why not both? I think Noemi regretted bringing it up, but I'm glad she did. That night, I wore my most fire outfit. If there really were going to be some VIPs there, I wanted to make an impression. In the green room, we put our hands in like we always do before starting a show. Then we lifted our hands at the same time, cheered, and strutted out onto the stage. The venue was packed. There must have been a few hundred people there. You'd probably think I was nervous, but I wasn't. This was where I felt most at home. On stage with a guitar in my hands and a mic in front of me. I strummed the first chord, and the crowd went nuts. It wasn't always like this. When I was younger, I was super shy. Even my parents thought I was a wallflower. All the other kids seemed so free and joyful, but I didn't know how to be myself like that. I was always stuck in my own head. Then one day in class, we were reading a play. It was a musical, but all my classmates and even the teacher were just reading the words in a monotone voice like a robot. When it was my turn to read a part, I started to sing. I don't even know why I did that. I wasn't planning to or anything, but in the moment, inspiration struck and the notes just poured out of me. Everyone stopped what they were doing. The sleeping students woke up to listen, and the ones who were already awake sat up straight. When I finished, the whole room burst into applause. Later that day at recess, Pablo approached me. He had never said a word to me before then. Not because he was a jerk or anything. I just kept to myself mostly. He said he was starting a band and wanted to know if I would join. Fast forward to now, and here we are performing together for a sold-out crowd. Pablo slapped the bass while I busted out a guitar solo. Noemi played her heart out on the drums. After the show, we stayed at the club to hang out and meet some of our fans. Excuse me.
A man in a fancy suit approached us. His suit looked like it cost more than my guitar. He stood out from our other fans. He didn't seem like he was from around here.
I'm Darren Smith. I work for MSA Records. You guys put on one heck of a show.
Thanks so much.
I'd love to have you guys drop by for a meeting. We have a lot to discuss.
We do?
Absolutely. I see a very bright future for the band. With my label's help, your name will be in the lights.
He handed me a business card, flashed a $1 million grin, and left. Wow. I had so much fun playing that night that I had completely forgotten about the VIPs. But now, a big shot at a hot new record label wanted to collaborate. Things were really working out. At the record label building, Noemi, Pablo, and I all sat down for our meeting. There were plaques and awards on the walls and glossy photos of some incredible artists and bands. I had always aimed to be in the same league as those artists, but now someone important thought so too. Pablo wasn't nearly as excited as I was. He seemed skeptical, but that's just how he was. He had a hard time trusting people. Noemi was much more chill. She was the type to go with the flow.
I'll cut to the chase. I think you guys are the real deal, and I'd like to sign you. How does that sound to you?
Sounds amazing.
We need to see the contract first.
What they said.
Of course. I think you'll find it's more than generous. Your tour, equipment, sound guy, roadies, all of it will be fully paid for by the label.
along with generous compensation.
The three of us looked over the contract. My eyes bugged out at 2 words. Global tour.
Hold on. What's this part about a 4th band member? That's part of the deal. You guys are good now, but imagine how great you could be with a 2nd guitar player. It'll really round out your sound.
Do we get to choose the new member?
I'm afraid not. The label's already picked someone, but I have no doubts he'll be a fantastic addition to your band.
Just then, maybe the hottest guy I'd ever seen walked into the room. He had a pierced ear and this floppy hair that covered one eye. I wanted to brush it for him.
Guys, I'd like you to meet your new rhythm guitar player, Tommy. Tommy is a killer musician. He also happens to be my son.
Tommy jammed his hands in his pockets, nodding to us casually. Noemi and I made moon eyes at him, while Pablo gave him the death stare.
What do you say? Do we have a deal? We'll think about it.
Yes, we have a deal! The next day, we had our first rehearsal as a 4-piece. Tommy was late.
Unbelievable. This jerk hasn't even been in the band for a full day and he's already late? How do we even know he can play? Why doesn't he have his own band? He needed daddy to pull some strings.
Pablo, at least give him a chance. What if he's great? Just then, Tommy appeared. He already had his guitar plugged in. He didn't say a word. I was mortified. Had he heard what Pablo just said about him? I wanted to throw something at Pablo, but I needed to keep my cool. What if Tommy went back to his dad and said we weren't ready and they canceled the tour? Tommy started to play. He was shredding. I had never seen fingers move that fast before. It looked like little lightning bolts were coming off his guitar. Noemi nodded along, then kicked in on the drums. I strummed some chords, and even Pablo was impressed and joined in on bass.
That good enough for you?
Noemi and I definitely thought so.
Not bad, man. You've got some chops. Sorry I judged you.
We were all feeling great after the rehearsal. Now that we had Tommy on guitar, there was no way we wouldn't win the Battle of the Bands this year. Tommy hung back after Noemi and Pablo left.
Hey, I was hoping we could talk alone for a minute.
I could feel my palms start to sweat. Maybe he wanted to practice one-on-one.
My dad told me to say this to you before sharing it with the rest of the band.
Of course, he was only talking to me because his dad asked him to.
He wants to make some changes to the band's image, punch things up a little. If we're going to be performing all over the world, the band can't wear the same clothes on stage that they do in geometry class.
I don't know if Noemi and Pablo will go for that.
He thought they might resist. That's why they should hear it from you. You're the leader of this band, Maria. They'll listen to you.
I had never thought of myself as the leader before. We were all equally important. But Tommy wasn't wrong that Pablo and Noemi listened to me. And besides, what harm could it do to dress up a bit? It's not like he was asking us to change our music. And at the end of the day, that's what really mattered. I'll talk to them.
Thanks, Maria. I knew I could count on you. Just one more thing. My dad wants to move up the dates of the tour. We leave Saturday.
But the Battle of the Bands is Saturday. We've spent all year preparing for it.
Who cares about some local competition? It's a bunch of townies who will never go anywhere. I'm talking about a global tour here.
He took my hands just then.
Maria, my dad thinks you could really be a star.
And what do you think?
I think he's right.
That night, I called an emergency band meeting at our favorite club. I hoped that would soften the blow, but I was still nervous to break the news. So, it looks like our tour dates have changed. They want us to leave for Europe on Saturday.
You told them no, right? We can't miss the Battle of the Bands.
I said we'd do it. And not only that, they have these new outfits they want us to wear.
Sorry, who made you dictator? Last time I checked, we all got an equal vote. And I vote we play Battle of the Bands like we planned, in our normal clothes. Noemi, what's your vote?
Battle of the Bands. Sorry, Maria.
Can I see the outfits, though?
Guys, this is a global tour, just like we always wanted.
No, that's what you always wanted, not us. You've changed, Maria. Some new guy joins the band and suddenly you don't care what anyone else thinks but him? It's selfish.
There's nothing wrong with having big dreams. Sorry I have higher hopes for the band than just playing in the same old clubs all the time for the same old townies. I felt guilty immediately. I really loved our fans. I didn't mean to insult anyone. Pablo just made me so frustrated sometimes. He stared at me. He was mad. I knew that. But there was something else there too, like he was hurt.
Have fun in Europe.
Pablo stormed off. Noemi looked guilty. I felt bad for getting her caught in the middle like that. You know I always support you, Maria. Just be careful. Tommy doesn't know you like we do. He might not have your best interests at heart. She hugged me. Text me when you go to the Eiffel Tower. At the record label the next morning, I broke the bad news. I told Darren and Tommy that Pablo and Noemi weren't coming. There was no way we could do the tour without them.
What are you talking about? Of course you can. Drummers and bassists are a dime a dozen. The label will just hire new ones. You and Tommy are the faces of the band anyway.
I didn't like him talking about my friends like that, like they were replaceable. Had this been the plan all along? To get rid of Pablo and Noemi? Stop it, Maria, I told myself. You're about to live your dream. Pablo and Noemi chose to stay behind. You tried to convince them, and they said no. That Saturday, I watched the planes take off as we arrived at the airport. I started to get excited. This time tomorrow, I would be in Paris. Later, Tommy and I were waiting in the terminal for a flight to start boarding. I glanced over at Tommy's phone. He was browsing photos of our recent rehearsals. I looked closer. Every single photo was of himself. You couldn't even see me or Pablo or Noemi. Doubts started to nag at me again. I thought back on all the great times my band and I had shared together. The day Pablo approached me at recess. Our first jam session. The three of us at that late-night diner after our shows. The new guitar strap Pablo gave me for my birthday. Suddenly, I stood up.
The plane's not boarding yet.
I grabbed my guitar case and started to run.
My dad spent a lot of money on this tour.
Looks like you're playing solo. I raced outside and took the first taxi I could find. I just hoped I'd get there in time. The venue was crazy busy when I got there. People were squeezed in shoulder to shoulder. I could barely move. The Pink Ponies were playing up a storm on stage. The good news was that meant our band hadn't played yet. The bad news was the Pink Ponies sounded amazing. They were going to be hard to beat. Backstage, I found Noemi and Pablo getting ready. Guys, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made a decision without asking what you both wanted first. I got carried away. But this is what matters. Right here. Us. They were silent. I was scared. Maybe they wouldn't take me back. Maybe it was too late.
Come on. We've got a competition to win.
Welcome back, Maria. Noemi spun her drumstick and grinned at me. It was our turn to take the stage. We played the best show of our lives. It felt so good to be back on stage with my friends. Afterwards, we waited to hear the judge's verdict. Pablo asked to speak to me privately.
Sorry if I was a jerk. I just remember how quiet you used to be before you started singing. And then you found your voice, and you were incredible. Don't let anyone ever take your voice away.
I'm sorry, too. I guess I really believed for a second that I could be a star one day. That's what Tommy said.
He was wrong.
Of course you don't think I could be. To you, I'm just plain old Maria.
Maria, he was wrong to say one day. You're a star now.
And then something crazy happened. Pablo leaned in and kissed me. It turned out he had had a crush on me since forever, but he was worried acting on it might hurt the band. But I was glad he did. There was nothing that could stop us now. Noemi joined us as the judges stood to announce the winner, the Pink Ponies, in second place. And in first place, us. We jumped up and down and hugged each other. One day, we would play a show in Europe, but right now, I couldn't have been happier to be where I was.
Hi everyone, I'm Alana, and I'm one of the smartest people in the world. Please do like and subscribe to MSA. Okay, not in the world, but I am the smartest of my siblings. Straight A's, winning debates, and a pro at piano. I had it all. Well, I should have had it all, but there's a saying, the squeaky wheel gets all the grease. And that's my siblings. My parents only cared about my popular older brother Derek and his college future. Then there was the other squeaky wheel, my little sis Lisa. She was adorable when she was younger, but recently she'd grown into a little grumpy, attention-seeking grouch. My point is, I was the forgotten middle child. Even worse, Derek, aka Mr. Popular, was as dumb as a doorknob, always complaining about his phone not working, even though he didn't know how to use it. Eventually, I lost patience, and I decided to mess with him. Maybe the battery is faulty. I read somewhere that you should rub the battery on your head. Apparently, it helps recharge it. That's not a thing. Fine, don't believe me. Why would you trust the nerd anyways? Wait, she is a total nerd. Maybe she's right. Derek walked around the entire day rubbing the battery against his hair. Dad noticed his struggle eventually and bought him a brand new phone. See what I mean? I'd been asking Dad for a new laptop for months because mine was literally hanging by a thread. But all he said was,
I'll get it on the way home from your brother's game. Don't worry. Ah, dear, I forgot. Anyways, I'm busy with your baby sister now, so I'll do it later.
Later never arrived. Eventually, I saved up my own money. Sort of. Technically, I got the rest of it from Mom by pretending that my laptop gave me an electric shock. Sorry, but you gotta be creative when people ignore you. And that's the thing. When you're overlooked as a child, it becomes a full-time job just to get noticed. Like another time when I was 13, I just won a massive science competition. And I mean massive. Every school in the area was there. And I won with my project on how to make animal-friendly leather out of mango skins. When I got home to tell my parents about winning the competition, they were completely fawning over pretty boy Derek. His best friend Steve was there too. God, every time I saw him, I felt my cheeks flush. I hated to admit it, but I had such a crush on him. Elena, honey, did you congratulate your brother? His team won the game, and he's in the running for prom king this year.
My star quarterback. I'm so proud of you.
That's nice. I won the science competition for our entire district.
Wow, congratulations. You're really smart, Alana. Ugh, science. I never understood that subject. It's always about worms somehow.
We knew you'd always win, Alana. No big deal. Since when was entering for prom king or winning a game with your entire team helping you a big deal? But my parents obviously thought so, because they booked a beach resort just to celebrate Derek's achievements. And they invited the entire extended family. Great. Just great. And as usual, things didn't go my way. When we got to the resort, Dad realized he forgot to put my luggage in the car, even though I was done packing 2 days ahead of everyone else. Typical. Aw, honey, let's turn it into a positive. It's been so long since the two of us went out clothes shopping.
Careful with her, Mom. She'll make you buy a jacket made out of mangoes or shoes made out of lemons.
When Mom and I got back, the entire family decided to go out for a fancy dinner. I wore a dress Mom bought me, and secretly, I felt cute. Then everyone started complimenting me, and I knew I really looked good.
Okay, she's looking nice for once, but anyone can look good on vacation. Try doing it every single day of your entire high school career.
He couldn't handle losing the spotlight for a second. While everyone was laughing at my brother's corny jokes, I hit the beach. Grabbing my phone, I opened the piano app to play my favorite song. The music took me away to a special place, but then I noticed someone watching me. It was a boy my age, a really good-looking boy.
Huh, didn't expect to find someone my age who liked older songs. You play really well.
Thanks. It's one of my favorite songs. He introduced himself as Wayne, and we got to talking. We both had a lot in common. We listened to similar music and even had the same favorite movie of all time, The Notebook.
Just don't tell me it's because of Ryan Gosling.
Nah, he's too old, but the movie was awesome. It stayed true to the book, which is what I love the most. Wayne's face went blank, then he totally transformed into the movie's lead character.
I've spent each life before this one searching for you. Not someone like you, but you, for your soul and mine.
Must always come together. I couldn't believe I was sitting with a boy alone on the beach and quoting Nicholas Sparks. Finally, someone noticed me. I spent the rest of the trip sneaking away from my family to meet Wayne. I told him all about my family, and he listened. He told me something that really stuck in my mind.
Don't hide your true self, Alana. Do whatever you like doing, even if your brother says it's nerdy. I thought playing video games was a waste of time, but now I'm pretty dang good at it, and quite famous too.
On the last night of the vacation, I was sad to say goodbye to Wayne. He squeezed my hand and told me we'd keep in touch, and we did. We texted each other every day, but when I hit school again, things had changed. My shopping trip with Mom had transformed my dress style, and now I felt everyone's eyes on me, even Steve's. It became too much, so I hid in the music room during recess. Then, the most unexpected thing happened.
Elena, how are you?
I'm good. Derek's not here, though.
I know. I wanted to talk to you. How's music class going?
I couldn't believe it. I did my best not to act like the other girls who screamed when Derek or Steve walked past them. Steve and I talked for a while. I told him about my vacation and showed him some of the beautiful pictures I took of the place. That's when I noticed how he kept moving closer. And before I knew it, he was holding my hands.
You know, this new look is really cute on you.
Do you seriously think so?
Yeah, I do. And I am the cuteness expert. Hey, listen.
Sorry, I gotta take this.
As Steve talked into his phone, I watched him walk away, but all I could think about were his words, "This new look is really cute on you." After that day, Steve and I hung out quite a bit, but only at school. The more I got to know Steve, the more I told Wayne about him. But when I got home one day, my numbskull brother Derek was waiting. He turned my closet upside down and ruined my new clothes. He was angry.
Stay away from Steve, nerd. You got it?
Finally, someone takes an interest in me, and you want me to stop? Derek, I'm gonna ask Steve to be my homecoming dance date, whether you like it or not. And if you ruin all of my clothes for the night, I just won't wear any. Derek was shocked. Looks like the boring middle sister wasn't so boring after all.
Alana, please.
As if I was gonna listen to him of all people. The next day, I went to find Steve. I wanted to ask him to the homecoming dance, but as I reached for the gym door, I heard Steve's voice inside. My heart raced when I heard another girl's voice.
Come on, babe. There's no way I like Alana. I just wanted to get close to her so she'd do all my assignments. I can even get her to do your assignments too.
I couldn't believe it. I wanted to yell at him, but I was way too upset. If I confronted him, I'd probably have puked on him. When I got home, I jumped straight into bed and texted Wayne to tell him everything. He cheered me up right away. He sent me a surprise package of brownies and some exotic flowers I'd never seen before. And of course, my parents bombarded me with questions. Did a boy send you this stuff? Yeah, he's just a friend.
Do we know him? Derek, do you know him? Come on, Dad, it's Alana. No boys chase her. She's probably sending the stuff to herself.
First of all, the boy exists. And no, he's not one of Derek's stupid football friends. I met him at the beach, actually. And we've been best friends ever since. See for yourself.
The phone battery died, honey. Dad, you can't trust her with phone batteries.
I'm not lying, I promise. Whether you believe me or not isn't important to me. I'm not trying to show off to the world who I'm dating or how cool I am. That's not my priority.
Says the girl who's running for prom queen. Huh.
Yeah, I saw it too. Someone entered your name for that thing. The moment Mom heard those two words, prom queen, she squealed and began planning a whole new dress to buy me. It was nice to get her attention for once, but I wasn't remotely interested in the thing. Take it easy, Mom. Prom night events are so basic and fake. Like, why even bother? All the popular kids just show up to try and prove how cool they are. It's so lame. No way I want to be part of it. That night, Lisa walked into my room without saying a word. I was the one who nominated you for prom queen, Alana. Seriously? But why? Because you're so much smarter and cooler than the other girls. If you win, it'll mean so much for girls like me. What do you mean? Alana, I really look up to you. The prom queen stuff shouldn't just be for the popular crowd. You're so smart, and in my opinion, you're already a queen. Oh God, stop it! My moody little baby sister just said she looked up to me. There's no way I'm letting you go. Lisa's words really got me pumped for the dance now. Not that I was a good dancer. It was actually because all the nominated students were expected to give a speech at the dance. This was my chance to finally tell the popular kids what I thought of them. It took a couple of days to write the speech, and then one more day to delete the really bad words. But finally, my speech was ready. I was going to give Derek and Steve a major clapback in front of the whole school. But when I told Wayne, he thought it was a bad idea. He tried to convince me that I should take the higher ground, that Derek was my brother after all. But I didn't care. On the day of the speech, I was practicing at home, and suddenly Derek barged in. Did you forget how to knock, or were you rubbing batteries on your head again?
Alana, I heard you're going to tell the whole school how much you hate me and my friends. Really?
Yeah, and you always get everything on a silver platter. Don't you know how hard the rest of us work compared to you?
You sound really stupid right now. Sure, it's not easy for you nerds, but it's not easy for us either.
Yeah, right.
There you go, acting like you know everything. I fought with Steve today, you know, because he lied to you.
Derek lifted his jacket to show me. He had a bloody scratch from a fight.
Do you even know how much pressure there is on me every time I run onto the field? It's my whole college dream at stake. You don't even realize how much cooler you are than me in comparison. You'll get into any university no matter what, whereas I'm scared of failing every single day.
You think I'm cooler than you?
Really? That's all you heard? Wow.
Derek's words really made me think. I'd acted like the burden of the entire world was on my shoulders. But here he was, the most popular guy at school, and he was struggling. I found Derek sitting out on the porch later. Derek, I just wanted our parents to notice me as much as you and Lisa. I'm tired of trying hard and still being nothing but a nerd to them.
Firstly, Alana, Mom and Dad do notice you. In fact, they're always talking about how good you are all the freaking time. It's just that they don't have to worry about you. And anyways, being a nerd is great. You can do anything. Like I could tutor you.
That's it, Derek. How about I help you out by tutoring you?
Well, actually, I could really use your help for school, but nobody needs to know, okay? Not even your imaginary boyfriend.
He is not imaginary. I was about to punch my brother's arm, but then I saw him smiling. He was joking. He could be pretty clever in his own way sometimes. The next day, I rewrote my entire speech, and on the day of the dance, I gave the school the motivational speech of their lives. I told every kid that whether they were popular or not, they should all just have fun and let go. Don't put crazy pressure on yourself. We're young after all. We should enjoy learning the things that are meaningful to us, and that's how you achieve maximum coolness. I'd like to think I convinced everyone in that hall. Or at the very least, I convinced my little sis Lisa and Derek, of course. When the dance finally started, I thought I'd be left standing alone, but my brother swept me in his arms and my sister joined in. As we were having an amazing time, someone tapped on my shoulder. Wayne! He looked better than I'd ever seen him. I was so excited to introduce him to my school friends, but the thing that excited me the most? The look on my brother's face. His jaw dropped to the floor. See? I told you Wayne was real.
Yeah, but this is the Wayne you spoke of? This guy's a legend.
Turns out Wayne was a much bigger gamer than I thought, and Derek was a huge fan. The way he behaved, it was like he wanted Wayne to be his date instead of mine. I didn't win anything at the dance, of course, but it's fine. That's not my main thing. I did have an amazing time with Wayne, and I felt more relaxed than I'd ever felt. Have you ever stared at yourself in the mirror and literally didn't recognize the person staring back? Welcome to my life. A masterclass in fake it till you make it. Hi, my name is Tessa, and I've been living a lie since I was 6. That's when the Crawfords adopted me. Initially, it felt like a dream come true. A mansion the size of a small country, a garage full of cars, and parents who paraded me around like their favorite charity project. And this is our daughter, Tessa. We rescued her from that dreadful orphanage. But as I got older, the constant stares and whispers started to get to me. I was tired of being the adopted one in a family of blue-eyed, perfect-looking people.
Why don't you look like your parents? Are you like the help or something?
So by the time I started at a new high school, I took matters into my own hands. Every morning, my routine was the same. Wake up in my perfect room, put on my perfect clothes, and finish with the most important part, blue contact lenses to cover up my boring brown eyes. The Crawfords never asked me to hide who I was, but they never stopped me either. And honestly, it was easier this way. No more questions, no more explanations, just Tessa Crawford, the perfect daughter with the perfect blue eyes that matched her perfect parents. And that perfect image didn't stop there. Very soon, I was the queen bee of my school. Top of the social pyramid, an Instagram feed that looked like a fashion magazine, and grades that would make any parents proud. I had the whole package. Well, except for one seriously annoying problem. Ryan Bennett, king of the jocks, heir to Bennett Corp., and owner of the world's most punchable face, who'd been trying to make me his girlfriend since freshman year.
Come on, Tessa. We're practically royalty at this school. Can you imagine the power couple we'd be? Our parents practically run this town together.
Wow, Ryan. When you put it like that, I'd still rather date a cactus. But I always kept the rejection light and friendly. See, Ryan wasn't just annoying. He was the kind of guy who'd destroy your entire social life if you bruised his ego. And with our parents' businesses connected, I couldn't risk it. So I played nice, while mentally calculating how quickly I could escape every conversation. My perfectly crafted fake life was running smoothly, until he came along like a wrecking ball. Ethan Cole, new kid, foster child. Always carrying a beat-up sketchbook and wearing clothes splattered with so much paint, They looked like a Jackson Pollock original. The second he walked into class, I knew Ryan would make him his personal chew toy.
Hey, Goodwill, did a rainbow throw up on you, or is that your idea of fashion?
His squad of brainless hyenas erupted in laughter, while I sank lower in my seat in embarrassment. But Ethan? He just looked at Ryan with this amused expression, like Ryan was a toddler having a tantrum in a grocery store.
Genuine creativity intimidates those with empty lives. Thanks for the psychological case study.
What? Nobody talked to Ryan Bennett like that, ever. Ryan's face turned blazing red, but before he could respond, the teacher walked in. I thought that would be the end of it. Man, could I be more wrong? Over the next week, Ryan and his goons accidentally spilled paint all over Ethan's English essay, shoved him into lockers when teachers weren't looking, and even started an Instagram account dedicated to mocking his secondhand clothes, calling him a peasant painter. Through it all, Ethan kept a poker face, never giving them the satisfaction of seeing him crack. But I noticed the shadow under his eyes growing darker each day. Then came the art show event. Ethan had entered his painting into the district competition, a breathtaking piece that showed a small child reaching for the stars. I overheard him telling the art teacher it had taken him 3 months to create. When I arrived at school the next morning, there was a crowd gathered in the hallway. I pushed through to see Ethan standing in front of what remained of his painting, now slashed to ribbons, with crude words spray painted across it, while Ryan and his friends were snickering nearby. For just a split second, Ethan's mask slipped. I saw tears in his eyes as he gathered his destroyed canvas with trembling hands. No one else seemed to notice. They were already moving on to the next piece of hallway gossip. But I couldn't look away. That afternoon, I did something completely insane. I wrote an actual physical note, like we were living in the Stone Age, and slipped it into his locker. You're stronger than they know. Just don't give up. Then, I lurked behind a pillar like some deranged stalker, watching as he found it. When he smiled, this genuine, surprised smile that transformed his entire face, I felt this weird flutter in my chest. But I didn't dare actually talk to him. Are you kidding? Me, Tessa Crawford, voluntarily interacting with the paint-splattered foster kid? That would be social suicide. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about him. How could anyone be so comfortable just existing as themselves? One day after school, I spotted Ethan sneaking off with his paint supplies, and something possessed me to follow him. I felt like the world's worst spy, ducking behind trees and cars, praying nobody from school would see me. He led me to this abandoned playground, rusted swings barely hanging on, a slide covered in graffiti, the whole post-apocalyptic vibe. But Ethan walked straight to a crumbling concrete wall and started painting the most incredible mural I'd ever seen. I crept closer to get a better look when, oh my God, I'd stepped on an empty soda can. I dove behind the slide and quickly climbed up, my heart threatening to explode out of my chest. And then, because the universe hates me, my phone started blaring my ringtone. Shut up! Oh my God, shut up! In my panic to silence it, the phone went flying out of my hands, skidding down the slide, and landing directly at Ethan's feet.
Well, hello there, mysterious stalker's phone. Let's see who's calling.
He picked it up, then answered with a smirk.
Thank you for calling Stalkers R Us. Your business is important to us. Please hold while I locate the owner of this phone.
What? Who is this? Where's Tessa?
Ah, Tessa. She just went to the bathroom. Can I take a message?
Yes.
Tell her that her parents are leaving for a charity gala in Paris in an hour.
And we'll see her in a few days.
Then Mom just hung up, and I wanted to evaporate on the spot. I slowly emerged from my hiding spot, face burning hotter than the sun. I can explain. I was...
Following me? Pretty sure that's defined as stalking in all 50 states.
I wasn't stalking you. I was
taking a shortcut. And then I saw you and got curious.
A shortcut through an abandoned playground surrounded by a chain link fence with no trespassing signs every 5 feet?
Okay, fine. I followed you. Happy now? Just don't tell anyone at school, okay? They have a reputation. Instead of mocking me, Ethan just laughed. Like he genuinely found the whole situation hilarious.
Your secret's safe with me, princess.
He gestured toward his mural, a stunning scene of people helping each other during a storm, sharing umbrellas and reaching out their hands to pull others to safety.
Want to see what I'm working on? Up close?
And that was the beginning of the end for the fake Tessa Crawford. Over the next few weeks, I started sneaking away to meet Ethan at that playground. At first, I told myself it was just artistic curiosity, and I liked watching him paint. But the truth was, I liked talking to him, really talking, not the fake small talk I did with my friends where we discussed nothing but Instagram likes and who was dating who. One night, sitting on those rusty swings, I finally told him the truth. I've been adopted since I was 6. The Crawfords, they've given me everything a girl could dream of. The house, the clothes, the opportunities. And I'm sure they love me, in their own way. But what I've really wanted the most is their attention, you know? And they're usually too busy with their galas and business meetings to give me that. Sometimes I feel more like a charity project than their daughter.
Is that why you hide your real eyes?
I nearly toppled off the swing. How did you—
The blue doesn't quite match your skin tone. Also, the way you're always rubbing your eyes when you think no one's looking. I don't think it's the most comfortable thing in the world.
They do get uncomfortable after wearing them all day.
So take them out.
What? No,
There's no one here but me, Tess.
Something in his voice made me trust him. With shaking hands, I carefully removed the first one, then the other, blinking as my eyes adjusted. And then I finally looked up at him.
For what it's worth, your real eyes are way more captivating. They've got these little gold flecks that catch the light. Just stunning.
Then he leaned in and lightly kissed me. And I felt that for the first time, someone had really seen me. And Ethan just had this freaky superpower for noticing things everyone else missed. Like how Mrs. Daniels, the lunch lady, wore the same worn-out shoes every day because she was sending her kid to college. Or how Mr. Rivera, the librarian, always had hospital forms peeking out of his bag because his daughter was sick. Together, we started leaving anonymous notes for people we knew were struggling, just like I'd done for him that first day. You really think a little note makes any difference?
When I got yours, it was the first time anyone at school had shown me a speck of kindness. So, yeah, they matter. A lot.
The more time I spent with Ethan, the harder it got to step back into my fake life. It was like having 2 separate identities that were getting impossible to keep apart.
I don't get it, Tess. How can you stand those people? Especially Ryan. The guy's basically a walking cologne ad with the personality of a mosquito.
You don't understand how it works. My dad's company and Ryan's dad's company are practically joined at the hip. And the rest of my friends, they're not that bad.
Yeah? Think they'd accept me if they knew we were friends?
They might. If you tried to fit in a little, maybe tone down the whole— I gestured vaguely at his paint-splattered everything.
The whole me thing. Got it.
It felt kind of terrible that I'd said it, but to my complete shock, Ethan actually tried. He started wearing cleaner clothes, tamed his wild hair, and even sat with us at lunch. I was touched because it meant he cared enough about me to do something that was obviously hard for him. But Ryan and my friends still found ways to exclude him, making comments disguised as jokes.
So, Ethan, is it weird living with random people who get paid to pretend they care about you? Like having a babysitter who never leaves?
Ryan!
Actually, Ryan, I bet if your parents cared as much for you as my foster mom does about me, you might have had a better personality. But hey, at least you got that trust fund to keep you warm at night.
The table went dead silent. Ryan's face darkened like a thundercloud, and I knew we were in serious trouble. And the next day, I found Ethan staring at the spring formal banner he'd spent weeks painting. It was destroyed, torn in places, dripping with soda, with crude drawings scribbled all over it. Just then, Ryan sauntered over, grinning like he'd just won a championship.
Aw, what happened to your little finger painting? Such a shame.
You did this. Again. I let it go the first time, but what makes you think you can keep treating people like this?
Relax, Charity Case. It's just a prank. That's how we have fun. But I guess you wouldn't get it. It's one of those you're poor, you wouldn't understand kind of things.
The look in Ethan's eyes, I'd never seen anything like it. It was anger mixed with resolution, like he'd finally made a decision he'd been putting off for too long. The next day, Ethan didn't show up at our spot. I texted him, called him, nothing. Days went by, and Ethan still didn't show up. Worry weighed on me, until I finally decided to visit his foster home and see if he was okay.
I'm sorry, honey. Ethan left this afternoon. He said he needed a fresh start.
Did he say anything about me?
He left you this.
She handed me a folded piece of paper. Inside was a sketch of me, not with blue eyes, but with my real brown ones, filled with warmth and life. Underneath he'd written,
"Don't let fear choose for you. You're more than what they expect you to be. Live your truth, and don't change for the world. Make the world change for you."
Ethan didn't take the revenge route after all. He just left. Maybe rich bullies were never his world to begin with. I cried the whole way home, finally seeing the truth. I had used Ethan's strength while never showing any of my own. That night, I stared at myself in the mirror for a long time. Then slowly, I took out my blue contacts. My real eyes, brown with little gold flecks, stared back at me. The next morning, I went to school as my real self. No contacts, no fake smile, just me. I started leaving notes like Ethan and I used to, slipping them to people who seemed to be struggling. You're not alone. You're stronger than you think. Your voice matters. To my shock, someone found one of my notes and posted it on the school's social media page. The next day, I spotted similar notes appearing on random lockers. By the end of the week, they were everywhere. Taped to bathroom mirrors, tucked into textbooks, even written in chalk on the sidewalks. The movement kept growing. People started leaving little care packages with the notes. The drama club put on performances about kindness. Even some teachers joined in, writing encouraging messages on the board instead of just assignments. Within a month, the entire school atmosphere had shifted from cold and competitive to warm and supportive. People actually looked up from their phones, held doors open, sat with kids who used to eat alone. A local news station even came to do a story about the kindness movement sweeping through our school.
What sparked this wave of positivity among students?
I don't know who started it, but it's changed everything. People actually look out for each other now.
This is pathetic. Who actually cares about all this touchy-feely garbage? All this kindness nonsense is just what losers tell themselves to feel better about being nobodies. Like that homeless artist freak who ran away. Right, Tessa?
The cafeteria went dead silent. Everyone turned to look at me. No, Ryan, you're wrong. And you're a bully. A few kind words can literally save someone who's drowning inside. If you can't understand that, then I feel sorry for you, because your life must be incredibly empty. Ryan's jaw literally dropped. For the first time in his life, the king of comebacks had nothing to say. People actually applauded. These were the kids from every corner of the cafeteria, including the ones who'd been invisible to me for years. I never told anyone I started the notes, and I never saw Ethan again. Sometimes I wondered where he was, if he was still painting his truth on walls somewhere. 6 months later, I was riding the subway downtown when I saw it
A new mural on the wall of the station. A girl with familiar brown eyes releasing butterflies from her hands. And in the corner, a tiny signature. EC. Ethan was out there somewhere, still making the world more beautiful. And thanks to him, so was I. Sometimes, the people who break your carefully constructed world are the ones who set you free. I had just walked a few blocks down when suddenly I stopped short in my tracks at a familiar sight. A boy with mussed-up hair and enough paint on his overalls to make them look like a Jackson Pollock original. Then, his head turned in my direction, and our eyes met, and his smile made my heart flutter, just like the first time. Ethan was still out there, changing the world one wall at a time. And maybe that's what we're all supposed to do. Leave something behind that makes life a little kinder. So if you're listening to this, here's my challenge. Find one person who you think needs a little hope. Someone who might feel invisible, and write them a letter. Slip it into their locker, their notebook, wherever they'll find it. Do it tomorrow. No one has to know it was you. Just let them know that they matter. Because kindness doesn't need a name. It just needs someone brave enough to start it.
I didn't have the grades to graduate, was accused of vandalism, saved someone from drowning, and got arrested, all in the same week. Oh, but before I get ahead of myself, hi, I'm Maya from California. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, swimming was my happy place. When I was 3, my love of all things aquatic got a little awkward from my parents, who had to keep pulling me out of mall fountains, bird baths, and koi ponds. Excuse me, adults, if you put those signs up and I'm too young to read them, do you see where I'm going with this? Well, by the age of 13, the only job I ever dreamed about was becoming a lifeguard. Being around water, saving people, and hot guys in swimsuits, what's not to love? But on dry land, that's a whole different story. You see, I was not the greatest student, and my mortal enemy was math. Then my dad got a promotion, and we moved into an apartment in the city, and I had to start my senior year at a brand new school. Seriously, Dad, I had just spent the last year sucking up to all my teachers so they would grade me on a generous curve. Where's the respect for all my hard work? Life wasn't any different there. But like divine intervention, I looked up and saw my favorite 4-letter word. Okay, seriously, you guys, I know at least half of you just thought of a word that would get you grounded if you said it out loud. I only planned to swim for a few minutes, but I was startled by a gorgeous boy.
I said, "What are you doing in my pool?"
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the school pool. School pool. That's funny, get it? Because it rhymes.
I get it. It's just not funny. And it's my pool because my family paid for it.
He pointed to the plaque on the wall with his family name and under it a sign.
I'm Sebastian Monroe III, and if I catch you in here again, I'll have you arrested.
Arrested? Well, that's a bit dramatic. Did you think I was going to pee in the pool or something? I'm Maya, by the way. I realized I was talking to myself because he had already left. He had the manners of a goat, and that's an insult to goats. I don't get it. Even if his family paid for the pool, it's still the school pool. I have to be on the swim team and prove to him that I'm better. I made the team, of course, and beating Sebastian's top score was just the icing on the cake. So I dominated any competition I was in. I figured Sebastian must have told one of his goon buddies to try to scare me for tearing it up on the swim team because I noticed this nerdy-looking guy lurking outside the school. I tried to approach him, but he was a tricky little thing and got away. Was Sebastian trying to have me stalked or disappeared? Okay, now I'm being dramatic. You guys ever feel like your mind plays tricks on you because you've watched too many crime movies? I walked back into school and saw something I did not expect. Sebastian was leaning against my locker, looking so handsome, but I kept my cool.
Your team wins again. If I had known you were part mermaid, I might not have given you such a hard time.
Oh, thank goodness. I was wondering how I would go on living without your approval. Now, excuse me, I need to get to my locker.
I'll only move if you agree to go out with me.
It figures. The only way you could get a date is with blackmail.
Okay, I deserved that. but I am trying to make up for being such a jerk to you. I really like you. And I was listening when you introduced yourself, Maya."
He leaned in close to me, put his head on my shoulder, and looked up at me.
"Look, I'm trying to be cute and vulnerable."
You guys ever fall for that guy who makes you think, sure, he's a bad boy, but he'll change for me? I guess even you deserve a second chance.
Awesome. Where do you want to go?
I have this sudden craving for ice cream. He took me to an upscale dessert place and ordered one of everything. He was charming, and I was falling for him like an apple off an Isaac Newton's tree. Oh, hey, I guess I did learn something in class. I thought things are starting to look up. But what do they say about looking up? That's when you trip and faceplant. Yep, I failed my second test. One more and I would get kicked off the swim team. I went to sweet talk the coach, but unfortunately he was allergic to my charm. Thankfully, my parents hired an amazing tutor, Lucy, who knew how to keep me awake, unlike others who snored or were more interested in snacking. And before I knew it, I was doing better on my tests and even got a B+. And by the way, this Lucy is awesome. But unfortunately, the story isn't about her. But please know she's amazing. Maybe I should tell her story one day. Don't you agree, guys? Also, to review, I was dating the hottest guy in school and crushing classes and the swim team. That nerdy guy was still popping up at school, and now that Sebastian and I were dating, I knew he wasn't behind it, so I asked him.
Oh, he's probably smitten with you. Too bad you're taken.
But I can't stop thinking about it.
You just need a distraction.
I'm serious, Sebastian. What if He interrupted my rant with a kiss.
If he's what?
I was so charmed by his kiss that I forgot what I was saying. He who? Well played, Sebastian III. Well played. After school that day, I came home, and there was a package at my front door. No return address, just my name on it. I was so excited. It must have been Sebastian surprising me with something wonderful. But when I opened it, the worst smell filled the room. It was a bag of poop. My parents called the police, but they said nothing could be done because there was no one to trace it back to. I made a list of people I thought it could be, like Amy, whom I told her boyfriend she had kissed someone else, and Tony, who I totally exposed his crush on our teacher. But that creepy, nerdy guy was the number one suspect. I showed it to Sebastian the next day at school.
Babe, I'm telling you, it's some girl at school that's jealous of you because you're dating me.
Wow. Did the school give you an extra locker for that ego?
It's not an ego if it's the truth. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Besides, I have a romantic date planned for us that will take your mind off of all this. I'll pick you up at your house at 7.
I decided to focus on our date and get creepy nerd guy off my brain. I jumped in my closet for some great chimichurri to go with my dress and started to wonder where Sebastian would take me. But he never showed. I called and texted. Nothing. I was really worried and rushed over to his house. When I showed up, there were police cars everywhere, and my heart sank like the Titanic, thinking something had happened to Sebastian, until I saw him standing next to his car. Sebastian! Oh, thank God you're okay. Then I noticed his car. Someone had spray painted, "Sebastian is a loser, he can't swim."
My parents think you did this.
All that misspelling? Well, that's just insulting. I'm bad at math, not English. If you're gonna try to frame someone, do your homework. Just as I was about to defend myself, his mom rushed toward me. "Is this the monster who did this to my baby? Well, you're lucky there isn't enough evidence to arrest you, or you would spend the rest of your life in jail. Oh, Sebastian, why do you insist on living that low lifestyle? I mean, does it even know about personal hygiene?" She walked off in a huff, and I was stunned and hurt. I went to Sebastian for comfort, but instead he yelled loud enough for his parents to hear.
"I don't care how cute you think it was. We're over."
You know I would never do this. It must be that creepy guy. But he just walked away. What just happened? How could he not believe me? I ran away with tears in my eyes and spent the whole night eating half of the world's junk food. The next day at school, Sebastian met me with a big hug and a romantic kiss, like everything was normal. How many personalities am I dating?
Sorry about the show last night, babe. It was just to get my parents off my back. You know how parents are. We'll just have to keep our love a secret for a while, and then I will fix everything. Trust me.
But you were so mean to me, and you let everyone believe I would do that.
Well, yeah, of course. And I did it all for you. I didn't want my mom to get you kicked off the swim team.
I was relieved. He really did care about me. I wasn't thrilled about the way he did it, but, boys aren't that bright, and he probably did the best he could.
Besides, what do you care about what my parents think? You have me, and that's all that matters. Let's just focus on the senior beach bash tonight and forget them.
Well, I have been looking forward to this all year, so I'll meet you there. Once I arrived, I could hear music blasting and see a huge campfire. Sebastian was waiting at the gate for me, but I noticed there was a padlock at the entrance.
Come this way. We have to go through the tear in the fence.
I'm a little nervous about this. Are you sure we're not breaking the law?
What's the big deal? Everyone else is already there. Besides, do you see any signs telling us to stay out?
Well, against my better judgment, I agreed. We had fun, and he danced around like a reject from America's Got Talent, but he was cute. Halfway through the night, Sebastian disappeared. I asked if anyone had seen him, and someone said he went to get some pizzas. I was thinking how weird it was that he didn't tell me, like my boyfriend had ghosted me. I just wanted to go home. Suddenly, a guy screamed that some girl had fallen into the water and was sinking. I knew I could swim faster than I could run. Acting quickly, I tore off the bottom of my dress so it wouldn't weigh me down and dove in. It was cold, but all I kept thinking was that I had to save her. I reached her in minutes and swam her to shore. Her boyfriend thanked me 1,000 times, and I could feel their love for each other as her boyfriend embraced her in turn. I was so tired that I laid down on the sand. My teeth were chattering when someone wrapped the jacket around my shoulders from behind.
Are you okay? That was some pretty heroic stuff.
It was the creepy nerdy guy. You! Why are you following me? Did you send me that poop? What are you even doing here? My interrogation was rudely interrupted by the police showing up and arresting everyone for trespassing. I knew sneaking through a hole in a fence was shady. When we were at the police station waiting for our parents, I saw that guy again. I ran up to confront him. I don't know what your weird fascination is with me, but I'm only going to warn you once. Stay away.
I understand you might think that, but I wasn't following you. I've been following your boyfriend, Sebastian.
Sebastian? You have a crush on Sebastian?
No, but I was, in a way, stalking him. Did you notice that your boyfriend managed to disappear before the police came?
I really wanted to argue with him, but he was right. Where the heck was Sebastian? I was released, but my parents were so disappointed. And worst of all, Sebastian was nowhere to be found. I even went to his house when I knew his parents were out, but he wasn't there either. But I saw that creepy guy again. Where is he? And what's the drama? Start explaining.
Actually, I found out he's in hiding because he was the one who called the police.
Then he showed me pictures on his phone of Sebastian making a call at the beach. Well, that doesn't prove anything, and you still haven't said why you were stalking him.
I do freelance work for a tabloid magazine, and they pay big bucks for any dirt on millionaire playboys.
Well, listen here, stalkerazzi.
Albert.
Fine, Albert. When Sebastian shows up, he will have an explanation for all of this.
And what will his explanation be for taking down the no trespassing signs at the beach, sending you a box of poop, or vandalizing his own car just to get a new car by making you feel bad? And did you know he also switched your test so you would fail?
What are you talking about? He showed me everything. I was crushed. How could I have fallen for such an evil mastermind?
I have all the photos saved to this USB to give to my editor tonight.
Then, out of nowhere, Sebastian ripped the USB out of Albert's hand and swallowed it.
And now it's my word against yours.
I thought the next time I saw him, I would run to his arms, but instead I slapped him. I pinned him against the wall, but Albert held me back before I could slap him again. You might be rich, but you could be outsmarted by a box of hair. You do know they are still on the cloud, right?
I think I'm gonna be sick. Well, that's not how I wanted to get my USB back.
You know, you've got some pretty strong arms under that nerdy exterior. Albert showed the pictures to the police, and Sebastian went to jail. It turns out Sebastian was just a spoiled brat who wanted to get even with me for bruising his ego. Apparently his friends laughed at him when I kicked his butt on the swim team. Get a life, dude.
I'm sorry if I creeped you out with all the sneaking around.
It was kinda weird, but I'm sorry I was quick to judge you. Thank you for coming to my rescue. He may not have been as good looking as Sebastian, but as I stared into his eyes, I could see he was so thoughtful and kind, and that was way more attractive. Yep, I think I'm gonna date this guy. But I have to end the story for now. Sorry, guys. Be careful who you call your boyfriends. That's my advice. See ya!
Hi, I'm Leah from Indiana. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. Since I was a baby, I was meant to be a dancer. I could dance before I could even walk. I would do the cha-cha while cleaning my room, and bust a move while brushing my teeth, and of course, I was shaking it all the way to and from school. People smiled and laughed when they saw me, but I never cared. When I was 10, I would watch my friends head off to dance class after school. It would tear me up inside to see them living my dream. I came home one day as my mom was finishing her makeup. Mom, can I please go to dance class? All my friends are going.
You're not going. You have no idea how much that class costs.
There was no other parent to ask at that time. Just me and Mom and whoever she was dating that week. But Mommy, please. I swear, I'll do your laundry and chores, and when I make money from ballet, you'll get makeup from Sephora. I'll take you shopping, whatever you want. Pretty please. This means everything in the world to me.
We'll see if that ever happens. Right now, I don't have time for this. I'm going to be late. The answer is no, and that's final.
She left me alone in the cold house while she sped off in Ted or Fred's Ferrari to some fancy dinner. For me, another night of instant noodles. I felt devastated with how my life was going, just dreaming about my dream of dancing. But then I turned 12. I was alone, like always, and before I could blow out my candle on my plain cupcake, it flickered out. Oh no, there's still so much to wish for. I was about to leave for school when Mom barged in.
Hold on, Leah. You have mail.
My mom handed me a card with my name and address on it. Who's it from, Mommy? To Leah from Aunt Lucy. Who's Aunt Lucy?
I haven't spoken to her in years. I don't talk to that side of the family.
She gave me a ticket. Mom snatched it immediately from my hand. That's not a ticket. It's a check for $10 million. My mom went crazy. It was like she stepped into a Louis Vuitton fever dream. I didn't even know she was that loaded. I could do so much with this. I could buy a Gucci dress, an MK bag, and a diamond set. And I can't wait to see the look on Mary's face. She'll be fuming. And oh, that Tony who dumped me, he'll come crawling back like a puppy, begging me to take him back. I didn't remember the last time my mom looked so happy. She showered me with hugs and kisses, even making me twirl around like a ballerina. I had so much to ask Aunt Lucy, but Mom said she didn't have her number or anything. And when I turned 14, Mom decided to move. So we packed up everything and headed to New York City. That's right, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. We were ready to start a new life. I finally signed up for dance lessons at an art school. Me, the girl who used to have holes in her shoes, had ballet slippers. I practiced every day until my legs cramped, but I was ecstatic. My mom also had new friends, like Tiffany, Chanel, and Fendi. I had always wanted to be close to Mom, so I joined her shopping sprees, and it worked out great. I guess that's what I was always missing. We would spend our time stocking the malls for the best clothes, handbags, and of course, shoes. Oh, Leah, we have to get these too. I was covered with shopping bags and balancing shoe boxes while scooting through the aisles. I could barely see in front of me through Mom's haul. Hurry up! We don't want to miss the first drop of Balenciaga's new collection. I'm right behind you. But honestly, when we were in these very posh stores, I felt like a princess. I was offered fancy drinks, tried on expensive dresses, and best of all, I felt so close to my mom. I walked out of the dressing room in a sparkling dress. Now spin around. Oh, beautiful, so beautiful. We'll take it. I looked at myself in the mirror. I could barely recognize myself, but maybe this is who I was supposed to be. I carefully teetered in the heels my mom had picked out for me, but crashed into the mirror. Do you think we could look at some flats? While I spent so much time with my mom, I might have been distracted from my dancing. My dance teacher seemed to be losing patience with me. Okay, Leah, you're up next. Saute. I smiled nervously at my dance teacher, attempting to jump, but fumbled the landing. The other students giggled at me. Have you been practicing? Yes, of course. I lied. What time did I have to practice? School was out at 3. I told my mom I would be at Bloomingdale's by 4. I mean, it was so unreasonable. Besides, I never looked more like a ballerina. The clothes, the hair, the shoes, the makeup. I was the definition of what a ballerina looked like. It wasn't my problem if my teachers couldn't see it. By the time I was 16, me and my mom had our routine down. Shopping, dining, and dining. Mom had friends she'd visit while I was in school, and we'd chat about them over dinner. And you wouldn't believe her hair. It's turned this terrible orange color. And her roots? Oh, her roots could be seen from outer space. Honestly, Leah, I'm beginning to think you're my only real friend. She loved me. My mom loved me. Just then, two men walked into the restaurant and surrounded us with serious faces.
Jeannie Roberts?
Yes? What is your problem? They flashed their badges at us. It was the police.
You have to come with us.
Excuse me? I am not done with my dinner. I want to speak to your manager.
Jeannie Roberts, we need to talk to you about your tax evasion.
This is ridiculous. You don't have the right person. You're gonna ruin my blouse. Mom, what's going on? Leah, I will call you as soon as I can. Can you let up a little? This is silk. The police dragged my mom out of the restaurant. I didn't know what else to do, so I ran back to our apartment. I paced and cried, staring at my phone. My mom was arrested. What on earth could I do? Finally, at midnight, the doorbell rang, and it was Mom. Mom, what's going on? Listen, I have to be quick. You need to get help. Otherwise, they'll put me away for good. They said tax evasion, but you haven't done anything. We have the money. Tell the police we have millions of dollars. We don't, Leah. It's gone. My stomach dropped. I need you to get me out of this trouble. I need you to go see Aunt Lucy and ask for the money. They have people watching me. They'll pounce on me if I try to leave the city. But you said you didn't know anything about her. Yeah, I just remembered her address. Go to her and get the money so I can get out of here. I had no other choice. It was just me alone, and I had to save my mom. I hopped on the first train I could find. There were 1 million people on the subway, and I squeezed my way through the crowd. The train car jerked, and the guy's soda splashed all over my face. He glared at me.
Hey, watch it.
But he splashed me. Finally, I arrived at my aunt's house and knocked on the door. Her house towered over me with dozens of closed shutters and fading awnings. I'm not interested in buying anything. I'm not selling anything. I'm Leah. Are you Lucy? I'm looking for my great aunt Lucy. Leah? I ran to her and opened my arms for a much-needed hug, but I was taken aback when Aunt Lucy sidestepped me like she was avoiding a bug. Do you know you look very sticky? I know. I took the subway here. My mom asked for your help. You helped us before, and we appreciate it, so I didn't help you. Well, with the money you graciously gave us, you helped us a ton. That was your father's last investment. I was instructed to cash it out and send it to his next of kin. That's you. My dad? I can only recall bits and pieces of him. I know. You're not missing out. So, Jeannie's in trouble. You want something from me? Why should I bother? We're family, aren't we? I always disliked your mother. Spoiled, selfish, and vain. Does the apple fall far from the tree? You look just like her. But I didn't look like myself. She wanted me to leave, but I couldn't. She was my only hope. I kept pestering and pleading with her for days, buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Finally, after what felt like forever, she talked to me. This used to be a hotel, you know. I took care of everything, and I was great at it. But it's hard for a person my age to manage everything around here. There's too much space and too many stairs. I have a few guests coming over, but I don't have much staff. I would like to see how useful you can be. Whatever you need, I can do it. I needed to win her over to save my mom, so I got to work by cleaning out the fireplace. Large chunks of ash rained down on me, covering the floor in a thick blanket of gray. Oh my God, what a mess. Leave this and go wash your face. And when I scrubbed the windows, one of the panes cracked and a large piece of glass fell. I caught the glass right before it hit the floor. Oh no. I heard some guests coming, so I quickly shoved the glass under the bedspread. A large older man entered the room and plopped down on the bed. The glass made a large crunching noise and the man screamed. New sheets. You must need new bed sheets. I scampered out of the room and caught Aunt Lucy giving me the death stare. On the way to get new bed sheets, I bumped into a flower vase and knocked water everywhere. I sprinted off into the hall and grabbed the mop to clean, and then thud! The rest of the guests slipped and fell. Oops, I think I forgot the wet floor sign. Ugh, it's gonna be one of those days. I totally screwed up, and I knew there was no way she'd forgive me. So I hid from her, and when she finally found me, I started bawling like a baby. She couldn't be mad at a sobbing girl, right? I could see her face soften, and I figured I had a chance to get on her good side. I tried to make up for all the mistakes I had made. I gave my aunt a foot massage, made her fresh juices and warm soup, and in my final efforts, I polished her dresser and found a music box. Don't break it. Oh, I wouldn't. I love it. I'm a ballerina too. Well, maybe. I used to be. You're a little young for used to be anything. For me, this ballet feels like Aunt Lucy and I were finally talking, and it felt like the ice was melting. She told me how she used to be a dancer. When I was a baby, my dad would tell her all about how much I loved dancing. I finally got through to my aunt, but I still needed her help. I brought up how desperate I was to save my mom.
I was wrong.
You're not like your mother at all.
Okay, enough of all this. Let's go.
We took a car downtown and met my mom. What on earth happened, Jeannie? You are still as disappointing as ever.
Ugh, here we go. Why did you even bother to come here? You could have sent the money with Leah, but I guess belittling an innocent woman is more your speed. Aunt Lucy asked Mom for her tax forms, but all she got was silence. Mom, just give her the paperwork. She'll help us. What's wrong with you?
Okay, fine. I'll just leave.
And then Mom spilled the beans. She had conned us. The cops were fake. The tax problem was fake. All a scheme to get money from Aunt Lucy. I can't believe this, Mom. How could you do this?
I had to. The bank was going to take the apartment, so I had no choice.
I was in debt and knew only you could convince your aunt.
I'm sorry. I know I spent a little,
but I spent on you too, and it was for us, right, Leah? It made you happy, right? You were happy, and that's what made me happy. But I'm behind on all of my classes. We're out of money, and we don't even have the apartment. And now you're definitely not happy anymore, so I'm not happy. And I don't see how I could ever become a dancer.
Enough. Leah, you need to go to school and work on your studies. You want to be a ballerina?
Yes, of course.
Then you are coming with me. And Jeannie, you need to pay all of this off. You'll need a source of income to dig your way out of this.
This is an impossible situation. I know I made a mistake, but I want to change. And I can't live without you, Leah. I had doubts, and I was furious too. I even stepped outside with my aunt to leave. But then I realized I couldn't abandon my mom, not even after all the things she did. Okay, Mom, I think we should try to be a family, all of us together. I believed that this time it was going to work out. The three of us went back to the hotel and were ready to start our new lives together. But the next morning, Mom, I ran around the hotel but couldn't find my mom. Her clothes and purse were gone. I searched up and down until I got to the front desk. The cashier's box was completely empty. She left and took my Aunt Lucy's money. I was devastated. I brought her here, and it all happened because of me. What should I do? I had brought on enough trouble, and I had to earn and return every penny back to my aunt.
Leah, are you leaving too?
I'm so sorry, Aunt Lucy. I just wanted us to be a family. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I thought it would be better if I just left. I'm so sorry about my mom. I wanted to believe that she would be different, but she wasn't. Just the same horrible, selfish woman.
Leah, you don't have to go. It's not your fault. We're family. Sometimes the family you're given isn't the family you end up with, and that is okay.
Really?
Really. I love you. And I do have some good news. I made a few phone calls, and you have an audition next week.
Oh, thank you. I love you too, Aunt Lucy. At the audition, I danced my heart out, and for the first time ever, I was supported and loved by my Aunt Lucy, and that sounds like the perfect kind of family to me. Hi, I'm Jules from Arizona, and I have the most opposite parents ever. But that's not why I'm telling you this story. If you want to know more, please like and subscribe to MSA. My mom was a lawyer who worked long hours for a multinational company, and Dad was a broke, stay-at-home artist with a wild imagination. He'd spend hours telling me stories about random superheroes, which Mom thought was a waste of time. On my 10th birthday, Dad threw me a huge superhero party, and everyone was asked to dress in costumes.
We've got a costume for you, too.
Ugh, really? Wonder Woman? The guests are gonna be here soon. I can't wear this junk. But Mom, I stayed up all night to pick that outfit for you.
Well then, sweetie, you obviously need to make better choices in life, which you won't if you continue sticking with your dad. What's the matter with you? It's her birthday. Why can't you loosen up a bit?
And why can't you be like an adult? Ugh, I'm so tired of this. I need a break. With that, Mom simply tossed the costume aside and left. As time went by, I became more like Dad. I loved art and painting. Life was good, except when I turned 16, Mom asked Dad for a divorce. He tried convincing her otherwise, but she was set. Since Dad was struggling to find a job, Mom won full custody, and I had to move with her to a new city. Mom tried her best, but she had no idea how to take care of me. Eventually, she found a new boyfriend, a bigger house, and a new cook, and that was the end of her efforts. I started school soon, and on my first day, even though the kids were cool, I just wanted to be left alone. So I went to the school garden and had taken taking out my sketchbook when this girl in a chicken costume flew past me and hid behind a huge tree. And soon after, a group of girls followed. Have you seen a headless chicken running around here somewhere? Chicken? Here? Nah, maybe try the poultry farm? The girls just pouted and walked away, and I went behind the tree to see the girl in the chicken costume crouching. Hey, they're gone. Are you okay? Who are those people?
Oh, just some bullies. I'm in the school play. Well, not technically, because I could never act in front of people. But anyway, I was just trying out the costumes and they spotted me, and now they're after me to lay an egg. How can I lay an egg? I'm not a real chicken. I'm Maggie, by the way.
Jules, and I think your costume is cool. My dad and I dressed up as superheroes all the time. Maggie and I were quick to become friends. She was a bit introverted and hardly spoke to anyone in school, but when we were alone, Maggie was a totally different person. She would dance, sing, and had some of the best jokes to crack. It was fun to be around her, and with time, Maggie and I got closer. When we turned 17, I started getting a lot of attention from boys, but every time someone asked me out, Maggie would talk me out of it.
Heck no. He applies too much gel on his eyebrows. Such a loser.
I think his eyebrows are just naturally thick.
Nope. He smells like horse poop.
But he's so cute.
Yeah, so?
You deserve better. I didn't think much of it at the time. Maggie was only looking out for me. But then this new guy, Charlie, joined our school, and boy, was he a stunner. Charlie and I hit it off instantly and bonded over our love for art. We started hanging out, and when he asked me out, it was an easy yes for me. On our first date, Charlie decided to take me to this really fancy place downtown, and I was more than excited. We were having the best time when suddenly Maggie popped up out of nowhere.
Oh, hey, guys. What a surprise.
What are you doing here?
I was just here to get their snail croissant. Oh, they're the best in town.
Anyway, now that I'm here, maybe I should just join you guys for dinner. That's of course if Charlie doesn't mind. You know, right?
Perfect. You know, Charlie, I never thought Jules would find anyone. Not after she found out she farts when she's nervous.
I do what?
It's okay, babe. There's nothing to be ashamed of. We all have our ups and downs.
You have more than what a normal person does.
Like the time you pooped your pants because you ate too many burgers before a roller coaster ride. Or like that you shaved your head when it was too hot and...
Okay, that's enough. She's just kidding. I don't do that. Tell him.
Yes, I was just turning around to tell him. Didn't you see me turning around? Yes, tell him now. Like I was literally turning around and about to tell him. Stop telling me to tell him. It sounds like an order and that I have to obey you. Charlie, I was turning around to your side. You saw that, right?
Just tell him, Maggie.
Now you said my name, so it's officially an order. Fine. Yeah, I was totally kidding. I'm not.
Oh, look at the time. My croissants must be ready. Enjoy your date. So nice to meet you. Maggie left soon after, but the damage was done. Charlie looked visibly disgusted, and the next day in school, he told everyone that I was a weirdo with a thing for shaved heads and farts. Everyone looked at me like a crazy person. It was so embarrassing, and I only had one person to blame, Maggie. But where the heck was she anyway? I tried calling her, but she didn't answer, so I searched the school for her and finally found her hiding in one of the bathrooms. What do you think you're doing?
Oh, Jules! Hey! I was just cleaning some spider webs. What's up?
What's up is that the whole school is laughing at me after what you said on the date. Why would you do that?
Charlie is a knucklehead, okay?
I said all those things because I wanted to see how he'd react, and look, he acted like a jerk. That's a sign. He doesn't deserve you. Stop it, Maggie. No one is ever good enough for me according to you. I'm so done with this. Just go and tell everyone that you made everything up. Maggie did end up telling Charlie that she lied, but obviously he didn't believe her, and no boy in school ever asked me out again. I was so mad at her. I refused to meet her or even take her calls. Even though she kept apologizing. It was frustrating. I had no one to share my feelings with. So I picked up painting again to distract myself and even applied to a few prestigious art colleges. And one evening, I was wrapping up an application form when someone knocked on my door. Maggie, what do you want?
I love your stares. They're powerful and impressive and a step above the rest.
Are you seriously gonna sulk all your life? I said I'm sorry.
No, you didn't.
Okay, then I'm saying it now. I'm sorry, Jules. I went a bit overboard, but honestly, I was just looking out for you. Can we start fresh? Pretty please? We're best friends. I'll think about it, but you better behave yourself.
I promise.
And Maggie stayed true to her word. A week later, I got accepted to one of the best colleges in the city, and Maggie volunteered to help me set up my room. We were almost done when this gorgeous girl walked in.
Where do you think you're going?
To my room? Wait, are you my new roommate? Nope, that'd be me. Oh, thank God. I thought I'd have to spend the next 2 years with this weirdo. I'm Alice, by the way.
Jules. And I'm Maggie.
Good to know. Alice was the professor's daughter and was hands down the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. Apart from being a great artist, she was also the lead singer in one of the college bands, and one night, she asked me if I wanted to join her at one of her performances. We got to talking, and Alice was really charming, fun, and intelligent. I loved being around Alice, except Maggie kept demanding me to hang out with her.
We should catch the new Avengers movie.
I kinda saw it last night with Alice. What about an MSA video marathon then? We haven't done one of those in a while. I don't think so. Alice and I have this project to work on, and
Alice! I am tired of listening to her name. You just met the girl.
And I like her. She's my friend.
Sounds like more than friends to me.
I didn't know what Maggie meant by that, but a few days later, I was at one of Alice's shows when Maggie walked in. You didn't tell me you were coming.
Well, since you won't hang out with me, thought I'd come to you. Why? Are you not happy?
Before I could say another word, the performance started, and as always, Alice blew my mind. Watching her on stage was always amazing, but something in my heart jumped when she blew a kiss at me while singing.
Ew, that was so cringe. Stop blushing like a moron, Jules. And what's the whole hype about this Alice? She literally sings like a pregnant horse. I could do so much better than that.
And with that, Maggie went on stage and pulled the plugs, and the crowd went silent. What do you think you're doing?
Saving people from your horrible voice?
Give that back. Alice tried to snatch the plug from Maggie's hand, but Maggie pushed her. Then Alice got up and she pulled Maggie's hair, and the two of them got into a huge fight. Before I could butt in, Alice shoved Maggie, and she tripped over something and ended up falling off the stage, unconscious. Alice and I took her to the hospital where the doctors told us she had a broken arm. Maggie got discharged the next day, but the doctors said that she needed to rest. Her parents requested if I could help her with her recovery since she was always happy around me, so I tried to drop in whenever I could, but every time I said I couldn't come over, she'd freak out or have a full-on panic attack, making me feel like I had to drop everything and go see her. Even Alice started noticing how stressed I was. Then one day, she told me about this great art exhibition in town, and I really wanted to see it. I told Maggie that I wasn't well, and surprisingly, she understood. Alice and I were having a great time, and the exhibition was out of this world. I've missed that smile, you know. Me too. Thanks for bringing me here. I don't remember the last time I felt so happy. Stick with me, and you'll always be happy. Alice brushed a strand of hair away from my face, and I felt my insides explode. She came closer, like she was about to kiss me, when suddenly someone screamed my name. I turned around to see Maggie staring at us furiously.
So that's why you couldn't come over, huh? Because you wanted some time away from your girlfriend? I thought you were sick, so I brought you chicken soup. But then I saw this dumb art fair invite, and I knew you tricked me. You didn't leave me a choice. I'm sick of babysitting you. I have my own life too, and it doesn't revolve around you. So it revolves around Alice? I've seen how you two look at each other, and it's not just friendship.
That's none of your business.
Stay out of this, you witch.
Enough. You can't talk to Alice like that.
So you'll take her side over mine?
With that, Maggie started crying like a banshee. She picked up expensive art pieces and started smashing them to the ground, one by one. I tried to stop her, but she ran around like a mad person before security finally caught up to her. The police were called, and Maggie and I were immediately taken in for questioning. Our parents were called, and it was a huge mess. Mom dropped me back off at my college, where Alice was already waiting for me. Are you okay? Look, Jules, you need to cut that girl loose. She's clearly obsessed with you. I don't know what's gotten into her. I mean, she's always been weird, but she's not a bad person. Then why did she spread that rumor about you in school? I had a friend who went to the same school as you and did some digging. They told me how she said something about you farting. Wait a minute. You asked around about me? Why? Because I wanted to know more about this stupid friend of yours. Then you should have asked me. Don't go sneaking around like that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You should know better and stay away from someone so toxic. She's not wrong, Jules. Sometimes it's okay to let go in order to stay happy. As painful as my separation with your dad was, it ended up being a blessing because we're so much happier. Just be selfish for once and choose your own happiness.
Oh my God. You all need to stop telling me what to do. I'm not some kid, okay? I can make my own decisions and do my own thing too.
With that, I stormed off. I knew what Maggie did wasn't right, but I was so tired with everyone trying to make decisions for me. Maggie got out soon after, and she would send me gifts and bouquets to say how sorry she was, but I was done with her. Alice tried talking to me too, but soon after finals started and I got busy with my studies. I just needed some space from everyone. Then one day, I was buying groceries when I spotted Maggie in the line ahead of mine. She saw me too and immediately walked over. You've been avoiding me, but I don't blame you. I pushed your buttons too hard, and I deserve this. But I miss you, Jules. Maggie, you're a great person, but I think it's better if we don't stay in touch anymore. I'm finally happy in my space, and I want to keep it that way. I get it, but at least can we have coffee? One last time, for the sake of our friendship? I wanted to say no, but looking at Maggie's desperate face, I agreed. She led me to her car and started driving, but I noticed soon that we were not headed in the right direction. I asked her, and she told me that it was this new place a little outside the city. I felt uneasy and asked her to stop the car, but Maggie started speeding up. What the heck are you doing? You'll get us killed.
You said you were my bestie forever, and then you dumped me for that stupid Alice. I loved you, Jules, you know that?
What?
Yes, I loved you, but you told me you were into guys. That's why we couldn't be together.
I kept begging Maggie to slow down, but she just wouldn't listen. Panicked, I tried to take the wheel from her hand, but the car slid off the road and hit a tree. Within seconds, a crowd gathered around us and helped me and Maggie out. Thankfully, we weren't injured.
Jules, I'm so sorry. Are you hurt?
Get away from me, you freak! Don't you dare touch me! 15 minutes later, both our parents arrived. Maggie's parents apologized and begged me not to press charges, even though I really wanted to. Mom took me home, and this time, I decided to cut Maggie off for good. I got a restraining order from the court, and after that day, I never saw Maggie again. I went to therapy and started feeling a lot better. A few days later, Alice asked me to meet. We sat on the hood of her car watching the sunset. So, I've been thinking about you, and I feel like we have a spark. No, it was just a firefly. Really? Such a pity. Yeah, I know. These sparks are getting out of hands lately. Maybe we can set them on fire? We grinned at each other, knowing exactly what was going to happen next.
Hi, my name is Kayla. Please like and subscribe to MSA while I tell you my story. My whole life, I've been a book nerd. Stories are my escape into new worlds where I can fight dragons on the top of the highest mountains or move cars out of my way using my mind. However, in real life, I'm virtually invisible and usually powerless in the face of danger.
Hey, watch where you're going, geek!
Sorry.
What's the point of those dumb glasses if you can't see anything?
Thankfully, help was never too far behind.
Ow! You hurt my head!
That was the idea. Now imagine what I can do with all these. Are you okay? I am now. Hey, is that Harry Potter? I love that book. You know, I think we're gonna be best friends. That was the first day I met Faye, and she was right. We instantly bonded over our love of reading, and I was forever in awe of her confidence. Everyone, make way. Your queen is coming through. She proved to me that being into books did not mean you had to be timid.
And that ends my presentation on why every Friday should be pizza day at the cafeteria.
But while Faye's life was forever blasting out loud, I felt like something was missing from mine. I'd read so many romantic tales of a prince riding into town, conquering the angry monsters just to be with the one he loves. And then I wonder, is my prince ever gonna come and save me?
Snap out of it, Kayla.
Huh? Look around you. These boys are no match for your intellect. They're all stinky and stupid.
Speak for yourself, nerds. That's why you weren't invited to the big house party this weekend.
Your fly is undone.
Huh? Oh, oops.
You see what I mean, Kayla? Is that the prince you were looking for? Yeah, maybe you're right. Except I really did want to go to that house party. I knew there was no way that was going to happen. Or at least, that's what I thought. Until everything changed one day as I was looking for a book in the library. Hey, what's this? Looks like a secret compartment. Pull it up. Whoa! Hidden beneath the shelf was a dusty book we'd never seen before. I blew on it and read its title, The Secrets to Get Boys to Fall in Love with You. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. No wonder somebody hid it. Look at this stuff. How to dress for a man, how to talk to a man. I wonder if it works. Who cares? yours. Shove it back where you found it. Actually, I think we should try it out. What? You can't be serious. I am. We could test it out tonight at the house party. Think of it as a social experiment where we see how easy it is to get boys to fall for us. Well, I do love a social experiment. All right, why not? I'm in. After school, we rush to my house and follow the book by the letter. Always wear bright red lipstick for attention. Check. Clip in hair extensions for more bouncy hair. Check. Learn how to walk correctly by balancing books on your head. Check. Juice your meals to digest them faster. Check. Ugh. Lift weights to tone your figure. I'm exhausted. Don't sit down. You'll get chair butt. And according to this book, boys hate chair butt. Ugh. Eyelashes, short skirts, pink everything, and ta-da! Wow, we look like completely different people. More like complete bimbos. I didn't care what Faye said. I was super excited. And when we arrived at the party, everyone was looking at us, and I felt seen for the first time.
Hey there, good looking. Can I get you some punch?
I'll give you a punch. Faye, remember the book? Like, oh my gosh, I would totally love some punch. Duh. Once alone, I scanned the room looking for my prince. And oh my god, there he was. He was the most beautiful boy I had ever seen. Tall, muscular, well-dressed, and looking so cool. I wanted to go over there, but I remembered what the book said. Chapter 13, don't pester boys. Rather, stand against a wall and look mysterious, and they'll come to you. And so, that's what I did. But unfortunately, it attracted the wrong guy.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Ricardo, and let me just say you are a radiant vision of sunbeam perfection.
Oh, thanks.
Please, let's swap numbers.
Okay.
Now, watch my superb dance moves.
This weird dude distracted me with the most bizarre dance in the world. And when I looked over, my prince was gone. And then Faye came up to me. We have to go. Wait, I need to find someone first.
Hey, that's the girl that dumped the guacamole bowl on my head.
Like I said, we have to go. Now. We ran away as fast as we could, but I turned just in time to see Ricardo blowing kisses after me. Ugh. But hey, at least we knew the book worked. The next day, I woke up to 100 messages from Ricardo. Some of them were sweet, but others were a little creepy. Like when he sent selfies of himself with roses in his teeth, or pictures of sketches he'd made of me. And there were a lot of them. Of course, I was just gonna ignore him. I was still hung up on finding the dream boat from the party, and I decided something else that weekend. I liked my new look and how other people looked at me. But on Monday at school, Faye didn't see it the same way. Excuse me, Miss Barbie, why are you still bimbo-fied? I think I want to try this out for a while. It makes me feel different, except it makes you look just like every other bimbo here. Can you stop calling me that, please? You know, I think we didn't fully commit to our social experiment, so let's read a few more chapters and then go to the arcade tonight. Why would we do that? Just then, as I opened my locker, an avalanche of teddies and gifts and love letters poured to the floor. Looks like Ricardo found me. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm starting to get the picture. You think you're actually gonna get your prince this way, don't you? You mean this guy? I don't even like him. Please, just come to the arcade. Do it for me, Faye. Hard pass. I'll be at the library where the smart people usually are. You're on your own. I hated to see Faye so annoyed, but I figured she'd get over it. Besides, I needed to continue my mission. That night, I read a few more chapters and then went to the arcade alone, where all the popular kids hung out. I felt super nervous by myself and considered leaving when—
Hey, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to play something?
Oh my gosh, it was the hunk I saw at the party, and he was talking to me. Think quick, Kayla. What did the book say? Oh yes, chapter 7. Always laugh at boys' jokes. You're so funny.
Thanks. My name's Lloyd. Are you waiting to play this claw game?
Chapter 20. Be the damsel in distress. Oh, it's too complicated for me.
Oh, here, I'll show you. The trick is all about timing.
Like, oh wow, you're so good at that. Thank you.
Sure thing. Would you like to get ice cream?
Uh-oh. Chapter 3. Avoid fatty desserts. How about a low-fat milkshake instead? As we shared a vegan milkshake, Lloyd started telling me about his life. He was a part-time model, but his true passion was volunteering at the children's hospital. I mean, can someone be more perfect? I gazed into his eyes, and then we both moved forward to sip our straws at the same time. Our faces were so close, I almost thought he might kiss me, when suddenly my phone rang, and it was my mom telling me to come home immediately. Apparently, my grandma had broken her hip, and my parents needed to go out of town to see her. Since I couldn't miss school, they asked me to stay with Faye for a few days. I know the timing isn't great, and you're mad at me. Don't be silly. What are friends for? You packed all all that makeup to bring over? Since when do you even have so much makeup? I went shopping yesterday, and what is this ridiculous bag? Wait, I've seen all the cheerleaders carrying this lately. Are you gonna start waving pom-poms in my face next? Faye, is me staying over gonna be a problem? No, of course not. Fine, I won't say anything. Although, the amount of money you spent on that makeup could run a soup kitchen for a year. Okay, I'm done now. But she really wasn't. She stared at me disapprovingly every day as we headed out for school. She huffed away angrily whenever any of the popular girls gave me compliments or invited me to sit with them at recess. And she gave me the silent treatment as I headed out for the arcade in the evenings. I'd met up with Lloyd there a couple more times, and I thought it was going well. Just as we were sharing another milkshake, we almost came close to kissing again, when suddenly, "Hey, bestie, I thought I'd find you here. Ooh, aren't you gonna introduce me to this hunky monkey?" What? Faye was here? And she was dressed by the book too? Lloyd Faye Lloyd. That's such a manly name. So Lloyd, can you show me how the photo booth works? Oh my gosh, it's so confusing.
Yeah, I can show you.
This was crazy. Faye was trying to steal the spotlight from me. Well, two can play at that game. Oh, wow. Look at these photos. We'd make such a cute couple for sure.
If you say so.
Oh, Lloyd, let's have a dance battle.
All right.
Oh, Lloyd, let's sing karaoke.
Okay.
Oh, Lloyd, let's get some cotton candy.
Sure.
Oh, Lloyd, let's shoot some zombies.
Can do.
Oh, Lloyd, let's break the basketball high score.
No,
Lloyd, let's trade some prizes for our tickets.
Well...
Oh, please, Lloyd.
Ow.
Lloyd, this way.
Ouch!
Come on, Lloyd.
Stop! I don't know what's happening here, but it's freaking me out.
It's not me. It's her. She's a phony. Me? You're the phony. Look at her.
What the heck? Look, I don't know what's going on here, but you two clearly have some serious issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Goodbye.
No, Lloyd, come back. I can explain. Wait, Kayla, don't be a fool. Suddenly, I heard a loud crack and turned to see Faye tumble to the floor. Ow, these dumb heels. Faye, are you okay? I think I broke my ankle. Call an ambulance. As we waited for the ambulance, Faye turned to me angrily. This is all your fault. Me? You're the one who thinks all boys are trash, but then you just show up here to hit on Lloyd and ruin my chances with him? What's wrong with you? I don't want Lloyd. I was just trying to show you the mirror by acting like you. You look pathetic. Trying to be someone you're not just to make some stranger like you? I thought we were the cool, smart ones who don't care about what's on the outside. If you don't care about that, why does it bother you how I choose to dress or what I put on my face? You know what? You're just so used to bossing me around, you're pissed off I'm doing something on my own that you don't agree with. Fine, be a wannabe bimbo. We can't be friends then. Thanks for letting me know that our friendship is conditional on me always listening to you. The ambulance arrived and took Faye away. I didn't want to go to her place right away, so I went to my own house to cry it out. But to my shock, I found my room was overflowing with gifts from Ricardo. Heart-shaped balloons, bouquets, and dozens of teddy bears. This was all too much. And when I looked in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. I had lost my chances with Lloyd, and things with Faye were all messed up. Plus, these new clothes were so uncomfortable. And that's when I realized all these troubles started with the book. I opened it up to the final chapter and read in horror. Chapter 31, charm boys by cleaning up after their mess. Chapter 32, make boys sandwiches when they are sad. This was not a magic guide to romance. This was the most sexist book in the world. And I had been such an idiot. I needed to make it right. The next day, I returned to the arcade, only this time as boring old Kayla. Excuse me, Lloyd?
Hey, Kayla?
Yeah, this is how I really look, and I'm just here to apologize. I've been acting like somebody I'm not, which isn't cool or fair to you.
Seems like you have some self-work to do.
Most definitely. Okay, well, sorry again. Goodbye.
Hold on. Do you want to get a milkshake?
As long as it's full fat. The rest of the evening, we played arcade games and then went for a romantic walk by the river. And Lloyd seemed to like me for me. I went home on cloud 9 that night, and when I woke up the next morning, I was determined to fix everything else. Starting with, Faye, I just wanted to apologize. You're right. I shouldn't have to change anything about myself to get noticed or be liked by anyone. Kayla, I owe you an apology too. To be honest, I just got jealous and insecure. I mean, you're out there trying to find your Prince charming. Well, I'm perfectly happy just the two of us in the library. I just didn't want anything to change. We can have both, Faye. You'll always be my bestie, no matter who else comes into my life. I can handle that, as long as whoever he is appreciates the Kayla that I know. Deal? Deal.
Yoo-hoo!
Huh?
It's me, Ricardo. I've been searching for you for days. Why are you ignoring my gifts?
There was something crazy in his eye. Ricardo, you're coming on too strong. You broke into my house to leave me gifts, and now you're following me around? We don't even know each other.
But we can spend our whole lives getting to know each other. We're meant to be. I love you.
Ew, catch a hint, dude. She doesn't like you.
No, I will not rest until you're mine.
Ricardo grabbed me by the wrist, and I was about to panic when suddenly...
Let go of her!
Two boys battling over me sounded like a fairy tale in a romance novel. But now that it was actually happening, I didn't like it one bit. And that's when I remembered the book. The whack.
Ow! You break my heart, and now you break my head. I don't want to be here anymore.
At least this book came to some good use. Girl, I am so proud of you.
Lots of little kids say they want to be an astronaut when they grow up, but I was one of the only ones who actually did it. Hi everyone, I'm Marisol from Dallas. Please like and subscribe. Okay, so I wasn't technically an astronaut yet, but I was getting close. I've gone to space camp every summer since I was little. While the other kids were doing basic algebra, I was solving complex calculus equations just like the engineers at NASA. My heroes were Valentina Tereshkova and Sally Ride, two of the first women to go to space. I wanted to follow in her footsteps and inspire other girls one day. My parents thought I was strange for only eating freeze-dried space food, but I didn't care. Maybe I wasn't an astronaut yet, but no one could say I wasn't living the lifestyle. I had to hide the food, though, because my little brother was always chasing our cat around the house and squirting her with space ketchup. Rodrigo, that only works when there's no gravity. My dad didn't approve of my dream to go to space. He wanted me to aim for somewhere more practical, like a courthouse or a hospital. But being a lawyer or a doctor just wasn't my dream. One day at school, I saw some students gathering around the bulletin board. I pushed through to see what they were looking at. It was a flyer for Space Cadet Tryouts? My heart leapt into my throat. This was exactly the opportunity I'd been searching for. The tryouts were this weekend at the Space Center in Houston. Now I just had to convince my dad to let me go.
Absolutely not. It's out of the question.
But Dad, an opportunity like this might only come along once in a lifetime.
You need to focus on your studies.
I have straight A's.
You have chores to do.
So if I get all my chores done before the weekend, you'll let me go? I could tell my dad was trying to think of another reason to say no, but I didn't give him a chance. Thanks, Dad. I mowed the lawn, trimmed the hedges, and vacuumed and scrubbed the floors faster than I ever had before. The house was spotless. But every time I told Dad I was finished, he just gave me a longer list of chores. Oh, so annoying. If he thought I was going to let a little housework stand in my way, he was sorely mistaken. Finally, I'd finished everything. My dad looked up from his newspaper and handed me another piece of paper. Dad, come on. I've done everything you've asked. This is getting ridiculous.
Look at what you're holding.
It was a bus ticket to Houston.
This doesn't mean I approve, but a deal's a deal.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That Saturday, as the bus approached the Space Center, I watched the launch pad come into view on the horizon. It was incredible. A piece of history right in front of my eyes. And there was Mission Control. Once we got inside, I got into my uniform and glanced around at the other cadets. There were about 100 of us. Most of them were boys. They looked tough, disciplined, almost like soldiers. But I was tough too, in my own way. I made my way towards one of the girls. Hey, is it okay if I sit here? Go for it. I'm Marisol, Jessa. This place is so cool. I can't believe I'm really here. No offense, but I'm not here to make friends. Sorry, I won't bug you anymore. Just then, an intimidating-looking officer approached, and a hushed silence fell on the cadets.
My name is Commander McLean. I'll be your training officer. Out of everyone in this room, only 10 will make the cut for Phase 2 of training. If you fail, you'll be leaving at noon.
That made me a little nervous. It would be so embarrassing if I came all this way just to leave before lunchtime.
Of the 10 who make the cut, only 1 will be chosen for the mission. Here at NASA, we only take the best of the best.
And before I knew it, we were completing an obstacle course. A lot of the cadets had an advantage over me because they were taller and stronger.
But I was smarter. I noticed on the climbing wall that the ropes were frayed. Most of the cadets grabbed the ropes to scale the wall, but I used the handholds instead. While I climbed, I glanced back to see the ropes break, and a bunch of cadets crashed to the mat below. A boy was climbing right beside me, and he winked at me. Who did he think he was? If he thought that was going to distract me, he was wrong. I hit the ground running. The other cadets were coming up fast. Whoa, Jessa was way ahead of the rest of us. I pushed myself as hard as I could, and I finished right behind her.
Congratulations. You just made it to phase 2.
I stopped myself from jumping and cheering loudly, but on the inside, I was throwing a party. I glanced around to check out who else made it to phase 2. Some really tall and athletic cadets were still here, which wasn't surprising, and the boy who had winked at me. I was so excited and really wanted to chat with Jessa, or someone anyway. Here I was, in a room with 9 other people who shared my passion for space exploration. But maybe Jessa was right. They were my competitors, and I needed to be serious if I was going to be the top performer. Forget about everyone else and just focus on training Marisol. After lunch, the same boy winked at me again. I could feel myself blushing, but I was annoyed. I'm not here to make friends.
Okay.
Our next training exercises made the obstacle course look like a piece of cake. We had to master all kinds of skills, like working the life support systems, orbital mechanics, and space medicine. Thankfully, all my time practicing calculus equations gave me a huge leg up here. The next exercise was the one I'd been most excited to try. Zero gravity training. We floated around the chamber like it was a sea without water. It was amazing.
Be aware, your bodies are not yet used to the effects of zero-G. Most of you will get space motion sickness.
Sure enough, when I looked over at the boy who'd winked at me, his face turned green and he threw up. I didn't mean to, but it made me laugh. I caught the boy's eye and he grinned at me. Jessa was floating around like this was just another walk in the park to her. She was the only one who didn't get sick. During our next break, I decided to explore the Starship Gallery. There were a bunch of spacecraft and even a real moon rock on display. I thought I was alone, but then I noticed the boy checking out the lunar module.
It's incredible, isn't it? I'm Nick.
It really is. I'm Marisol.
It's so wild to actually be here. I've been dreaming of this since I was 2. My bedroom is covered in planets and stars and model rockets. I'm embarrassing myself, aren't I?
Your room sounds a lot like mine. I've been obsessed with space ever since my dad bought me my first telescope when I was little. I think he regrets it because all he talks about now is me becoming a lawyer or a doctor.
He probably worries about you. This is a dangerous job.
It's not that. He doesn't believe it's a realistic dream.
Not for most people, maybe. But he didn't see how impressive you were in training earlier.
It's nice to talk to someone who cares about space like I do. I felt Nick's fingertips touch mine. It gave me butterflies. Surrounded by all the spacecraft, in the dark with the little starlights on the wall, it was almost like we were really in space. Nick leaned in to kiss me, but at the last second I turned my head. I'm sorry. I really do want to, but I can't. This is my dream. I can't afford to get distracted.
No, I totally get it.
I was glad he took it so well. He really did seem like a great guy. Under different circumstances, I would have kissed him in a heartbeat. But this wasn't the time or place.
You know this means I'm going to do my best to beat you, right?
I'd expect nothing less. Our break was over. Now it was time for something super cool. The space flight simulator. It was awesome at first. It was so realistic that it was easy to forget we were on the ground. But then an emergency alarm started to beep. Mission Control, we have a problem.
There was an explosion in the service module. It ruptured oxygen tank number 2.
I redirected power to our primary oxygen tank, but then a second alarm started beeping. Red lights were flashing everywhere.
There's a line ruptured in your primary oxygen tank. You're losing oxygen fast.
I did my best not to panic. My hands were shaking. Wow, this was intense. All the cadets were scrambling to figure out how to solve the problem.
Remember, only one of you will be chosen for the mission, but this is a group exercise. If you can't work together as a team, you won't survive.
Jessa and I locked eyes. Marisol, can you calculate how much oxygen we have left? On it. Nick, I need you to shut down all non-critical systems to conserve energy.
Copy that.
At our current rate, we'll run out of oxygen in 10 hours. That's not enough time to complete our mission. I'm going to try and bring us in for an emergency landing. All of us got to work, nervous and sweating, but we were in sync. It's too rocky. There's no safe place to land. You got this, Jessa. We believe in you. Even though it was just a simulator, I had to admit, it was scary. What if this happened on a real mission? That's what you're preparing for, Marisol. So if it does, you'll be ready. Suddenly, the emergency signals were silent. We all looked around at each other, breathless.
Congratulations, cadets. You've just successfully executed an emergency landing.
All of us cheered. I even gave Nick a hug. We really pulled together and overcame the odds. It made me stop seeing the other cadets as my competition. They were good people who wanted the same thing I did. And when one of us succeeded, we all did. Later, I was hanging out in the observation area overlooking the launch pad. The sun was setting outside, and it cast a beautiful glow on the shuttle. Mind if I join you? Of course not. I'm sorry if I was rude earlier. The truth is, I was afraid if I opened up, it would make me vulnerable. And it's already hard enough, especially for girls. I know what you mean. You really had my back in the simulator. We're a team. When one of us succeeds, we all do. Friends? Friends. You know, I think you have a really good chance of being chosen. Really? But you're like the best pilot here. I can't do math like you can. Let's make a pact. No matter which of us wins, or if neither of us do, we'll still support each other. Deal. The next morning, it was time for the announcement. We gathered around and waited for Commander McLean. I think everyone was too nervous to chat. Finally, the commander approached.
All of you did good work here. I want everyone to walk out those doors with their heads held high. But as I said, there can only be one.
I tried so hard to keep it together, but I was dying to know who was chosen.
Cadet Jessa, congratulations. You're our top performer, and you'll be joining our crew for our next mission.
I felt all the wind go out of my sails. Don't get me wrong, I was happy for Jessa, but I'd wanted this all my life. I'd gotten so close, and now it was out of reach. Still, I told Jessa I'd support her, and I meant it. I gave her a big hug, and we promised to keep in touch. Nick and I exchanged numbers too. When I got home, I looked around my room. Maybe it was time to grow up. I took down my space stuff and put it in a box. Then I decided to take one last look through my telescope. Orion and the Big Dipper were shimmering in the sky. It was so hard to say goodbye.
What are you doing?
You were right. I should find something more realistic. Please, don't say I told you so.
Oh, Marisol, I wasn't right. You were.
What?
Maybe being an astronaut isn't the most realistic goal, but that doesn't mean it's not achievable. This world needs dreamers. If anyone can make it happen, it's you.
From that moment on, I never doubted my path again. I was going to give it my all, no matter what the odds were. And maybe, just maybe, one day I would inspire a little kid, just like my heroes inspired me.
Hi, I'm Nora, and most of the time, I'm pretty sweet. But when I fall in love, I turn into a jealous psycho. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I blame my mom entirely for it. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. But over time, Dad kept getting promoted at work and got busier, while Mom felt neglected and became really insecure. I mean, she became a nutcase. Like once in the supermarket, when Dad held the door open for the woman behind us, Mom accused him of flirting with her and even flung a melon at the woman's head. Or that time at my 6th birthday party when Dad gave a female clown a slice of cake, Mom marched over furiously, smushed the cake with her fists, and then gave the clown a wedgie. I don't condone violence, but that was hilarious. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom was convinced that Dad was having an affair with his pretty new secretary. So one day, she took me and my older sister Sophie to his office.
Please don't steal our daddy, lady. Don't take him away from us. Who will feed us and buy us clothes? Do you want us to be orphans? It's a very bad thing to be wait, I forgot. I wrote it on my arm. Oh yeah, a homewrecker. Homewreckers are bad, and you'll end up in jail, bad lady.
Wait a second. Are those my jeans you're wearing? I want my jeans and my husband back, witch.
Are you insane? As if my size 0 jeans would even fit your size 8 butt. Mom snarled and leapt at the secretary, who dodged her and went screaming down the hallway. She burst into the conference room with Mom on her tail, and the two ended up crashing onto the large conference table where Dad was having a meeting with the company's top executives.
What on earth? You cheated on me and gave this bimbo my favorite jeans.
Mom threw a stapler at Dad, which missed him and hit his boss instead. Needless to say, he was fired. And that was the day he left us for good. Sophie and I were devastated. Wipe your tears, girls. He wouldn't have left if he wasn't cheating on me. Take it from me. All men are garbage, and we're better off without them. Well, that didn't stop me from having my first crush in the 7th grade. His name was Adam, and he was our neighbor. One day, Sophie caught me staring at him from my window.
Adam and Nora sitting in a tree. Kissing.
Shut up, Sophie. I don't even like that boy.
Yes, you do. You want to brush his hair and hold his hand and have his babies. I read it in your diary, see?
I snatched my diary out of Sophie's hand and pushed her out of my room. She was so annoying. A couple of weeks later, a super pretty girl named Becca joined my class, and we quickly became friends. Once, when we were hanging out at my place, Adam showed up at my door. Hi. I brought you some cookies I baked myself. You free to hang out?
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't I be free? Wait, I have another guest over, but yeah, I don't think she'd mind. Come in. You smell so good. I mean, the cookies smell so good.
I wanted Adam to have a good time, so I logged on to Ask Brain 2 and asked about fun game ideas. The three of us played Truth or Dare, charades, and hide and seek. A couple of times, I caught Adam smiling at me, and when he brushed cookie crumbs from my cheek, my heart skipped several beats. The next day at school, I was at my locker, and I saw Adam staring at me from across the hall. Suddenly, he winked at me and blew me a kiss. The butterflies in my stomach went into a frenzy. I raced down the hall, ready to jump into Adam's arms, but I slipped on a banana peel and fell face first right at Adam's feet. I thought he'd sweep me up, but instead he stepped over me, hugged Becca, and gave her the most romantic kiss I'd ever seen. I wanted the ground to swallow me whole. That night, Mom and Sophie caught me crying in my room. Boys are like that, sweetie. They'll lead you on, make you think they love you, then tear your heart out, just like your father. Not only was my heart broken, now I was totally paranoid when a boy even came close to me. Hey, Nora, you want to go to the movies?
I'd rather eat a bag of worms.
Would you be my Valentine?
Stay away from me, or I'll dunk your head in a toilet.
Nora, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Liar!
After a while, I got a reputation for being a little cuckoo, and most of the kids in school started avoiding me, but I didn't care. Sophie was totally different, though. She'd flirt with every boy that passed her in the hall and date a new jerk every 2 weeks. Of course, they all broke her heart, and I felt so sorry for Sophie that I decided to help her. You gotta remember my rules, Soph. Don't let their good looks fool you. Don't trust anything they say. Don't let them melt you with their kisses, and don't ever fall in love. Sophie listened attentively and took notes, but a week later, I caught her kissing a boy named Clive in her room. You're breaking all the rules.
Your rules are dumb. All boys aren't bad.
That's right, girl. Boys are cool, and that's why they rule. Ha ha!
Shut your stupid mouth. No one's talking to you. Where'd you pick him up from? The dumpster?
That's your problem. You're so judgmental and won't give any boy a chance.
I thought you were smarter than this, Sophie. Maybe hanging out with stupid boys has made you stupid, too. Sophie kicked me out of her room, and we didn't speak much after that. Soon, I was off to university, and there were boys everywhere. I just kept my head in my books and rejected any boy who even tried to make a move. But, you know, a girl starts to get lonely. So, when a girl in my class asked me out one day, I impulsively said yes. Just because I'd renounced all men didn't mean I couldn't find love. And how bad could it be, right? At first, not so bad. In fact, pretty great. She loved to cook, she braided my hair, she gave me the best pedicures, and we were the same shoe size. But then, she started acting like I'd adopted her. She would never leave my dorm, and I hated it when she used my towel and my hairbrush. She was clingy and needy, and constantly needed validation that she was the most important person in my life. So, if your mother and I were hanging off a cliff, holding on for dear life, and you could only save one person, who would it be? My mother, obviously. Seriously, I've known you for a month. Mom carried me in her womb for 8 more months than that. I thought it was a reasonable answer, but she totally lost it. She broke half the things in my room and threw the other half out the window before she stormed off. Then she started stalking me everywhere I went. I tried talking to my other friends about how unsafe I felt, but they all laughed it off. Yeah, if you're dating a guy and complain about him, everyone shows you sympathy, but no one comforts you if it's a girl. Now come on, she's barely 5 feet and she looks totally harmless. What could she possibly do to you?
Only after she tried kidnapping me did anyone take things seriously. She was expelled from the university and I got a restraining order. And after that, I swore off girls too. Then in my junior year, Sophie showed up at my dorm one day with the worst news. Clive proposed to me. You're kidding. Man, that loser is so out of your league. Don't worry, sis. I know how to handle this. Just send Clive a breakup text. Tell him he stinks, he makes you want to puke, and you never want to see him again. No, I love Clive. I said yes, and our wedding is in 4 weeks. I just came to ask you if you'd be my maid of honor. I couldn't believe this. I thought Clive was just a phase. I wanted to yell at the top of my lungs, "Don't do this! You'll ruin your life!" But instead, I caved in and said yes. I mean, was I allowed to say no? When I got back home for Sophie's wedding, I tried to keep an open mind about Clive. But Clive was horrible. He had no sense of humor, he was boring, and he totally ignored Sophie to spend all his time with his friends or fixing his dumb car. So when it was time to make my maid of honor speech, well, things got out of hand. Here's to Sophie and Clive. Clive is dumber than an ant, he smells like a rotten egg, and his face reminds me of a horse's butt. What are you doing? Sophie, I don't know how you can stand him. Are you marrying him for his money? Oops, I forgot he's broke. Look, we both know this marriage isn't gonna last, so why don't we cut to the chase now, and I can get you out of that tacky wedding dress Clive bought you from the dollar store. Sophie got so mad that she threw the wedding cake at me. Clive's mom cried, and the rest of the bridal party chased me out of the building. The next day, I was packing my bags to leave when Sophie came to my room. I thought she'd punch my face, but instead, she took my hand. Listen, Nora, I'm not like you, okay? I'm not bitter, I'm not angry, and I don't hate men. I chose Clive, and if you want me in your life, you'll have to respect that. Okay, but you're making a huge mistake. You're the one making the mistake. Love is real, and one day, I hope you'll understand. I was only trying to do the right thing, but clearly Sophie was too blind to appreciate it. But when I got back to my university, my life turned upside down. My friends and I went to a restaurant to celebrate my birthday, but when we got there, the waiter told us our table was booked. 3 dumb guys were sitting there laughing and joking. But I booked this table a week ago.
My apologies, ma'am. It was our mistake. Maybe you could come back tomorrow?
Just as I was about to snap at the waiter, one of the guys from the table walked up to us. His name was Chris. He had movie star hair, a $1 million smile, and a perfect body.
Why don't you girls join us? There's plenty of room, and we won't bother you.
That's a horrible idea. Don't mind Nora. She's just kidding. The next thing I knew, we were sitting at their table, and Chris talked to me all night. To my surprise, he wasn't the absolute worst. He worked in a private security firm as a bodyguard, and all his crazy stories made me laugh. At the end of the evening, he even asked me for my number. Don't get any ideas. I'm not interested in a relationship.
Neither am I. I was thinking we could be friends.
After that, Chris and I talked and texted every night, and soon we started hanging out almost every day. No, we weren't dating. We were just, okay, fine, it's true. Every time he was close, his cologne made me dizzy, and when he looked at me, my stomach did that weird thing that it does after I eat too much cheese. And if his hand brushed against mine, I started having acid reflux. Yeah, I let my guard down and fell in love, okay? And I wasn't the only one.
I know we're supposed to be friends, but I love you, Nora, and I think we're meant to be together. Like the moon and the night sky, like the bees and the flowers, like water in a well.
Just shut up and kiss me. Soon after I'd graduated and moved in with Chris, he got a job as a bodyguard to protect this beautiful pop star, Sasha. Yeah, I know y'all have heard about her. Sasha, the gorgeous singing sensation who ended up dating her ex-bodyguard Damon? Yeah, that one. Sasha was going on tour, and for months, Chris was off traveling from city to city, and it got kinda lonely. Then one day, Mom and Sophie came to visit.
Oh, Nora, my poor baby. You must be so sad.
What are you talking about? Stop it, Mom. It's none of your business.
Your sister needs to know.
Mom showed me a bunch of pictures online of Sasha leaning on Chris's arm and laughing. Then she turned on the TV, and some stupid reporter said how cute Chris and Sasha looked together. When I heard that, I suddenly picked up a bat and smashed the TV to pieces. Nora, don't listen to Mom. She's paranoid. All that stuff is stupid gossip. Sasha is with Damon, and Chris adores you.
Nora, don't be naive like your sister. Everybody lies and cheats.
After Sophie and Mom left, I called Chris, but he didn't answer. I kept thinking about what Mom said and how I'd broken all of my rules and now my heart was in danger. So the very next morning, I put on a disguise, took a bus to Sasha's next concert venue, and signed up as an extra on set. And I watched the two of them like a hawk. Every time Chris whispered something in Sasha's ear, my heart burned. She even asked him to zip up her dress once. Had everybody else died? One evening during Sasha's performance, I was backstage when I saw Chris and a dancer going into a dressing room and closing the door behind them. What the heck? I quickly ran after them and burst in. Aha! Caught you! Just then, I saw the girl's arm was bleeding and Chris was bandaging it.
Caught you? Wait, who are you exactly?
Oh God, I couldn't let him recognize me. I turned around and ran for it, with Chris sprinting right behind me. In my frenzy, I found myself heading straight for the stage.
Red alert, red alert. A snake is headed towards the eagle.
I found myself crashing into the dancers on stage, and just as I was about to run into a horrified Sasha, 4 men pinned me to the ground while the audience gasped. I was immediately carried away and found myself facing Chris backstage.
Nora?
I realized my wig had come off. Sasha's performance was ruined, and her manager insisted that Chris be fired.
What were you thinking? You compromised my client's security, and you cost me my job and my reputation.
Oh, I don't know, Chris. I was thinking how my hunky boyfriend hangs out with beautiful pop stars and dancers all the time and is never home anymore. Can you blame me for being paranoid?
Yes, I can. I haven't given you any reason not to trust me.
Yet. I just don't want you to be a bodyguard anymore.
Well, too bad. It's my job. Just go home, Nora. I don't want to be around you right now.
Feeling miserable, I ended up going to a dance club instead to get my mind off of everything. I saw this cute boy on stage playing with the band, and he kept winking at me. I recognized him from TV. He was a movie star. On an impulse, I took a deep breath and then walked up to the boy and gave him a passionate kiss. The next morning, I was back home, and I woke up to tons of pictures on the internet of me and that movie star kissing. Chris showed up at my door soon after.
Why would you do that to me? I thought we were in love.
Everybody cheats, babe. Welcome to the real world. I know you'll cheat on me one day if you aren't already. I'm done with this stupid relationship. I walked out of there with my bags and went to Sophie, but soon after, I started feeling sick to my stomach. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I was a cheater, something I hated and felt horrible about. I made a big mistake. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you messed up big time.
I wasn't talking to you, Clive. There's no need to be rude. You're right. I'm the worst, and I'm sorry for all the mean things I've said and done to you two. I don't know who I am anymore. I never wanted to hurt Chris, but something came over me. You let Mom get into your head, Nora. She says she's better off alone, but all I see is a bitter, paranoid woman who can't be happy and can't stand anyone else's happiness either. You deserve to love and be loved in return. And yeah, sometimes love can hurt, but sometimes it can also be amazing, like what Clive and I have. I really don't understand how that's possible with Clive. Okay, sorry. You're right. I decided to see a therapist and learned to deal with my insecurities and trust my heart. I even wrote Chris a letter apologizing for hurting him. I didn't get a response, but that was okay. One day, I went to eat at the cafe where Chris and I had our first kiss. Then someone walked up behind me.
You're sitting at my table.
I looked up to see Chris looking down at me. He smelled like an ocean breeze. My heart melted, but I tried to play it cool. I don't see your name on this table.
You're right. Do you mind if I sit with you?
I thought you hated me.
I did at first, but I couldn't hate you for too long. You really broke my heart, though.
I hope one day you can forgive me. You were the love of my life and my best friend. I want you back, but I understand if you can't trust me. Maybe we can start over? We could take it one day at a time.
I can't promise anything, but I do want to give us a second chance.
And this time, I was throwing away all my stupid rules and following my heart.
Musical sensation Cameron Cassie has gone bananas. She's turned the stage into a scene from Jumanji.
And if you don't stop talking, I'll turn you into a scene from The Walking Dead.
Yep,
That's me, crazy old Cameron. But I wasn't always like this. There was a time when I was the most patient, quietest person around. Want to know what happened? Then stick around. And yeah, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a big family. And by big, I mean I was the oldest one among 10 siblings. You don't believe me?
Okay, team, let's go.
This is Lana. This is Rose. These are my twin brothers, Brad and Pitt. My twin sister, Hala and Lala. Another sister, Ava. And that's Thanos. Don't ask me why. My parents are huge Avengers fans, and they thought this might be a good idea. Of course it's not. You forgot about me. Again. Just like you forgot me in that park last year. I didn't forget you, Liam. You pooped your pants, so I asked you to stay where you were while I looked for an extra pair of diapers. You were the one who ran behind the squirrel. She was cute. And why didn't you just carry an extra pair of diapers? You were 7. You were supposed to be potty trained by then. My parents worked as hospital nurses, so they didn't have a lot of time, and I had to step up and look after the house and my siblings. They also didn't make much money, so whatever little we had was shared between everyone, and because I was the oldest, I was made to sacrifice the most. I didn't mind that, though. My parents were already working hard enough, so I did what I could to help them out. But sometimes, I wish I could just get a little space of my own, where I could play my guitar in peace. It was a rusty old thing, but I loved it. In this world so big, give me a place oh so tiny, with nobody screaming or acting whiny. Ah! What the heck was that, guys?
Sorry, Pitt started it. No, I didn't. Brad threw his lunch in my face. I didn't throw it at you. I was just throwing it away.
Why?
Because it's tasteless. I want pizza. I want pizza too.
Did someone say pizza? No one's getting pizza. Go inside and finish your veggies or no TV for a whole week. So, yeah, things weren't peachy at home, but school was worse. Between house chores and studies, I had no time to make friends and grew up to be an introvert, which somehow made me the perfect target for bullies like Bailey. We'd been classmates all our lives, but ever since her family struck it rich, she became this mean, hostile person with a personal vendetta against me. It didn't make sense. She was the lead drummer of the school band, really popular, and even had her own YouTube channel where she did covers of famous songs. So I just never understood why she was so obsessed with me. Like this one time in high school, I was casually singing my favorite songs when Bailey barged in. Hi, everyone. So in this episode of Off-Key Talents, we have Cameron Cassie. She thinks she sings well, but she sounds like someone stepping on a squeaky toy. Maybe it's because she's always screaming at her horrible siblings. How many are there again? Can you get that off my face? I'm not comfortable, and I don't care. Anyway, I got what I wanted. You can go back to whiny singing now. You're not gonna post that, are you? Bailey just gave me an evil grin and left. I wanted to scream in her face, but I knew she'd only make my life more difficult, so I kept my head low and went on with my day. But the next morning, I was still in bed when my sister Lana came running into my room and told me that the video Bailey posted had gone viral. What? Why would she post that? That's it. I will bite Bailey's head off and then use her hair to mop floors. What are you talking about? People are loving you. You're famous. Lana shoved her phone in my face, and I was shocked to see that she was right. People were calling me inspiring, adorable, amazing, and all sorts of great things. Within a few hours, it had more than 1 million views, and I was famous.
You got pipes, girl. Would love to take you out sometime. You have the most beautiful voice in the world. Will you sign my pizza?
Sure. Bailey sat in a corner, looking totally humiliated, and it was the best day of my life. I was debating whether to thank her or kill her for posting my video without asking me, when suddenly my phone rang. It was some lady who told me that Tucker Wayne, owner of one of the biggest talent agencies in the world, wanted to see me. Apparently, he was assembling an all-girls band and wanted me as the lead singer. The money was great, and he'd even sent me a first-class ticket to New York for the same night. I was pretty excited, but my parents weren't happy.
Who's gonna look after the house?
Maybe we could hire some help?
Don't be ridiculous, Cameron. We don't have that kind of money. Millions of people go to New York every day because they think they can change their lives. What makes you think you're any different? You'll only become disappointed.
And what if I'm successful? This opportunity could change our lives.
Fine, do what you want, but don't come sulking back to me when you fail at this stupid music thing.
I was hurt that my parents didn't support me, but I knew this was my one chance to turn things around. So I packed my bags and left for New York that night. When I arrived, a limo whisked me away to the most stunning building I'd ever seen. Mr. Tucker greeted me warmly and gave me a tour of the studio. The first day of recording was an absolute blast. Everything seemed to be falling into place until a few days later, I was chilling in my hotel room when the door flung open and Bailey walked in. Ah! Bailey? What are you doing here?
Your drummer had to drop out because of personal reasons. So Tucker called me in.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Because I'm talented, you butt face?
Talented in making my life miserable.
Ooh, someone grew a tongue while I was away. Relax, that was school. But this is real life. I won't bully my own teammate. You can take my word for it.
As soon as Bailey left, I spoke to Tucker, and he confirmed Bailey's story. He asked me if I was okay with it, and I wanted to say no, but Bailey was insanely talented, so I let it slide. But the next day, I regretted every bit of my decision. Not only was Bailey somehow more annoying, she was also really controlling. She gave me notes on my singing and would stop the recording every 2 seconds because she wasn't feeling the music. Then one time, in the middle of a performance, she changed the notes to my solo on the spot.
What are you doing? Improvising? No, you're messing up my solo. And what are you gonna do about it?
Bailey just laughed, and at that moment, something snapped inside me. I closed my eyes, focused on the notes, and sang. When I opened my eyes, the crowd stood still, and then they burst into a massive applause. Everyone was chanting my name, and Bailey looked like someone had pulled her kidneys out. From that moment forward, my life was an absolute whirlwind. We were getting more live shows, doing interviews, talk shows, and I was truly famous. I even got the first ever call from my mom, but it wasn't what I expected. Hey, Mom, I'm so glad you called.
Your sister plays the oboe, you know.
Lana? Yeah, I know.
So let her in your band.
But I thought you hated the idea of getting into music.
I do. But Lana will be going to college soon, and playing oboe professionally will look good on her application. Now, will you help her or not?
I wanted to say no, but Mom was talking to me after weeks, and I didn't want to disappoint her. So I agreed, and a week later, Lana joined me. But I had no idea how to fit an oboe in the band, and Lana didn't seem too interested either. All she did was sleep or order room service all the time, and I barely had any cash left for myself. To make things worse, we were a month away from the album launch, and I still had a bunch of songs to write. In this world so big...
Stop! This is not working out. We need something edgier.
Could we try a different note?
No! I want more emotion. Was there ever a time when you were angry?
Not that I can recall, but maybe when Bailey posted that video of mine without asking me, or the time she dipped my books into spaghetti sauce, or when she tried to spoil my solo on stage.
Darling, you can't let people walk all over you like that. Stand up for yourself. Dig into that rage and come to me tomorrow with a new song.
I spent the entire night replaying the conversation with Mr. Tucker, and when I calmed down, I realized he was right. I was a pushover. Bailey had tormented me for years, and I'd never stood up for myself. My own parents had treated me like a pushover, but not once did they pay attention to what I wanted. And when I finally did something for myself, they tried to snuff that spark out too. Heavy with rage, I picked up the phone and dialed in. Bailey? Yeah, you're out. You're a bully, and no bullies are allowed in my band. And I cut the call before she had a chance to scream. On a high, I called my mom next. Hey, Mom, Lana doesn't want to be here, and oboe doesn't make sense in this band. I'm sending her home. Finally! I couldn't believe I just stood up to my mom, and to be honest, I felt pretty proud of myself. The next day, I walked up to Mr. Tucker and told him the conversation I had with Bailey. I thought he'd be mad, but instead, he smiled.
Good for you, darling. And don't worry, we'll find a new drummer. Let me hear that new song.
I poured my heart into my song, and Mr. Tucker was so impressed, he sent it straight for recording. He even set up auditions, and within no time, we had a new drummer in our band. A week later, when the song was released, it got more popular than all our live shows combined. We rose to the top of every chart, got invitations to every celebrity show, and Mr. Tucker even extended my contract. I was making more money than ever, and life was pretty good. But the more I leaned into my emotions, the angrier I got, and pretty soon, I was lashing out at everyone. I ordered this salad with ranch. This is blue cheese. What are you doing? Trying to make me fat?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I forgot.
Did you forget to brush your teeth? Did you forget to take a bath? Did you forget to sleep? No? Then how can you forget to follow simple instructions? The waiter ran away crying, and I felt a bit bad. But with the amount of money I was spending, I deserved better service. But the next day, I was making waves on social media for being rude and mean. Apparently, someone from the restaurant posted a video of me screaming at the waiter, and now everyone was out there to get me, including the paparazzi.
Have you always been this spoiled, or has success gotten to your head?
Have you always been this stupid, or did you fall on your way here and damage your brain?
That's inappropriate.
Your face is inappropriate, Jane. You are a terrible interviewer. You should switch jobs because I don't think this one's gonna last that long. I was mad with power, and no matter how much people called me out
out for it, I just didn't care. I partied like there was no tomorrow, shopped like a crazy person. I was finally living my life the way I wanted to. I didn't even care about showing up at work, and my bandmates tried to warn me, but I was the star of the show. No one would replace me. I thought I was untouchable until one day I walked into the studio and saw Bailey in the recording room. What is she doing here?
Oh no, this is awkward. I was gonna tell you, but you're off the band, Cameron.
Since when and why?
Because you're a loose cannon, and I can't let you tarnish my reputation anymore.
But I did what you asked me to do, and now you're kicking me out? I'm the star of the band. You can't replace me.
Honey, everyone is replaceable in showbiz. Now bye-bye. Have a nice life.
I was stunned. Just like Bailey and my mom, Tucker had manipulated and used me. I felt betrayed, but I had no time to sulk. I wanted to show these suckers what I was made of. So I tapped into my network to find a new label, but no one was ready to take me on, thanks to my negative image. And while I struggled to find work, Bailey rose to fame. She was having her first ever solo concert, and it was completely sold out. I couldn't let her win this time, so I crashed her concert, sneaked my way to the stage, and right before Bailey was about to sit down for her performance, I pushed her away. What are you doing? Stealing your thunder, just like you stole mine for years. Cameron's back, baby! I kicked over her drums, and in a moment of pure rage, I grabbed the guitar and smashed it to pieces. Some of the things went flying into the crowd, and everyone started panicking. Show was canceled, security was called in, and I was thrown out of the venue. Tucker even threw me out of the hotel, and thanks to my crazy party expenses, I couldn't afford another place. Eventually, I had to move back home, but I was so messed up in the head, I hardly ever came out of my room. All day, I would watch TV and see Bailey's rise to fame, and it only made me realize the things I'd lost. Then one day, I was sitting in my room when Mom walked in.
You know you can't stay cooped up in here all day, right?
I don't know what else to do. It's not like anyone needs me anymore.
That's not true, Cameron. I was angry at you for moving out and then sending Lana back home. Then I realized that we'd been really tough on you. You were just a teenager, and you deserved to have a life of your own.
So you're not angry at me now?
Of course not, sweetie. We love you. We always will.
My mom hugged me tight, and I felt better than I had in days. With my family by my side, I slowly started picking up my life again. I got back to music and even joined my old high school again. I had to repeat a year, but that was okay. At least I had something to look forward to. One day, while playing in the backyard, one of my sisters recorded a video of me and posted it on YouTube. It went viral again. People were amazed by my transformation and started requesting my old songs. So I played them. Soon, I started getting calls from agencies. One of them asked me if I could perform my singles at their show. The pay was good, the venue was close to home, so I agreed. As I got ready backstage, someone tapped on my shoulder. Mr. Tucker.
Great to see you, kid. You've been doing well. Ever thought about coming back?
Aren't you working with Bailey now?
Yes, but she's boring. You're so much better. I will double your pay if you want. Think about it.
As tempting as it was, there was one thing I'd learned in my time in New York. Never let anyone walk over you. So I immediately called Bailey and gave her a rundown of what had happened. Why should I believe you? Because Tucker is a manipulative worm, and I don't want him to ruin your career like you ruined mine. You don't have to believe me, but just watch your back. Wait, thanks for letting me know. It's no excuse, but I'm an only child, you know? And my parents put this insane amount of pressure on me, and your family just seems so big and fun, and I was just jealous. Life's not always as it seems, but we can be a bit kinder to each other. Anyway, glad we had this talk. Same. You know, I really did like your new album. Bailey and I never stayed in touch after that, but I heard she quit and started her own band. As for me, I'm still singing in the backyard and making my own music. That's the best kind.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She had been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet. Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here. As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her. Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too? Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison. "How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired." Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse.
I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night.
Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes.
I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you going to do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what.
But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party.
You little rascals!
Natalie grabbed the boy's hand, and they fled the scene.
I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool!
Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket.
For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay.
And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them.
"Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading?"
Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom.
When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad.
"I'm sure you'll be better than me and every wealthy man in this land, my child."
He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons.
My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend.
Really? Tell me.
He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes.
Yes, we fight back the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do
bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people.
Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up.
Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but...
Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her.
"Is that for me?"
Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie.
Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us.
Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder.
"My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her."
"Girlfriend?" As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. "Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are going to hate me forever."
"Are you mad?"
"Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends."
"Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that?"
What do you mean?"
"Can I hold your hand?"
No.
"I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too?"
Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt. Yes, I think I feel the same way." Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, The best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone.
I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on.
You have plenty of time now.
I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction.
All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl.
Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me.
Duke, she cares about you.
Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone.
But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other.
I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now.
Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?
Shut up, Harper.
Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding. Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie.
I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend.
What?
I said I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend.
Since when do you have a girlfriend?
Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business.
Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross.
Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime.
Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him.
I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back.
Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty, horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk.
How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town?
Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy! Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons.
What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm going to pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job, or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Wait, Nat,
are you crying? Tell me what's wrong.
She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now.
But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job.
What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice.
Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, I'll agree to it, but on one condition.
What is it?